as a private citizen and not that of a Moorish American. So to the new speakers, introduce yourself. Let's go in order. So let me refresh my screen. Let me see here. Prince L, talk to us. Let us know who where you're from, the temple that you represent, and just give us a brief, overview of your of who you are for the people. Just get it, y'all. You gotta for the new people on Clubhouse, you gotta press the microphone button at the bottom right-hand corner. If you're not aware.
Islam, you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, brother.
Islam, I'm Prince Mikhail L. I am a Moorish American, by blood and by birth, right?
Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, I'm here today basically just clear some things up. There's a lot of misunderstandings of what a Moorish American is. So, and how it actually functions and stuff like that. A lot of people don't operate as Moors properly within the law. A lot of us are going based off what we think and what we believe and not what we know. With that, I yield.
Much love to you, brother. We got brother Peace. Yeah, we got brother Jesus the Goat. TJ Bey, talk to us, brother.
Oh, this is gonna be some nigger shit.
Yeah, I'm Jesus the Goat, TJ Bey, the domicile, Jacksonville, Florida. I consider myself Ukraine American, aka also a Moor. Yeah, I just want to clear up a lot of things, a lot of the misnomer about the Moorish American. I'm here to learn, as everybody else.
I don't think I can learn anything from you guys.
Shouts out to brother Melvin. Talk to us, Melvin. You got to press the microphone button at the bottom.
Peace.
What is his diet?
Peace to the gods.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
Peace and blessings to you, brother. Talk to us. Where you from? What temple you represent?
They got this cornball motherfucker.
Ohio, temple number 18.
Ohio.
Much love, brother. All right, we got Jakeem and we got Amazite Day.
Peace, family. My name is actually Jahi, and my stance is, I ain't really with the whole Moorish American thing. I ain't really with the whole private citizen thing either. My stance is more indigenous nationality or whatever. But yeah, that's my stance. We can get into it later.
All right, thank you for joining, brother. And then, brother Amazite Day, talk to us.
Peace. This Amazon Remedies Bey.
You breaking up on us, brother.
Coming clear?
I can hear you now. Talk to us.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Okay, this Amazon Remedies Bey. Still can hear me?
You breaking up just a little bit.
Can't really talk.
It's your reception.
Is he driving?
What you say, bro?
I can't really talk right now. I'm busy driving.
Yeah. Bro, I hope the people on YouTube just kind of like, I'm going to ad lib, bro, while this going on with my mic muted, so we can ad lib freely while we're live, bro. I don't care. Because the joint is live.
I'm clear now?
Your reception breaking up. You see a red bar?
Hear me or no?
We can hear you, but you breaking up.
Can you hear me? No. Get out of here.
Let me fix that.
Get out of here. These inactive.
Hey, I got some. Hey, we gotta bring this to the table, man.
Hold on, brother E. Hold on, brother E. Are you participating in the debate?
Oh yeah, I want all the.
We're gonna
represent for the Moorish Americans.
All right. So all right, cool. So what temple you represent or organization?
Man, I done served under so many grand sheets. I'm gonna give you a list. I'm Jelani Bey. I served under Sheep Portazel. I served under who else? Out of Chicago. man, what's the brother's name? Not Cujo, but Can you
But you be talking about me.
Chicago.
Yeah, me.
So yeah, I went through several different temples. So
Right, much love to you, brother.
I trust everybody
Right,
finds
post
this is
link, y'all.
comedy, bro.
Peace. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect, brother. Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, cool. I'm Amazon Mother's Bay. I represent the Moorish Divine National Movement, also the 720 Moors and Royal Gang. I'm here for holistic approaches.
Royal, stop it, bro. Yo, this shit is comedy, bro. I think I'm just here for the laughs.
You in the Matrix, brother. You in the Matrix.
I'm definitely here for the laughs.
Yeah, you in the Matrix.
As the nation.
Can
But
you hear me?
holistic.
I'm definitely here for the
You
laughs,
in
bro.
the Matrix. Yeah, you in the Matrix.
Yeah, I'm traveling right now. I'm about to pull over though. You can go ahead, but I don't know if you heard what I said though. What about now?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, wherever you at, it's perfect. We can hear you loud and clear now.
Okay, like I said, I'm
EDL determined
I'm
that
here
was
from a holistic approach. I am a Moor, but I'm coming from a holistic approach, not just one angle.
Perfect.
yo, that Zara look like the mother that got snapped on by that judge.
Islam.
Peace and love.
Who we
This
got?
is Brother Bay.
Talk to us.
Islam. Brother Bay. Coming from the Moorish American Divine and National Movement. Also representing King Land Moors, Temple number 5, as well as MRC.
Yo, Melvin face look like just as
Mercy
fair as
Captain.
above, so below
Looking up
built
on Instagram.
ass, boy.
Moorish American Charity Fund to help uplift and fallen man.
He must have been under R. Neil Bay. Fuck out of here.
Let me ask the room this. Is there a way I can
Yo.
because I got the link at the top.
Yo, what they saying on YouTube, yo? Who's in the chat on YouTube so far, bro?
Hold on, I got you.
Having assigned it to Gmail. What's the best site where I can post so somebody can see a document in real time? When I post the link at the top, does anybody have it?
Derek Glass Bay, C.
Dropbox?
Thomas,
Yeah.
7 Judah.
All right, got Dropbox. Yeah, for some reason.
Yo, this is about to be really hilarious because what I think the people are going to see that are tuned in here.
This right here is one I could just teach with just this document.
People are going to really see.
It's not beneficial during this time to be classified as a Moorish American or to even move like that. And why you always want to reserve your right to privacy. It's nobody's business with your with how you're moving in the public. So
You selling your face.
He has no clue.
Before you start, I also wanted to respectfully ask
Got Mary Bagnashi in the chat too.
To not have anything to do with this conversation, since it's
I'm about to share this joint to Telegram.
Citizens and whoever else that's from whatever school of thought, they can set up their own day to give their piece. Yield the floor.
well, I requested that brothers like Darvard participate just to bring that indigenous American perspective. So he's making a special appearance. Yes, it's specifically for private citizens and Moorish Americans, but I definitely want to have a segment where, because the thing is, there are many ways to move in this matrix.
No, it's not.
The key through wisdom, we understand that it's about choosing the path of least resistance. You can do what you want to do, but you want to make sure that anything that you do, it is allowing you to move in the most harmonious way.
Wah, wah.
So it's about being.
He sound like he's scared of Prophet Noble Ali and his birthright. That's how he sounds.
The actual movie called
He sounds scared.
When he went into the Matrix,
That's not a movie, bro. Let's get to real life. You're talking too much.
Job done and then go back to the real world. They understood that
we don't care.
And so it's about what is going to allow you to move without.
We don't care.
It's not going to be that resistance. It's foolish to move in the manner that's going to put your life or your affairs in.
We don't
So let me get this document uploaded.
Stall him out, Debo.
And as a matter of fact,
if you want, you could read the document if you want.
no. We got to show that self-approved. We got to show. Like I'm gonna show court documents. I'm gonna show me personally, like some of my court documents, the case number. We can see it in real time. How I've been able to move. Like I was whooping ass in this matrix just with a regular old driver, just as a regular citizen. You know, and so once I incorporated other things into my state, and I had some other strategies, and I understood the power of privacy. I move as a private citizen. So when I'm dealing with public officials, I reserve my right to privacy, and I'm gonna demonstrate why. Because see, a lot of our brothers, when I had this, some Moors, when I talk about private citizens, some Moors understand and they move as private citizens. And then we always have a discussion like, well, you do know you didn't have to necessarily put anything on the record, or it's none of their business if you identify or if you're moving as a Moor. The power is being private. You know, if you have, you know, it's a difference between a 501c3 and a 508. You know, it's the difference between private school and public school. It's the difference between a public plane and a private plane. It's a difference, you know, when you understand privacy, private property, and public property. And so there's a certain system in place. There's a certain contract called the Constitution that allows the right to privacy. I'm going to show you federal documents, court cases, where these devils, they move as private citizens when they need to be. I'm going to show you the power of privacy.
Were these lower cells? Because devil is lower cell.
And so a lot of Moors get hung up on the word citizen. And I understand.
Look, y'all, after this, we're going to do, I and Brother Sean are going to do our, let me turn this down. I and Brother Sean are going to do our Intuition Monday. So let's just have a laugh.
And so once you understand privacy, everything else goes out the window. And so if you're a Christian, you have the right to move as a Christian in your privacy. If you're a Muslim, you have the right to move as a Muslim in your privacy. It's nobody's business with how you're moving. But when you're out in the open and you're saying, I'm a Moorish American, I'm going to prove the dangers of doing that. And I'm going to show you why it's not beneficial for our people. I'm going to demonstrate why the American passport is more beneficial, more powerful than a Moorish document, a Moorish travel ID, Moorish passport. We're going to really unpack this and edify the people. And we may not, at the end of the day, we may not agree on everything, but I think it's going to be respect shown to why, you know, we must incorporate many things into our repertoire.
Excuse me.
I'm gonna mute you, brother BR.
Excuse me, Omar. May I ask a question? Not to cut your wisdom. May I ask a question?
Go ahead, brother.
I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. You said the American passport is a great choice.
Yeah, the United States of America passport is more powerful than any Moorish travel document.
So just one moment. I just want to make sure so we're clear that the only people that can receive a passport is someone who is a federal agent under 22 United States Code 212. So I'm not knocking it unless the people are aware that when they use that particular document, they are accepting the fact that they are a federal agent. They're not actually private as they think they are, but it will probably behoove them to actually go and check the statutes at large under which the authority is derived from for the United States codes and the codes of federal regulations for each agency that actually makes their rules governing said documents. If you want to right now, anyone here, and again, as I said in the introduction, please believe nothing I say. You could not like my voice or anything. Just take the information, 22 United States Code 212, and it's maybe about 2 lines. And what does it say? Don't listen to me. Somebody else read it. Maybe you, Brother Omar, can actually read what 22 United States Code 212 is. Just for the record. I yield the floor.
For the record, I'm going to show you, and I'm glad you brought that up, by the way, because it's a lot of things like that. But the issue is, it's about showing that self-approved. If I'm stuck in China and I got a U.S. passport and a Moorish American passport or Moorish American card, I know how to invoke certain things and tap into a power that other document can't. So all of that stuff. So you have to understand, brother, that the people empower the public officials. And once you understand through strategy how to invoke certain benefits that come from the people that's given to the public administrators, you understand why I still stand by that. You can show me that all day, but at the end of the day, it has to show a benefit. So that's the key. If you say, hey, it's better to do this, then I'm gonna challenge you. I'm gonna say, well, why should I do that? What's more beneficial? You got to prove to me, not just using codes. You're gonna have to prove to me why that document, why the status, why is it better? Because I can prove I can demonstrate that successfully. All the talk and all the fantasy goes out the window when it talks about if you in jail, can you get out faster doing this or doing that? When you're going after somebody, can you accomplish what you're trying to accomplish by doing this or doing that? Because when you're dealing with commerce, when you are operating in the public, it's about what's effective. You get pulled over by the police, are you going to be more? Is it going to be more beneficial for our brother and sister to show that passport or the Moorish ID?
May I ask one other question then?
So we're gonna get. Let me unpack this. Though, matter of fact, while I get this document prepared, this is like this just the fluff hour right here because I'm about to cook. So when I get this document loaded, I'm going in. So yeah, we could just pass the mic around and everybody can share their perspective.
And when you see federal agent at Hasan, I don't see federal agent.
So what does it actually say?
Yeah, what it says is no passport should be granted or issued to or verified for any other persons than those owing allegiance, whether citizens or not, to the United States.
Okay, so now I'm gonna give you the connection. Go from there now to 20 CFR 422.104. That's the next one. I'm just going to give you a list and you'll see the connection on your own. I'd rather people see it for themselves than for me try to convince them. So now 20
about the federal agent thing, brother. It doesn't say that in what you was referring to doesn't say that you're
alrighty. Well, let me
off those codes.
Correct.
That's all I'm saying.
So let me give you perspective then. The perspective is the only way one can utilize the United States codes in their favor is if they are a 5 USC employee. So the only way you can use any of these documents, whether they are passports or driver's licenses, you must know that you're taking an oath and allegiance to be one who owes a debt to the United States. I'm not saying don't use those documents. What I'm saying is be clear on your position.
Everything you say, everything you claim, all of these. Listen,
I have yet to say anything about me.
Wait, my brother. Okay, listen. You said something about a federal agent, right?
Correct.
Cool. Then you told people where to look at. I looked there was nothing about being a federal agent there. Now you're saying anyone who's, all
correct.
Of anyone who's that you name, I need you to show proof of those anyone who's.
Then
okay?
let me then assist you. Let me assist you then.
Oh no, let them brothers reason it out.
Yeah, let me assist because I do this every day actually. I assist people in comprehending. I gave you a code so that you could see the bareness of what the document that was quoted was actually for. However, in order to really fully comprehend any statute or code on either federal, state, or municipal level, you can always find what it actually deals with in part 1. Since that's Title 22, maybe you can go back to the beginning of Title 22 United States codes and then find out what the definitions are. And when they tell you, yes,
what holds more weight, a statute or an amendment within the Constitution?
What actually holds weight is this is what it is. Neither holds weight unless you're talking about what actual event or action is taking place under whatever document is being agreed to be used. That's where you're getting into contract, first of all. And second of all, what we're looking at is the differences between what is actually legislated from either Congress, which you're dealing with United States Code, or if you're dealing with privacy, where they've actually usurped the Constitution through the Uniform Law Commission established in 1897. So when you actually go and check the history first, that's what I'm big on. Before I get into doing anything, pardon me, I yield. Okay, I'll continue just briefly because I will not pontificate. I just want to make sure, again, believe nothing I say. Get upset. I'm going to give you, though, the documents to read. When you read any statute, code, or policy, they all have scopes, applicabilities, and definitions. And when you go check the scopes, applicabilities, and definitions, if you think you're a 5 USC 552A individual, which you cannot be, you would have to then look to 5 United States Code 4724 and see that in order to be a U.S. citizen, you're saying you're a U.S. business, which makes you one who owes an allegiance to the United States. If you don't have an application on the record, an oath of office on the record, or an autographed certified statement according to 26 United States Code 7701 H2C1, then you're actually operating in fraud, and there is no private citizen debate of any kind because you're beating your own self down by lack of knowledge of what you're actually using. That's not me coming at anybody, that's me lovingly, because Moorish Americans have a principle, and the first one out of all 5 is love. After love inherently is truth. Granted, those of you that are not Moorish American, you can take it as if I'm on some bullshit. That's great, no problem. What I am saying is, though, it is love for someone to go, are you sure that's what you want to claim? Have you checked the definitions? And when people go, well, yo, it don't say that there. I just know that when I use this be the outcome. It's okay. Somebody that actually knows what I actually teach every day will sue you appropriately in the proper venue and can point out the definitions and ask for the lawfully promulgated record for you to put out there to show that you actually know what you're doing. As soon as you can't provide that, you will go to jail.
Hey, so slow down a little bit, brother, because you're talking fast.
Government should be
Hold on 1 second.
public and.
Hold on, y'all. Mute up. So, hold on. Where is this coming from?
Yeah, you got mad reverb happening.
Hold on, I think this is my other. Hold on. All right, cool. So here's the problem, brother. I got a friend of mine. He's gonna play a clip to demonstrate why what you said is it sounds good, but it's not good. There was a I don't know if you're aware that we have 9 Supreme Court justices that serve in the highest court in the United States of America. It's called the Supreme Court of the United States of America. And they have debates all the time between federal agents. And once you hear the debate between them, like the justices are basically, it was something involving the United States government. And one of the justices made a joke about the statute. She said, yeah, and I'm just paraphrasing. He said, yeah, we understand you got your little codes or whatever, but it has nothing to do with the Constitution. So I asked you that just to see what would be your response. I asked you specifically, I said, what has more weight, the statutes or the Constitution? Because there's a difference between something that's lawful and legal. And so like when you deal with statutes, you deal with privileges, you deal with like a driver's license. You have, statutes, hey, you have to obey this particular statute. Now, if it goes against the Constitution, guess what? The Constitution every time is going to triumph any statute. Because the Constitution is the original contract. It's what connects the United States. It makes the United States what it is. So that's why the Supreme Court is the highest court. That's why when you have federal court, like in Georgia, we have the Northern District. And from the Northern District, if I'm not getting the remedy that I'm seeking, and I don't agree with the judicial officer, I can appeal it, go to the appellate court. From the appellate court, guess what? It's going to the Supreme Court. It's going to the Supreme Court for a reason. So no, brother, you're wrong. Statutes don't have more power than the amendments in the Constitution. And so everybody who has a passport, because see, the problem is that you have a lot of rogue, and I say rogue because I know they don't represent the whole community. You have a lot of rogue Moorish brothers telling people to get rid of their passport and pay $200 to get a Moorish document.
Is that me?
You tell somebody to use that. It's the problem.
Is that me that's done that? You have
That's why I
evidence?
say rogue Moors. I didn't say you, brother.
Pardon me, objection. Because you keep mentioning United States as if they're not rogue. United States is rogue too. So if you're telling me that you're talking about constitutions, but you're not talking about the Constitution for the United States of America Republic, which is 7 articles, 10 Bill of Rights, not the stuff that you have today, you're not dealing with the Constitution.
Yeah, but that's true, brother. Just to jump in with I'm Prince L. I'm Moorish American too. But what Omar is saying, bro, is 100% correct when you're talking about the Constitution. Now, there's 2 different constitutions. You're right, brother. When you're talking about the different constitutions, the Republic Constitution and the Democratic Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, and then you have the United States Constitution for the North American continent, right? So for the actual continent, American Constitution, right, for the United States of America, and then you have the United States Constitution, then you have your states' constitutions. Okay, what the brother Omar is talking about is the American Constitution, the American Constitution for the United States of America. Okay, so when he's talking about that Constitution supersedes any other that supersedes anything else. Everything else is predicated based off of that. Okay, so even when it comes to dealing with state IDs and all that, look, I got a driver's license, and I'm telling you right now that when I get pulled over, if I get pulled over by an officer, they don't come at me the same way they would somebody else with a driver's license, because there's a proper way of filling out that application too. We have to understand that all the information is applied. We apply the information to these documents that give the people the authority to do what it is that they're doing. They can only do what it is based on the information that we give them. They don't know nothing until you say something. You know what I'm saying? And then that's what we're not understanding. We don't understand how to properly fill out these applications. We don't know how to properly apply the correct information to these people's documents. We have to understand that application is asking you questions. Okay, whenever you're
it's a real beautiful alley-oop to the beginning of the debate. I'm gonna cook for a little bit. I'm gonna set the tone for my position, and then I definitely want to smoke. Hold on, brother, because I got the document uploaded. So that was a beautiful alley-oop. That's why they say what you say will be used against you in the court of law. And so when you start saying, "Hey, I'm a Moorish American," I'm about to demonstrate why this is dangerous.
Yeah, but
hold on, brother.
You're not Moorish American, right?
Just hear me out. Hold on, I'm gonna let you respond. Hold on, brother. I'm gonna let you respond. And it's gonna be one at a time. So whoever feels that they have the most knowledge that wants to speak on behalf of the Moorish American community, make sure you guys are
that
organized.
dingus right there is talking right
it's
now.
not about that.
No, hear me out. Just hear me out. You gotta have.
Remember I showed y'all yesterday. Do they really want me to show up to this shit?
Just hear me out, brother. I'm gonna let you cook. Just hear me out.
No, I'm just asking this. Could we have a time limit on the talking time?
What you think would be fair for the time limit?
No, whatever. It's 3 minutes, 5 minutes or something. You know, just so that people not dragging on.
Right.
You know, get to your point and get off the mic.
It's short and simple with me, because I know what I'm saying is. See, the problem is, you got to show that self-approval. You know how many times I've been locked up? You know how many cases I done beat? You know how many checks I done got cut? I know how to move out here.
You're a federal agent, though.
You know, I know how to, like, when I get pulled over, and when I show my passport, and they see my DOT number on the plate, and they run that number, I don't have issues. Now, some brothers try that, and because they miss a step, they get locked up. Or they say, "I'm traveling. I don't do none of that no more. I used to do all that. Hey, I'm traveling. I'm this. They don't got to do none of that. They're going by what they see in their computer."
Well, continue what you're going to do in your presentation and show why it's much better to be a federal agent. Then I yield. I'm listening.
Yeah, it sounds good, brother.
Hey, Islam. I'm gonna say one thing, Omar. Hey, brother. This to all the Moors, man. We ain't gotta be disrespectful on here. We ain't gotta do that. The brother over here trying to have a peaceful debate. He's being respectful, man. So we don't need to get on here with our smart comments and stuff like that, man. Let's be respectful. Let's take an opportunity to try to talk to each other and get some results here, man, and some understanding. We ain't gotta come over with smart mouth attitudes and all that. And when people make comments, that goes to show, bro, that you ain't really educated as much as you think you are, because you take your point of view and act like your point of view matters more than anything. No, bro.
We would like to listen to why being a federal agent is better. That's all. Let's listen to why being a federal agent is better.
Can we get back to it, please?
That's all. I just want to listen to Omar.
It's about, like I said, at the end of the day.
No, we're not. He says statutes don't matter, and that passport is under 22 United States Code 212. But yet, but yet I don't see that in the Constitution. So let me hear the hypocrisy, bro. Yield. Let's hear the hypocrisy, bro. Yield. I yield,
bro. Y'all.
Yeah. See the problem. See this the problem. Thank you, good brother. See this the problem. When these agents are taking an oath, they ain't taking an oath with no federal statute.
You took one with the driver's license.
You know how many? When you look at their oath of office, they use words like God, and I swear to protect the Constitution of Georgia and the United States of America. They ain't got nothing. You don't see no federal statutes on their paper. So you know how many documents I can show, certified documents of the governor of my state, the secretary of my state. And so as above, so below as above. Every public official, depending on their capacity and how they serve the public, the people, they have to protect the Constitution.
Talk the bullshit already, please. Just talk the bullshit already.
And so, because they have to protect the Constitution,
talk that bullshit.
When you are moving out here, you can invoke.
One dude sound like way too much Adderall.
Demand certain
things. He sound like he way too much Adderall.
This is why anybody listening, because at the end of the day, it ain't about me. I've gotten my remedy. I know how to move out here. This is about those who will say, should I be a Moorish American? Should I be sovereign? Should I just move solely under the ministry? Should I be, our people are confused. They don't know what to do. And so when anybody listen, if you have a passport, grab your passport right now, look at the first page in the passport. And on the first page, it says the Secretary of State of the United States of America. And by the way, for the record, he's a sworn officer. So his job is to protect the Constitution, not statutes. But anyway, it says the Secretary of State of the United States of America hereby requests all whom it may concern to permit the citizen/national of the United States named herein to pass without delay or hindrance, and in case of need, to give all lawful aid and protection. And so this is why, anyone that's telling somebody to use a Moorish travel document instead of the passport is doing a disservice.
Nobody's saying use a Moorish travel document.
Let me get into my portion of the debate. I'm not going to be long-winded. I'm gonna give little bits and pieces, and then and if you want to push back, you can push back. So everybody, click
You're a
the
federal
link at the
agent.
top. This is good right here.
You're a federal agent.
I'm gonna show you the first reason why.
Push what link at the top?
Our people shouldn't be calling themselves Moorish Americans. This is the first reason.
Yo, Prophet Noble Drew Ali is gonna spank the shit out of this motherfucker, bro. Jesus. He about to unpack how the prophet is going to bollywop that ass. You don't want to call yourself Negro, colored, black, da 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 da. I hear it all the time, but it's like Moorish Americans in the same boat now. Moorish American is never in the same boat. Let me know when y'all got it pulled up.
Yeah, just to keep in mind that when you go to this document that you put in the link that you put up, just keep in mind that Moors have been teaching for years that Moors can't be sovereign citizens because sovereign citizens are.
I know that, brother. I know that. You stay smart. So, you know what I'm saying? Don't. I'm not gonna do that when it's y'all time to cook. I'm not gonna try to. Yeah, let's just let them lie. Let's listen to the lie. Yes, brother. Go ahead, Omar. Do your line. Yeah, that's right. Do your line, bro. We're here. We're even live on YouTube. Please lie for us. We're ready. Go right ahead. All right. So what I have right now, for those, shout out to YouTube, I have a document. It comes from a government agency called the Regional Organized Crime Information Center. It's a special. This guy's a fucking agent. So before I unpack the document, hold on, brother, because it's connected to the Department of Justice. What I'm saying is, I know this. I don't know if you've been in a debate before, but let me cook. Right? Let me cook. Let me cook. Finish, then you can rebut. My good brother. Let me cook. So before I unpack the document, let's first. I want to cook. What is the Regional Organized Crime Information Center?
Let me cook up this live stew.
Search engine, whether you prefer Yahoo, Google, Bing, type in the word Regional Organized Crime Information Center. But to show that, and then I pray that I inspire some of my Moorish brothers to start moving differently.
Shut the fuck up.
are moving out here. So I'm not saying I agree with the document. I'm just showing you what.
But then why present it? What kind of shit is that? You don't agree with it? What? Boy, he's a clown, yo.
I allow the Holy Spirit,
He's
the Most High, to guide me, ordain my steps, and things come to me. And
nah, little self-guiding your shit.
I don't follow man, I follow God, the supreme creator of all creation. So I had a feeling that law enforcement have, because I noticed, like, when I started to tap in and I started to, walk this path, when I started to move a certain way, law enforcement would say, "Oh, you're a sovereign citizen." I said, "No, I'm not no sovereign citizen."
You sound like you got false teeth in his mouth.
And so, when I started to hear that a lot, and I had to correct it, I've done it with like, don't call me that. And that's the worst thing. Don't ever allow somebody to call you that, a sovereign citizen, but they're really calling you a terrorist. So I said, I got a feeling that these beings are having like secret meetings, and they're basically targeting people who use a certain language. If you got your thumbprint on your documents and you do your documents like this, or if you label your stuff like this, they got something going on. And so, by the grace of God, a brother shared some information with me, and I came across this document, and I said, "Wow, there it is." And as you unpack this document, you will see how they've connected the Moorish Science Temple, the Moorish Nation, Moorish Americans to terrorist organizations, right? But before we unpack it, because when you go through this document, it's going to blow you away. Like, they really just,
he's
we're
an
dealing
agent,
with devils.
Yeah.
So you have to be very methodical. And
but you're an agent, bro. You're a super devil,
so it's very
bro.
unwise. I'm a Moorish American. None of their business on how you moving out here. And that's why at the end of the day, you're going to respect why privacy is more superior than anything else. So anyway, let me get into it. So let's first look up so that way the people can see.
Who the fuck's nationality card is this?
This is some research.
Don't nobody do no barcodes. Not no sincere Moors.
Man, they've been linking up a Walter.
Police, law enforcement.
Man, who the fuck is these?
Yeah, the whole nine.
Who is that? That's not no Moors I recognize. Nobody.
For a long time.
Man.
So, we understand
the White York? Are you fucking kidding me? And
so some things have to be revealed to the public. So this is one
Moorish Islamic Prison Ministry outreach program members. Yo, please stop, yo. Please stop, yo.
When you're
this is what he's using.
You start saying, "Hey, I'm a traveler," and this and that, and da 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 da.
Black Peace Stone Nation gang, El Rukins and Moes. Are you fucking kidding me, yo? Is that Diggable Planets?
Give me this Moorish ID. If you give me this, I gotta handle you a certain
Africa Bambaataa 5%ers. Come on, yo. What is this, yo? This guy's a clown, yo.
And when our people go through things, they're not getting the remedy because of how they're identified in their system. It's like you're trying to go to Massa to get remedy.
But that's the census
instead of taking your power back and understand that Massa has an obligation to the people. And then once you move as the people and unite with the people, by way of the
Prophet Noble Dryly on page 8. Are you kidding me?
The proper remedy without having to go through all these hoops. So type in Regional Organized Crime Information Center. Once you type that in, you'll see a bunch of sites.
Oh, this shit is slander, bro.
The Bureau of
It's
Justice
defamation,
which is a subsidiary of the U.S. Department of Justice. So, matter of fact, well, I'm gonna post this in the chat. Here we go. Yeah, let me do that. So that way I don't have to change the link. Bear with me, my beautiful people. Let me post this in the chat. Where's the chat? Enable the chat. Okay, there we go.
Man, there's some bullshit. There's some straight bullshit, yo. What the fuck is this, yo?
Can everybody see this document, by the way? Can everybody see the document at the top?
Yes, I see the libel. It's really ready for whoever presented this. It'll be good to sue them because this is a bunch of libel. However, present.
All right. So let's see here.
Disrespectfully, man, as Moors, bro, sometimes we can be some of the weirdest people on the planet.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, you funny, man. You.
Thank you. I'm glad you find me amusing.
Yeah, because you're making us look bad right now instead of letting the man present what he's trying to present, man. And then we say what we got to say, man. We ain't got to be disrespectful about it, man. And honestly, a lot of the
Disrespectful to whose thinking? According to whose thinking am I disrespectful?
It's just your whole demeanor, bro.
According to whose thinking?
A question.
I'm not trying to date you, bro. Quit that gay stuff.
Brother Hasan, let me ask this. How are you, what's your status?
My status, see, I comprehend that question with an adept mindset. My status is free white person. However, if no one else comprehends that, then it doesn't mean the same thing that it means to me to someone else. That's my stand.
Have you ever been in federal court before?
I actually deal with federal court on the daily basis. I and my brothers. We just know how to handle federal court without stepping foot in there because we comprehend the history pertaining to being Moorish American because everyone's here at Morocco.
So you don't even go in court at all. Like if you have to sue somebody, you don't.
Why do I have to when I know how to actually stand? I know how to do things on documents. Pardon me?
Are you an Asiatic?
If you know the adept science, in which only people get in higher degrees of adept chamber, the whole planet is Asia. The Masonic question.
Bro, I asked a simple question, simple answer, bro. You don't know how to answer questions, bro?
According to whose thinking?
I'm asking you, are you an Asiatic? Yes or no? It's a simple
And
question,
I gave
bro.
my answer according to my free speech. We're talking Constitution, right?
No, you did not.
So how do you want me to answer for your pleasure? According to whose thinking? According to whose thinking? According to whose thinking?
This type of stuff right here that he's doing is the reason why Moors are not taken seriously. Because
according to whose thinking? No, you don't know how to research what I'm saying. The thing is, you're incompetent. And you're afraid to admit you're incompetent.
Listen, I've been in and out of
443-376-8764 is my number, bro.
You can yell all the codes you want to yell, bro.
Bro, I know more than codes, bro. I guarantee you, if you sat in one session with me, you would apologize.
The way that you're talking,
according to who's thinking. What you want me, I mean, son? Yo, son, that I'm gonna talk like this, kid. Word, fam. You like me now? Stop the gay shit, bro. I'm not here for your liking. Flat out.
Hasan, who writes the code? Who writes the code?
The same people that wrote that license and passport.
Now I'm asking a specific group of people that write it. Who are they?
I said earlier, you're speaking about the ULC. The Uniform Law Commission overall, who has hijacked it along with Congress being bought out by them, bro. So I know what's going on with legislation. Bro, I can actually show the proof. I do this on my
proof that they don't write it.
Bro,
so that's what I'm trying to say.
Is Congress writing it?
Listen.
Is Congress writing it?
I'm asking you who writes the code and you're dancing around the question and then you
I'm actually not. I'm dealing with the root of it, which you guys want to deal with branches.
Listen, the Office of Law Revision Council is who writes the code.
The Office of Law Revision Council is members of the ULC. They're members of ULC.
My brother.
Bro,
the office?
Y'all crazy.
No, you guys are spoiled and you want it to happen a certain way.
I'm gonna unpack that, brother, in a second, because a lot of brothers be talking. It's like
I guarantee you're gonna have a hard time doing that unpacking, bro. You better check my resume and be careful.
I know. I want to see, because what I'm saying is because brothers be talking. When you start asking, man, you ever got to check? When you got checks, you got, you know what I'm saying? Like
I'm not a 12 USC 411 Federal Reserve agent. You're getting checks. You're saying you're a federal agent. Just say you're a federal agent.
So if I wanted, hold on. So if I wanted to pay you for a consultation, you take fiat?
You can't pay me anything. The only thing you can do,
if I wanted to donate to your organization, is that how
if you wanted to donate to me, you and I would have to bring up terms and conditions in which we agree. That's called settlement. If I go, bro, send me 50 pairs of socks because it's going to be cold this winter, then you're going to send me 50 pairs of socks.
So let me ask you this. So hold on, I got it. That's cool. So
but if I said send me Cash App, then I would say send me Cash App. That's would be between you and I.
Right. So you do accept Cash Apps, correct?
If I decide to, but it'll be an eleemosynary tuition.
Exactly.
Yo, weird means to be in control of one's fate. Weird means to be in control of one's fate.
Is the cold climate?
No, you're Negro black colored in your mindset. That's probably what it is.
And they be saying ain't no
Bro,
money, but
get
they
off
take
my
that-
dick,
they
bro.
take that fiat quick, want they Lord. Hey,
No. The thing is, I don't do that. I do donation-based stuff. I give away stuff for free.
They take that fiat quick, man. They say ain't no money. But they gonna take that fiat. They take that with them white.
If you can stand on your slander, do so.
I got a question. I got a
Terms and conditions
question.
for donation.
Yo, you can donate whatever we agree on.
Hold on, man. Let me get back into my part of the bill, man. This brother, I don't know if they sent you to derail the room, brother, but
No, y'all don't know my background.
oh, hold on one second, because you know what I'm saying. This I ain't, you know.
Nah, but what I'm saying, I got a question because I keep hearing more is this and more is that, bro. If you gonna do your thing, just do your thing. But you keep saying Constitution, right? And you say there's 3 constitutions, right?
I'm gonna let you challenge it. Hold on, I'm gonna let you challenge anything.
But you keep saying, I mean,
Let
you
that
long
federal
with
agent
it.
talk.
You long with it,
what I'm
man.
saying, this is a
I
debate.
ain't coming to waste my time, man.
You don't have to waste your time, brother.
Yeah, let the federal agent talk.
Yeah, so here we go. So let's get into it, y'all.
You right here is weird, man.
That's all.
Weird means to control one's fate.
Why I gotta be all that? Why I gotta be all that? I mean,
Because he's a homo, bro.
I just want to know one question. In the Constitution,
He
you were
wasn't talking to you,
about.
brother. He wasn't talking to you, good brother.
Yeah, but I'm asking you. The
But just give me-
Constitution y'all were talking about earlier. Do all of them have the Supremacy Clause? Yes or no? That's all I want to know. Do all of them have the Supremacy Clause?
That's not the reason why they was brought up, man. The problem with us more.
I'm asking you one question, brother. Does it have the Supremacy Clause, Article 6? Yes or no? That y'all talking about.
Yeah, the original Constitution does have it. When I'm
The Constitution that y'all talking about, does it have the Supremacy Clause? Does it have the same Article 6? I need to know. Yes or no? I need to know if I'm wasting my time or not.
The American Constitution for the United States of America does have it. Listen, man, listen.
Does the other one have it? Yes or no?
I don't care about the other one. I was just answering what the brother was saying.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all, we over here going way too deep into thinking, and we're overthinking this.
I just want to know what you brought up 3 constitutions.
Yeah, they
Do
scared
all
of
them have
knowledge, though.
Article 6?
They scared of knowledge.
Yes or no?
They scared, bro.
As a Moor,
Because if you talking about constitutional law, I need to know.
We weird, bro. We weird, bro. As Moors, bro, we weird, bro. Like we all.
No,
Okay.
speak for yourself.
I yield the floor. You can't answer that.
What the hell is y'all talking about?
Nah, your ass weird, bro.
What this dude to talk about?
Weird means to be in control of one's fate. Go and look up the etymology.
You're validating everything this dude is saying.
You're mad because I can think quicker than you.
Y'all brought up 3 constitutions. That's why I'm asking. You said one for the democracy, one for the republic, and something else. I'm just trying to see if all of them, what y'all talking about, have Article 6.
He's an idiot. He doesn't know.
He's
an idiot. He doesn't know. Period.
And
I mean idiot.
If y'all
by
teachers, y'all claim to be teachers, the thing
on.
is you don't care about the people, because the people, everybody in here don't know how to move. So
Neither
don't
do
forget it's
you.
about the people. You know what I'm saying? Because you're pontificating right now. You know what that means? It means that you're basically, you don't value the opinions of others. Because you may, like, in order to be a good teacher, my brother, you got to be a good student. You know, in order to exhale, you got to inhale. So you do a lot of talking, and then I'm pretty sure if I start to look at your resume, it's like you really. I ain't gonna even do you like that. No, I ain't gonna do you like that. Let me just get back into my bill, and then I'm gonna pass it to the other side, the opposing side. And at the end of the day, the people that are listening, you have to determine how you should move out here. Do you just want to just be a regular old citizen? Got your driver's license? Cool. You know, you got people who do very well for themselves, just as a regular old citizen. If you're moving into private and you understand privacy, there's benefit in doing that. If you want to be a Moorish American, hey, you may want to do that. But what I'm going to show you is that you may want to rethink calling yourself a Moorish American, putting it on the record, especially if you put it on the record. And I'm going to show you why. Because if you're in their system that they are in charge of, that we, the people, gave them the power to be in charge of, you're going to be handled a certain type of way. That's why they quit to call you a sovereign citizen, because if you acknowledge that, if you don't say anything, if you don't rebut that, they can handle you a certain way. And so Moorish American is another term that's been used to associate people to the sovereign citizen movement. So let me get back into it. So I'm gonna post a link at the bottom. You see the document at the top. Mute up for me, good brother, Hasan. Mars, help me out with the moderation. So
I am muted.
So you see the document at the top. Check out this link at the bottom. It's a government organization that's a part of the Department of Justice. So when you look up, I want to make sure give everybody time to click on this link. It'll teach you what.
Man, just say what the fuck you gotta say. You ain't gotta click on the link for me, bro. I can say the shit and people can just look it up. The fuck
was created to just read it. It says the Regional Information Sharing System program offers a variety of services and support to law enforcement agencies, including secure information sharing and communication system for regional information sharing between federal, state, tribal, and local law enforcement agencies.
What is
critical and analytical and investigative support services and event deconfliction to enhance officer safety.
This guy's a goofy, yo.
RISS supports efforts against organized and violent crime, gang activity, drug activity, terrorism, human trafficking, identity theft, and other regional priorities. So in other words, this organization is here to merely assist law enforcement nationwide by way of the Department of Justice. And so they study organizations, they understand the symbols that are used, how the movement is organized, the leaders, the ties that these organizations have. They create pamphlets, they share with law enforcement, they teach law enforcement how to protect themselves. And so when you're dealing with law enforcement, they are trained a certain way to deal with you. So knowing this, you're gonna understand my position when we unpack this document. So now once you go back to the document, let us pull up the document. Let me pull it up with you. The document at the very top. So I posted a link at the bottom in the chat, in the actual chat. And then the document at the top, you will see the same name, Regional Organized Crime Information Center. And this is a special research report. This was, and I have several reports. They have a report on the sovereign citizen movement. They have one on the Moorish Nation. They have one on other organizations. So today we're going to deal with the Moorish Nation.
This guy's an agent.
And as you see, it says Moorish Nation Sovereign Citizen Movement. You see the emblem. It says the Moorish American National
Where's
Government.
that?
Let me skip to something real quick. Matter of fact, let's look at the table of contents.
Where
So
the
in this
fuck is
document,
that?
it breaks down what the actual sovereign citizen movement is. There's something called paper terrorism.
That Adderall motherfucker gonna drop in a week. He gonna drop in 7 days. Overdose on Adderall, dumbass.
I get what they're trying
bro.
to do, but it's like they, what are they doing?
This motherfucker retarded,
So you have to understand paper terrorism, the sovereign citizen movement, the background of the Moor Science Temple of America.
Gang associations.
They give you an introduction to
MSTA nationality card. Stop it, yo.
Nationality card, the gang association, the prison structure. They talk about the Republic Trust, the establishment and documents. Basically, they show how you brothers are moving, the cars that you're using. They go into the terrorist ties.
He definitely did. He on some bullshit.
Diplomatic immunity documents. I mean, they basically have studied this organization from top to bottom. So let's go to page on this document. Let's go to, this is very important. I want y'all to hear this because I'm your brother. I love you. You know what I'm saying?
But this has nothing
to
do with us.
Differently out here. I'm not trying to tear you down. My job is to edify you to a point where you understand.
This has nothing to
why
do with us.
I advocate privacy. So let's go to page 17.
This has nothing to do with Moors.
Go to page 17.
That document has really existed, but it's almost
Page
like
17.
his agenda.
Okay,
Like that's an expounded version of the shit that came out years ago that listed Moors under that whole sovereign citizen bullshit that I think that the FBI had or whatever. So now they've extended it, made it a pamphlet strictly about Moors.
Let me know when y'all, did somebody get to page 17 yet?
Not only is it a smear campaign, libel, slander.
The terrorist on page 17.
It's also,
or is the time thing out the window?
what's the word?
1 second, brother. because I was cut off, you know, and I couldn't get into my what I had. I got to.
Yeah, it's also an extended sales pitch for the scary.
Page 17 is talking about the 2009 Virginia terrorism threat, which again, that has nothing to do with any sincere Moorish Americans here. But let's talk about someone else's.
Brother. You still missing.
You know,
you can't see the trees for the. You know, you can't see the trees for the.
According to who's thinking. According to who's thinking. Yours.
Said that, brother. You know what I mean?
According to yours, because your thinking is your opinion.
I
mean, you suck. You suck.
Mute these brothers for me. So cool. Let me see you in the chat. If you're in the chat, if you're on page 17, let me know if you there. I want to just make sure we're on the same page.
You suck.
You there, brother Emerald, and anybody else? Y'all there? Page 17.
I'm dropping a world on this bitch ass. But you right though, baby. This sucker shit yo talking about, man.
Yeah, no way.
All right, perfect. All right. What you see on yours? What's the first thing you see? Just to make sure you
the first paragraph is titled Terrorist Ties.
Okay.
The 2009 Virginia Terrorism Threat Assessment.
All right, perfect. So let's read this. It says, there are only two prominent connections to terrorism within the Moorish nation, and they are indirect and not well established. The leaders of the Liberty 7 case and the original World Trade Center bombing claimed to be members of the Moorish Science Temple of America.
And in the Boston Tea Party, is some Albions that said they were fucking Indians.
After the terrorist
the fuck is you talking about?
The Liberty City 7 case, the most well-known case of terrorism linked to the Moorish nation, involved Narciso Battisti, which is the leader of a Miami, Florida chapter of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Battisti was one of 7 suspected Miami terrorists indicted on charges of plotting to bomb Chicago Sears Tower and multiple federal.
Then he's a
buildings.
Dumbass, whoever he is. He's a fucking dumbass.
Related conspiracy counts in May 2009. A key piece of evidence in the trial was an FBI video of
agent sounding dumb as fuck.
Battisti said he was only trying to obtain $50,000 for his construction business, an emerging community outreach program. He said he was trying to uplift impoverished areas of the U.S. So, as you can see, they just say if the intentions aren't pure. They just say if this was an actor, or they staged this and they're trying to tarnish the name of the Moor Science Temple. All right, we understand we're dealing with wickedness on the highest level. So I'm not trying to.
Then what are you doing then?
It could be true, but one thing we know that is true is we have an actual document coming from a federal agency. One thing we do know is that this document is circulated throughout the United States of America. One thing we do know is that police officers in every state are trained to deal with sovereign citizens on a certain level. That's one thing we do know. And if you know that, it is wise to move in a certain way. So before I close out, because I'm gonna come back to this document, I want to show something else really quick. Okay, I want to show something else really quick.
This is a smear campaign, and it's a poor one too. Shit's poor as fuck.
If that term has been tainted, that title has been tainted, why would you want to use that title knowing that in their system, in their back office, that they have a certain way of dealing with you when they say that, okay, oh, you calling yourself a Moorish American? All right, we know how to deal with you. And this is why you have a lot of brothers who get locked up, who go through things. Sometimes it may just be because they can't get their remedy because of how they have their affairs set up. But
man, we're gonna sue these people.
Let me matter of fact, you know what? Let me throw it to the other side before I go to my
time to sue the Regional Organized Crime Information Center. These motherfuckers gotta be sued. It's like that SPLC shit. The Southern Poverty Law Center shit.
And how it's been very beneficial and they teach you privacy. Because that's so my intent is one thing, not to disrespect nobody, not to tear somebody's organization down, but to show you that wisdom is key. You have to know how to move out here, because at the end of the day, it's about winning. It's not about ego
winning
and pride and saying, well, you know, I'm gonna just do this just because I feel it's right.
They're trying every scheme, dear Moors, to take charge of the situation.
You need to do. If somebody injures you, you can get remedy. If you're able to accomplish everything you need to accomplish, it's no sense of trying to reinvent the wheel or put yourself in harm's way unnecessarily, or put yourself in a position where you are classified a certain way on the record, and you're being mistreated.
This is Southern Poverty Law Center. They call themselves Regional Organized Crime Information Center.
Based on previous members, because
that's
what
we all
this
know.
Is. You got brothers out here who not moving properly. So I'm gonna pass the mic to the Moor side. I'll give it, since there's a lot of you brothers, I'll let 2 or 3 people from that side speak, and then I'll have somebody else from my side jump in, and then I'm gonna finish my portion of the debate.
Islam, brother Terrell. So I want to say, first off, I want to object to what you was reading. First off, saying that has nothing to do with overall Moors, okay? And overall Moors, like as a Moor who's been in this, and before I go into my Moor side of this, my background as a man before, when I was a black, so-called black African American and all that stuff, I just finished. Okay, I've been going through the system. I've been on the wrong side of the system my whole life. I've been to prison, attempted murder, like all that different stuff, you name it, drug dealing, gang banging, all that dumb stuff, right? So being from the other side of it, right, coming over to the side that I'm on now as a Moor, all right? And first I want to say that every bit of knowledge that everybody has on all of this, the private citizen, anything, any type of national, when we're talking about passports, any type of legal documents, all of that conversation that we're having in the melanated community is because of the Moors. I just want to put that out there. If it wasn't for the Moors putting this information out there, we wouldn't have it. Nobody else is trying to give it to us, for one. And then for two, is this different organizations, okay? Moor Science Temple of America, whereas you have individuals who may have been implemented in doing wrong things, who have tied themselves to the Moor Science Temple of America, is not the same thing as the actual Moor Science Temple of America out there doing wrong. There's never been a case where you having them out here just outright saying Moor Science Temple of America, Moorish national nations or whatever, any of this, Moor Science, the Moorish national federal government, any of that stuff. That's completely separate organizations that don't got nothing to do with the Moor Science Temple of America. Okay, Moor Science Temple of America in itself has never been implicated in anything like that, and they will not implicate Moor Science Temple of America in anything like that. Now, what individuals are doing and putting the Moor's name on there ain't got nothing to do with overall people. You know what I'm saying? Like, it has nothing to do with that. Okay, and me personally, as a Moor, I started off on the wrong side of this. When I got into the Moors movement, I was just fresh out of prison on parole for doing 10 years in prison. I've been getting locked up my whole life. I've dealt with this system from the opposite side. Foster homes, all that, parents being drug addicts, drug dealers, gang, all that dumb stuff that we use as excuses for why we're messed up, right? Which ain't no damn good excuse, no matter how you look at it. We can't use the negative as an excuse for us to continue to be negative. But with that said, I agree with certain things that you're saying as far as dealing with I have 8 lawsuits going on right now in federal court. I'm suing like these companies and stuff like that. I'm going after them for the laws that they're breaking. The biggest issue that we're having is, I agree where it's a lot of Moors. We have a lot of people out here who just take stuff and run with it. We know how melanated people are in general. Let's just remove the Moorish American stuff from it, private citizen, black. Let's just remove all that from it. And let's just talk about our people as a whole. We know our people as a whole take the littlest thing and they run with it full force and effect. That's how our people are. So we're not gonna, you know what I'm saying, sit up and act like our people are over here, you know what I'm saying, like we make the best decisions when we know we don't. You know, a lot of our people, the majority of our people are more followers than they are leaders. Let's be factual about that. You know what I'm saying? Our people don't believe in themselves as much as they should. And that's another reason why we have some of the problems we have. And a lot of our people, the majority of our people, including a lot of Moors, are lacking in understanding for laws and different infractions in law. You know, and that's where the misunderstanding comes in. A lot of Moors, the more and more you get into this law stuff, the more and more you learn. It's not about necessarily arguing that you're a Moor. The reason why a lot of Moors have a lot of problems they have when it comes to dealing with legal infractions is because a lot of us are arguing our Moorish stance when that has nothing to do with the issue at hand. That's the problem. Okay, we don't know how to separate.
Quick question. Quick question for you. When you're in federal court, you know, when you're depending on how you're going in there, whether it be diversity, federal question, when they ask for your citizenship, what do you put?
I identify as an American.
So when you fill out that document, what are you putting on the paper?
Yeah, I just put on there I'm an American. I don't go deep into that stuff because that ain't got nothing to do. If it's a civil matter, like, so a lot of our cases, right, a lot of stuff, I don't deal with a lot of criminal stuff anymore, because once you get to a certain part in this law and you know how to properly assess yourself within these documents and fill out these applications, apply the proper information, you don't deal with a lot of that stuff. It don't matter if you have a driver's license or a passport or whatever kind of documentation that you're utilizing. If you know how to properly put yourself within the system and put your information in the system where it's recognized in the system, meaning that they're recognizing your information, right? Then you don't deal with a lot of that stuff.
One last question. I got you on there. Let me ask you this last quick question. Have you ever gotten remedy from federal court?
Yes. A lot of it. So I've gotten remedy. So right now, the cases that I have right now, we're just in the beginning stages of it right now. But where I've had cases where I've been sued, and yeah, you do something as simple as a special appearance, challenging their jurisdiction and stuff like that. And
this is in federal court?
It's a federal court or in state court. It's all the same, whether it's criminal.
No. Hear me out. I'm asking for it's a very specific reason why I asked that. Have you ever gotten remedy on any level of federal court where the case is closed and you've gotten judgment? Go ahead.
I've gotten the cases dropped. Yeah, I've gotten cases dropped because because a lot of times when these attorneys and stuff like that, when you don't know the law, a lot of times these attorneys and these judges be ones breaking all kind of crazy rules and stuff like that. And you don't know it because a lot of us don't know the civil procedures and stuff like that. A lot of us don't know. See, a lot of these, if you read these laws too, or when you read these lawsuits, or when you deal with a lot of these situations with these people, they don't use a lot of law in their arguments. A lot of them just be stating claims, just be saying whatever the hell they want to say. And a lot of it don't have no law backbone in it, because a lot of them know that when you really get to reading this law, the law does not protect these companies and a lot of these judges and stuff like that. The law protects the people. It doesn't protect these people, but we don't know that. The average person doesn't know that the law protects the people. There's not one law that goes against the human life. But
and do you have a case number on the case that you said that you got remedy out of?
No, that's irrelevant.
Yeah,
pardon the interjection. Let me just add something.
No, that's important. Do you have a case number, brother?
Yes, I have my case, not on me, but yeah, I'm in my car driving in my car.
Islam, what does him having a case number on him right now number have to do with anything? Trying to.
That's a good question. So I'm gonna answer your question. No, I'm asking.
No.
That's a good question. I'm gonna answer your question.
He's an agent, bro.
It's a good question. I'm gonna answer your question. See, what it is for me is whatever you do what you do because you're getting remedy. Do what you do because you're successful. Do what you do because you're able to put law enforcement in their place. You're able to shut down a judge. You're able to reprimand a judge. You don't have to go after a judge if you have to civilly. Anything that you do has got to be beneficial. So my thing is, if somebody's going to say, hey, Moorish American is more beneficial for our people than private citizens, then I need you to demonstrate that. Hey, here's my case number. Hold on. I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question. So, hey, I'm a Moorish American. By me calling myself a Moorish American, by me using a specific document or ID or this status, putting this person on notice, et cetera, I've been able to do very well as a Moorish American. Now, when I ask Moor that question, hey, can you show thyself approved? It's a lot of tap dancing. Yeah, you can show my code and all this stuff. They can't do nothing for me. Don't pay the bills. So that's all I'm saying. That's why I asked the question, brother. You know what I mean? I need no. I don't want to hit this talk. I want you to show thyself approved when I yield.
Islam. Hold on.
Excuse me, guys. Just one sec. I just want to let you know the reason that if you're getting muted, that's because we're trying to adhere to the rules and allow people to finish speaking and land their plane. Okay, so if you can allow for that to happen, then we don't have to do that as much. I don't want you all to get frustrated.
Wah. Put something on your leg so you can almost see your kitty cat in your picture. Shut up.
You're good, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, so when you think of Moorish American, it seems to me that you're thinking in a way that's very broad, vague, and not being specific. As far as I know, a Moorish American is a person that has proclaimed their nationality as the Moorish Science Temple of America. That's the way that it was brought in. That was the inception by Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And that's how you become a Moorish American. So if you're going to talk about Moorish Americans, you need to talk about the Moorish Science Temple of America in a specified way and know what you're talking about when you talk about that, because a lot of Moors in the Moorish Science Temple of America, they know all this kind of stuff that you're talking about and they demonstrate it. Basically, you're getting into a certain type of consumer law kind of stance, it seems like to me. But I'm not going to go into that real quick. I want to ask a couple questions. And you said, what's the point? Now, if you come into this for one asking, what's my remedy? What, and you're trying to get things, you're not, to me, you're not a sincere-hearted person. Moorish nationality is just that, nationality. How do we come together as a people? I noticed many times in this conversation, you said our people. And we gotta
cha-cha-cha. Let me stop.
Hold on, cha-cha-cha. And all that kind of stuff. So what's our people's name? And that's what we're trying to say. Is because they have a name then ties you to history. And when you have history, then you have you have principles.
Read my copy and pasted script.
We call them Allah. To focus on to know what to do and where we're going. So if you follow God, as you have said, the Bible, if you read the Bible, I don't know if you do, but I assume that you know of the Bible, you know some holy book, whether you Hebrew associated or whatever, all that stuff deals with nations. So the point of Moorish nationality is not just some kind of how do I get out of court? That's not the whole point, but that stuff does exist. If you study and you want to know how to go about things a certain type of way in the right way, that's there. But first and foremost, if everything came crashing down and somebody was beating at your door, who are you going to call?
I got a quick question for you, brother.
Hold on. You're going to call the other private citizens? They don't even know where each other are at. They're private. All right? According to you, you're supposed to be private, I guess. I don't know what that even means in the sense that if you're private, where are you hiding from? What are you doing? So the Moorish nationality allowed the people to come together and have power. Just like you can talk private stuff all day, but ain't nothing you can do against the Jews. Ain't nothing you can do against the Muslims. Ain't nothing you can do against the Chinese. Why? Because they have a nation, and they know how to utilize that nation and that consequentity, and those ties to each other. And that is one of the aspects that I feel like you're completely missing of what this is all about. It's not about going to
court. So help me understand.
The judge.
So right now, I got you. So help me understand through this question. So the first thing is, can you teach the people what is because when you say nationality,
yeah.
So if somebody say, "Hey, brother, what's your national?" If a police officer, if a judge, if a public official, if a regular person, regular citizen, if somebody asks you, "Hey, what's your nationality?" What would you say?
Moorish American.
And what is a Moorish American? Because like it's not like African American.
It's a descendant of a Moroccan and born in America.
So what's the so do you like the term Nigerian American?
I mean,
is that a nationality? Is a Senegalese American a nationality?
He's a descendant of a Nigerian and born in America.
So nationality, what's the definition of nationality?
Look it up.
You don't know? I could look it up and tell the people. Okay. So
you asked me as a book question.
No, I got it. While I'm looking this up, where were you born? Were you born in Morocco? Were you born on the landmass known as the United States of America, or more specifically, if you're dealing with, let's say, Georgia, Florida, where were you born?
Yeah, I was born in the state of Indiana in the United States of America.
Jesus Christ.
So how's Moroccan your nationality?
I said Moorish American. I never said Moroccan.
So what does the Moorish stand for? Like the ish, like Moorish, like what does that stand for? What does that
This
signify?
motherfucker's an agent, yo.
The man before the flesh man. Ish and Aisha, but we ain't gonna go there because you ain't there.
So it'd be different, like Jew and Jewish. Are you saying it's different?
Nah, they don't. You gotta ask the Jewish what a Jewish means. I know what Moorish means.
Let me add to the wisdom. To be Moorish is a descendant of Moroccans. That's going to take you back to Moabite. When you really are firm in the metaphysics, when you look at the terms Moabite, Canaanite, Hittite, and you look in something like a reference like the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary by Charles Fillmore, and you actually recognize that these different things are pertaining to one's consciousness, where they are in Egypt. Egypt metaphysically is mental bondage to sense consciousness. When you actually see what the metaphysics are and you check a law dictionary, metaphysics is the science pertaining to ultimate reality, the science of being. So when you actually recognize that something being more-ish is basically saying you're a one who is like a lily flower, right? I mean, a lotus flower. You're planted in the mud and the mucky waters. However, once you grow through that and allow yourself to bloom above the waters, you're someone who's now using your higher mind, your spiritual thinking, to be able to be cognizant enough that if someone was to do something on a lower level, like try to get you to come into a courthouse, you don't have to do any type of processes or anything outside of making sure you disqualify the judge and disqualify the attorney. It's very simple. You don't really have to do any processes at all, except to show that a form, if you wanted to use it, or you can do an in lieu of form. 3949A will disqualify the judge. A 14039 will disqualify the attorney because they've stolen your information and utilize it as a means to try to extract some type of collection of a debt from you. This is why I said earlier, if one does not have an application, an oath of office, and a separately written certified autograph statement that says they're doing trade or business. When you look at the tax code, because Moors are non-tax obligated, so we would have nothing to do with Title 26. So what I utilize with these different statutes and codes is to show people how, since it doesn't apply to you, then defend yourself by showing these people bringing claims that they're in error, mistaking you for a United States citizen or employee. It has nothing to do with I call myself this, which means it's better than that. It's knowing how to use the words and then take the S at the end of words and make it your sword. And in order for you to be able to do that, you have to see why in something like Title 26, United States Code 7701 H2C1. If you do not make a certified statement that you're doing trade or business, and the definition of trade or business under that particular tax code means performing functions of public office. So when people have driver's licenses, when people have passports, when people are handling Federal Reserve notes, and you don't have the credentials or lawfully promulgated records to show that you have the right to use those things, this is the only reason why you would reserve your rights, so that you will show that you're actually under occupation. That's it. That's all. Anything else would be a Bill of Right 1 and Bill of Right 4 exercise for the people to exercise however they like to realign themselves, which is religion, express themselves in speech or press. And they do need to get redressed because people have stripped them. That's why the grievances go in. So that's why you do a bar grievance against any attorneys that are utilizing their certificate from any state Supreme Court to try to sit there and extract energy from you. You don't have to be called anything technically. However, when you do the study in being Moorish American, you can go back to documents as late as 1906, if you like, the 59th Congress second session, where it speaks on the expatriation papers from the same Secretary of State that was being quoted in the beginning of this call. And what you'll actually see that there is no Moroccan law that deals with the issue of citizenship. You're either a Moroccan, which is a Moorish American, which is one that is going through being in their physical materialistic state of mind, and then making sure they come into a spiritual state of mind, because this is divine and national. The national portion is when people are talking about different so-called citizenships. Citizenship is dealing with something that's under the Census Bureau, which is under the Secretary of Commerce. So if you're not one who's a federal agent, state agent, or county or city, which is called a municipal agent, then you don't even belong handling said documents like driver's license or these other things called passports. We don't even deal, sincere Moors don't deal with a Moorish American travel document. That's fraud too. Again, there are people that are doing different things that I personally don't really care about, because we're here to study ourselves. Chapter 3. Study our higher selves and our lower selves. That's chapter 3 in the Holy Koran. So what people are actually doing is learning for themselves how to conduct themselves appropriately so that they can be able to find remedy for themselves and their loved ones, because it's about family. It's not about holding up a Moroccan flag, shouting out of a pickup truck. It's not about showing that, hey, I got a check from the federal court for this. No, what it's about is, hey, I think you're in error. All righty, attorney. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to send you a private notice and show you have no authority. That's 1. 2, I'm going to actually put something on the state bar record to show that I'm going to do a fucking complaint against you. That's the second thing. The third thing, if I want to, I'm going to put in a form, an IRS form, if I choose to. That's not what I'm saying I'm doing. But I'm thinking that these are things that are not discussed in any of these circles, except for certain small circles that we're in every day, I and my brothers. 14039. The fucking IRS form 14039 is what you can use to further implement that, because these people are doing tax evasion. All righty. Then the 3949A goes along with the judge disqualification, send the judge a private notice, let them know they need to recuse themselves. Another strategy then would be to, if they're bringing suit against you, then do a counterclaim and then make the judge and the attorney the counter defendants, and then make a judicial complaint to the judicial commission.
Hold on, I got a quick question for you, brother. So let me ask you this: are you familiar with? Let me pull it up. Are you familiar with the brother by the name of Lamont Maurice L?
Is that a sincere Moor? I don't know who he is.
He's not. He's not.
So let me ask you this: so
I don't know who he is.
So let's say if I can show you a sincere Moor that's incarcerated with all the knowledge that you have.
How would I know they're a sincere Moor? Did I witness them being sincere?
Okay, all right.
Peace, brother. Hey, peace, bro. You gonna give us that time, bro?
I mean, you need two more.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna go.
You be done, brother. Look, you asked me.
No, you ain't got to be done. Yeah, you ain't got to be done real quick. I'm just trying to see something, because what I'm trying to figure out, you have a lot of brothers with knowledge, but then you have like some brothers, even in like, say if somebody from a particular temple is locked up, nobody can get that brother out for some reason. They got all this knowledge, but something.
Not all sheiks have that knowledge, Omar. I'm telling you, it's levels to this shit.
That's because Moorish American, Moorish, that whole thing, Moorish Science Temple, that is not a nationality and that is not a nation. That's the problem. You got people walking around acting like they're a part of the nation when they're actually not a part of the nation.
They might be in dishonor, Jahi.
They are part of a chartered religious corporation.
But what if they're incompetent, Jahi?
Wait.
What is the organization and what is the nation? Bro. Because y'all playing games with this railroad. Is we gonna get down to it or not, bro?
Hold on.
Like, I ain't come for this, man. I'm Amazon. Y'all playing these little games, talking about, oh, what if I go to jail and all that? I've been to jail and got out, man. Stop playing these games about this jail and whatever.
Yeah, what's chill, bro? I had a question for Hasan, bro. Can I ask Hasan a quick question? Like, what are we doing? Hasan said something about citizenship. He said, which department has to do with citizenship? Yo, bro, chill. I was the one, like, what? Like,
I'm listening. And I don't go ahead. I'm listening.
You said something about citizenship. Which department?
No, Jakeem, you can go right after Lord. Once Hasan answers, you good, brother.
And my apologies, Jakeem.
Hold on real quick. And after Jakeem, it's going to be on Amazon.
I yield. I'm listening.
Yeah. I was saying, you said something about citizenship being handled by which department?
I'm saying citizenship is a foreigner's term. And when you're looking at how foreigners are actually counted, who does the counting is the Secretary of Commerce. And it's dealing with the counting that happens every 10 years under the Census Bureau.
When was the Department of Commerce established?
And that's the point that I'm making. The Department of Commerce is something that's foreign. It has nothing to do with Moorish Americans.
But when was that established?
Okay, let me go and give you the actual, because I won't actually say something off the top of my head without actually getting the documentation. So I will answer your question as I actually go into a web browser, and I will ask when the Department of Commerce was established, because I don't see necessarily in the Constitution, a Department of Commerce when you read Article 1. So let's check it out. However, citizenship means you're a member of something. Citizen and member is the same thing, but let me look it out. Let me look it up though. So I'm going to type in to my iPad right now, when was the Department of Commerce established? That's what I should be asking, right? Because I'm sensible. I just make sure we know what we're exactly talking about. And I'm always open for correction. I'm having a February 14th, 1903 as a response from Google. All righty. So this is 3 years prior, and this is dealing with foreign operations, which the Secretary of State is actually dealing with.
I was distracted. You said what year was it established?
It's showing right here. It's saying, and pardon me to y'all on YouTube, I have my finger over the camera. It says February 14th, 1903. All righty.
Commerce.
All right. So what does Article 4 say about citizenship of the Constitution?
Say that again.
What does Article 4 of the United States Constitution say about citizenship?
All righty, 2 seconds, hold on. And I will go right to Article 4. However, let's make sure we know, again, citizenship is dealing with one that's a member of the United States Corporation, which is what Article 1 through 7 is speaking about. Those are for those who are on boards, where what's owed to the people is the Bill of Rights. However, I will go and read it, especially the clause about full faith and credit. All righty. So let me actually bring that up. Give me one moment. Constitution.
Not a corporation.
A body of anything comes from the Latin corpus, and which is where corporation is derived. I'm not saying it to make anyone feel anything. Again, we deal with the words.
Point was that at the end of the day, right?
I'm listening.
Like even just so that you can continue your point. Is the Constitution, those articles was in the 1700s. Department of Commerce, was 1900s, about 120 years after. Mm-hmm. So how is it?
I'm about to answer your question. Article 4, Section 2, and let's be clear on what we're speaking. This is why I said again, one must be a member. Citizen is member. The citizen of each state, which means you would have to have consented to be a member of a state.
I got you.
All right.
So
Okay.
Be entitled to the privileges and immunities of this several states, right? So who was responsible for citizens when this was being written? Because there was no Department of Commerce.
Okay. The ones that, well, actually, it was whomever is actually doing counting. Who's ever doing counting is what has been derived into commerce. All righty. So let's just really look at it as, are we going to go to Congress? Because Congress is the one that's laying and collecting taxes. So will we say Congress, pardon me, is doing the counting? So if Congress is the one,
you postulated that citizenship was something to do with the Department of Commerce.
At this point, yes. When you're talking when you're talking documents and licensing and passports, which I don't see necessarily being spoke about in the Constitution when I read
describing benefits, just
of
a jurisdiction.
Go ahead, say it again. Yeah, you was breaking up, bro. What you say?
Yeah, I was saying whatever you're describing was more benefits and privileges. Like,
got you. I comprehend where you're coming from. However, at the same time, with what we're speaking about as the topic is concerned, the topic is the difference or the pros and cons between one being called a private citizen and one being called a Moorish American. A Moorish American is someone who is obviously tied to a certain knowledge and document that has a history and a paper trail that is very honorable. But one couldn't get all these lessons this quickly unless one would be very open to checking the timeline. But that's why I said, if you look 3 years after when commerce was actually established, the Department of Commerce, you can go to the 59th Congress of August 3rd, 1906, to actually see that it's dealing with the difference between Morocco, which most people say there wasn't a Morocco until 1956, when Dwight D. Eisenhower relinquished his jurisdiction at Morocco. But how can he relinquish jurisdiction at a place that didn't exist until 1956? But why is there documents in 1906 and the 1800s and the 1700s speaking about Morocco and Moors?
Didn't exist. Hold on, when they say Morocco didn't exist, blah blah blah, it's those borders that exist today, right?
You said what? Borders that existed where?
The borders, like wherever Morocco is today in Africa, isn't the Morocco, prior to colonization by France, the Dutch, the English, etc., etc.
That's what that Morocco is, right? Lord. That Morocco is a French protectorate. It's not.
Yeah, it's a colony. Yeah,
correct. It's not the Moorish Empire. It's not correct. It's not the Moorish Empire that's documented pre 1956. There is a Morocco, there is a Moorish Empire. It's not a belief, and I'm always willing to give references freely.
Right, the Morocco has a king and all that good stuff, but those are usurpers. I'm an African from East Africa, bro. You know what I'm saying? That northern region was taken over by
that's
Arabs.
called Al-Kibalan, right, Lord? That's called Al-Kibalan, right?
Quick question. Hasan, let me ask you this, brother. So when you travel in a conveyance, car, vehicle, whatever you prefer, do you use a driver's license, a Moorish travel document, your passport? How do you have your affairs set up when it comes to travel?
The only thing that I utilize when I travel, if not my feet, and I do.
I thought he said in court, not where you travel. In court.
No, I'm talking about private conveyance now. On the highway, if you wanted to go to Tokyo, if you wanted to go to Ghana, how would you travel? Have you been out the country?
Okay. If you got two questions, so may I answer both of them? One,
yeah,
if
sure.
I was moving by land conveyance, I have a certain comprehension that would make sure I'm doing preemptive communications to beings so that they're on notice first, because that's what honorable Moors do, right? And then if anybody wanted to ask me for any documentation, I do have 3 separate documents that are from my Moorish government. You see what I'm saying? Now, a lot of people will.
So are you saying you don't travel at the moment? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm not saying that at all. You said when, so that's hypothetics.
So like right every day, like the past, let's say year, what have you used to travel in your private conveyance, and have you been out the country? And if so, what?
I've used my feet. I've used a bus. I've called an Uber. I've used a private conveyance when I had one. When I decided to have one, I had many choices. I mean, unless you want to be like, oh, so you ain't got no will now that you be whipping behind. That's not my decision. I don't need that right now in my life.
No, I ain't trying to do all of that. I'm just trying to understand what I'm saying is, because if somebody's saying we need to be Moorish American, then I'm going to ask you, how do you have your affairs set up? And then once I ask you, how do you have your affairs set up, it has to be set up in a way where it's protecting you from law enforcement, from being
correct.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
So when being Moorish American,
let me just say this so that way
so much about the Moorish science.
Hold on, brother. It's just no emotion, brother. We just have.
Why can't you be a Moorish American and do private citizen stuff? Well,
that's stuff
right. Because
I thought that's what all Moors were doing.
That's a good question, baby. That's a good page. The Moors that really know that study, they understand privacy, and they do consider themselves to be private, right? So, but my point. Hold on, real quick. But my point to the brother, because this is for the people, y'all. This ain't for me. You know what I mean? It's like, because you got some people who really moving, getting checks, that's moving out here in the matrix. They don't have to talk about certain things, right? So, but it's about the people. So what I'm telling the brother is that the reason why it's not beneficial, it's not advantageous to call yourself a Moorish American. I broke down just that document in itself, because they're trained, these agents are trained, you're in their system, right? If you're in their system, if you're trying to go in their courts, some brothers say, well, I won't go to their courts, but some of those who still go to their courts, if you're still on there, if you're still being pulled over by their agents, or you're dealing with their agents, if you have your affairs set up like that of a Moorish American, and then you look at the connection to the terrorist organizations, etc., how it's set up in the back office, you're at a disadvantage.
May I answer your other question and speak on that then?
Hold on. It is relevant if you get pulled over, or you get. It is relevant if you have to get remedy and you have to sue somebody if you.
Yeah,
you're not listening for understanding, though, brother. You know what I'm saying?
May I answer your question, Omar?
I mean, I just asked for my 3 minutes, and I think I got about 2 of them, and then I got cut off. So that's all I'm saying. But I yield.
Yeah. You asked me a question. I'm just trying to show you what I'm saying, brother. You can call yourself a Satanist, a Luciferian, a Christian, a Muslim, a Jew. What I'm saying is nobody's business how you moving. And I'm gonna demonstrate when I finish my portion of the debate. I'm gonna show you why privacy is more supreme than putting yourself out there as a Moorish American.
I think
we are private as a Moorish American.
Not everybody set up like that. What I'm saying is okay. So let me ask you this, Paige. Did you put that status on the record?
Yeah.
Omar,
No. Let him answer. Did you put that? And what record did you put it on?
County.
This is
and when you put that on the county, hold on, y'all. Because what I'm starting to see now, every Moor isn't on the same page. So and it's cool, right? It's a lot of everybody has their own way of doing things. Because now I gotta unpack it. Where I'm like, okay, who holds title to the trademark? Who's the parent company?
But that's back to the secretary. That's why I said that's back to the Secretary of Commerce. This is why. Look, I get it. My voice annoys the fuck out of people, but I've learned that since I was little, and there's nothing I can do with that. So
we follow the prophet Noble Drawley. We don't follow men.
So when it comes,
the prophet said not to flash your card at people, so that would make it private.
That's what this
correct.
Y'all keep jumping off the mic.
How
many of y'all? We can't get the knowledge if all of y'all keep jumping.
How indeed. I will say that Moorish Americans that are
what is that? My profile. Just check it out. It's a website, sisters. We apologize.
Those that saying that they're Moorish American, we all know at the forefront of our minds is Prophet Noble Drawley. He said the half hasn't been told. If I told you everything, you'll fall back to sleep, which means that a lot of people may not be able to handle certain things that are said or brought to them without proper comprehension leading up to that point of what appears to be or is ADAP information. So your second question was, how would I travel across the waters? A proper minded being would reach out and have particular certain so-called consulates, alrighty, different embassies. And I'm not talking about Moorish American consulate. We already know my position. I don't deal with that foolishness. So you would get an invite without a passport.
Hold on, I gotta cut you off. The problem I have is you can't teach something if you haven't done it. Right?
That is not.
I was doing things and I got hold on. Hit me up.
What have you seen me do?
No, because I see where you're going, but let me ask you this. That process that you described, have you actually done it? That's my first question.
I have been in contact with people just so that I can get my experience of what to do. Because we have Moorish Americans that are, we have Moorish Americans. I am answering your question. We have Moorish Americans. There are Moorish Americans that are Moorish Americans that come to me. There are Moorish Americans that come to me that are entertainers. And what I've done was able to speak to different consulates to get the information so a proper invite can happen. One mother was able to get an invite from the Dominican Republic to be able to travel without a passport. I help people. You see what I'm saying?
No, what I'm saying is I'm not like, because to be honest, I'm the type of person like, because it's like trial and error. Like when I got locked up twice, I was doing a process. And once I figured it out, I said, oh, that's the piece I was missing. So therefore, because I'm not going to be out here teaching nobody if I haven't done it myself.
That's you.
Right? Because it's a lot of people who are teaching things and they haven't done it themselves. And that's a problem for me, right? And so...
is that me?
Hey, that's why I'm trying to ask these questions, because it appears to be that way. Because I asked you specifically, and you said...
I didn't fail to answer. I know Bill of Right 5 is. I don't have to incriminate myself if I choose to or not.
Understanding, because it's like, I see you, but you're not seeing me. You're not seeing where I'm coming from.
Well, I'm not Negro black colored. I have a knowledge higher than yours.
Because like I done been in all types of situations where I could teach our people strategically how to move, because I done did it. I done did the hard work.
You're better than Prophet Noble Drawley is your position.
If you have a process and a methodology, I'm questioning you to see if you have validity to speak on it. And I'm looking at you, I'm trying to say, show me a resume, right? So you said you haven't done it, but you advised somebody and they did it. Cool. Because I know based on what I know, I can leave the country without a passport. Even though I got a passport, I can leave without a passport, and it would be similar. You would contact the proper people in that
country. So why aren't you saying that then? Why are you saying be a federal agent?
With that, I'm not, because I wanted to try that just to say
why are you subscribing to be a federal agent then?
So hey, it's working for me, brother. If that's the term you want to use.
So that means you and the regional office for Crime Information Center, which seems like it used to be the Southern Poverty Law Center, are willing to be sued for slander and libel. Is that correct?
Come on, brother.
Just yes or no. No, I'm not playing.
Get out of here with that, bro. I'm not even playing.
Yes or no? You're willing to be sued.
So yeah, this brother's spirit. What I'm saying is the more so in the higher. What I'm saying in the higher, because I know they have the chambers, the adept chambers, right? And so when
you've never been there,
do they talk about righteousness? And because what I'm saying, what I bear witness to is when you have your spirit is whole, what we call holy. You had a Holy Spirit, and you're moving by way of the Most High through your righteousness. Doors are open up for you. This brother.
How do you know what's happened for me or not?
What I'm saying, your spirit. I don't
show your proof.
You know what I mean?
Show your proof.
You're very
according to your thinking. Real men don't talk like that. Be a man. Real men don't talk like that.
Come on, brother.
You're so condescending. You're condescending.
Stop it. Stop it.
You a sheik? Hasan, you a sheik?
The priesthood is dead.
Are you a sheik? Oh, it's dead now.
Over myself.
Is that to the other Moors?
Over myself. I conduct myself.
Hold on. I'm on Christopher Moore. Christopher, is this how y'all? Is this how he represents?
Sucker ass Negro black colors.
I travel with a U.S. passport. I'm a U.S. citizen, just like Moorish Americans, just like Prophet Noble Drew Ali was. All of that stuff that they talking about.
He was not a U.S. citizen, Moor.
Yes, he was.
Man, these motherfuckers is liars.
He's an American citizen. He said it numerous occasions. We got the receipt. Stop lying on the prophet.
Peace. I'm gonna get my time or what?
He never said it. And let me hold on before y'all go into that. Let me ask this: who's the highest ranking Moor on the stage right now?
Islam, that'll be Christopher. He's the grand chief, someone of the four.
Man,
somebody said Christopher. He said Christopher.
Man, don't play into that, man. That's that bullshit.
The way it's set up, you would be the highest person. So how does that work when it comes to the ranking system?
Not according to me.
This brother don't have no order. This brother, this how y'all move like this. How do you reprimand a brother like that?
Ain't nobody reprimanding nothing over here. Ain't nobody gonna do shit.
How do y'all reprimand brothers?
Man,
like
you out of character. You on that bitch shit.
Sincere Moors follow the teachings of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. If you're not a member of the Moorish Civil America, you can't speak for what the teachings of Prophet Noble Drew Ali follow or what we adhere to. That's why people just go off and freestyle, say, oh, I'm a Moorish American, this and that. And they start talking about teachings of Roger Elvis. Those are not the teachings of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. We are citizens of the USA and we are law abiders. Our prophet told us that we obey the laws of the government.
What's USA? Unity, Salvation, and Law?
No, United States of America. The prophet.
You're a liar. You're a liar. You are a liar.
United States of America.
Yo, you're a liar. It's like everybody's doing that. I'm the big man on the tier from jail. I done did time in the jail. And since I've done time in jail, I'm the big man. Stop all that bullshit, man. Y'all don't study. Not for real. And you need to do your research on me. Do your research on me. Do your research. Do your research.
Hold on, Hasan.
Do your research.
Hold on, Hasan. Are you from?
Do your research. I'm from my mother's womb. I'm not from a state.
Were you born in the?
I did not say I was from Indiana. You're wilding.
Were you born in Maryland?
I was not born. Because that's dealing with corporations that are under registration of the governor.
Hold on. Do you have any connection to Maryland?
No, I don't have a connection to an English colony.
So when you came through your mother's womb, what land did you touch?
If you weren't there front and center, everything I would tell you would be hearsay.
Oh my God.
No, y'all not sharp enough. You're not ready, actually. You're not ready. No. I speak with where you could never fuck with me.
Go ahead, brother.
Man, when I could get my time, shit.
Well, yeah, my bad.
Man, these sucker ass clowns, boy. Y'all some clowns.
Look, this all I want to say about this whole thing that he's talking about. The Moorish Science Temple of America is not a government. It's a corporation. That is all it is. So anybody sitting here talking about it's a government and they got their own nation and all of that, that's not accurate at all. And they're not heavy on their studies either. You understand what I'm saying? So anybody talking anything outside of that, they don't even have good comprehension of what they're learning, or they're not reading in their studies the proper way that they're supposed to be reading inside their studies.
No, that's basically
it.
Chapter 44, misery, shuts all this down, period.
The Quran, hold on, wait. The Circle 7 Quran, chapter 48, part 4. What does it say? The Moorish Science Temple of America is a lawfully chartered and incorporated organization. And that's what y'all study and that's what y'all read, my brother. So stop sitting here.
Bruh, there's higher knowledge to that. There's higher knowledge to that.
Now let him finish. Let him finish, y'all. Let him finish.
There's higher knowledge to that.
Period. So with that being said, like I said, that's what the Moorish Science Temple of America is. Like what I just read, based off your holy Quran.
Not 100.
Period. So with that being said, let me finish. So when we talk, so the thing is this, right? When we talk about nationality, we have to understand what nationality really is in its entirety. If you are a charter corporation, you cannot have your own nation. You understand what I'm saying? That's not having your own nation. That's you being chartered under another nation.
Got two capital letters in his title. Is he serious?
That is true. That is true. Hold on. Who said it's not true? Who said it's not true?
It's not true.
Hold on. Who said
it's higher knowledge to it?
Page, this prove what the brother just said.
It's not that.
It's on page. Hold on. No. He said it's not true, Lewis. Disprove it, brother.
Simple. Now, when you look at our authority, it's on the back of a document that we call the 101s. Really, it's called the Quran Questions for Moorish Americans. The great meeting is on. Now, at the bottom, if you have this document, it says, see Hers Revised Statutes, chapter 32, 36 on it. Does anybody know what that says? Does anybody know what that means?
The Illinois Compiled Statutes, 805 ILCS 110.
Now, exactly. So now, when you look into that document, it says it plain and clear what this is predicated on. Okay? Do I need to just read it to you so you can understand?
It says that the Moorish Holy Temple of Science, the Moorish Holy Temple of Science adopted as its corporate name, according to that corporation religious affidavit form 1099 as the Moorish Science Temple of America.
Hers Revised Statutes. Hers Revised Statutes.
Y'all need to let members speak because y'all are off. Y'all saying it's so right, but you're forgetting.
No. Hers Revised Statutes.
You have an all capital EL, bro. You can't spell.
Hold on. Hey, Paige, hold on. I think it's important. Hold on. Pause real quick. Hold on. No. You're going to definitely finish. Hold on. The brother that said, let the members speak. Can you explain to the people who are not privy to the information, the difference between
what if a capital EL?
The Moorish Science Temple and then against the regular.
Not with a capital EL.
So why is the brother? So brother L, why are you saying that let a member speak if he's a member? Is he not a member?
Because he's not because where they're picking it up from the authority when the movement was incorporated. So
exactly.
What was it? Oh, calm down.
Who told you to remix what the prophet did then?
No.
Who gave you the authority to remix what the prophet did?
Now let him educate the people though real quick.
He can't. He's incompetent. Lewis L is incompetent.
You can't say he's incompetent.
He is incompetent.
Let him make a complete point. Go ahead.
I'm not making a personal opinion though. I'm just reading.
Hey, no, I got you, brother. I promise you, you're not going nowhere. I got you, brother. So what I'm saying, Lewis, explain why do you feel this brother is not qualified to speak on behalf of the organization?
I didn't say he's not qualified. What I'm saying is this: where they're addressing it, they're picking it up from when the movement was incorporated. Okay, we have a divine national, we have a constitution and bylaws. Okay, we have a divine constitution. Okay,
I believe it's Act 5, one of the members helped me out. But anyway, it says this, the Moorish Science Temple, it says this organization. It's an organization, and then it later incorporated. This is my important. So I'm answering your question, Brother Omar, why it's important. Because the membership go to school. That's it. It's that simple. It's like.
So let me ask you this then. I get it. So so that way we can translate it because I'm a businessman, right? So I have several entities that I control. So one entity I have is a C Corp. I'm the president and founder of a particular C Corp. So it's incorporated with the Secretary of State, but I have other entities that's unincorporated. So use that as an example. Okay, cool. I have a C Corp. I have something that's incorporated. Walk me through the process of how the Moorish Science Temple started, and then where we are right now in this era, in this generation, in this time, according to the Gregorian calendar. So you have something that's incorporated with the Secretary of State. So they have control. Like, for example, I just sued a C Corp, right, for a particular thing. I got you. Right. Let me just. So this is important. This is why people are pushing back. This is important. So I just sued an entity. It's a C Corp. And they did something slick with the registered agent where the registered agent wasn't valid. It was no longer valid, even though that's what you see on the Secretary's website. So I had to go to the Secretary of State and I had to serve the Secretary who has jurisdiction over that entity because it's incorporated. So that's why there's a power when you're not when you're unincorporated, the state doesn't have power over that particular entity. So using that as an example, walk you didn't update the registered agent or something? Not me. I sued somebody who didn't update their registered agent. And what I'm saying is that because they were in dishonor, I had to serve them on a secretary, right? Because the secretary was responsible for. I'm not sure. They're not going to tell me that, but yeah, when I went to court, the judge was basically saying, "Hey, you're in dishonor. You need to tighten up. You need to get it together." He chewed them out in court. The representative of that particular entity.
Omar.
Because whoever's responsible for that company, whoever's responsible for that company, they have to be responsible for that. Now, but to answer your question, each
down.
Can I help you out more?
No.
I'm just trying to help him translate that so we can understand. Because you said so basically you said no, but you really it was incorporated.
Not like you think though.
No, that's what I'm saying. You break it down. Let him explain.
It's the Moorish leaders.
Hey, Juanet, mute though. Who got the hot mic? The hot mic. So, brother, as of right now, is it incorporated or unincorporated?
Not to your comprehension of what you think incorporation is. You have to. Okay, so the Moorish leaders, I'm about to show you. I'm about to tell you the Moorish leaders' historical message to America in connection with the aims, objects, rules, and regulations of the Moorish Science Temple of America. I deem it proper to submit to you a brief statement of our organization covering its inception, rise, progress, and of the Mohammedan religion, which I hope will be satisfactory to you. Be the means of causing the affidavit is the 805 ILCS 110 that Paige brought up earlier, just a few minutes ago.
Okay, so I'm trying to read to you what he did with it. It would have made it all very clear and very simple. I'm just going to read to you. I'm not going to sit here and talk about my personal opinion. What that document says when he says see her revised statutes, it is an organization, but it's not the United States government an organization. It's all the same. Okay.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It is a corporation. Yes, it is. Okay, so
it's not a corporation.
Yes, it is. If you look at
it's acting as a corporation and a government at the same time.
Yeah, that's
understand what's happening. It sometimes operates as a government.
And I'm gonna show you right. So I'm gonna show you why the brother why Jakeem says that. Is the Moorish Science Temple a religious organization or is it a nation? What is it?
No, it is a civic organ. The Moorish Holy Temple of Science is a civic organization that has adopted as its corporate name the Moorish Science Temple of America in order to facilitate teaching those unconscious Moors that classify themselves as Negro, Black, colored in order to be able to come back into the truth pertaining to their nationality and birthright. That's exactly what it is, period. Bro, shut the homo ass shit up, bro. I'm telling you what the fuck it is.
brother trying to create content.
Fuck out of here, man.
Brother, but come on with the theatrics, brother. Like this.
Man, it ain't no theatrics. I'm showing the proof right here. I'm showing the proof.
Yeah, go ahead. No, hold on. Well, let me see. It was on. Let Amazite go and then Jonte. Paige, did you didn't finish, brother?
I didn't finish. I didn't read. That's all.
So when you finish reading, it's on Amazite, then Jonte.
Okay, I'm gonna make it quick. All right. So when you look at the bottom of our authority of what you guys call the religious affidavit of organization, it is a government because of the statute. The Horary statute outlines this. Okay. Now listen. It says, right, any church, congregation, or society formed for the purpose of religious worship may become incorporated in the manner following, to wit, by electing or appointing, according to its usages or customs, at any meeting held for that purpose, two or more of its members, trustees, boards, vestrymen, or such other officers whose powers and duties are similar to these of trustees, as shall be agreeable to the usages and customs, rules and regulations of such congregation, church, or society, and may adopt a corporate name. And upon the filing of the affidavit, the one that we talk about, the 101, as hereafter provided, it shall be and remain a body politic and corporate. All right. Now, a body politic and corporate, that's what the Moorish Science Temple of America is. And the body politic and corporate is the collective body of a nation or state as politically organized or as exercising political function. It is a nation. It is the government of a nation, of a state. The Moorish Science Temple of America is the your state.
Hold on. So what's the legal definition of a nation?
You want me to look it up for you real quick?
But legal definition would be under statute.
Nation, my brother. That's contradictory.
Nation means your mother's womb.
Is a people or aggregate of men existing in the form of an organized jural society, usually inhabiting a distinct portion of the earth, speaking the same language, using the same customs, possessing historic continuity, and distinguished from other groups, like groups by their racial origin and characteristics, and generally, but not necessarily, living under the same government and sovereignty.
And is this nation, does it have, who holds title to the trademark? Is it,
the Moorish Science Temple of America holds the title to the nation, yes. But to the trademark.
So if I go to the USPTO.gov, I look it up, what would I see?
Bogus.
If you go to the what now?
United States Patent Trademark Office.
Man, that's under the Secretary of Commerce, though. See that what Paige is reading from.
I'm just trying to see how it's set up. I'm just trying to see how.
But what Paige is reading from is dealing with the laws of 1872. When you read the brackets within 805 ILCS 110, you're dealing with the laws of 1872, man.
The Mormons are set up the same way, and they're not a nation.
But they're not exactly being what Moors are being, man. You got to know the history. They're being in honor of their ancient foremothers and forefathers, so their days may be long upon the earthland by knowing what it is.
You're misreading the whole thing. One side is private and one is public.
We're not
using the First Amendment, like the religious rights, right?
So you are using the Constitution. So
yeah,
okay.
I'm a public school teacher, and I'm a Moorish American. I'm Moorish, not public. I know Moorish American police officers.
That's your decision, though, brother. Is that not your decision? Don't you have that right to be secure on your purses, houses, papers, and effects?
Be a government. Point blank, period. You can't be incorporated into another government and be a government.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, you can, because
no, you cannot. No, you can't, brother. Like when you, that's why I gave the example. Like, say for example, if somebody wanted to come after that, how would they do that if it's not incorporated? How would they do that if? Hold on. You're missing a point. Like what the brother's saying, if you go to someone else and you get permission, right? That's the problem. Because it's a contract at that point. When you sign and you incorporate with the secretary of that state, and so you brothers don't get like.
No.
They don't understand.
You didn't ask for permission. No, you didn't ask for permission. What happened was the full faith and credit clause took it to effect. So Illinois, being a sovereign, as is its own country in the Union of States, therefore decreed that the religious organization of the Moorish Science Temple of America was a body politic, which makes it a state. Now, if you look at the Mayflower Compact, yes, a nation is a state. What
nah. Hold on, I'm gonna bring up somebody that he specializes in this, right? I'm gonna bring this brother.
Bro, y'all not willing to expand your mind, though.
Nah, I see what y'all trying to do, but it ain't set up. It ain't set up right, brother. I promise.
No, it's not a trial on anything.
A king makes another king, right? A sovereign has to recognize a sovereign. That is why he went to the state.
That's why you guys say they exist, because you guys recognize them.
So does this nation have its own land? You have your own hospital, your own schools, etc.
It was a war. The land got taken by usurpation, not by actual lawful transfer, man. So the land is still the Moors' land. This is still Morocco. What's happening is people are in. Look, you can believe what you want to believe. Negro black colors think the way they think. But at the end of the day, just know that what this is going to bring.
Hey, hold on real quick. Let me go to somebody real quick. Hey, Amazon, you still there, brother?
Peace. Yeah, I'm here.
And after you, I want to hear from brother Darvin. I want to hear what brother Darvin has to say about this. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, I got one question. Well, I got two questions before I start. One, what is the Vatican? Is that a country, state, government? What the Vatican is? Do you know?
The Vatican is a nation state. The Vatican is a nation state.
No, Brother Omar.
Well, we know he doesn't know that. We know he's incompetent.
Don't do that, brother. I'm researching.
I'm just saying.
That's not my brother. That's not my entity. I don't know how they got their back office set up. You can't tell me about my back office. Like,
no, I'm just
they're not you. I'm looking it up. Hold on, let me.
Yeah, okay. Why you looking that up? I come from a holistic approach with this. Okay, I'm not gonna play games. I've been waiting for a long time, bro. My second question is, what constitution y'all was talking about? A democracy constitution or a republic constitution? Which one?
Its own government with its own military.
Wait.
I put the phone down.
Which
for a second.
constitution for the United States of America has anything to do with the democracy?
There is no democracy.
There's no democracy.
No, which one?
Once again, like I said,
The Vatican is its own
You good, bro?
government with its own military.
yeah, I'm here.
Say that again.
Okay, so
They also it's a sovereign independent territory.
Okay, so guess what? The Vatican paperwork is the same in the same Cook County as the Moorish Science Temple of America, the Holy Science Temple of America, and the Moorish Divine National Movement. After Prophet Noble Jew Ali put that paper, it's in Cook County.
Can you show
the Vatican?
That is accurate.
Where can I find that?
Brother,
I can find it. I can see it. I can look it up.
Listen what I'm saying. You're gonna have to do your own research. I ain't come here to play. I didn't come here to play games, bro.
Cook County Recorder's Office.
What are you?
Listen, bro.
Yeah, let
Are y'all gonna let me talk? You gonna let me talk or what? I told you I ain't come here to play games or belittle people or waste my time.
Go ahead, brother.
Okay, so when you find out that piece of information, that'll answer your question about what my brothers was talking about. Number two, right? We are Aboriginal indigenous, right? To the planet, right? So we have history, we have inheritance, right? And our ancestors created the whole civilization. With that said, right? I asked you about the Constitution. For the simple fact is, I heard democracy. And then the organic constitution that our ancestors let on this planet, on this continent, was a republic. And so if it's not in that republic constitution, everything y'all talking about, right? Because we're talking about constitutional situations, right? And contracts and procedures and all of that crap, right? If it's not in that constitution, then it's fraud. Everything is bull crap.
Correct.
On top of that, Article 6, that's why I asked, what do you talk about in the Constitution? Article 6, the Supremacy Clause, talk about treaties. If you're going to talk about Constitution, the treaties supersede anything we talking about. And last time I checked, them treaties says Moroccan treaties, Moorish government, Moroccan government between the European Christian powers, which is a corporation. So a corporation can't be a nation, especially on our land. So all that stuff you saying, right, when you say, well, how do you handle this? Moors, like the other brother said, we don't even set foot in the courtroom because we know how to stand. Have I been locked up? Yes. Did they let me out free? Yes. Did I need anybody? No, I stand on my own toes. Now, we wouldn't even have none of these issues if we come together as a nation, as people of the same dissent nature come together. We would have representative to handle all these little inquiries or these individual battles. We wouldn't need none of that, you feel me? If we was operating totally as a nation, all that what you saying, can I go travel? Have I traveled out the country? Yes. Did I use a passport? No. I stand on my Moorish blood birthright. So all this stuff we talking about, bro, I didn't come to play games and stuff.
Hey, you breaking up, Amazon? You breaking up? Can I ask you a quick question?
Little people, but Moors are private. Private. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, let me ask you this. So you said, what country did you travel to and how did you get out the country?
Easy. Easy. What country did I go to? You would call it Jamaica. I don't call it that, but you would call it Jamaica.
When you went to Jamaica, how did you get to Jamaica?
On a plane.
And how did you get through TSA?
Like my other brother said, there's procedures that you do before Moors that knows how to navigate. We already talked to these people ahead of time and let the I'm coming.
Man, you just need to shut up and just keep taking that shit in private. Keep bending over in private.
Okay.
Dumbass shit.
If you got a problem with that, write me back in writing, telling me you have a problem before I waste my time.
That is correct. That is absolutely correct.
That's how you handle that civilly, right? And the reason why you handle that is because we belong to a nation. That's how that stuff you talking about is individual. Other nations, if I'm a Chinese, right? Before Chinese come to America, they're gonna send litigation and saying, hey, I'm coming to America. It's the same thing. So when you laugh, that shows your ignorance. And when you laugh like it's a game, what I'm saying is if this was taught, right, holistically to everybody, it would become standard. That's why we need to go in a community or get a Moorish city. That way you can see the culture, you can see the history, and you can see the power in this. Other than that, it's a game to you. Everything you say you could do, I don't did it as a Moor. And half of the stuff I don't did when I interact with these people, I don't need no paperwork. Half of the Moors know. I lived in Pittsburgh rent free. I had the whole city saying Moorish American. That is on the record.
That is true.
So let me say this to you, brother.
I'm Amazite.
Yeah, let me say this to you, brother. So when you, because I get what you're saying, mute up for me real quick because your background loud. You're right. What I do, it benefits me. And I understand the power of a nation and doing it properly. The problem is I can't unite with the Moorish nation because it's not set up properly. It's too much division. It's too much wickedness within the nation.
It's not dumb motherfuckers like you and them other agent ass beings.
I tell you what, let's set it up. Just hear me out, brother. Hear me out.
What about the black?
You got the reason for it. So what I'm saying is yes. So because what I do when I have discussions like this, when I'm on Clubhouse, when I'm on the internet, I'm like, where my brother at? Where my spiritual brother at? Where my spiritual sister? I got to build my tribe. I got to find the right, because we all, just because we got the same skin color don't mean we the same.
We're here, but can you recognize us?
And so I don't recognize you, brother, because you definitely don't have.
Because you're being judgmental.
Right? So
you're judgmental. Period.
You're not my. Yeah, I don't recognize you.
You don't have to.
So what I'm saying is to the brother, because I get what he's saying. Yeah, individual, you're right. As a private citizen, how I'm moving in private, I've done well for myself in this matrix. Now, if I can
federal
find others
agent
like myself and come together
He's
to
an
make
agent.
that more powerful, that's
federal
cool,
agent,
right? You know, that's cool. But it's not going to be under the Moorish nation. It's going to be a new nation.
And Prophet Noble Drew Ali will make sure that's not successful.
So
you will not be successful.
I don't know if you heard earlier.
Not successful.
When you look at how the nation has been tainted, brothers, You gotta have discipline, my brother. That's feminine. That's a feminine.
You
quality.
have none. I'm just responding to your lack of discipline.
Please allow me to answer your question when you finish.
Exactly, brother. You're too chatty, brother. You know, have some decorum.
You're talking about yourself.
So what I'm saying is that when you look at
Bro, I told you to view Hassan, bro.
I told you to meet Hasan, bro.
He just trying to get clout. He trying to get some YouTube.
I ain't trying to get shit. I'm showing how y'all don't know what y'all talking about. I don't need nothing.
So let me
443-376-8764.
Yeah. So let me say this.
Hit my phone. The fuck?
I don't want to call you, brother. So
whoever talking shit, what's up?
Oh man, what's going on, man? That's what I'm saying. That you think I'm gonna join the nation with a brother like this and a nation?
Bro, at the end of the day, y'all started out with that's oh, he's weird. Oh, he's that. Bro, I actually showed y'all. What it was. Y'all was the ones that started calling names. So I just met you where you at. I met you where you at. What, you don't like it? What, you don't like it? What, you don't like it? He don't like what he did.
Hey, bro, I'll answer that. Let me answer that question right quick. First of all, you can't pick your mama, you can't pick your daddy, so you can't pick your ancestors. We are Moors by blood. Let that be great. So you don't like what he say. I might don't like that he killed somebody, but he's still my brother. That's simple as that.
Flat out.
That's simple as that. But let me finish. Let me finish, bro. I told you I'm Amazite. I didn't come here for the bull, bro. I'm gonna say what I gotta say, and y'all go about y'all business, man. Bro, I don't do no elementary questions, bro. Stop playing. Now to answer your question, right?
Can't comprehend.
When you was talking about the nation, right? You say you can't join the nation, right? If you can't pick your mother, you can't pick your daddy, you can't pick your ancestors. So whether you want to be a part of the nation or not, you are a part of the nation. This not no club. You can't choose to be a Chinese. You must be born a Chinese. So first, second of all, brother, now I've been respectful. You are a Christian. I respect that. I'm not a Christian, right?
I'm not
but I understand it.
Yeah, I don't have a religion.
Okay, so what I'm saying is when you say things like that, brother, I don't come time to play games. I'm giving you the solution and the holistic approach. I told you that off the top. I see your position. But the whole thing is, how can we move forward?
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, because I'm glad you see it.
Right. So we a nation. So they got international laws and laws that apply to us and laws that don't. When you operate like a nation, nobody can regulate or tell you anything.
So let me ask you this. So saying hold on. Are you saying lawfully you can't start your own nation? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
How can you start a nation when your ancestors put forward documentation and history and customs of the nation, and just so happened our ancestors created all nations? So it's different.
The same way they created their nation, you saying you can't, because one day you're gonna be an ancestor.
They not a nation. Listen to what I'm saying. Article 4, Section 4 states a republic. Anything that's not in the Constitution, they are not a government or a nation. We gave them 50 years to operate as a corporation on our land. That's all we did. So do you want the truth where it benefits everybody, or you want an individuals? Last time I checked, nations has power on here, and international law applies, and your custom and tradition applies. So if you have a nation, what I'm saying is,
when did the first Moor get to America?
What I'm saying is, if you have a nation, it trumps everything, and it helps everybody. Just like the Chinese. Say, homie, look. You wanna let me get this out or what, man? Because y'all been rambling about stuff that don't even benefit the whole.
Hey, Amazon, in order to have a nation, you gotta have a government, correct?
No. Like I'm a citizen, and I'm gonna get there. Like I'm trying to answer y'all question before you ask it. Like I said, man, can a Chinese government tell Australia what to do? No, right? So, according to international law and the law of our ancestors, right? the law of our ancestors, the reason why we didn't get nothing or reparations are operated because we're not operating like a nation. Restitution means restoring a nation. So how you gonna start an old nation and a new nation when you didn't get up from the old nation? Now, once we operate like a nation, if we want to call it, if we wanted to, if listen, man, look, bro. Okay, you don't need. I'm Amazon. I don't need no help.
I mean, he said, "I just came to bring the pain." This brother, this way.
Like I said, hold up. Like I said, so if we operate like a nation, and we want to call ourselves the Green Nation, after we restore, no, like I said, when we operate like a nation and come together, if we want to then call that nation the Green Nation, according to our custom, tradition from our ancestors, on top, I'm not saying, homie, you know what? I'm good, son, because y'all about bullshit. I came with the solution for everybody. I don't got time for this.
And you talking about international law?
Nah, because y'all not listening, bro. Y'all playing games, man.
They was never going to listen from the jump.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Hold on, yeah, Amazon. Hold on 1 second, brother. Speaking of that, I got two special speakers too. I want to throw it to brother David and brother Shrugs right after. What you think about the conversation so far, and then I know David, you said that you're moving as an indigenous. Tell the people how you're moving out here, because everybody's moving different, and everybody has Yeah, go ahead.
I'm in the process of peace, everybody again. First of all, in the process and the rolling back into my nation. So right now, I'm as an American Indian, Indigenous American.
Who the fuck is?
Hold on, y'all. Brother Sign dropped out. Let me get the link and share. Give me 1 second. These dumbass motherfuckers in this shit, yo. Y'all gonna fucking drop.
Second of all, I heard about the Constitution. The Constitution also comes from my ancestors, the Iroquois, the 7 laws of peace. I'm descended from the Mohawk Nation.
any constitution based on here? That's just my question. Is Iroquois French or not?
No, it's not French because the original name for Iroquois is Iroquois.
So that doesn't so the people.
What the fuck? Okay.
So which Algonquin, when did the Accomac call themselves Moors?
It was
hold on. Hold on. Oh yeah, hold on. I got another question.
Okay, go. I'm listening, Darby.
Delaware has nothing to do with Virginia, first of all, right? And then we're talking about the Lenni Lenape, okay? They're connected to the Algonquin because I actually speak Algonquin. I speak the Powhatan dialects, right? There's no word for Moor in there or Fez.
They had to give up being called Moors in order to adopt being called tribe name.
And you want to know why? The Moors called the people in Delaware were called Moors because Moors came in and mixed with them. That's why they're called Moors. No. That's another name for Melungeon or mulatto in Delaware.
What they did was, according to Title 29, Section 106 of that Delaware Code, what happened is Moors, they were defeated, they capitulated, and adopted the Federal Reserve Agents title called Indian. Federal Reserve Agents, that's why they're on Federal Reserve.
That was signed that allowed the military to pass
to
get down south.
What's the legal definition of Moor and what's the legal definition of Indian?
Okay, the legal definition of Indian is under Title 25 United States Code 5003, I think it is. 5306 is one of those that is 5 in the United States. Moors is something that ain't even the Albion term people are Moors also, because Moors is Moors other actual history. Moors dealing with the fact woman oogenesis. This is an ovum from ovary. It travels the fallopian and hits the endometrium, which lines her uterus. What's actually happening is it's being there. That's where that comes from, because it's an actual verb first before being and being. That's what nationality is, because nation deals with others' womb. That's why when you check a John Bouvier's Law Dictionary and Conciseness for the Third Rawls revision, you will actually see that government starts with. So the only be a government is to honor their ancient foremothers and forefathers in the wombs from which they come. We're all one. We're just by ideology because we've been defeated.
That all sounds private. All right, I'm gonna say this, right? All right, so legal conditions of a Moor, right? It means the officers of the Isle of Man is an Moor officers of the corporation. They're from Europe. Now, if you want the etymology of Moor, talk about etymology. The etymology of Moor means an inhabitant of Mauritania. And over time, it became synonymous with Negro.
Why? So, who made it synonymous with Negro? Was it the people that are Moors, or was it people that defeated them?
Descendants, no children.
It's a great day coming. You better start
really?
Drinking, you better realize the wrath of Allah is upon us. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm out. Join the Moorish Science Temple of America. Honor the Prophet Noble Draw Ali.
Which God bless you, my brother. And somebody said, which one, brother? Which temple? I guess, you know.
1913, somebody was put in the chat. It seems like 50 different ones and 50 different.
I know. PlayStation, live your life how you want.
No, there's actually active people out
there. But it's all good.
Hey, I got a quick question. Hold on. God bless you. Why do you feel that this brother don't represent? Speak your mind. Yes,
okay.
Hello? Loud and clear.
We hear you, brother.
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to say first and foremost, peace to everybody that's here. I think there were some people who, some Moors who spoke, who did a good job representing what we're really about. And then there were also some Moors with some questionable tactics or ideologies that don't represent true Moorish American Muslims at all. And I'm gonna try to keep this short. And gratitude to the men and women for being respectful and just allowing me to speak without cutting me off, because I definitely didn't cut anybody else off. So I just wanted to say that, first off, if you identify as a Moor, there's a lot of people that self-identify as Moors, but if you don't submit to the will of Allah, in other words, if you don't practice Islam, you're not a true Moorish American Muslim. People saying nowadays that everybody making up their own thing. Nobody was calling that until after the Prophet Noble Drew Ali established his Islamic organization, and then with thousands of members in the 1920s began to move as a nation. They had their own economy. They were self-sustainable, meaning that they could operate whether the United States of America was in a Great Depression, they could still function because they could trade with each other. They were building it up. He even was able to move internationally and be recognized as a head of state because he was the head of all of these people that recognized them. Now, in this day and age, we are in disarray. That is not the reality. We are in disarray. And then on top of that, we have several people, as I said, who are not truly Moorish American. They don't practice Islam. They don't submit to the will of Allah. They don't follow the prophet. Some of these people who have spoken here, there's a direct conflict of interest. There's no reason they should even be on here speaking as Moors because there's a conflict of interest because some of these people sell the same bogus paperwork that gets people in trouble, that messes up people's lives, and they have no shame.
Point them out.
They don't even feel bad about doing it. Can I finish?
I was just asking, Lloyd, who's selling bogus paperwork so we can make sure we know?
Can I finish, brother? Because you've spoken a lot. And no, I didn't cut you off. So I'm saying
I was just asking you to point them out.
There's a lot of people that have well, I shouldn't say a lot. There's some people that there's a conflict of interest. Because first off, if anybody's selling declarations, Moorish IDs, Moorish travel documents, whatever you want to call it, there's a conflict of interest. You can't represent Moors because you're selling the stuff. So there's a conflict of interest. Obviously, you're going to promote that stuff. And I'm not saying anyone in particular because it's more than one, but you're going to promote that stuff. And obviously that person can't give, they can't give you a true, they can't really, they can't because they're trying to sell what they push. They're not going to go against what they push. So that's a conflict of interest. And then we have another problem because there's a criminal element. We have a lot of people who equate Moorish American being a Moor with legal trouble, getting in court. And it's like these people aren't in court because police just came and kicked in their door while they taking care of their family, while they being good, upstanding people. You have people who, they in court because they tried to rob somebody, because they pulled a gun on someone, assault with a deadly weapon. And that doesn't need to be equated with being a Moor. When Moors are coming together to speak, we're supposed to be following the prophet. Only reason we gathering together is because we have businesses all over the country, wherever we're located. We're talking business. We're moving to open banks. We're moving on that, at that level. And so this conversation, when you have all the people, my court date, I did, I got this case dismissed. It's like, come on. Like what? That's the low level conversation. And that's letting you know that these people are not doing the work on their lower selves. It's a serious problem. It's an issue.
That's why I mentioned chapter 3.
People cannot represent Moorish Americans. They can't. And so that means if these are the loudest voices, if these are the people that are speaking and the people who are actually in the temple, waiting for their turn, they're not trying to cut people off. They're not even being heard. But you got these loud voices that's trying to represent Moors.
Hey, Lou, I got a question for you while you cook it, bro.
Yeah, Islam.
So you have Moors that are basically like charging like for like consultations and to basically show people how to move in the matrix. How does that go against the teachings of Noble Drew Ali?
It depends on what they're doing, but yeah, for the most part, it does, because you have Moors who were trying to do that in the Prophet's time. I have newspaper articles from 1926 showing that there were Moors in Virginia and other parts of the nation who were doing that. And that's why the Prophet had to put the proclamations out telling them to stop flashing their cards, because they were doing that stuff back then.
He had to protect the movement.
He had to protect the movement, brother. You're right.
No, we go to school. He has his temples established. He has his meetings that members go to. If you ain't going to a subordinate temple meeting, if you're not a member, okay, then you are not equipped to even speak on what's going on in the temples, okay? We have people that speak on the temples and they're not even keeping up with the temples. They're not.
Son, do you keep up with the temples?
Not only do I keep up with the temples.
Brother Hasan, you've been around. He's been around. He was around with Tashrif Bey, all that type of stuff. We are well past that stuff. Okay, we're well past that.
Why you say y'all well past that?
So not only do I keep up with the temples. Hold on, let me answer the brother's question. The only reason I had spoke how I spoke at first, I told you guys from the jump when I introduced myself, I'm just going to share information. I had to deal with being called different things. That's fine. I'm used to it. I embrace the heckler. However, at the end of the day, what I've been doing is only sharing the reference points and the documentation. I have all of Prophet Noble Drew Ali's literature right here in front of me. I sleep with it under my pillow, and then I carry it into my office. So at the end of the day, that doesn't that doesn't mean where am I on a holy day? You can check my resume.
If you're a true Moorish American, what does USA stand for? Because you said unity, salvation, Allah, and that's the Prophet let you know what USA is.
I asked you that. I didn't say that's what it was. I asked you that.
No,
I asked you. No, this not bogus that I asked you that.
Insinuate the USA stands for anything.
Bro, at the end of the day, the maladministration that's taking place, according to the 805 ILCS 110, you can check the sections. If I'm not mistaken, based on people's conduct that claim they're running Moorish Science Temple of America, have removed themselves because of what you're actually saying. There are a lot of people that have come from jail ministries and all types of stuff. Near the Baltimore Corporation, people think Moorish Science is a jail religion. That's not been my experience when I met Prophet Noble Drew Ali in his literature. I did my own bit for 8 years to make sure I study without having to be under some man's thumb who's telling me to shake a tambourine and sing hymns, replacing Jesus with Prophet Noble Drew Ali. That's not Moorish Science. Prophet Noble Drew Ali had a civic organization that adopted as its corporate name by religious affidavit Moorish Science Temple of America. And it's a lot of maladministration that's going on in the temples, period. Pardon me?
You're not attending the meeting. You can talk all you want.
Bro, I've attended meetings not only at brick and mortar buildings.
When the last time you've been in one, brother?
Bro, I attend a meeting every day. I know the adept lessons. I'm having a meeting on the second floor every day. Bro, at the end, it's not a calm down. You're actually saying that because of how you see things. You hear things a certain way. Nobody's yelling. This is my voice. If you don't like it, that's fine. I've been said that early.
Brother, just slow down. He asked you a specific question. He said, when the last time you've been to
and my answer is I'm attending meetings every night because of the adept lessons that have been gifted to me. You can laugh. I'm used to it. I don't mind it. I'm not embarrassed by that. I am meeting Prophet Noble Drew Ali in his literature every day. I know when I'm here, being here for my loved ones, being here for my little ones. I know what it is. Dear fathers, use these lessons to set your house in order, and your little ones will learn to love instead of hate.
Not from the vehicle of a subordinate temple. We got you. So,
bro, I don't have to do that though. That's corporate. I don't have to do that. That's the thing. No, I'm not saying you did. What I'm actually saying, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that there are lessons that are elementary lessons when people come into the Moorish Science Temple of America. I have had the honor of, and I'm going to say this because I'm not picking sides or anything. The subordinate temple number 5. I'm not going to even BS you. Cujo was the first one that accepted me. First of all, I'm gonna keep it a band with you. I'm gonna keep it a band. And then there was subordinate temple number. Hold on. Subordinate temple number 19 at Rock Rose.
Hold on, Lewis.
Subordinate number temple number 19.
I want to hear what he had to say. Lewis, why did you push back on that?
Look, you have to know what all these other Moors are doing, right? All these other Moors are doing stuff. Okay, just simply put, like, if you just look at my PTR, see, you know how many members there are. When you in the temple, you got members. It's like, man, listen, we hear this stuff all day, man. It's like, listen,
that's what I was saying.
Or not? If you make your meetings, you would know what the movement is. It's as simple as that.
Why is Rock Rose subordinate?
It has nothing to do.
Why is subordinate temple 19 not existing anymore?
Lewis L. Who is the gentleman Cujo? Who is that? Now, there's some offshoot wars that they. Long story short, they.
Is that the Canaan land one? The Canaan land temple?
Long story short, they're not with our brother R. Jones Bey,
Right.
Kirkman Bey, you know, F. Nelson, brother Blakely Bey, brother R. Love Hill. This is where the movement succession. Now, there may be more that a disagree, whatever, but they're only disagreeing out of their own opinionated studying, which is not from any temple. Okay, when they go to the temple, okay, they will, and they have questions. They will.
Can I ask you a question then, Lewis L?
They will be blessed with the answer.
Lewis L, let me ask you a question then. The first temple I went to before Cujo actually sent me anything, before I went to subordinate temple number 19 at Rock Rose off of Ricestown Road, before I went there, you know what my first Moorish science temple experience was? I had met up with a cat, calls himself Kamal Bey, and I learned real fast that I could make one or two decisions. Say, fuck this shit, or meet Prophet Noble Drew Ali in his literature. Now, I'm going to tell you what's real, Chief, because this is what you don't get. I met somebody who sat there and gonna quote the 40-year-old virgin, talk about if this dagger come out my sheath, it can't return without blood. Why? Because I had mentioned certain names in the Moorish Science Temple that I thought was there coming in just on some elementary lesson I ain't know back then, almost about 9 years ago. So now you telling me my first experience coming into the Moorish Science Temple of America, somebody who's supposed to be a grand sheik is threatening me, bro? So I don't know what you talking about, brother, for real. You see what I'm saying? So I did my exploration. I went and traveled. I went and saw the different people I had to be around for real. So at the end of the day, when I go here and do all my knowledge and do all my stuff, and then I share on whatever platform I'm on, it's never cap, homie. Ever. It's never cap.
Absolutely.
Temple. It don't sound like you've been to a lawfully chartered temple.
Bro, I have been to a couple. At the end of the day, the temple is perfect because the prophet is perfect. Period. That's not going to change anything. What the problem is maladministration. It's too many jailbirds. Your R. Jones Bey, your E. Braswell L's, and whoever these cats are. They are the ones that you're talking about offshoots. Your Kenyu Umar Beys, all them cats for real. Come on, man. You can't talk.
Hassan, may I ask you one thing? Can I say one thing to what Brother Hasan said? This is Brother Douglas. I'm local leader here in my temple here in Columbus, Ohio. So when you encounter the corruption within the temple, which I've seen firsthand, do you leave? Do you give up, or do you come in and change things?
Watch this. Can I put down
because like I said, I'm experiencing. I've seen it firsthand, but we didn't quit.
Brother, I got
Islam.
Brother Douglas Hill. This is a straight example. Okay.
Yes.
Brother, I checked out your profile. I see it say Moors in America. Now you said you're from a temple out in Ohio. Is that a subordinate temple?
Columbus, Ohio. It's through Brother Bailey L. I know the lineage you mentioned. This is Brother Bailey L. through Emily L.
Okay, so that's not the movement.
See, yo, that's the problem right there, yo. Why you telling them that, yo?
Right here.
That's the problem.
Don't even know about all the internal
and
that we have.
That was the whole purpose of this shit, though, man.
Off of here respectfully.
Can you respect
Me
that?
and my brothers enforce law. We mufti for real.
What I'm saying? That's not even something that should be spoken about everybody, because they don't even need to know about all that.
Brother, that's your opinion.
I think that's what.
Man, he got that capital EL, yo. You cat.
People on here who don't know anything about the temple, but they need to hear about all this strife.
Yo, that capital EL shit is dirty. It's airing out dirty laundry, yo. You a sucker, B.
You could just send a message, brother, and then we could talk on the side.
Fucking sucker, yo.
I'm calm.
I'm not attacking you or anything.
Yo, if this was 5% nation, yo, people be beating your body. Get out of here.
For you to agree with anything. I'm just simply, I'm just putting it on the floor as an example. It's real. Is it not real, brother? You said you don't want to do it, but you know.
No, I'm not gonna.
Man, you ain't even got your fez on in your picture, homie. Shut up.
Too much strife.
No, it's not. Listen, it is what it is.
You scattering the prophet flock, yo. We trying to bring the flock together. You scattering the prophet flock, yo. You scattering, yo. Stop.
Thank you. So it's just this: the members can tell who's his members, okay? And I just use that as a simple example.
You don't even have one of fez in your picture, yo. You cat. Stop it.
And it's just membership, okay? And the whole thing is about a line of succession. Okay?
You ain't about to revoke my membership. I tell you that now.
We already know who
you ain't doing
has
nothing
the
over
torch
here.
to the movement. We already know what line of succession has the torch.
So
Okay.
can you explain that? Like, so that's why I was asking. Like, I'm like, how do brothers get reprimanded? Like, what's the setup? What's the structure?
Man, he's supposed to get reprimanded talking that shit he talking right now. We supposed to be stripping him of his regalia right now.
Why? According to what and why?
Brother,
Hold on. Brother Hasan, why is that? Why would he be stripping?
Yo, because at the end of the day, look, I'm gonna keep it a band. That's why I said I already know what time it is. I don't care what y'all think about me. I've done the studies. I've put my work in. So at the end of the day, I'm letting you know, bro. I know what it is, bro. You on some BS. I can tell you on some BS. You on some, no, yo, this is why he would be stripped of his regalia. This is why he would be stripped of his regalia off the break. Because at the end of the day, he's trying to scatter the prophet flock. It's 2 letters. No, it's not. It's 2 letters to be read in every meeting, yo. And you are trying every scheme to take charge of the situation. I'm not here for that. I told you I wanted to come here just to show and bring what you mean what I'm saying. The letter to be read in every meeting.
Are you talking about the way? Hold on.
Come on, yo. He condescending, yo. You talking about I'm condescending, yo. Ain't no cap over here, homie.
Son, let me ask you this. So just set up. Hold on, brother. Lewis. Hold on, brother. Lewis. Hold on, brother.
He a mason.
So, son, are you saying?
He a large
so
mason.
Are you saying? I see what you're saying, man. So what you're saying is,
let each other talk. Damn.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Omar. I'm listening. What you say, bro?
So what you're saying is it's like he's trying to use, I guess, seniority to usurp his authority.
But he has none, bro. If he had real seniority, he wouldn't have said what he said out his mouth about what's real and what's not. Prophet Noble Drew Ali said we supposed to spread this message across the 4 corners of the earth. He said, why you think I ain't take this across East State Street? Because the charge to Moors is in order to change the people, you must change their literature. Come on, yo, stop playing with this, yo.
Something to what the brother Hasan said, because he's on point. The brother wants to bring up something that's unproductive. I asked him, let's talk on the side, because he wants to talk.
I know what you're saying, baby. Yo,
I fuck these niggas up on this shit, man. What is that going to do? No matter what you say, brother, I'm not going to come on and talk bad about the leadership. I'm not going to try to invalidate Kirkland Day or anyone right here. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. Well, let's see what this constructive dialogue is. Wow,
some suck ass shit.
Are you upset because I'm able to answer questions?
Bro, I'm not upset. You supposed to get hung for treason, B. You supposed to get hung for treason. Flat out. Pick your favorite color noose and get hung, B.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on. Hey, so brother Lewis.
It has nothing to do with nothing.
Hold on, Lewis. Hey, Lewis. Let me ask you this. So explain the power structure. Why? What would give you the authority to question the brother, to then challenge the brother, to try to possibly reprimand the brother?
His arrogance. It's his arrogance that's doing it.
I was giving a demonstration to the audience, right? Right. So even with all this, the Moorish drama, the members, we know the membership and we know who we are. That's it.
Is the membership set up where you got to pay like fees every year, or you got to like meet a quota? Like you got to.
We pay monthly.
And what does that consist of? Like, what does the membership consist of?
What do you mean?
It's only supposed to be 15 notes a year, including the emergency fund. If you really doing it like Prophet Noble Drew Ali did it when he had thousands of members back in 1920. So what people are doing now, they are hiking it up.
So what is the price now? So they went from 15 to what now?
It's supposed to be 15 a year, including the emergency fund. That's it. That's all. You're supposed to get your nationality card and all that. So say something else then. Say something else so we can prove that you a fraud, homie. Fuck out of here, man.
And then brother Louis, you came on, you're acting like you didn't do anything that was disrespectful, but you made sure you threw in that, you're not with the real line of dissent. Like, or the real line of secession. Wow. That's exactly what you said. But you're acting like you didn't say that, but you said that. Now, that's not. Now, I could have come on and said how you guys have a supreme grand moderator instead of a supreme grand sheik like the prophet set up. I could have talked about how C. Kirkman Bey was the prophet's translator. I'm not going to talk about all that. Why are you doing that?
You don't have to. The prophet set up something so plain
that you don't follow.
Exactly.
You have a whole group of Moors that don't follow it. So who cares if it's the most popular group if they're in the wrong? What did the prophet say about the masses? We don't follow the masses. If the masses are wrong, if the few are correct, if the few are correct, if the few follow the truth, they're the ones that's in the right.
Malachi, you gave that girl back my money?
Because I've been explaining.
I'm not upset. You're lying.
I'm lying. What are you saying?
Maybe you believe the lie. That's fine.
Yeah, you are lying, bro. You're officially lying for the record in front of 1,000 people.
Yeah, that's an issue.
Saying what the lie is. Are you saying that I'm lying about a succession?
No, it sounds like you're on here to subvert the dialogue to waste an hour talking about line of succession when most people here don't even care about.
I'm waiting on you to say what I was lying
Bro,
about.
I'll tell you, hold on, I'll be accurate in what you was said. You said it's not the true line of succession. That's not the charge. The charge that Prophet Noble Drew Ali charged the Moors to do is in order to change the people, you need to change their literature. And he said in the oral statements and prophecies, do not scatter my flock. Do not scatter my flock.
AKA make your meeting. The prophet left.
Come on, yo. This how I know you don't know the Adat blessings, yo. Here at the North Gate, at what you call North America, yo. This is the temple of the moon and sun. That's what you don't know. And whoever not Moorish American, yo, you need to really not say nothing because you don't know.
Hey, Moors don't talk like you're talking, sir.
Man, get out of here, yo. It's called free speech. It's free speech. I'm listening, Omar.
So if he's saying that you're not making the meetings and he's trying to discredit, he's basically saying you're not a true member because you're not meeting the quota.
He would have to prove his claim beyond a shadow of a doubt or deal with the consequences of libel and slander.
Well, hold on. So you're showing that when you went deep into the lessons, you're showing that you're bound. It's almost like, how can I put it? It's almost like when Jesus, the being known as Jesus, he chastised the Pharisees and Sadducees because they knew the word, but they basically were hypocrites. They didn't really know the word.
Period. Flat out.
Absolutely.
Flat out.
That's exactly what Hasan is saying. Islam, brother.
And why would you say that, brother? Like, what is he doing?
Because at the end of because the lessons is really simple. It's not about clubism because the need exists before the organization. The only reason that Prophet Noble Drew Ali established the Moorish Science Temple of America because that was under the requirements of Lewis Lincoln Emerson, born 1863 from Albion, Illinois, that said, hey, look, I got y'all back. However, do it within this forum so you guys cannot be held under the statutes of everybody else as a federal agent of the United States of America so that you guys can be able to do what you need to do for yourselves to bring your people back into the constitutional fold of government. And further past that, Rahm Emanuel in 2011 put in the House Resolution 6089 in the county of Cook with the city of Chicago, speaking about who Moors are in our sovereign theocratic government, not sovereign citizen government, not sovereign private nation government, none of that, yo. So y'all y'all not studying, bro.
Back into the private, right?
Come on, man.
Everything you just said is just putting it in.
Facts. He hit you with facts.
Come on, yo. Why you lying?
Are you the straw man then?
Yo, who asked that question, yo?
Oh my God.
No, yo, come on, yo. How you gonna be a man of straw? That's
How are you going to be that man that you're speaking of then?
Bro, at the end of the day, the man that I am, man, is mine. And as I think it, so I shall be. The first schoolroom is the womb. So I comprehend the mission that my mother did for me.
You should also know that once you say you're a straw, you are a man. So that man becomes the straw.
Man is mine, bro. I didn't subscribe nor consent to that. So if I didn't consent to it, you're not about to sit here and try to use anything outside of the laws of nature.
Life is consent. Life is consent.
No, it's not, bro. Hey, yo, if I let you into my aura and you don't let me into your aura when we speaking, you do not consent to speaking to me, bro. We all consented to be here to speak.
What you consented to do is speak on this platform, so you're consenting.
Bro, that doesn't mean that I'm a straw man, though, bro.
What are you talking about consent for?
The reason why I'm talking about consent is because one would have to consent. The straw man is pertaining to United States Code's definitions, talking about which is in the actual tax code, dealing with individuals, which is 5 USC 552A, U.S. Citizens, which is dealing with trade shows under 15, which is dealing with trust, foreign trade and commerce, Title 15, United States Code 4724. I'm telling you, yo, I spent 8 years of my life not chasing the bag or no fucking pussy. You already know, mother. You already. I ain't chasing no bag. I ain't chasing no pussy, yo. Stop playing with me, yo.
Are you a Lodio? Are you part of the Lodio?
Yo, will you stop?
Are you in a Lodio?
Yo, will you stop that? Because a Lodio is opposite of feudal. Feudal means you're dealing with fees and you're dealing with feudal territory. A Lodio means that you know that you have both legal and beneficial use. That is not what you are. That is something that comes with it.
You're part of the Moors. That's part of our
Hey,
enemy.
yo, are you wet?
We're not them. You're him.
Are you wet? Because wet is a byproduct of coming in contact with water.
Now, if you're wet, I'm
No,
dry.
bro, they're not getting what I'm saying. When you come in contact with water, a byproduct of water is getting wet. When you declare and proclaim your nationality and study appropriately, you will comprehend what allodial actually means, which means you can be one that conduct your own affairs amongst the affairs of men without needing feudal tenure of having a fiduciary under the Form 56 of the IRS. You don't need a fiduciary, bro.
Form 53 of the IRS.
Man, it's Form 56, bro, for fiduciary. Notice the fiduciary, and you can sit there and fire someone, bro.
A man that's a straw as becoming the man who
Bro, I don't have to be that. I don't have to be a straw, bro. I can just be Brother Hasan. I ain't got to be a grand sheik. I ain't got to be a grand this, a supreme that. If I'm just your brother or son.
You have a brother?
Yo, you wildin', B.
Yeah, I don't know why you even.
You wildin', yo.
I have the brother trying to combat you, Brother Hasan, but I don't see him coming with any facts.
Because he can't.
That you lay down a couple facts. If the brother has something to combat, I just want to hear him come with his facts or like where he's getting this from.
He can't. I got the literature right in front of me, and I'm quoting shit off the top of my head too, yo. Like, come on.
The fact that he said called 50% of America.
Because I hear one arguing with, what could be facts, and they got some literature, but the other person I'm hearing talking ain't sure enough.
He can't, bro. I'm telling you, I'm trained up for this 8.5 years straight. I sat and studied with Prophet. I sat and studied with Brother Taj for 15 months.
Hey, I got a quick question. Hold on, I got a quick question.
Make sure we ain't had no bots in the room.
Hold on 1 second. Hey, Brother Christopher L. Why would you say her son is a follower of Roger Elvig and not Prophet?
Man, that's a false claim, yo, and you should get sued for slander and libel saying that bullshit, man. Come correct. Don't do that to me, Chris.
I'm your witness to that slander.
Come on, yo, don't do that to me, yo. You don't know me like that, yo.
I'm gonna let you rebut. I just want to hear why he said that. Go ahead, brother. Christopher L.
Praise Allah, honestly.
Oh, look, here he go with that dogma bullshit. Praise Allah stuff, man. Get to the answer, bro. Stop that dogma cat bullshit, man.
So, you can see he's not a follower of the teachings of Prophet Magi because he's cursing. The prophet said that more than citizens.
Is he serious right now? Prophet said, the prophet said in the old statements of prophecy, I brought you everything it takes to save a nation. What I gotta do now? Do I gotta kill you? Prophet Magi said he'll kill you.
I'm gonna let you.
All right. I yield. Go ahead. Let me see what you guys say.
Well, the thing is that, nationality goes back to the quality of character that arises from the fact.
Man, get out of here, yo. Y'all.
And Prophet Magi said,
he said protect the prophet
foundation
and the
of mankind was not through nationality. So when we proclaim my nationality in the Moorish Civil America, we go to the Moorish Science Temple of America, which is a religious organization, to learn how to be Moorish American, to learn the 5 highest principles known to man: to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, to learn to love instead of hate, not to try to get out of jail, not to not pay taxes, not none of that stuff. We are citizens and we are law abiding. He said to obey the laws of the government as core of our divine constitution and bylaws. So we are Moorish Americans. We vote. We pay our taxes. I'm a school teacher. We have public meetings. We're not private.
Yo, I'm about to fry this motherfucker, yo.
Yeah. Keep telling yourself.
Yo, you ready?
All
right, you ready now? Are we ready now? Are we ready for my rebuttal? Because he don't have an answer. That's the point I've been making.
Yeah, hold on. Hey, brother, can you explain why the brother's in error? It sounds like he started out. Hold on. Let me, because this ain't what it appeared. What it appears. So correct if I'm wrong. It appears that her son started out the way you did, but then he really went deep into the teaching and then came out of that. It's almost like Jesus came out of the temple, traveled to the age of 30, then he came back and he started teaching. So you're saying that he's in error. It demonstrates how he's in error, how he's not in alignment with the teachings of Noble Drew Ali. Like bring that home for him.
Well, it was a number of ways that he'd be corrected, but just to be brief, a lot of the stuff he's talking is from Roger Elvick, who was an ex-Confederate sympathizer, who taught the people this sovereign citizen redemption scheme that
drop this motherfucker out of here, yo.
Movement by way of in the Midwest and Ohio.
This guy's a clown, yo. He's a fucking clown. Who is talking? Where is he at, yo?
People getting caught up with confusion, such as the United States of America is a corporation, which is not true. That's a misinterpretation of the United States Code from federal debt collection agencies, which are listed under the United States Corporation, with many different corporations. One of them is the postal office. So a lot of that stuff is confusion. A lot of it is not connected to the teachings of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. So I mean, I'm familiar with a lot of those teachings of Roger Elvick, but I follow the teachings of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. We are citizens, we vote, we pay our taxes. We actually had a Moorish American city council member here in Syracuse. So, Prophet Noble Drew Ali voted. And we have it for the record that he voted in the 1928 election, and he voted in the first Oscar Day Priest into office as the first congressman.
He did not vote.
Construction. So, when people say they follow Prophet Noble Drew Ali, well, why you not out there?
Careful, Morris. Some young will put you back into slavery.
Don't cut the brother off. Let the brother finish. I got it. But my thing is, we use Prophet Noble Drew Ali as the model and the example for what this movement, divine and national movement, is about. So when Moors say they Moorish Americans, yeah, they could say that, but we know through your words, acts, and deeds, if you're following the teachings of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Like the brother,
clearly your ass ain't.
Moors not gonna get up there and start cursing you out, because that's not the behavior of a Moorish American. That's not a part of the quality of character of our nationality. Peace.
All right, so to respond to that, then
to what Brother Stansfield said, I just want to read some words from the Prophet. From Prophet Noble Drew Ali, which is what we are supposed to be standing on.
Can I ask a question real quick before you go somewhere else with it?
Go ahead. I'm waiting to rebut. Go ahead. Say what you got to say.
Christopher, are you speaking from a national standpoint where all nationals are citizens, but all citizens are nationals? Like, or do you guys operate in a national perspective? And then you're saying you subscribe to citizen. You know what? You get what I'm trying to say?
Islam, the citizen is a member of a free juror society. That's the definition. And we're members of free juror society. We vote, pay our taxes, we're citizens.
But like you could have did all that without the Prophet.
Islam. See, the Prophet was...
You're doing everything that a regular black person can do.
Please tell him that again.
Hold on. Matter of fact, hold on. Before you respond, hold on. I like what the brother said. You're right. That's what I'm saying. My thing is anything that you hold on real quick. Anything that you do, it has to make sense. Like, what's the benefit? So if somebody was a regular citizen, you're doing everything like the brother said. A regular citizen with a regular driver's license, like you said. Why would one become a Moorish American when you're doing everything a regular U.S. citizen is doing?
See why I said they should be stripped?
Black people think they have the right to vote. You know that black people's right to vote has to be renewed every 25 years, right?
Prophet Noble Drew Ali didn't do voting.
The Prophet said that there is but one issue for them to be recognized by the government and on this earth, and it comes only through connection of the Moorish Divine National Movement, which is incorporated in this government and recognized by all other nations of the world. And through it, their children can receive their divine rights unmolested by other citizens, that they can cast a free national ballot at the polls under the free national constitution of the state's government.
That was during a de jure government, though.
As has been an existing condition for many generations. Now, let's think about it.
That's not what's happening now.
Hold on, you've been wrong, brother. In 1928,
No, I'm not.
1928, the Moors voted in Chicago under a free national ballot. Now, in 1928 election, you had Moors marching in the 60s to vote.
Then they were, that was folly. That's folly then.
The Prophet was organizing that already, and we were going to cast a free national ballot unmolested.
He wasn't there.
By other citizens. Where if you had a pheasant turban on, you went to go cast a free national ballot in the South. We had temples in Arkansas. We had temples in the South, and then you went to go vote, and they tried to hit you with the Jim Crowism. Oh yeah, we had something to combat that.
Don't count.
Man, that's
hold on,
cat,
hold
yo.
on. So what Hasan is saying, so hold on, in closing, so you're basically saying that it was set up to basically give you the right to vote and to maneuver against the racism at that time?
That's cat, bro.
To empower ourselves, brother.
Man, that's not what the prophet said.
Unmolested, other citizens, they can cast a free national ballot at the polls under the free.
But that doesn't mean voting. You can do that via electing.
That's exactly what it means.
That's not voting, bro.
You keep intermission like national.
No, that's not voting. You can.
The constitutional vote of government. That's what he said.
Yo, you can elect without voting.
I'm gonna go to the prophet's word.
I got it right here in front of me.
I desire their unity and mind back to their own
in the fucking Constitution. What's wrong with
because
people,
day
man?
by day they have been violating the national and constitutional laws of their government by claiming names and principles that are unconstitutional. If Italians, Greeks, English, Chinese, Japanese, Turks, and Arabians are forced to proclaim their free national name and religion before the constitutional government of the United States of America, it is no more than the right that the law should be enforced upon all other American citizens alike. In all other governments, when a man is born and raised there and asks for his national descent name, if he fails to give it and he is misused, imprisoned, or exiled, any group of people that fail to answer up to the constitutional standards of law by name and principle, because to be a citizen of any government, you must claim your national descent name because they place their trust upon the issues and names formed by their forefathers. That's why we proclaim our nationality. It brings us back into the constitutional role of government because we were claiming to names and principles that were unconstitutional, like Negro, Black, colored, that left us outside of it. That's why they had to pass amendments to make it a constitutional amendment to be citizens.
Sounds like just.
I'm all the way in Ohio. I've never met that brother, but he speaks for all true. He speaks for all Moorish Americans.
No, he's not speaking. That's Prophet Noble Drew Ali's words. That's not his words.
Exactly.
Stop the cat,
Noble Drew Ali.
bro.
Hasan, so why is he in error?
Yo, let me, because what people are doing with you guys, and this is what I don't do. Even when people don't declare and proclaim their nationality, I don't treat people like they're idiots. I give you the lessons regardless and don't gatekeep. A lot of Moors be gatekeeping by just trying to keep you at level one with stuff. What we prefer to do and what we've been doing due to maladministration is making sure that you can actually have exactly what you need. You see what I'm saying? So what you can do is have exactly what you need. We're supposed to be industrious. And when you're industrious and you can provide not only for yourself, but for all people on the planet. Okay, so you want to talk about casting a free national ballot? Cool. That was being done for electoral purposes. When you're talking voting, those have actual definitions under certain statutes. The voters, quote unquote, are the ones who are the head of the governor, who put the governor into power. But if people are incompetent about certain things and don't know what that means, and then when people talking about, oh, they paid their taxes, the only people that's supposed to be paying taxes are federal agents, yo. Prophet Noble Drew Ali didn't bring federal agency, man. Like that's not right. That's not right.
You paying taxes,
No, we're not.
We don't even have lawful money, so how are you paying taxes?
Bro, AA 222-141. You do not pay taxes. You do not pay taxes. See, this is what's wrong. What happened is there's so many grand major temples. There's so many Moorish Science Temple of America #1s that there's a breakdown in the administration. And since there's a breakdown in the administration, what happens is when Moors like myself speak up, and I'm letting you know, this is why they try to discredit us like, oh, well, he ain't speaking like a Moor. When I was peaceful, when I was peaceful, when I was peaceful, it was all good. I let people heckle. I let y'all say what y'all said. However, what they not saying is Prophet Noble Drew Ali had also left with us from his memoirs. He also left in the Moorish literature that you need to protect the prophet and protect the temple. At the end of the day, what is a prophet? A prophet is a thought of Allah manifested in flesh. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, what happens is when these Moors that are in the temple, when these Moors that are in the brick and mortar temple, what they do is they try to scatter the prophet's flock by trying to discredit those of us that are hitting the ground floor, that those of us that are hitting the streets, those of us that are making sure that we are having different things online for people to help them to free themselves. This ain't just about the Negro black color. Prophet Noble Drew Ali said, I'm a universal prophet. And my philosophy is universal. I just came to you Moors first because you need me the most. So he's also there for the Albion also. He's also there for people that call themselves Manchurian. That's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, people are picking little different things that they know is going to grab the ears of those that are not completely on this science. Me, I don't mind putting myself out there. Damn, yo, he loud. Damn, yo, he angry. Yo, he seemed like he's undisciplined. Say all of that. I can take all of that because at the end of the day, I'd rather you not believe nothing I say. Try to research it, try to prove it wrong, and when you prove it right, you're gonna be like, dang, yo, maybe yo was really hot in his collar, because at the end of the day, I should be dragging you Moors for real. Me and my brothers that's Mufti, we should be dragging.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Yeah, Queen. After her son answers this, and it's on you because you haven't spoken. So her son, let me ask you this, brothers. Can you demonstrate the teachings where Noble Drew Ali actually said what he said that allows you to do what you're doing right now?
At the end of the day, Prophet,
there's a conflict in the teaching.
Prophet
Noble, the words.
Okay, in the second letter to be read, in the second letter, no, he asked me. He asked me. Oh, he was talking to Mother Energy. Yeah, he said Mother Energy can speak after I answer this one. No, but you're right though, baby. So what it is? Prophet Noble Drew Ali said, protect the prophet and protect the temple. In the second letter to be read in every meet. You see what I'm saying? Then also when you go and check the oral statements and prophecies, and some more is going to go off of that. That's why I went earlier when it was saying something about my spirit. It's like, bro, my gift to discernment is off the charts because I made sure I met the prophet in his literature so I wouldn't have no ex-jailbirds trying to tell me about how to look at the literature when I have a gift of discernment, when I have insight and intuition. So at the end of the day, even in the oral statements and prophecy, Prophet Noble Drew Ali was like, look, man, I brought you.
Can you show us like so for example, when I have debates, like when I have my Israelite brothers on, they say go to book, chapter, verse. Can you show us what he actually said that so we can make sure that?
Bro, so which one? You want the second letter to be read in every meeting first?
Whatever you think that.
All right.
Proves,
all right.
Brother Christopher.
All right. All right. I got it right here on page 13 of the Moorish literature.
Hold on.
I got it right here.
You say, hold on. Christopher and Lewis, that's not a credible letter? Noble Drew Ali didn't write
no.
How does he? Yo, come on, yo, divine warning by the Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Prophet warns all Muslim governors ordered to read proclamation at each meeting. I hereby inform all members that they must end all radical agitating speeches while at work, in their homes, or on the streets, or these internet streets. If you want me to ad lib that, we are for peace and not destruction. So yeah, when I'm talking, when I'm getting up, when I'm getting crunk like this ain't for the Negro black colors. This ain't for anybody that ain't claiming they Moorish American. I'm getting at you Moors that know you in violation, yo. You know, real Mufti, if we was ordered right, yo, we be dragging you, homie. Stop the cap. And it ain't no gang stuff because I don't deal with that bullshit either, yo. I'm looking at the lessons, yo. I'm looking at the lessons.
To say what you're saying, the violation that we're doing. Are you insinuating that members don't read this letter?
Bro, what I'm saying, I said divine warning by the prophet Noble Drew Ali. I'm using the prophet's words, period.
In other words, let me clear the confusion. Hold on, Lewis. Hold on, Lewis. Let me clear the confusion. So I asked him that because you and Christopher and another brother, he's no longer with us. You basically saying there's certain Moors who don't really represent the true Moorish nation.
And that right there is radical agitating speech. Yo, come on, y'all, it's a violation.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is I wanted the brother to show the prophet's words, right? The prophet Noble Drew Ali. I'm gonna get a brother respect.
Page 13.
So if he said that you guys are wrong and he's reading it, then you guys would be in error, or if you would just you gotta use his words.
You have to listen to what he's saying
about
where we're being wrong. Okay. So my question to him was because I was asking him, like, are you insinuating that we don't read this divine warning?
That's not what's on the table. No, you trying to steer the conversation somewhere else.
Is that what we are doing is
radical agitating speeches, period. You're doing radical agitating.
I wanted him to demonstrate that he can do what he does without repercussions.
So here we go. No. Is that because when I'm doing it has no repercussions.
You guys would be wrong because if you're saying that Noble Drew Ali said, hey, you start out this way, but your goal is to come out of the temple, come out of the church, come out of there and do. It's like what Jesus, the being known as Jesus said, you're gonna do greater works than me. Like he came out of the temple.
Correct.
Then he started teaching he saw other good men. He taught Peter he was trying to teach Peter how to walk the water. He taught his disciples how to cast out demons. He was actually trying to show them how to do what he did. And so I'm wondering if Noble Drew Ali was doing the same thing. Like
exactly, that's what Prophet Noble Drew Ali was doing.
And they caught up in one level, and then some Moors come out of the temple and they go on to the next level. And I'm trying to figure out, is that
but you're exactly correct, though, bro. That's exactly what Prophet Noble Drew Ali was doing. I yield, Mother. Go ahead, Mother Energy. I yield.
Islam. I appreciate that. I've been in this walk for 12 years, and my beginnings was, I started studying before I got into a temple. And I do have my temple card, and it's right here in the neighborhood I'm sitting in right now. When I went into that temple, the first thing I asked them was, how do I sign my babies up for school? They told me, we don't do that here. Then I asked them, how do I put my car in the temple's name? And then they told me, we don't do that here.
That's not what this is about.
Hold on. But wait a minute. If you say that, then once again, Hasan could pull it up because I'm not in my location at my post where I could pull up my literature and give the prophet's words. Okay. Everything is supposed to be on the prophet or in the temple's name. He said, let me know what's on me. Okay. So I came in with my eyes wide open. And Hasan, when you came to this neck of the woods, when y'all knocked on that door, did they let y'all in that temple?
Man, them people was on some BS talking about some other stuff. And I know when Amazite and them went up there, they would not open them doors. Flat out. They was on some other stuff.
There. So when you say maladministration, absolutely.
Yeah, but we don't know. See, sister, but when you're saying that, right, and you're sharing with Hasan this experience on knocking on some door, right? I'm questioning this door that y'all knocking because if they didn't let you in, the place that you were knocking on is questionable.
I'm near it very much so. And so as quick as I came, as quick as I left, because I noticed that they had two pictures sitting on the wall. Now I recognized Prophet Noble Drew Ali, but I eventually asked, well, who is this other guy? And then they tell me who it was. Now I did the research. Oh, you mean the chauffeur? That guy? And that's the reincarnated. So that's who they are under the doctrine of the reincarnated, which I immediately knew that this was not the place for me to grow in this Moorish divine and national movement.
Hold on. Whoa. So you're saying this place you went to is affiliated with the Moorish Temple and the National Divine Movement, like 100% that you noticed that this place.
Obviously, no, now I know that they're a 501c3 organization. They have no flag flying, they have nothing out front. And matter of fact, you understand, I'm in what they call, or I'm near the Pittsburgh Corporation. The prophet came this way. The prophet established a temple right up here on Lincoln not too far where I sit right now. But what they got established over there, they sell fish dinners twice a month. They don't speak about nationality and birthrights. And this is a community primarily of Moors. Moors. But they don't say nothing to nobody.
Do you know what, I mean, you know, I would question what subordinate temple that they're with. And I would question, you know, if they're with Brother C. Kirkman Bey, Nelson Bey, Dave Blakey Bey. Well, my apologies, Brother R. Jones Bey in that succession. So I would question those types of things. I mean, that might be for another platform, but I would question, I got questions because as far as I'm concerned, what you're saying, you know, it sounds like that the place that you were at is not a subordinate temple of the Moorish Science Temple of America Incorporated.
But that's what they're operating as. And if I wasn't studying, if I didn't choose to go meet my prophet, I'd probably be stuck up in that place too.
So you know what? I got a question. I got a better question. So if you guys are saying that you guys are the parent company, you guys are the official organization, why aren't you guys holding these guys accountable?
Because they're not, bro. They're not. Prophet Noble Drew Ali.
I asked that for a specific reason, brother. Why can't you hold these other offshoots accountable if you guys had the authority?
Because they don't have it.
Hold on, slow down. Just as she mentioned, that's it. I would question it. Now you're saying like, hey, it's like our job to police them. Well, I'm questioning already, and I'm letting her know that hey, that place, that building, don't sound like that they are part of the subordinate temple structure. Okay, so people could do what they want, right? You can call yourself whatever. You can go adopt the ill or bay. You can go get any old cap. You can get a fed. You can get the stuff off the internet. You know, you can do whatever you want to, but people who experience and that are in the movement will see straight through you. Okay?
Let me ask you this, brother. Are you a Freemason?
No, I'm not no Freemason.
So let me ask you this. How does that work when it comes to secret organization with secrets, and then another organization?
There's no such thing as organizations with secrets. If they
that's a Masonic answer.
I can answer that question, brother. Hold on, I can answer that question, brothers. I'm the head of our local temple. I can answer. When people want to join, they have to relinquish ties if they know that if they know that it's going to come into conflict with their duties as a Moorish American. Period. That's not the exact wording, but they have to relinquish those ties. They need to be upfront, honest. So that's period.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Answer a question or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. So what I'm trying to, because you do when you have a Freemason, it's not a secret society; it's a society with secrets. So what I'm asking you is, there a conflict of interest when you, like in the scriptures, it teaches that you can't serve two masters, right? So I'm wondering, is it set up the same way? I'm just trying to.
It is for us.
Okay.
Their goal is to be Moors. Period. Their goal in those lodges, because I've been in situations where I'll walk up on a group of brothers on my brother's, my brother's porch or the next door neighbor's porch, and they out there kicking it. I can tell a so-called traveling man just by the look in his eye when he look at me. There's been times I traveled out near the Chicago Corporation back in 2016, and a brother came to me. He came to me, saw my fez, no jewels, no pent down tassel, and was like, yo, you over this jurisdiction? I comprehend the language he was speaking. So I said, yes. And he started, man, I'm brother so-and-so from lodge number so-and-so. Can I get my Moorish degree from you? Because that's the goal of these so-called lodge masons and their clandestine activities. They want to be able to get to something without having to do. And when he found out, when I was like, bro, you ain't had to go through all that paying dues, all that secret thing of Hiram Biff and all that. Those are metaphysical lessons that you could have got if you would have just sat down, studied, and not try to have the microwave result of being that. So with what I would like to do then is think this over, you Moors, if I may be allowed to get this out real briefly. In your Moorish literature, you have think this over, you Moors. All sheiks, grand sheiks must prepare for the prophet before he comes to visit. Now y'all know, don't sit here and be like, oh, the prophet ain't on the scene no more. Man, we not talking about that. We talking about when you go to sit down and meet Allah in your heart and have that meeting on the second floor of your mind as you reading and going over your studies. Adab lesson. Get that. Next, must see.
Second floor of your mind.
Man, the second floor from your heart is the first floor. The second floor is when you sitting there thinking and being reasonable. If you really check chapter 44, bro, you're supposed to be doing two things: exert reason and be prudent. Come on, man, stop the cat, bro. You supposed to exert reason and be prudent. Man, let me finish, please and thank you. Must see to it that all is clean. I didn't say it's anything about secrets, bro. I'm not talking about secrets. Must see, man, that's that Masonic shit he doing, yo. Look, must see to it that all is clean and in perfection as far as comfort is possible, or otherwise don't arrange to have his presence. All members should pay from 25 cents to 50 cents weekly towards the emergency fund. This fund will increase so that it will soon amount to the grand sum of $1,000. That is, if you are loyal Moors. Loyal. You think that building and you showing up to your meetings is you protecting the temple and the prophet? You capping, bro. You on some dogma, bro. You on some trying to keep, bro. Do you know another way that you give dues? Just like when the brother was bringing up Jesus earlier, and you already know when the prophet goes in on them lessons, bro.
So,
if you really got,
are you saying it's no different than like when Jesus? When it being known as Jesus turned over the tables when they were basically like tithing, how they have preachers of the day have manipulated what tithing means?
Man, changing, flipping over the money changes table is also when people take the prophets' literature and they embezzle the faith, which is in the same book right before what I was just reading called The Prophet Has Spoken. And right there in the last paragraph, no finance books are to be served in any temple except by the prophet. The head of every temple must by law obey the word of the prophet. And if any leader or head of any temple fails to obey these laws, which they have demonstrated in front of 1.2K people, embezzlement is his charge and is subject to enforcement of the law of the grand body, which ain't got to be somebody in some freaking building, man. If you got Moors out here that's actually doing what need to be done and making sure you, in order to change the people, you change their literature and you give them what they need. Hold on, 2 seconds. I have a Prophet Noble Drew Ali University. This is the last thing I'm going to say. Hold on, this is the last thing I'm going to say. I have a Prophet Noble Drew Ali University, right? I got all the books, all the knowledge and the history. I don't charge nobody for Prophet Noble Drew Ali University. And I mean nobody. They can actually I can give you the link now. I can go to my Google Drive, post it in the comments here, and everybody here, you laughing at a whole university thing though, but that's supposed to be your charge too, yo. Again, I should be stripping your ass. I should be stripping you. Stop that bullshit, bro. You on some bullshit.
Hold on, Gente, why does that matter? Why did he have to be in the temple?
Islam, about your comment, Brother Omar.
Did I pronounce your name correctly? Gente? Is it Gente?
Islam.
Peace. Let's get it.
Islam, more. Now, I just wanted to comment on what the brother was saying. The Moorish Scientific of America is a lawfully organization founded by the Prophet for the uplifting fall of humanity. So when it talks about the embezzlement of the faith, that's talking about members that have proclaimed their nationality within the organization. Embezzlement of the faith is Islam. The religion is Islamism. So the brother is associating things that Prophet Noble Drew Ali brought and taught for the uplifting of fallen humanity for his own motive, not the motives of the Moorish Science People of America divine national.
Again, yo, you loud and wrong, bro. I'm not doing this for me. Yeah, he on some bullshit too. Yo, I just put the link in the chat, yo. Everybody click that link.
Let me finish talking, my brother. Can I finish talking? To the south. Can I? And then the brothers was talking about tribes. So you could call yourself what you want to call you, but prophet, if you follow Prophet Noble, I hear Prophet Noble name all over the place on it. Nobody's talking about the names that he said that we were. He said that we are the L and the Bay.
I'm Hasan Ghaziel Bey. It said right there.
All this other stuff that these people talk about, Prophet Noble Dryly. When you talking about who Prophet Noble Dryly left or who's following Prophet Noble Dryly, the Moorish Science People of America, which is a foreign entity out of the state of Illinois, out of County Cook, the 1099 form affidavit.
Again, that's false.
Not these people that's claiming sovereignty and all this. Most Allah sovereign. And every nation of the earth follows a religion. Every nation is associated with customs and traditions. So these Moors don't want to follow the prophet, and they don't.
How you gonna be foreign on your at home? You foreign at home?
It's my time.
How you foreign at home? How you foreign at home? How you foreign? Nah, yo, cause you lying, bro. How you foreign? Man, that's cat.
Prophet Noble Dryly teaches its members that men are upright, independent, and fearless, that follow the prophet to a destination that's not unknown nor certain. Take care of our loved ones. So this brother over here talking about squatting on people's property. More, we buy homes. We have businesses.
Nobody said anything about squatting, yo. That's why I'm talking about, yo. You lying, bro. You are lying, yo. Yo, this why these cats need to be stripped, yo. This why they need to be stripped. But nobody said nothing about squatting, yo. He's a liar. Yo, man, you ain't devout shit, bro. You need to catch a devout ass whipping. That's what it is.
You gotta calm down, ho.
Come on, bro. Hey, I'm gonna throw the shrug.
Stop that Mo shit, yo. I'm not a stooge. Stop that Mo shit. Don't stop that Mo shit. Yeah, he a gangbanger. That's what he is. Fuck out of here, bro. There are no Mo's. It's Moor. Stop shortening the truth. Mo. I'm not Larry. I'm not Curly. I'm not a Three Stooge. Stop saying Mo.
Hey, Hasan, let the brother finish. Hey, Hasan, let the brother. He started the last part. You left off there when you were saying we not squatting, we buying property, we have legitimate businesses.
Thank you, brother. Yes,
man.
Yes, brother. We
nobody said nothing about no fucking squatting.
Organizations and businesses at the Prophet Noble Dryly.
Talking about bring it to the south. Fuck out of here.
That he brought the young people more naturally. The men's visionary, the sisters auxiliary. We're lifting up our sisters and our babies. And we forming nations, Mo, where we trying to have more community. More, see, the problem is, Mo, we so divided.
What is a Mo? Y'all really letting this guy lie, yo. What's a Mo?
Please stop trying to overtalk him, brother. Yeah, even if you let him finish.
He lying, though.
But if you're not scared of what he's saying, let him finish.
Man, it ain't about scared. That's not the truth. 5 principles. Second one is truth.
Finish, God. Come on, man. Part of my vernacular. I'll use more. See, Moors are very specific, so we can do that too, more. I'm not. Look. So what I'm saying is this: we are so divided that
see, he corrected himself, though, right?
And our nationality.
Because I held him accountable.
Prophet Noble Dryly said, "Together we stand. Divided we fall. Come, good people. We have to come under the common goal of uplifting our people and saving the babies. We have to employ the babies with our posterity with virtue in these businesses. Not about 501(c)(3) talk, about Kirkman Bay or Brother Emiliel. Mo, you got a fez and a turban on your head, subscribing to the teachings being one and having your own finances. Bro, that's what we need to talk about. Mo, you over here trying to talk about like Moorish University. Oh, where your credentials, Mo? You got brothers.
Then he go back with the Mo again, bro. Yo, that's a lie, bro. You have got to stop that, bro. He corrected himself, though. He corrected himself when I enforced law, though. He's like, oh, well, let me correct my vernacular then. I mean more. Now let me correct my vernacular because I enforce law. But I enforce law. And he had to change his mind right there. Period. Because that's how you enforce law. Period.
So, brother, let me ask you this, and then I want to throw it to Shrug. I want to get back to the debate because I still want to bring out this information on why privacy is more superior than being public with how you're moving. Like, for example, I have a private ministry. The headquarters is in Ghana. And so, and it's a 508c1a, and I don't have to get permission. I don't have to do anything like a 501c3. And I'm entitled to the full spectrum of free speech. I can talk about politics or anything that I see fit. So so there's no need to, be a part of,
the Constitution ain't take care of that.
What do you mean?
Your freedom of speech.
No, but what happens when you become a 501c3, you lose certain benefits. So that's why churches that are 501c3s, they can't talk about certain things. And that's how they maintain their tax-free status.
Why didn't you do an 805 ILCS 110, Omar? Why didn't you go with the 805 ILCS 110?
If you don't mind, type it in the chat. I'm gonna research that particular
Brother Omar.
structure.
It's the same thing to a degree,
To a degree, yeah. I mean, you got so many. It's a lot of
Illinois established version versus you might have established it as an unincorporated association.
That is a lie again. It is under the laws of 1872. It is not Illinois established. It's not Illinois established. That's a lie.
Hey, Hasan.
Listen, I found we registered just real quick, and we registered with the state, Brother Omar, every year.
Hold on.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Ain't none of you niggas making the prophet proud. Y'all ass ain't got no respect.
I'm in City up the state of Maryland. I'm gonna tell you how we registered, Mo.
No. I got you. But I want to ask you a question. I wanted to ask you a question because what I'm saying is I have entities that are incorporated and I have entities that are unincorporated. And so I have my state set up in a very, very special way. And so, I know when to be private, I know when to be public. Some entities pay taxes, some entities don't pay taxes. You know what I mean? There's a way to move. I move different, in this matrix. Everybody has their fair setup. So, and
it ain't nothing new under the sun, brother.
Come on, let the brother finish, please. I just want to get up off of it. Won't talk about being interrupted, please, brother.
Yeah. So, Johnson, let me ask you this. So, when you say nationality, like my nationality would be an American. So, why would I need to be a Moorish American? I already have a nationality. Why would I need to be a part of an organization that has a religion in place when I have my own private ministry that's private? It's nobody's business with how.
Let me answer your first one, brother.
Go ahead.
So I can camel walk with you.
All right.
So you was talking about nationality. You got the right of blood, the right of soil. Your solid descendants, which tied to your Moorish descent, ties you back to your ancient forefathers. Your American descent is the flag of your birth. So all that's doing is saying from whence you came and from where you at. You can't do business here on this land without having a free national name of your ancient forefathers. That's who they put their trust in.
So it's deep, but I'm gonna rebut that. You know why? Because I have successful businesses, different entities that I manage that are very successful. I've done well for myself, and I'm not a Moorish American.
So when we tell you what that's under, a granted privilege, brother. The
So
14th and the 15th Amendment.
But if we play that game, then the student may say, well, what would be the disadvantage? That's what I want to talk about. That's what I want to talk about. Like,
come on, Mo.
In other words, it's about pros and cons.
Come on,
I've already proven. Nobody can prove in here. Nobody can prove in here why a private citizen, because that's how I move. I told the judge, I'm a private citizen. You can't say that. He thought I was going to say I was a private, a non-citizen national or more. He was waiting for that. So, no, I'm a private citizen. And hold on, let me get this out. Because what I'm saying is, brother, nobody really knows nobody in here. And some people have been blessed with information. Like when I tell you I've done things, I'm willing to bet ain't nobody in this room has done. Hold on. Just let me. I gotta get this out, bro, because I got some keys that I'm trying to give my people. It's a reason why I started this room.
Let me get off of here, though, Omar.
I got you. Hold on, brother. Hold on. I got you. You gotta have patience, brother. Breathe. I don't know if they teach breath work in the temple, but we gotta control their energy, y'all. Come on. All right. So hear me out. What I'm saying is the Most High has blessed me, where I've been able to accomplish certain things that I ain't heard nobody teach. I'm like, oh, I get it. Because I follow the spirit of the Most High. And because I don't follow, it's like, that's why when you see the being known as Jesus, if you study the teachings, he didn't walk around with books, but he challenged those who had the books. So when you go to where all books come from, where all prophets come from, where all teachers, where all trees, where all ancestors, where all things in creation come from, when you go to that place of origin, and you know how to tap into that successfully, that higher state of consciousness will guide your human consciousness to the promised land. And so what I'm telling you, brother, is that sometimes we got to listen, because some people may have experiences that can really help somebody. And I know that you've done well with what you've done, but I demonstrated earlier why I would not. It'll be foolish for me to teach my brothers and sisters to call themselves a Moorish American, because I showed you the government document how the Moorish, anything dealing with Moorish is considered a terrorist organization. Even if you have a brother, like you sound like a righteous brother, it's a couple of brothers that, you know, some of you brothers, I can tell you righteous brothers, right? But that has nothing to do with this devil who has basically said, let me take this title, this name, and I'm going to take this and I'm going to smear it. I'm going to create a smear campaign. And so what they've done is, now when you call yourself a Moorish American, if you're in court, if you're trying to seek remedy, if you're trying to do something, because in their back office and you don't know how it's set up, this is why a lot of people who call themselves Moorish Americans aren't getting remedy, because the devil has used, matter of fact, I'll give you better examples. The document that I brought out, if it's still pinned at the top, look at that document. So when law enforcement pulls you over and you show them a Moorish card, or you say you're a Moor, or you're basically, you know, asserting that title, they're trained to treat you a certain way. But guess what? When you move, hold on, hear me out. I'm almost done. So, but when you move, hold on, hear me out. Right. Well, last thing, and I'm almost done, brother. But you're right. Right.
It's right, Omar.
Yeah, absolutely. So when you're private, like, hey, what's your religion? Private. Hey, where you lay your head at? It's private. Hey, how you moving on? It's private. Now I can show you what I want to show you, but I'm not. There you go. Bingo. So I'm basically reserving my rights. So that's why I'm telling you, and I'm gonna show you the documents. I'm gonna show you how public officials call themselves private citizens, and show you how in the Supreme Court will show. I'm gonna show you the court case. I'm gonna bring this out. I'm gonna show you the court cases where those who are private citizens, how it's in other words, what happens is, like, if a public official gets sued, or if somebody gets sued, let's say if you're a private citizen and you're doing work on behalf of the federal government, and let's just say, for example, that work of a private citizen is being used to incriminate another citizen, the government is still going to be, that government entity is going to be liable, because now you're coming from the private to the public. And I'm going to show you why you can't mix private and public. I'm going to show you, that's why I'm telling you. Let me ask you this, brother. What's better, private school or public school on average?
Islam, my cousin is an educator, Brother Christopher, the Grand Sheik. And according to our studies, it's based upon whatever you see. But for me, I'm going to say this. My children go to private school, brother.
Bingo. What's better, brother? Public transportation or private transportation?
Private transportation.
What's better, public property or private property? When it comes to laying your head, where you lay your head at?
Owning or renting?
Yeah, when you see private property and then you have a fence, people don't even know this. That's why, like, when you look at the being known as Jesus, he said, is it not written in your law? So once I found out how to use the law against them, I said, okay, I can set my affairs up in a certain way. I'm not going to call myself a Moorish American because it's disadvantageous. I'm going to just remain, I'm going to reserve, I'm going to be private. So go ahead.
And look, Mo, I'm not going to comment on a lot of what you said, because this is your room and I want to show respect. And I want to apologize to Sister Wynette for over talking her. You know, I didn't want to do that, but
stop all that.
Make a few comments about what you were saying. I just want to just make a note before I get off that the Moorish Science Temple of America and its members, we don't support the idea of sovereignty in this land. We are part and parcel of this said government and seek not to overthrow the laws and constitution of this said government. And I can understand your position as far as why or why not people may call themselves Moors, but let me tell you this, Moorish Americans are born. They are not made. So you cannot say, oh, I'm not a Moor just because you don't want to be one. If you got the same blood in me as I got in myself, I know you a Moor. You might not proclaim yourself.
Can I challenge you real quick? Show me in this system where Moorish American has gotten remedy. Show me a court case where it says Moorish American has gotten remedy. The term Moorish American is used and that person has gotten remedy. But I can show you private citizen.
I can tell you down in DC.
Hold on, sis. Hold on. Let me get a ball. In respect to your room, big bro, I just want to peacefully bow out. I thank you for allowing me the time, and I want to say peace to all the Moors. Peace.
Peace, brother. God bless you, man.
Hey, brother Omar.
I ain't bow out.
Brother Omar, go back to what you was building on, bro. Go back. It's your house. Brother Omar, go back to what you was building on, and before you got interrupted, go back to that, bro. You know, you was building on something that you got sidetracked. Go back to that, because we in the
privacy, talking about the privacy. Yeah, so with the privacy,
yeah.
So it's like that's why, like now,
leave them in power long enough for you to learn how to run a government. That's what Noble Drew Ali said, the prophet. So yeah,
absolutely. Can I say one thing too? Why is it when we ask if I wanted to read when the prophet sent a letter out that has the all temples when he went to court, and because that's why it's going to debunk all that bogus in Islam. The prophet said to the heads of all temples, Islam, I, your prophet, do hereby and now write you a letter as a warning and appeal to your good judgment for the present and the future. Though I am now in custody for you and the cause, it is all right and it's well for all those who still believe in me and my Father God. I have redeemed all of you, and you shall be saved, all of you, even with me. I go to bat Monday, May 20th, before the grand jury. If you are with me, be there. Remember my laws and love one another. Prefer not a stranger to thy brother. Love and truth and my peace. I leave you all. Peace from your prophet, Noble Drew Ali. So the prophet was charged with murder in 1929. May 29th, 1929, he was falsely accused of murder of Brother Claude Green, and he was exonerated. So when the Moors say, oh, these Moorish Americans are sovereign, and they don't go to court and they get off in court, that's not true. The prophet was arrested. The prophet got charged.
Show me the court document where it said Moorish American.
The prophet had a lawyer. The prophet was the
No. Show me the document where it said Moorish American. Like, for example, when I prepare my documents, it'll say jury, proper persona.
Do that. That's brother Omar. That's the
when did all this get to the South? We talking about the North. When does this get to the South?
The Moorish Americans don't go to court appropriate pursuant to juris. Go to court appropriate persona to juris. The Moors don't do that. Moors go to court with lawyers. You get an attorney, I get an attorney. Unless you want to go and represent.
But see, that's what made me. Let me say this. Now I got you.
All that other stuff that we don't do that. We don't subscribe to that.
I get that, but
because they gave up doing civics.
But the problem with that though, brother, like I can show you court cases where you see me not a bar member. I do my own trademarks. It's federally recognized. You can go. I can give you a couple entities. You can look them up. You'll see my name. You won't see no bar member. I do my own trademarks, copyright, articles of incorporation. I set up my own trust. So the problem I'm having, I represented myself in a criminal case. I won. I went against four bar members that represented the state of Georgia. I beat that case, a criminal case. I went against corporate lawyers. I've sued Fortune 500 companies. Won, got checks, not no hearsay. I didn't have to do no private administrative process, even though I've done that before.
No, you don't.
So what I'm saying, brother, I don't need no bar member to represent me. So what I'm saying to you is that everybody has a process. My thing is you have to choose the path of least resistance. When you have a bar member, I'm gonna just show you why. I'm gonna go back to the topic, the debate. When you have a bar member representing you, you are dependent upon them selling you out or truly representing you. Because guess what? Their allegiance is to the court. They're officer of the court. And so when you take that, when you take that gamble,
to the Constitution.
No, it's to the court. No. I can show. No. It's to the court. Yes, you're an officer of the court, brother.
You need.
You go when they're talking about the Constitution.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, Lewis. Just let me just finish though, brother. What I'm saying, I'm speaking on what I know, not just hearsay. I'm talking about everything I've done. When I got locked up twice and I was doing something, guess what? I had to perfect my process. Now I can teach that, hey, this works, this doesn't work. This is what you got to do. So through trial and error, right? Through trial and error, I know what works, what doesn't work, and I'm able to see why people who do certain things don't get the remedy. So all I'm saying is, because the debate is private citizens more beneficial for our people or Moorish Americans? And I'm showing you the way that this system is set up. If you move as a Moorish American based on these devils and how they tainted that title, that's not how you want to move out here.
That's your opinion, and what you're coming from is from this old dramatic stuff. Okay, you're.
Well, you said that. Break it down for me. Elaborate. Go ahead. The floor is yours. I'm gonna mute up. Go ahead.
What you're saying now is that's old news.
So you're that stuff is older than you, right? So it's already been passed. Cointel Pro, all that stuff happened. Infiltration, corrections happened. No, brother. Did you go to the document at the top? Did you click the link? Did you see when the document came out?
That regional organization for Crime Information Center, they need to be sued. And if there's some sincere Moorish Americans in here, so-called sheiks, they need to sue whoever that is.
No, matter of fact, I'm gonna challenge you, brother. I'll pay you if you can. I'll donate to a charitable cause if you can successfully go after this government. This government agency. If you can go and you sue them, I want you to do it.
They can.
Hold on. I'm challenging.
Go ahead.
So they you call yourself a Moorish American. You feel that they're slandering. Hold on, not you, brother, not you.
No, he's talking to me. Go ahead, I'm listening.
They're slandering. They're slandering.
It's libel. It's libel.
So based on what you see, if you feel that there's an injury, show me that you can go after them. I go after these people.
It's not hard. All you got to do is go to a United.
I go after these people. I don't play no games. I will pass in court.
It's not hard, Omar. All you got to do is find out who they are, do the research, who's their registered agent, and then be able to do that. Hold on. I'm not saying you. What I'm actually saying is, because I'm not about scattering the profit flock. If people are sincere Moorish Americans, I'm not going to just say it because I think it's an issue. Me and my brothers that are on this Zoom, on my Zoom for this YouTube, there are Moors that subscribe to what we do, and we are talking about, and we actually do sue actual beings in federal court. It's just that now that you presented this document, to me, it looks like the things we came across 8 years ago dealing with the Southern Poverty Law Group or Law Center, SPLC, and then the FBI. The FBI had discredited them. It's the same thing. They just need to be sued.
Right, exactly. I get it. So I got you. So let me ask you this: Do you agree? Do you understand why I'm saying it'd be foolish to associate yourself to something that's in the back office as a terrorist organization?
No, this is what I'm saying. No, because I'm not going to stop being myself. I'm not going to stop being myself because someone took put some libel together and are trying to use it sincerely when we can go get FBI records when the FBI has discredited people like the SPLC, who looks like that's who this is. They just changed their name. We've come across this document. They just updated it and added some pictures to it. They are already FBI documents that state what's going on. That's why I said earlier, and when you started this call, Omar, I said earlier, yo, there's documentation that I have, and I told you, check the 59th Congress, second session dealing with expatriation. There are things that are already in place before we have ever been born, before Prophet Noble Drew Ali even established the old Canaanite temple in 1913. What we're not doing is we're not studying for oven results. We're looking for microwave results. That's why we're doing things like going against one another, speaking out of turn against one another, when the truth is what it actually is. So can these people be sued? Yes. Should they be sued? Yes. And if people are here saying they part of any type of Moorish Science Temple of America, they know their divine constitution and bylaws Act 1. The Grand Sheik and the chairman are in place to make law and enforce law. The only being that's been enforcing law this whole time on this call me arrogant, I don't care what you call me, has been me, bro. I ain't bow out. I ain't get mad when somebody call me a name. I don't give a fuck like that, because at the end of the day, I'm really about the profit. I'm not about myself. I'm not about some gang. I'm not about some clique. I'm telling you, yo, when I read this myself, I'm like, damn, yo, we out of order.
Watch this. Hold on. Let me. Hold on, real quick. Hey, Louis. It's straight folly, bro. No, it ain't. No, it's
Come on, yo.
brother. Yeah, click on the link. So in 2009. Right. Absolutely. So what I'm saying is
treaties from what?
Yeah. So what is right?
So that's why I said they should be sued. I yield.
Hold on. No. Listen, brother, because come off the mic real quick. We'll have a conversation. So you're saying it's a fake document? On mute, brother. This right here. This document is from 2009. What do you mean fake document? Okay, so is this a real document or not? Is this a legitimate? Okay, in other words, people say fake document or something like that. Like, let me ask you again. I'm gonna rephrase it. That's like me writing a letter or making my own document and say, "Hey, is this a fake document?"
It's an actual document of libel. It's an actual document documenting libel, and this is where we should come together. And then be like, hold on, yo, I don't agree with this either.
Because I want to ask that brother question. This document here
is something that somebody made. They put
who is somebody? Who is somebody? Who's that somebody? It isn't. The name is at the top. Read the name. Because I did this. I don't think you were here earlier when I broke this down.
No, brother.
No. Don't play a game. No, don't play a game.
Someone made this.
Who? It's on the document. Who made it? Make sure y'all listen to this. Make sure y'all write this down.
Hold on. I'm on page 14. I'm still scrolling down. You want me to scroll all the way up?
Yeah, go to the top.
Yeah, because this is straight foolishness of folly right here.
No. So that means that in your position, I think you're the next highest person in charge. So it seems like you would have the ability to go after. Matter of fact, Christopher said he's the highest ranking on the stage.
No. I got what
so that means that. Yeah. So what I'm asking you, who created this document?
I don't know. Somebody. It's not official.
It's on there. It is official. Read it. Read it.
I got it.
It does not have the trademarks of the Moorish Science of America on there.
Hold on.
You say what now?
It does not have.
Hold on. We'll get no. We'll get to all that. Hold on. Let Lewis talk. Let him hold his own. So,
brother, I don't see nothing.
Who created this document? Now I got that. We can get into all of that, but who first? Let's deal with the first thing.
It's a
who created the
organized crime informational center.
And do you know who that is? And what government agency is responsible for that agency?
Well, I know what government documents look like. This is not a government document.
Man, they saying it's coming from the Bureau of Justice Assistance, U.S. Department of Justice.
Hold on. I want to see how sharp this, because I want to see, because this is brother competent. Brother, what I'm asking you is, you identified the organization. Now, research who that organization is.
Great. It's like a company, like we came up. It's like a company, like we came up with like a company, and then we have to make our mission statement, right?
The company is called, the entity is called Regional Organized Crime Information Center. Now, put that name in any preferred search engine like Google or Yahoo, and then tell me what is this.
It's not a government site. This is not a government company.
You sure about that, brother?
I'm positive.
How are you speaking so soon without looking it up?
Because a government document says government on them, and then they don't
moving
have
so fast. This brother ain't. What's your position? You say you're a sheik?
No, I'm a member.
You're just a member. Okay.
We're talking about a document here. We're not
Christopher, you're a sheik, right?
We're talking about a document.
No, hold on.
I know
Christopher, you're a sheik.
Contract law. I'm in the real estate.
I don't sound so disrespectful now, do I? I don't sound so disrespectful now, do I?
I deal with contracts.
Hey, hold on, Christopher.
I know, baby. I know it sounds like I'm on some bullshit, but I'm not trying to make us look bad. It's like I know the motherfuckers on some bullshit.
Islam, I'm a Moorish American. I'm the Sheikh and Divine Minister, Assistant Grand Sheikh, Branch Temple number 11, and I'm your brother.
All right, my brother. All right, my brother. All right, click on the link at the top. I want to see something.
The link that says Moorish Nation Sovereign Citizen Movement.
Mm-hmm. Click on it.
Yeah.
Omar, isn't it?
What about it?
It depends. It can start private, and depending on how it's set up, it can then become public. So but it essentially starts private.
What is this?
So no, this first thing is first. Who created this document? This is gonna show me how you brothers, when you study literature, I want to see, because when you study in teachings, you got to have a certain type of spirit when you go into teaching. Like when you look at a document, you can study a document, you can look at it, you'll have a gift of discernment where you can look up.
Real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and I told you what it was that quick.
What is it?
So
who want to do this? Lewis, you want to do it?
It's not a government document at all.
It is, brother. So who
You're
want to take
saying
the first?
that. You're saying that. I don't see.
So Lewis, you want to do this, or Christopher?
Well, my thing is this document doesn't have any.
You got to unmute, brother. Y'all brother.
Someone muted me.
No.
Islam, I was just gonna say that document I'm looking at has nothing to do with the Moorish Science Temple of America.
No. This first thing is first, brother. Who is responsible for this document? What entity? What's the name of the entity?
Who you asking the question, Omar?
That's the brother, Christopher.
It says that it was produced by some information center.
And did you look up
like a law enforcement? No, I didn't. No, I haven't looked up.
Look up. It's called Regional Organized Crime Information Center. Look up.
Well, but I have pertinent information according to.
I just put the link in the chat.
Agencies according to the Moorish Science Civil America. So in the Moorish Science Civil America, you have law enforcement that have reached out in the past.
Now,
to the
I
Moorish
understand
Science
that.
Civil
That's not my
America.
point, though. That's not my point.
But that document right there has no connection with the Moorish Science Civil America. It says Moorish Nation Sovereign Citizens Movement, and we don't subscribe to any of that doctrine.
None of that.
No. You don't have to subscribe to it. It may not represent your character. I'm not saying
it doesn't subscribe to us because the law enforcement knows the difference between the Moorish Sovereign Citizens Movement and the Moorish Science Civil of America.
So that's why you guys don't mind about people getting locked up.
People getting locked up.
I get it.
We care them our brothers and sisters, but they're not with us.
But Christopher, do you think the average law enforcement knows the difference between the Moorish Nation?
And that's what I was gonna say. That actually the law enforcement officers are privy. I'm trying to speak. The law enforcement officers agencies, at least in New York State, are privy to the difference between those who are Moorish, so-called nation sovereign citizens movement, and those who subscribe to the teachings of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. They're fully aware. We have Moorish American politicians. If you look up Khalid Bey, he was a city councilman of Syracuse, New York. Many of the laws and politicians that were created in Syracuse legislation were created by Moorish American themselves. Peace.
I get it. So when you look at this document, hold on,
It's some bullshit.
So when you look at this document,
I talk about that too. But go ahead.
All right. So when you look at the images, the brother, you see that image with the brothers. It's on page. You see the brothers with the flags and the flag. Is that a flag that you have in your temple? On page number.
I pulled up. I researched. I put up the site myself. Okay. And it's
hold on, just let him talk because he made a point. I just want to we got to just make this make sense.
Okay.
Because I get what he's trying to say, but he don't get what I'm trying to say. So, did you see the picture where it has Moorish Islamic Prison Ministry Outreach Program member? You see how they got the feds on, they got the flag. You see that picture?
That's all of that stuff that is connected to that President Bey. Brother President Bey.
I get it, but I'll let you clear it up because I don't want you to feel like I'm just trying to tell around.
No, I'm just saying that stuff, like I'm familiar with it, but that stuff is not connected to the Moorish Science Temple of America. That's connected to
is that flag? You see that flag? Do you use that flag in your temple?
No, we have the red flag with the 5-point green star in the center.
Right.
We have the American flag.
Yo,
Omar, I think they're trying to tell you, Omar, that's
no, I promise you. I get
original.
That's what I do.
It's just not though. That's the
circle around it. That's not our flag.
Islam, you understand, right, brother? The brother's letting you know that brother leading President Bey did his own thing.
Yeah,
that's not what we fly in the temple.
Brother Omar, you need a better reference. The two links in the chat: Federal Bureau of Prisons and the FBI vault.
Okay, perfect.
We actually have a federal prison ministry, and we actually have the best federal prison ministry in the country when it comes to federal institutions with the Moorish Science Temple of America. So the powers that be, as far as the FBI, we actually have detectives and police officers in our organization.
See, I was telling y'all.
Hold on. Science right there, brother Omar.
Hold on. Mute up, bro. Mute up, bro. Mute up. CJ, hold on. This document, because I see it. That's the
FBI vault and the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and that's directly talking about the actual Noble Drew Ali Moorish Science Temple. You just got to go into.
So what? And so I see it. This is cold. So with this, what are they actually saying though? They got this in the vault.
Well, so it's exactly kind of what you're saying. I don't want to allude to what you're saying, but from the privy of what I'm thinking is basically, regardless of how I feel about it or my bias, the government is definitely labeling, the people under the Moorish Science Temple and sort of like a terrorism cult, and that's kind of how it's been labeled. That's on the FBI website. The Federal Bureau of Prisons, the government, the justice.gov. I'm not saying that that's the case. I'm just saying, to your point and to your original title, that it does back it up with those references.
Brother Omar, may I say one thing about what you just stated?
the number one domestic threat to the United States.
Splitting hairs. That's not what
you don't get my point. Hold on, but the brother, hold on, Shrug, what did you just say? Shrug?
We'll go back to 2018, the Federal Bureau of Investigations named members of the overreaching movement the number one domestic threat to the United States. United States.
Yeah, this is old news. Remember Black Panther was on there, Nation Islam was on there.
Changed, though.
Yeah, bro, but
Brother Omar, may I speak to where the source
that's
for where
always
that ROCIC came from? Now, see, I just did a search on the U.S. Department of Justice website, and that ROCIC report came out in 2009. They have another report on there from 2012 talking about official religious beliefs and practices, and they have the Moorish Science Temple of America listed on there with Sikhs, with Buddhism, with Islam, Hindu. I'm looking at it right now, and it's listed on there and recognized with everybody else. Now, people can say incorporated. I mean, I heard somebody say FBI, and everybody's all like, ooh. No, there's nothing spooky about it. They have it listed on there with all the other religions.
Hey, brother, look.
Can I say it's not listed as a terrorist organization, and that was put out in 2012.
Hold on just a second. Just because something is listed as a religious organization, please do not mistake that law enforcement will still list you as a threat, as just like they're putting you in the same vein that they put the Bloods, the Crips, the GDs. They do, because I've actually seen the documentation.
Right.
I've had to have a training on it. And that the religious sects or groups, if you will, that they consider to be a threat are put in that same vein. I understand that you're saying, hey, this isn't specifically us, this is someone else, Moorish Science Temple or whatever the other aspect of it is. But what we're trying to say is the overarching theme of it. That's what they're looking at. The average cop is not differentiating between the two.
Wanda, can you share?
Well, the thing is, with Moorish Americans get pulled over, we don't say we're Moorish Americans. We give them a driver's license and registration like everyone else. We don't go, oh, we standing on the Treaty of Peace and Friendship. We don't do that. We're Moorish Americans.
And please, brother, please don't loop us all in as if we're all trying to get some kind of remedy in court. Many of us are law abiders. We're not having these gun problems and other issues. We're not always trying to sue people or trying to do liens and all of that crazy stuff. So we don't have issues.
I got you.
So if you're doing that, you're willingly putting yourself in harm's way, because it wouldn't matter if you were Jewish and you're doing that stuff. Right. And if a lot of Jews were doing that, yes, they would have a sector that would be getting marked with that too. And that'd be something they just have to deal with.
But
everybody has to deal with
that paperwork, guys. This is what I'm saying. I'm not even talking about this particular paperwork. What I'm trying to explain to you is
no. One not get it. He explained it, but see, here's the thing. Basically, what he's saying is that they're not going to say, "Hey, I'm a Moorish American." They're not going to court. They're getting lawyers. They're pulling out driver's license. So they're not. Nobody would even really know that they're Moorish American unless they told law enforcement or somebody.
Unless we're wearing our fans while we get pulled over.
Right. So I get that. So now my question though, let's say if you have 1,000, let's say if what's the total number? If we could speculate a number, what would be the total number of Moorish Americans all together? Those that move like you guys are moving with the driver's license, those that are doing their own thing. How many more collectively? Those that identify as Moorish American, whether you agree or not, would you say that you have in the United States?
1 million, 2 million.
That might be in the millions now, God.
Like what do you think? What's the number?
Identify is going to be in the millions, but not
2023. That's like being
temple. No,
that's like being
all together. All together. I'm at, you'll see why.
And that's like being a celebrity nowadays. It's a big number.
What would you brothers think? What, 10 million, 5 million? What you think is a good number?
Not following the teachers of
I said in the temples is going to be way lower.
He said anybody that identifies. He said anyone that's identified.
I don't want you to be so defensive, but we can't have a healthy bill because I'm just trying to bring something out. Listen to me, y'all. I'm asking, I said, out of all, anybody, whether they're in the temple or out the temple,
how many would you say are identifying themselves as Moorish American?
You're a very crafty brother, Omar.
I'm gonna say this because I think it's important. I think that there is a large number of beings.
That number, what you think, what, 5 million?
I mean, honestly, bro, this thing is international. That's what's important about being organized. It's above. Hold on, hear me out.
Temple. Okay, how many in the temple? I'm curious. How many in the temple?
That's what they make your meetings. That's what making your meetings about.
Right. So how many in the temple? Brother, how many numbers? Christopher, how many numbers in the temple?
So here's the thing about the temple: you have active and inactive.
He still ain't give you an answer. That's why I said I don't seem so disrespectful now, do I?
So give me the number of active members and members that are not active.
He can't give you a number.
Omar, man, why you doing this? Exactly. He said the temple would know. Because he said he's a Sikh, so he's responsible for membership.
But he's not the temple.
That count is known amongst those who are members.
So you can't tell me. So is that private?
That's private.
All right, cool. Well, say that, brother. Like,
but you just gave him an out, Omar.
No. I ain't give him no.
You did. He's not competent enough to respond like that. You see what I'm saying? I'm not disrespectful now. I was being right the whole time.
Hey, now let me cut to the chase. No, get hold on, Christopher.
The number is nowhere near a million, nowhere near 100,000, nowhere near 10,000 active members that are following the teaching of the Prophet Noble Drew Ali.
Because the administration is crap. That's why.
Make that meeting. Who's your grand sheik, bro?
Bro, I am not. Who your grand sheik? I'm not playing no big man on the tier stuff, y'all. That's that jail ministry stuff. That's that jail ministry stuff.
Brother Christopher, you're not necessarily answering the question he asked. That's all.
Because he can't. That's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah, that's let me repeat.
Can I say something? Now, here's the thing, Brother Lewis and Brother Christopher. I want you guys to know I've been listening. And it's not necessarily that the question is flawed. What I think he's necessarily asking you is for the purpose of his document and the FBI and all that stuff. What he's saying is just regardless of who believes what and who's right, how many people, if you had to put an estimated number, would you say are falling under that cloth of that organization? And there's a lot of people doing it, which is why the feds are claiming that it's terrorism, because there's a lot of people doing it. So when you get pulled over, hold on. So when you get pulled over and you got to, hold on, Christopher, I'm not denying.
Follow the teachers, brother. Follow the teachers, brother.
I'm not denying what you're saying. What I'm saying is, if you get pulled over with your fans on, and then you try to, immediately when you get pulled over, if you ever watch any of these YouTube videos, the police and all of them have already been trained, and they have like special codes and phrases and everything for certain people who act in that manner. So they're just assuming that's what we're working on. Brother Lewis, all I'm saying is we're working off assumption and presumption regardless, which is color of law. So at the end of the day, they're assuming, okay, I see a more sovereign person, they're doing this type of thing. Now, it may be brothers in the movement who are doing different things, but that's just the overall speculation. So what Brother Omar's point is that document at the top is referencing a certain group of individuals. He's just asking you guys, how many do you think you have? And it's a lot nowadays. 2023 is hundreds of that going on Instagram.
Let me say this though. So the brother think I'm being crafty, dog, because I'm very, 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 very upfront with my attention. So my attention is this, right? So let me explain this. I first wanted to gauge a number. Like, for example, if you look up the Christian population, guess what? It's over 2.3 billion Christians in the world. Christianity and Islam are the two biggest religions in the world, the biggest. So if we were to say there were 2 million Moors, 2 million brothers and sisters that identify as Moorish American, that would bring me to my next point. My next point would be, Christopher, I'm going to see if you're going to just answer my question. Please, if you just answer my question. Right? But matter of fact, I'm going to ask Lewis. You don't even know what question I'm about to ask, though, brother. I don't know why you're being defensive.
No, I'm not. Example using Christianity.
Nah, brother. I don't know what's going on.
But you realize the touch.
what you're speaking.
Brother, what's the discipline, brother? Does Noble Jolly teach our breath work?
See, I don't seem so disrespectful now. See, that's why I was going hard like I was.
Come on, brother.
Jumping off to a different point. Just listen to
it. Let me make my point though, brother. Like I gotta ask you questions. This is your organization. You're part of it. You call yourself a Moorish American. So I want to ask you the numbers. Cool, it's private. You don't want to tell me the numbers. Now let me ask you this. Do you think there are more Moorish
I didn't
Americans?
say that. I said you need to qualify your question on that. But I didn't.
So let me ask you this question. Do you think there are more Moorish Americans outside of the temple than there are in the temple?
Some of them are still in the church. You would want me to count those?
You see? So
the answer is yes.
See? So hold on. See why I said what I said earlier about our mission. Hold on 2 seconds. Our mission is to take this message across East State Street. Then every Moor is charged with, in order to change the people, you must change their literature. As soon as you try to keep it in one place on the planet, bro. Prophet Noble Drew Ali said, I'm about to answer your question. Here's the answer.
You're moving away from my point.
All right. I think that number, it can't be counted, Omar. I'm going to answer competently, and I'm not going to dance around the shit. There is a large number. There are Moors. There are Moors at Japan. There are Moors near Australia. There are Moors near Al-Kibalan, that's falsely called Africa. There are Moors all over the planet. Then they respect that.
Right, and look,
brother, I want to say one thing to your question.
Hold on, go ahead, Lord.
Islam, brother, there's way more people who identify as Moors outside of the temple. I have platforms where that are specifically aimed at Moors. I see the numbers.
How many people you got on your Facebook? Like, what's the name of your?
Just Facebook alone is like 12,000 in the Facebook group. Got like 48,000 on the Facebook page. Got like another 48,000 on YouTube, and used to have that many on Instagram. And I just want to say, like, when we joined the temple, and like we were immediately seeing that we were under at that time, and the grand governor of our state actually came out and said that he didn't want us to bring more people into the temple, and they were trying to like give us all of these rules and things that didn't make any sense to try to like keep us from promoting. Yeah, and I'm not saying that you are, but can I just say this? We've actively seen people in the leadership trying to stagnate the movement. And
see what I'm saying?
I'm in there with, let me say this, please. Can I please finish? Because it's only gonna take me 1 minute to say this. I sure am. I sure am, brother, but you know, if I have the floor just for 2 minutes, I'll be done.
Go ahead, Lloyd.
And see, I'm in here and I'm married. Can I finish?
Yo, go ahead, Lloyd.
So, thank you. So I'm in here, I'm married. I'm in here, my wife's in here with me. We have 5 children. They're all in here with us. And we have people looking at us sideways and trying to hold us back and trying to stagnate us. And we witnessed that. So there's an active movement of people who don't even want the temple to get out. They don't even want people to come into the temple. They don't even want families in the temple.
Why do you think that?
I'm not saying that's what all of you.
Why do you think that?
Well, brother, it's the same reason why we couldn't even have a positive dialogue on here. Somebody, I think his name is Russell or something. He
is very popular. You think it's like?
But brother, you speaking on me. I'm not gonna speak when you're talking.
You think it's
it's gatekeepers. It's gatekeepers, but brother, you keep cutting me off. There's gatekeepers.
Now, babe.
There's also people, you know, just coming out of their.
And even though I'm still live on YouTube right now, right? I'm just gonna keep it a whole band in front of everybody on YouTube. I don't seem so crazy now, do I? I don't seem so disrespectful now. You see what I'm saying? You're completely right. Stand in an intelligent tone. I ain't even knocking that. You already know. I totally agree with that and enforce that. Just at the same time, however, these people want some bullshit. You feel me? You're supposed to be at their motherfucking neck with the scimitar. You feel me? And now look, somebody else is agreeing. It's the third being that said it had a bad temple experience. Power of 3.
Yeah, because
come on, y'all. Like
that's what he wanted to do. He wanted to bang on the leadership. I don't know why, John. I got a question. I have no idea why.
Hold on. Let me ask Christopher. Christopher, do you
Gotcha.
allow children and women inside the temple, like the meetings? We have your meetings.
Islam. I got about 10 family members in the Moor.
And to bring back the Moor.
7 of them children.
So when they come to the women come to the meetings.
Yeah, so he can be like, see why you don't want to be Moorish American? See how these Moors act? Some bullshit, y'all. That's why I said all we had to do was speak on the prophet and the literature and be straight to our, you know what I mean, what we know. All that other shit talking about, no, he ain't this, no, he ain't that. No, time out. That's not what I brought. I said, yo, do you know that this document is under this? Or this United States Code? Do you sure? You like, come on, y'all.
Islam, that's beautiful. And that's how it's supposed to be.
I wanted to make a point, the fact that all that FBI talk, the FBI has been in correspondence with the temple, and they already know what's going on, and they know the difference because they make their meetings. They've been in the meeting before. They know the difference between somebody who's following Roger Elliott, who's already went to prison, came back, and teach that redemption scheme that everybody running around using, and then they know the difference in teaching the prophet.
Bro, stop referring to me in that cat, yo. You don't know me, yo. I'm letting you know right now, bro. You don't know me. And me and my brothers enforce law, yo. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Where you at then? Where you at then? Because we enforce law, bro. You're not about to do that, yo. Calm yourself down, yo. Calm yourself down, yo. Calm yourself down. Yo, we enforce law. Stop, yo, calm yourself down with that. You see what I'm saying? That's now I don't seem no disrespectful. This is what I was telling y'all earlier. R. Jones Bey is dealing with that partly homosexual cokehead. You got a partly homosexual cokehead talking about y'all running the temple, son. Stop that, yo. No, I'm from my mother's womb. Get out of here, yo.
Hold on. Hasan, the guy that you mentioned, who is that and what's his role in the Moor science temple?
Yo, at the end of the day, I got the science on all these so-called leaders for real. And at the end of the day, that's why I said there's some dissent. And at the end of the day, when you really study these lessons, you already know that the priesthood is dead. So for a grown ass man to be like, my grand sheik is, shut your homo ass up. You're not supposed to be talking like that. You feel me? At the end of the day, how you supposed to be really talking, how you really supposed to be talking for real, on some real shit, how you supposed to be talking for real, how you supposed to really be talking. Bro, you don't know where I'm from, bro. You don't know where I'm from. I'm from my mother's womb. Again, you cat, bro. You capping. You see what I'm saying? So back to what I was saying. Hold on, back to what I was saying. A real Moorish American will point you to Prophet Noble Drew Ali and Prophet Noble Drew Ali alone. All that chic, grand chic stuff, at the end of the day, I'm not knocking it. You're supposed to be a chic of yourself. You see what I'm saying? Man, R. Jones Bey is on some BS. E. Braswell Bey is on some BS. All them cats, man. And I keep telling you, I'm from my mother's womb because I know the science.
Omar, you're going to have to visit the Moorish science temple.
Flat out. Hey, yo, any of y'all can, yo, you already know. That's why I said what I said earlier. That's why I said what I said earlier about these cats, and they proved it, y'all. They proved it. But no, I sound disrespectful. I sound wild. I sound weird. See how I told you? And look how it turned out.
Look. Can I speak, bro? You know,
wilding.
Hey, I stay at the temples, brother. You know what I'm saying? Think about why would I go to the temple, man? Brothers, it's like there's no unity. Right. That's all. Nah, brother, you kept cutting me off though, Lewis. You kept cutting me off though, brother. Hey, Lewis, brother. Hey, look.
Man, Hasan on point. I'm enforcing law because y'all lying.
Hey,
y'all lying, bro.
Can I speak? I've been here for a long time.
Lose some weight, bro. Get a vegan diet.
God damn, this nigga won't shut up.
Hey, Randy.
Ain't no niggas over here. I'm not a pale skin.
Hey, listen, what up, brother?
Goddamn.
Man, say what the fuck you gotta say.
Listen, nigga, shut the fuck up.
Man, fuck
God,
you.
Yeah, you been running your mouth this
Man, say what the fuck you gotta say, bro.
This whole goddamn time you been running.
Bro, at the end of the day, I defend myself. He spoke out of turn for real.
God damn.
Ain't nobody no nigga over here. I ain't a pale skin.
Come on, bro. Shut up.
Man, say what you gotta say. I got free speech. Say what you gotta say, bro.
Hasan, you been cool for me. Let the brother Randall get the mic.
I yield, y'all. I yield, man.
Breathwork, y'all breathe. I'm gonna do a class on breathwork.
I yield, bro. I already know what the deal is. He just wanted to say shut up and get a laugh. Ha ha, kiki. Man, go, man, speak, bro.
Let's get it, Randall. What you got for us, brother? Peace.
Peace. I've been working, listening, trying to wait till I got done to speak for a minute. Assalamu alaikum, Pink. But
oh, now it's assalamu alaikum.
Islam to the Moors and the is righteous, right? I've been a part of the movement for a very long time, and the different sects of it also.
They don't like the thing I'm telling the fucking
I started off with some brothers that was out of San Leandro, California, that kind of got me on some weird shit. But I joined Temple Number 7 from Cleveland, Ohio under
Hold on, say it again, brother, and explain what happened.
Well, when I was with the brothers from San Leandro, California, they had me on some bogus mission. But
what you mean, like break that down to prevent a lot of people from getting got? That's important.
I tell you, this was back in 2002. I wanted to join the temple, right? So I look in the yellow pages. I looked on the online yellow pages. This is, it's back when that was popular. So I called all these temples and nobody answered the phone. But I didn't know the days of people only being in the temple mainly is Fridays and Sundays mostly. So I did get one call back, and people I got a call back from, they were mixing, let's just, for lack of a better term, let's call it sovereignty, with Moorish Science Temple doctrine, right? And they mailed me a Circle 7 or a Holy Quran of the Moorish Science Temple of America, rather. And they mailed me a nationality card. And they mailed me a constitution and bylaws, a bunch of stuff from Moor Atlantis and Hakeem Bey teachings and all this shit, right? So I said, well, but why do I join the temple? Like, I'm thinking I'm supposed to go somewhere and do all this. They're like, no, you start your own temple. What? And they sent me this affidavit, told me to change my name and file like incorporate my new name and use a tax ID number as a social security number, all this other shit that would have put me in jail. So I didn't do that. And then about 2 years later.
You said, what about jail? Say that again.
I said some stuff that would have landed me in prison, basically.
And why would it have landed you in prison?
Because it was fraudulent stuff to do. It was basically telling me to deny who I am. Kind of like a spin-off of the private and in public.
Because he ain't study, he ain't know what the fuck he was.
It was like they mixed it together, though. It was kind of odd. But
that's what a sovereign citizen is, one who mixes processes. It's like you merge public and private. Do you feel like, let me ask you this, because the reason why, like years ago when I first heard about the Moorish movement, my spirit, most times I don't ever join organizations. Like I've never been a part of no fraternity, secret societies, organizations. And I just follow God. And so I felt like God revealed to me that I feel that these organizations have been infiltrated. And some of these brothers work with the government, and they basically are using things that are attractive to our people to get our people trapped into a paradigm and then label themselves to put certain things in a record where they can basically trick themselves out of certain divine benefits. Do you think that's possible based on your experiences? You know what I'm saying? Like what, and I want you to finish your story, but this is just, because the way I'm seeing how it's set up, I feel that there's more leaders that are corrupt than it is leaders that are righteous. And that's why I was asking the brother earlier about the numbers, because when you look at the small group of Temple Moor, I just say Temple Moor versus those that are out the temple, you have way more brothers outside the temple that's going beyond the temple setting, and they're doing, the UCCs, and they're doing all things that maybe Noble Drew Ali didn't necessarily talk about. And what it's doing is some brothers are making it bad for a lot of people who are also moving similar or just simply calling themselves a Moorish American.
Now that I agree with. I agree with that.
Yeah, so it's like, go ahead, brother. Yeah, you was going somewhere with it. My bad.
Oh, no. Well, as far as what you just said, I would say that there probably are more leaders that are not righteous, because there's a lot more leaders that are not legitimate in the first place. So I think that would be the reason for that. But after not dealing with them brothers, I ended up joining Temple Number 7 out of Cleveland, Ohio. I'm in Cincinnati, but the temple in Ohio at that time, the only temple that we knew was in Cleveland. You had Temple Number 7. Actually, I think Toledo had a temple also, but you had both Temple Number 7. So MST of A Incorporated side and the MST of A side. So, and this might confuse you or some people who are not so versed in the Moorish Science Temple of America in general. You know, there was a split that happened back in when the Prophet changed forms. And a lot of this argument that we see going on in here has been going on since damn near the beginning. It's been more chaos in this demonstration than it's been peace. And that's just the truth of it. It's been this way since the damn near from the beginning. It's been wars. Moors went to war with each other. They killed each other, did all kind of shit in Chicago. You know what I mean? So, but, you know, joining Temple number 7 for a while, dealt with that. I'm still a member of it now. I'm not having been so active lately because I don't necessarily see that perspective religiously at all any longer. But I do support the, you know, what Noble Drew Ali was wanting to do and what he was doing at that time. But I think that the direction of the movement has been swayed by people that have their own agendas. And you got to think, in the day of the Prophet, you got people trying to bring him up on charges. His own members, people a part of his own organization, who called him the Prophet, who honored him as a leader, was still trying to bring him up on charges and still get rid of him out of the same movement because of money. Right. I mean, it's money. It was millions of dollars involved in this situation.
Going deeper, man. They gotta talk about the governor, talk about Oscar Telepeace and why that's so powerful. Going.
Oscar Telepeace, the brother, they talked about that earlier. Talked about the whole thing with voting, but you know, like, you know, the brothers from Each One Teach One, like the brother Roger speaking, they put together a very in-depth demonstration about just the history of Noble Drew Ali and the Moorish Science Temple, and they got a lot of information in that, man. But ultimately, it's just the way that this is going, like people saying that we not from Africa, all of this weird stuff. Noble Drew Ali never taught none of that stuff. You know, I've also been a part of the Washatas, you know, and dealt with some Washatas who were dealing with the public and private thing, with, you know, affidavits and trusts and all of that stuff. So I got some of that also. The brother who was dealing with the
Ali Bey ones.
No, there's a brother name. There's a brother name.
Went to in Ohio. Is that with I'm sorry, Brother R. Jones Bey leadership?
No, Braswell Bay. I would just send it under Braswell Bay was our Supreme Grand Chief.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
But, you know, even with the history,
is he credible? Is he
credible? Well, that's the thing. You got, to me, he's credible. To me, he's credible. Hello. Yeah, to me, he's credible because we going the lineage of Emil Yale. If we're dealing with the lineage from Emil Yale on, then I would say he's credible. But there is even a split in that. You got brothers under Bailey Hill, like the brother Islam, brother Douglas Hill. I think they came from that demonstration. He's my brother up in Ohio. He's a cool brother. You know what I mean? He's a righteous. That's a good man.
One prophet, one temple.
We can say that all day, but that's not really what's going on.
Why not?
Why not,
Randall? That's because majority of the leaders were in prison getting their
lessons. This is the thing.
See, that's what I said. See?
I simply say chapter 25. The reason why we have this separated. When the Prophet changed forms, you had Emil.
Going more. Prophet Noble Drew Ali reincarnated. Who's that?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm about to go into all of that. So we had Emil, who we in this particular sect that I'm from, you know, we would say that the Prophet left him in charge. But then when we go into looking at, you got Supreme Grand Moderator, C. Kirkman Bey, and they would say and the people who are under that demonstration say that that's legitimate. We on this side would say that that's not. But the only thing, the people who know the truth is the people who was there, and they all did, most of them. So it is what it is. Then you got the people who follow the leadership of John Givens-Hill. And just, I wanted to say this earlier, the people who are dealing with those, with the Prophet's, the oral statements, be careful with those oral statements because they say some of those oral statements are really John Givens-Hill since he wanted to claim he was Noble Drew Ali. So you want, then Noble Drew Ali probably didn't say all those things. So that's why we don't deal with those in this particular demonstration. The other thing that I would say, so at that point, you have 3 different movements. You have the Moorish Science Temple of America, you have the Moorish Science Temple of America Incorporated, and you have the reincarnated Moorish Science Temple of America. So being that those of us who were seeking the teachings of Noble Drew Ali, in my opinion, if you got those lessons from one of those three groups, I'm gonna honor you as a Moorish American, because those are the three groups that were there, right there after that split happened, right? Whichever one is legitimate in the eyes of the people who are members is what it is, because all those members are gonna see that as legitimate. So, you know what I mean? For that, I'm thinking if we're seeking the same thing, then there's honor there, right? And even the people who have joined illegitimate movements, they were seeking the teachings of Noble Drew Ali. They weren't necessarily seeking to be part of a bogus movement. They probably don't even realize they're part of a bogus movement. But the problem is we have tons of Moorish movements now, started by people who got kicked out of the temple, started by people who left the temple, started by people who just didn't like the leadership in their particular temple. And this is damn near like a Chicago gangbanging mentality that exists.
Let me ask you this to create the edification for the room. So when you talk about leadership in the temple, give me some of the things that these sheiks are doing that are wicked, that would turn somebody away from the temple. Like, give me some examples.
Well, as far as
man, he playing right into this shit with, oh, this is why you shouldn't be Moorish American. That shit keep every question is playing right into that.
As far as things that I've heard, I mean, you hear about a lot of things. You hear about people who molested children. I mean, I ain't gonna go into that politics because we don't know. It's all hearsay. So I don't want to do that here publicly. You've heard, I mean, you can call it gossip if you want to, but the person who was victimized actually came out and spoke at convention. But like I said, I'm not gonna go into that. You've had people who steal money. You know what I mean? Like I said, not in this particular temple though. This is things that I'm hearing hearsay about other organizations, other Moorish organizations. You got
what does chapter 25 say though, Randall? If thy brother, if thy brother is in adversity, if thy brother is in adversity, assist him. Adversity means he's bent. Assist means to stand next to him and stand him up. If thy sister is in trouble, trouble etymologically is muddy thinking. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. Forsake her not means don't chase after her if she's in muddy thinking. See, this is why I said what I spoke on earlier, based on the topic, when the topic is, why is it better to be a private citizen versus Moorish American? And the first thing that Omar brought up, if I'm not mistaken, this is no disrespect, he said something about the passport. And all I wanted to do was get Brother Omar to see that, yo, if you're using that, I want you to make sure you know what it's based in. I didn't come and say, yo, that's on some bullshit, none of that, until somebody was like, oh, it's double talking. The whole time I'm speaking, the whole time I'm even saying what I'm saying, is so that people will have clarity about what they talking about, yo. Every day I do this. So why has not one Moorish American spoke on, you know what, yo, there is a lot of dissent or whatever, because after the prophet was off the scene, people got arrogant and their ego got in the way. So we need to be really enforcing chapter 25. Ain't nobody mentioned chapter 25 yet, and y'all supposed to be somebody in the Moorish Science Temple, yo.
And look, hold on. Quick question. Hold on one second. I brought up a brother. I saw you coming, and you said that Moors are private citizens anyway. I got two questions for you. I want you to explain why Moors would already be private citizens, and then I got a follow-up question.
It's real simple.
Say the question again. What's the question?
So, Brother Shem, so why, I saw you coming. Peace to you, brother. Why did you say that Moorish Americans are the, no, you didn't, not that part. When you said that, let me go back to it. You said that Moors are private citizens already. Clarify that. Are all Moors private citizens, or does one have to do certain things to enforce that privacy? Or are all that again? You said Moors are private citizens, correct?
Yeah, Moors is private citizens already.
All Moors, or just some Moors?
Yeah,
and what makes them private citizens?
I mean, we can Wikipedia what a private citizen is. It's simple.
I'm asking you, brother. What you got?
Well,
you know, Wikipedia, anybody can create a Wikipedia page. So
yeah, I'll say why.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this then. Can one be
Brother Omar?
Can you hear me? Hold on, Almighty. Hey, brother, can one be a private citizen without having to be a Moor?
Yeah, private citizen, like you say, in reference point, is just someone who don't have an official or professional role in a given situation. The same person can be a private citizen in one role and an official in another.
Right.
So that every American is a private citizen in America already.
That's not true.
So, but you still have to know you have to enforce those rights. Would you agree or disagree?
I don't have to enforce my liberties. My liberties are already naturally inalienable.
Do you know some of the maximums of law where it says he who, what's the maxim, y'all? He who doesn't enforce his rights has no rights?
Exactly. That is true. Exactly.
Is that not
and a person can give up their right by
signing their life away? I be child support, brother. I had a spiteful situation happen. We're good now. And I be child support after the second appearance in court. Why? Because I understand contract law. Why? Because most brothers, when I'm in there,
I get you, but you're talking about in regards of having to take action and stuff.
Right. But I'm showing you.
There's not an action or all.
I got you. Let me just get this out. I'm just trying to teach our people.
Did you opt out of your friend of the court or what? What happened?
Hold on 1 second.
He's not a foster parent. Omar would have to be a foster parent in order to enforce that.
I wasn't talking to you.
But I'm saying that's what it is. That's the science though on it.
Still speaking.
Man, of course I am.
Hold on, y'all. So let me say this. And I've been in so many situations where I've gotten remedy, and I didn't have to be a Moorish American to do that.
Oh my gosh, here you go.
So, bro, why you acting?
Brother,
your energy shifted. You didn't start off like you started off. You was being humble and structured at the beginning, but I don't know why you acting out of character now, brother. What's going on? Talk to me.
Opt out. My question to you: you said something about child support and you got off or whatever. It's anyone can opt out a friend of the court. Okay.
No, right? It's more to it than that. No, that ain't how that work, brother.
Okay. No. Okay, well, go ahead. Elaborate.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to show the brother is that I understand what he's trying to say by saying that all Americans are private. No, it don't just work like that. Because when you start signing contracts,
if you don't,
brother, where your energy coming from?
Did that mean that?
No, I gotta be.
Well, hold on.
Where your energy shifted? I'm curious. Why you didn't start off like this? Nah, but you being real like catty though for some reason, brother. Like
no, I'm just waiting on you to elaborate.
What I'm saying, you didn't start off like this, but for some reason, it's like you're creating chaos in the room unnecessarily. Though you're being combative. I'm trying to understand. What's your agenda? Matter of fact, what's your intentions? What's your intentions about being in the room right now?
Or anyone can do a remedy. It's not geared to private.
What I'm asking you is, what's your intentions for being in the room? What's your mission? Because I can explain my mission and my intentions.
We were talking about the conversation. Do you not want to have this conversation about what you just said?
But you keep cutting me off for some reason. Yeah, you keep cutting me off.
Islam, Lewis, let the brother finish, please.
And what I'm saying is, and you're one of the reasons why I would never join a temple.
You don't have to elaborate. So what? I don't care about that. That's not what this is.
And there's your sign right there. That's why I am not affiliated to no organized situation.
I seem so disrespectful now.
Imagine the brother like that.
It does not remove me from it.
Look,
exactly.
Imagine a brother like that being a grand sheik, man. Ooh,
brother, we witnessed this. Brother Omar, we witnessed this.
That's it. Because
do you see what I'm saying? No, I understand why you would want nothing to do with this. I get it. You know what? I get it.
This conversation and somebody going back and forth don't have nothing to do with somebody wanting to be Moorish American or not. Moorish American.
No.
Let me finish my sentence. Let me finish my sentence.
Let me explain why. Hold on, but you cut.
But hold on, let me finish my sentence. I got you.
I brought you up, brother. You think about it, brother. I brought you up, right, for a reason. So what I'm saying is, my intentions for starting a room is that it's a lot of people who are confused. You got a lot of Moors on the internet telling people, matter of fact, there's a sister, she got scammed by a couple Moors. They told her to get rid of their passport. She paid them $200 to get a Moorish travel document, and she didn't even get the document. They ghosted this sister.
His head need to be taken too.
You got nothing to do with the temple at all.
You got plenty to do with it. So I'm gonna hold you accountable. You know why? Because if you guys are the cream of the crop, you're the C corp, you're the parent company, you're the head honcho. Why you not holding these brothers accountable?
Now I don't seem so disrespectful. Now do I, Omar?
Why you not in court going after these government agencies for slandering the term that you use? Why are you not going after these brothers that are scamming people? Why are you not doing that? I can't respect that.
What do you mean?
Because they're not competent, Omar.
Brother Omar, why y'all not bringing suit? Why y'all not bringing suit against these brothers? Y'all making they making your organization look like you're making people like me run away from the organization.
Brother Omar, I can tell you the reason for that.
What's the reason? Who said that? What's the reason? What's the reason?
What I'm saying though, when I'm talking about what you right,
it's because of the split. You had a split between, and there's been court cases between the ink side and the side that I'm in with more.
In the side that has
oh wow, see? You got the court case. I want to look it up.
Listen. We can have conversation and normal conversation dialogue. And we're dealing with conversations. We're dealing with conversations with Moors.
Hold on, Randall. Let me be clear. You said the incorporated, so basically the main temple is sued like an offshoot. Is that what you're saying?
There's been cases. Okay, there's an argument about the lineage. The lineage is incredibly important with this movement.
Okay.
So the immediately ill side has had an issue with the side of Kirkman Bay, and there's been court cases to see who is who and see what's what. And I believe the C. Kirkman Bay side has won, I believe, on some of those court cases or have more stuff in their favor. And the reason being is because they have more of the documentation. The problem is the people from the side that I was a member of will say that those documents were stolen, but possession is a part of the law, right? So whoever had it is going to have the favor. That's the whole issue. But the legitimacy does not necessarily lie within who has things in their possession. Things can be stolen. So who knows? You know, like I said, the people on the stage was not there. The motherfuckers is dead.
Are you insinuating that the temple, Moorish temple, is somehow stolen? Or this, you know,
what I'm insinuating, what I'm telling you is that there's an issue between our elders. It has nothing to do with us who are present day people.
Yeah,
and we have discrepancies right now. We game based. This shit is like a whole different.
You don't
believe this is like
already. You don't believe that discrepancy was solved, Brother Randall?
I don't believe any of that. All right,
you're definitely not going to solve it the way that you're talking on this clubhouse tonight. And instead of trying to build with your brothers, who follow the prophet, you want to bang on leadership. How backwards is that? And that's what we see. That's a backwards mentality.
Yeah. But hold on, time out. Prophet Noble Drew Ali said in the first letter to be read in every meeting, I told you these things long ago in the past. You see what I'm saying? And he also said there are people that are trying to take charge of the movement. Period. The thing is, if you want to study with me, I'll put all my information in the chat. I'm not scared, bro. So we can have this. My thing is, I guarantee you, the information that I have will only improve you. Chapter 26, verse 2. Come on, man.
Hold on, brother. So why did you say somebody outside the temple did not qualify? Why is that? If they got access to the same information.
Period.
So how did the FBI get all this information
being outside of your house? You can't ask questions and then talk over the person that's answering it. You've been doing this the whole time. Can you please listen? You do this all. You keep asking questions.
Answer the question, though, brother. No.
If you are not within the foundation, if you don't know anything, you can't be talking. That's like gossip. You don't know what's going on. You just running your mouth about a bunch of stuff you have no idea about.
So you don't think Hasan is credible? You don't think he knows what he's talking about?
Islam. Can I add on to what you just said?
Me. I'm about to put all my information in the chat, but you gotta tell me how I'm not credible, yo. Flat out.
Hold on. One mic consultant. I want to hear this.
You can't talk about what's going on inside anything. Are you there?
Why is
that? You're speculating. This is the basic definition of it.
So what if somebody started off in the temple and they came out of the temple? They don't mean they don't know what's going on, how it's set up, how it's structured, the teachers.
Is that what happened to him?
That means they quit.
If he wasn't listening earlier, hold on, I'll answer it for him, Omar. I told you my first experience was some brother who I thought was a brother who called himself Kamal Bey. And the elders warned me about him after I told the story. And I said, and I went there to meet with him because he was the closest thing near the Baltimore Corporation at that moment that I could walk to. You feel me? So I walked to through Park Heights, up to Rogers Avenue for real. So when I went to go holler at and I mentioned a few brothers that I learned from already just online, this brother told me that this dagger that he just pulled out his desk cannot go back in the sheath unless there's blood on it. Like we on a 40-year-old virgin or something, bro. So that's strike 1, 2, and 3. No, time out though. Time out. I didn't, what I didn't do is what Prophet Noble Drew Ali said. Hold on, time out. What Prophet Noble Drew Ali said, he said to protect the prophet and the temple. So instead of looking for some man to go to in some building, I got the instruction from Brother Taj when I sat with him for 15 months. He like, Hasan, if you want to meet anyone, meet them in their literature. And that's exactly what the fuck I did. I said, you know what, yo? I need to know what this is. So instead of me having to go into a prison and do a bit against my will in someone correctional facility, since I had the type of family I had, I ain't had to do nothing. So what I did was, no, hear me out. So what I did was I put myself through my own bit. I stopped chasing the bag. I stopped chasing these women, and I met the prophet in his literature. And that's why since I got started, and you can say what you want about my voice and how tight and how hype I am, but bro, y'all are out of order, yo. Y'all on some outlaw stuff. And then you mad at me because I'm exerting reason and being prudent. You don't like the tone because y'all out of order. You need your ass spanked. Y'all know y'all out of order, man. So stop trying to play coy because it's 1.6K people in here. I don't give a fuck about that, man. We're supposed to be protecting the prophet and the temple. And y'all keep doing dissent, man. And I keep bringing you the stuff that's in the literature, yo, and you try and play me like I don't know what I'm talking about, yo. Y'all out of order, flat out. That's what it is. Come on, man.
I bring you everything to free a nation, and he was holding the Quran and the questionnaire in his hand. You don't have to be inside those walls in order for you to get your lessons in, especially if you got administration that's not doing the book.
Exactly.
Islam respect sister and respect to the brother Hasan El. The brother Crowley El is right. If you uphold the prophet, you have to abide by the laws. Act 6. Act 7 lets you know that you're supposed to be in the temple. And if
but how can I be there, brother?
Not correct. How are you going to fix it if you outside,
brother? Because at the same time, I can govern myself accordingly.
That's a good we all have to govern ourselves regardless, though.
That's a good question.
How are we gonna fix the collective if we on the outside?
Hey, let them answer that question though. Hey, Lord, read that again. Tell the people where that's from. Was that Lewis or Lord that said that? They just said that.
That was me, Brother Douglas Hills.
Hey, Douglas Hills. So read that again. What you read? Quote. Give us the quote, and then ask the son that question because that is a good question.
Okay, we're just gonna stick to the prophet. So we're gonna go to Act 6 and 7, and hang on one second. We're gonna read it verbatim. Act 6. With us, all members must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and partial of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Noble Drew Ali the prophet to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Now, Act 7. Act 7 says all members must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and partial of all uplifting acts of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Members must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look after the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey father and mother.
So where does that great meeting take place? Where does that great meeting take place? Where?
In the heart.
No, don't give it to them. No, let's see where they at, Mother Energy. No, for real.
You meet God, Allah.
Where?
That's not where the meeting.
Where's your meetings at? No, man, that's how I know y'all not being on the EDUP lessons. Y'all on some trying to keep it on a dogma level, man. These people need their nationality and their birthright. They need the freedom.
Hold on, son. Hold on. Lord, he asked you a question. He said, where is Noble Drew Ali specifically saying, like in a temple, a church, or is Noble Drew Ali saying within? Is it esoteric?
He misquoted that. That's from the questionnaire, and it's saying where's the nearest place to meet Allah, and it's letting you know in the heart. That's letting you know that Allah is in you. There's no middleman between you and the Creator.
The great meeting. Okay.
The great meeting.
Question. Right.
That's not.
I'm confused now. Hold on, Lord. Read that one line, not the whole thing, but that one line that said about paying your dues. You must meet. Read that.
Yeah. So that's Act 7. It says all members must promptly attend their meetings and become part and parcel of all uplifting acts of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Members must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of the Moorish Science Temple of America.
Where is that meeting?
We have a lot of people who quit. I get it. We met a lot of people.
Lord, I got you. So the son, he's saying that sounds like a physical place, nothing that esoteric. So
it said of the Moorish Science Temple of America, and if one is a scholar, of also is a of is a prepositional phrase. Of is a prepositional phrase. So at the end of the day, when Prophet Noble Drew Ali, before establishing the Old Canaanite Temple in 1913, was he not Moorish American before establishing that? You see what I'm saying? The cause already existed before the institution. You see what I'm saying? Bro, I'm giving dues every day. And my thing is I'm not just putting it on altars. My dues are not on altars. My dues is also helping people out with what they need. My dues is when I'm taking a little bit that I get from donations. When people donate to me, I put stuff on other people's table. You see what I'm saying? Because if people really tell you, come on, man.
For me, I just follow the prophet. There's no buts.
Man, you not follow. Yo, you a grown man talking about following a man. We don't follow Prophet Noble Drew Ali. We honor him. We honor Prophet Noble Drew Ali. That's not the instruction, yo. That's not the instruction. Yo, all we doing right now is proving why Omar said you shouldn't be Moorish American. And that's what I was doing my best to make sure we don't do. And y'all don't get that's why y'all violating. No, y'all in violation. You out of order.
Temple is not in violation.
Man, I know it's you. The temple is perfect because the prophet is perfect.
If the temple is perfect, why can't you follow
Bro, we are supposed to be in honor. We honor all divine prophets. Ali, Buddha, Confucius, Jesus, and Muhammad. We honor prophets. We don't follow them, bro. You out of order.
How can you hijack somebody else's organization and then flip it to what?
Who's hijacking it? Point them out. Who's hijacking it? Can you put that in writing under penalties of perjury? Put that in writing under penalties of perjury. Put that in writing under penalties of perjury and email me. Email me. Put it in writing, put it under penalties of perjury, and send it to me in an email. Do that.
Islam, brother. So please get some decorum on top of this. Tashariq Bey, that's your teacher, dude. Bogus too. He ain't part of.
He's not my teacher. He's somebody I went to study with that didn't threaten me when I went to go get these lessons. He wasn't somebody trying to gatekeep. He wasn't somebody telling me to bang a tambourine. He wasn't somebody telling me to be some type of jailbird flunky.
You probably went somewhere that wasn't legitimate. That's the problem.
Bruh, y'all are expressing the same illegitimacy with your words, bro. The culture is in the language.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. You got people who are not part of one of those three movements when the prophet changed form. If you're not part of one of the three demonstrations, you're not legit.
The prophet didn't sanction 3 different demonstrations. That's how I know you out of order. The prophet Noble Drew Ali. Come on, yo. You're not following the letter. If you following Prophet Noble Drew Ali, what about the first letter to be read in every meeting where he said they are trying to take over the movement? They are trying to take over the situation. Take charge of it.
You have me mistaken. I'm no longer active in the Moorish Science Temple of America.
All right, that's fair, y'all. At least you was honest on that. That's fair.
I listen to me. I'm respecting Moorish Science Temple, and I've been a member of that since 2002. Okay, I'm just not active in that. I'm on something different. 2002. That's not even. It's still my name is legally has the L in the end of it. All of that shit. I honor all the teachers, and I honor a lot of Moors. And I rock with them. I have no problem with the temple when it comes to that. My belief system is just different. And I have to openly say that. But as far as following, bruh, I'm going to join that organization. I'm going to follow that structure. If you are not a member of that organization, you can't really bend the rules how you want to. You cannot do that. That's like most Moors out here is false flaggers. Honestly, most are false flaggers.
Islam, my bad, brother. Islam, brother Omar, you heard what it said in the Divine Constitution about the Moorish Science Temple. People can talk circles around it all they want, but it's plain and simple. And brother, you heard we tell our little sad story about how the leadership was corrupt. We didn't quit. We still moving. We still had a temple here. It's like, come on, you quit.
Based on what I heard.
I know I didn't quit. And you need to prove your claim beyond a shadow of a doubt. Put it in writing under penalties of perjury. I honor him. No man's supposed to follow him. That's not in the lessons. That's not in the lessons.
We follow our prophet to a destiny that is neither uncertain.
A destiny. We follow him to a destiny. It doesn't say we follow the prophet blindly. You're not being all the way correct, and say it correctly, because we honor him and following him to the destiny. See, come on, I say, y'all capping, yo.
We're not teaching how to operate in the private, structure your affairs properly in the private to protect you from this occupying government.
Hey, can we be totally honest, brother? The remedies that people can do on their own, that's good and all. We all should be doing that. But the prophet created something that can be done as a collective. So at the end of the day, if the Moors in their communities, just let me finish this, are getting together, working to build businesses, get finances going, grow their own food, and do everything else that they need to do. They're not doing that. They're wasting time. They're not following the prophet. That's what it's really about. It's not just about these personal remedies so that you good in court. So that you can, because everybody ain't gonna be able to stand on their law. So you telling me these people who want to talk about travel, I'm supposed to tell my teenage son and teenage girl, y'all get out there with these travel documents. Y'all understand on your square.
No, I
y'all can go somewhere with that.
Hey, Lord, you know what's and that's
crazy.
I think it was a brother who brought that out earlier, and he said it only benefits you. Yeah, what I do is it only benefits me, and if I teach it to other people, it'll benefit them, but from a collective standpoint, because that is the goal for me to start a nation to really build and create a government. But unfortunately, based on how it's set up with the Moorish nation, I'm not pleased with what I've seen throughout the years. And so, that's the sad thing about it, because the numbers are there. The numbers are there, the unity, like in terms of like just, you see brothers that are uniform, sisters that are uniform, like it's a beautiful thing. And the organization can be a force to be reckoned with. But because there's so much corruption, it's too many cheats.
You have to experience it for yourself.
It's corruption all over the government, all over the planet, bro.
Sometimes you gotta support and down and rebuild up. And so
you won't be able to speak on it until you experience.
I'm in the room right now. I've been running around a long time. I didn't met many Moorish brothers I've met. Scamming people. I didn't brothers I've met that be scamming people. And
if you think that you're gonna get, if this is your best experience, then I would invite you to the Moorish Science Temple of America so you can have that experience for yourself.
And listen to a hymn that they bang tambourine to and replace Jesus with Prophet Noble Ali.
Something that you can do for
Hey, one more go ahead, brother, because you are the brother.
I like to leave out of here. I can tell you the rest of the story, but I was going to give y'all something just as a history lesson, a reference. And I'm not backing this brother either, but the brother, Dr. Aleem El Bey, on here, if you look up draleemelbey.com, I think that's his website. Yeah, that's his website, draleemlbay.com. If you go on his website, hit the little three things at the top. If you look, we scroll down where it says Moorish Holy Temple of Science of the World. That right there, he has extensive history on what took place with this entire movement before the Moorish Science Temple was started, who influenced Noble Drew Ali. A lot of stuff is on there. A lot of the history about the discrepancies between the different demonstrations, key names, all kinds of stuff is in there. It's just a good history lesson for the brothers that's really into this.
That's what I asked my question.
Brother Omar.
Verdiaski's son is here in San Pedro in California, and they don't get along with each other. You know, it's like all these things always like a divide.
I can tell you something about her. I have a picture on my phone. I can put it. No. I can tell you about her. I have two pictures in my phone. I believe it's two pictures. The Washitals didn't start using the word Moor, even though they spelled it differently, until she came to Ohio, Cleveland, and met with the Clock of Destiny. And after that, she went to meet with Braswell Bay at Temple Number 1. And then after that, they started calling themselves Moors. They didn't even deal with that at first.
I heard her and
But I got a picture of her.
Is that true?
Omar.
I don't know. That might be some pseudo stuff because they got pictures of Farad Muhammad supposedly and all kind of stuff trying to say how these people knew each other when they was children and related.
Hey, Randall, I got a quick question for you. The man says, when you
Man, I'm about to set up for this joint, y'all. For this Intuition Monday.
When I joined the temple, we definitely had to raise our hand. We had to recite something. It was so long ago. That was back in 2004 when I did that.
So how does that pertain to, let's say, Christian brothers and sisters where the Most High said you can't serve the masters?
So this is my observation, synopsis of the Moorish Science Temple's narrative. A good example would be the JCC, right? Jewish Community Center. If you look at them, they have a Jewish Adoption League, they got their synagogue, they got community centers, they have everything in their community. And on paper, their religion is Judaism, right? But I know Jews, quote unquote, so-called Jews, whatever you want to call them, that are atheists, but they still back the synagogue and the Jewish Community Center. They still back that because they understand that that's the heart of their community. And I think that the Moorish Science Temple had potential to be the backbone and the heart of our community, even if you don't necessarily believe in it. I think it would have been a great thing for our people to get behind and support as a collective method to move as one force. You know, even members who act like for instance, I'll give you myself. I've been a member of the Moorish Science Temple since, I'm going to say 2002, but I joined the official temple in 2004. But I study a lot of different things. So I currently practice Lukumi and Palo Mayambe. And I have done knowledge and looked at the history and said that our people got Islam through slavery. So since I see that we got Islam through slavery, that's not what our people was originally dealing with before we came in contact with Arabs. Then we got Christianity in the Congo by being colonized by some Europeans. You know what I mean? So
this guy is a liar, bro. He does not know
coming in contact with other people. And that's why I have a different religion right now. It doesn't mean that I don't like the temple. It doesn't mean I don't even like Islam. I found a lot of discipline and peace in that. But I try to be right exactly with everything that I do. And dealing with most of us being descendants of Congo, of Central and West African people, I try to do what Central and West African people was doing and see if that makes more sense to me. And it has made way more sense to me than me dealing with something else. And that's honestly a respectful way to tell you why I have a different perspective. But I love what the temple is supposed to have been doing. You know what I mean? What the temple was made for and what it stands for and those divine constitutional bylaws. I honor that. You know, the 5-pointed star, all of that stuff really makes sense to me and I honor it. But when it comes to who we are inherently,
I mean, he doesn't honor it.
I just did the knowledge on how we got what we've been dealing with in this country and in the Western world. And it didn't make sense to me no more.
Okay, do I have the floor?
Please, mother.
Omar, you said if you're collectively getting together, like I said, I'm not affiliated with any brick and mortar temple. And yes, I know that I walk in my temple all day, every day. One of the things that I do is grow the food, I make our clothes, I elucidate the babies in the home. They don't go to the public school system. And I've been doing that for over 20 years. Before I knew about a Moorish divine and national movement. But it lined up with me because I knew something wasn't wrong. I've never been affiliated with any organization until I stepped out here and attempted to not only be a member of the Moorish Science Temple of America on 3 separate occasions, 3 different locations. I did go to Chicago for the convention and met Braswell Bay. That wasn't a beneficial experience for me. Okay, I'm gonna just keep it real. And each time I've had my interactions with people who are active members of the Moorish Science Temple of America, so they claim it has always given me 1, church vibe, 2, click, and it just, the studies that need to be taught to the people so we can handle our private affairs are not being taught. And my thing is this, the prophet said every temple was to have a school and a press. So I'm gonna ask this to Lloyd as well as the other brother that was on here, unless he's gone already. Do your temple have a school and a press?
Hey, sister, I'll speak for myself. He also said every temple's supposed to have a business.
Absolutely. What did I just tell you? I myself, I create original garments for children, women, and men, home decor, original artwork, and accessories. I teach Nakai classes and holistic courses. Sister Sama, she has the health and beauty product line. And she's also where are you located? I'm located near the Pittsburgh Corporation. Okay. So like I said, my prophet's footprints did step in this neck of the woods, and it's unfortunate that nobody around here knows who that brother is. And he said in 50 years, you won't even know I came.
And can I ask Mother Energy a question real quick? Mother Energy. When you let me know that you was doing the schooling of the babies at home, right? Was there any way, shape, or form in the terms of paying dues that I did that towards you and your little ones?
Absolutely. You provided all of us with materials so we can get back into the knowledge of our zodiacal self. So we can know our higher self and lower self through our chart that each one of us have. And you made sure that we had enough supplies to elucidate all the babies that's in our charge.
Now back to your original question. Do they have a school and a press? I yield to those Moors that are members or leaders of a building somewhere. Can we please have access to your school and press? I yield.
Access to mine, I got a school system. I don't do anything physical because we can't come together physical without having drama. But I do got the school system, not a school, but school system acknowledged as a global citizenship school, so we can do whatever we need to do for our nationality. And like I said, global press. But that comes with us doing what we're doing right now, Islam.
So there's no newspaper like the excerpts from the Moorish Guide newspaper that is compiled into the Moorish literature. So the answer to the mother's question in the form actually of an actual school, the answer is no. The answer to, is there an actual newspaper for press? The answer is no. And this is why those of us that have had these experiences with the Moorish Science Temple of America, what we've done instead of knocking it, because we know the temple is perfect, because the prophet is perfect, there is just maladministration. Maladministration.
I don't know which temple you're speaking for, but like I said, my temple, we got newspaper, we got multiple newspapers, and we got temple school, and like I said, we have a school system. That means
Brother, I don't know if you were here earlier when I was speaking on my first experience. One of the things I asked this temple was, how do I put my babies in your school? And they told me they don't do this there. A couple weeks, not even maybe 2 weeks later, my daughter was kidnapped and held for 10 months. Now, if the temple was right and exact in administration,
exactly,
we wouldn't even have had that situation.
And
she was returned to me broke. Her arm was broken at 3 o'clock in the morning. And then they're going to tell me to come through. But meanwhile, all this time, I'm the one that's in, this, that, and other thing. Meanwhile, I've never hurt my babies, period.
but you took her from me. But it was a lesson for everybody to learn from. And I still hold no malice towards the temple. Why? Because the prophet is perfect, so therefore the temple is perfect.
Hey, Energy,
but the administration is a problem.
When they kidnapped your baby, what happened exactly? Was it something?
It was no. It was her biological father who had no interaction with her for her entire existence. My aunt and him lived close together. I was visiting my aunt. I went to do some errands while I was doing laundry. My oldest son was there with the other two. She went with her father. Me and him has never had an argument. We never raised our voice. It was the female that was with him that caused this whole drama to unfold. But law governs all event. It was a lesson to be learned. I was able to stand on my square in those days without having but a little bit of knowledge from what I've studied. And I was able to come out of that unscathed. But my daughter, she hasn't recouped from it yet.
Let me ask you this: so because y'all got into it, what the police got involved and they just took the
We
baby?
didn't get into anything. I like I said, I went to go do an errand. I came back. They said, "Oh, Lala went with Levi." Okay, cool. I ain't got no problems with that man. That's her father. But now it's getting close to bedtime, and I'm like, all right, I'm still not tripping. He can bring her in the morning.
CPS didn't take the baby.
No, hell no. Them people have, over the years, now that I know who I am, I've had people try to come at me. My youngest son.
Right. Now I got you.
know
I thought it was
no.
government entity.
This was some crazy, I don't know how it came about, but nonetheless, it came about. Why? Because it was testing me. Because it tells you in chapter 1, a soldier won't know his strength without a worthy foe. And this system that we're occupied under, it's a worthy foe. Trust and believe.
Right. Let me
But I have mad success. Hasan knows this. I have mad success. I travel with only my Lodio identity. Well, now I don't carry anything on me other than the student ID. But I have been able to stand on my square, deal with these magistrates and these administrators masquerading as judges. I immediately challenge jurisdiction because I know I don't have a contract with you, and everything that they do is a commercial process. So you're going to have to prove you have a contract.
Now let me ask Brother Hasan this. Brother, earlier you mentioned something about like the gatekeepers and like these temple Moors basically doing like jailhouse tactics. Are these brothers running these temples like on some like doing like homosexual rituals, trying to basically keep brothers in check on using homosexual rituals and blackmail? Is it like corrupt on that level? Or is it like
what the hell?
No. Yeah.
I'm gonna say it like this: ain't nobody tried no mess with me. And first of all, and second of all, I'm not with that faggy shit. I'm gonna keep it a band with you. I'm not with none of that homo shit. However,
I'm gonna say no. I'm not gonna slander.
However, hold on. However, there are beings that when I was like, hey, yo, what about this guy? What about that guy? Because I'll ask different elders. Because I have in my phone just about any and every elder that's somebody that has been beneficial in making sure that I have the information that I need so I can be able to share with others like Mother Energy. When I ask them, they give me a history. Is it hearsay? Yes. However, when more than one person being like, hey man, that brother is a down low homosexual and a cokehead, and he talking about he the leader of the Moorish movement. And I'm like, dad, yo, that's tough, yo, for real. And I don't believe it, but when it's like 4, 5, 6, 7 different people and they all ain't talk at the same time and they from different portions of the land, how am I getting the same story back for real? Like, come on, yo, like what's really good? You see what I'm saying? And that's the problem. That's the problem with that jail ministry stuff, yo. I'm telling you, yo, near the Baltimore Corporation.
Oh my God, brother, why you just print that brother's testimony?
I didn't even say who.
Yeah, you just say who.
You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying that's how you know it's real. A hit dog hollers.
Yeah, so answer that. Why is that, brother? Why are you laughing? What's that funny? You don't think people, you don't have predators in our community?
You may believe what a man tell you. If you ain't seen it or a man ain't proved it to you by you actually seeing it yourself, why are we even talking about it?
I mean, I'm saying that right now. My consort is saying the same thing.
About rituals being done in a temple, and I'm not going to slander the temple that way.
If you can't go to this person and talk about this person the way you talking, Like, now, it sounds like a bunch of cowardry, gossip.
Oh, I'm far from a coward. I'm far from a coward.
I don't know what type of Moors you ran into.
I'm far from a
half
coward.
of this shit that y'all saying, I ain't never heard this or seen it.
But bro, you probably haven't traveled where I traveled though, bro.
So now my experience is being
The new Moors will come with their eyes wide open. It's conscious community gospel. You know what's going on.
It just be, it's amazing. It's like a bunch of grown men running around here just throwing shit in the air. Even on the topic with the public and private shit, this sovereign shit is just, it has nothing to do with the temple.
Yeah.
But what's one thing I said? What's one thing I said that's not solid though? Come on, yo. I want you to prove me wrong.
About a sovereign citizen. Who said that?
They say Moorish Americans versus private citizens, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, what's your point?
The brother already told you that Moorish Americans are private citizens. We're private. That's automatic.
Yeah, we're not sovereign citizens. We don't.
Not at all. I've had to put people in check because they've tried to, put that label on me. But if you don't know who you are, you don't know how to speak up.
Most people. If you want to know, look, let me drop. If you want to learn something about law,
a $20 traffic.
We're private. That's right.
Years fighting a goddamn traffic ticket. They made the movement, running away from taxes. God damn, but what is it? It's like a bunch of 3-year-olds, grown 3-year-olds running around here, acting like they Power Rangers, man. It's absolutely amazing.
Okay, so how you feel about trust law?
Hey, Brother Sean, what was that joint that
Do you know how to use a trust?
Absolutely.
You got general partnerships?
Brother Sean, what was that? What was that one that Mother Sahar had mentioned, y'all? Which USC was that, yo? Something was it 19, 25, 71, 9?
Depending on what I'm doing.
1 second, bro. I got it somewhere. Hold on.
I think it was 19 USC 2571 part 9.
So my question to you, do you have any trust set up?
I do.
What type of trust?
The cars in the trust.
Mm-hmm. So, all right, cool. So if you understand trust law and you understand how to protect assets,
that's right.
And you understand private property, I don't know if you own property.
Do you know if you use those trusts in a public venue, it's no longer private?
That's not true.
It's what you're doing that makes it public or private. Are you operating a trust?
19 USC 2571.
It's no longer private. It's all about.
What'd you say?
It's no
19 USC 2571 9.
All right, that's what I thought.
You don't have my minutes. You don't know who my beneficiaries are. The only thing you're going to see is that what we call it. Do you know what a certificate of trust is?
Yeah, that's what you take to the bank. Don't ask me questions.
Okay, cool.
It's almost like you fish.
Cool.
I'm telling you, I get it.
We just build it.
I open it. It's a difference from a trust account in the bank. You can have a business account in the name of the trust. I understand all this already. I get it.
So what I'm saying, my point is, because you was laughing at, you thought we were talking about sovereign citizens. I'm simply saying that my nationality is American. I'm born here in America, right? So what I'm saying is that I've learned the power in moving into private. And so by me moving into private, it allows me to secure my rights, because I don't have to tell you where I lay my head at. I don't have to tell you what assets I own or manage if I'm operating as a trustee. I don't have to tell you anything but what I want to tell you. That's the power of privacy. But when I say, hey, I'm a Christian, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Moorish American, when I'm basically putting certain things that should be private, it opens me up in a certain manner. And when you call yourself a Moorish American, based on the document that I have posted at the top, based on how these devils had that back office set up, you're putting yourself in harm's way depending on what you're trying to accomplish, because they look at Moorish Americans as a terrorist organization.
No, sir.
No, not really. No, they don't.
No, sir.
HR 269. That's all the citizens.
I remember when I went to the because I thought I had to close the old Social Security account. Went to the Social Security Administration. This was in 2017. And I was asking them, what do I need to file? Because I learned that because of the Amish, there was a form that they created to close the Social Security account, right? And I said, I'm a Moorish American. I don't want nothing from you. And they say, you don't want anything from us? Okay, well, we'll do it right now. And so I was like, well, damn, they was so quick to do that. I was like, well, why why is it that you make it seem like we have to get these things? The woman came from behind the counter and said, listen, this is for people who do not know how to do other things. I said, other things like what? She said, do you have your own family business? No, I didn't have that time. She said, well, we have to have these things set up for the public or the people that don't know how to do this stuff. It's not bad. And if you don't want to use it, just stop using it. There's nobody coming after you. There's no demon or monster about to come to your house.
So may I ask you a question?
All of these things are just, you guys are making this up in your mind. And I was like, well, I'm of the Moorish Science Temple. Can you put that on file? She said, we don't have to do that.
May I ask you a question then, brother?
You don't have to do that. She said, no, listen to me. She said, I said, well, I'm with a recognized temple. She said, listen, I'm going to go down the list. You can call them, all of y'all can call them yourselves, and they will tell you which organizations exactly is planned. You understand?
Can I ask you a question, brother, please, on the topic that you're talking about?
The only American organization that's recognized dealing with the Moors is the Moorish Science Temple. They said all other ones are flagged as terrorist organizations.
So may I ask you a question then? Can you, the brother that has got himself as Sultan in the chat for your handle, can I ask you then, have you, because if I'm not mistaken, Moors are to make law and enforce law according to Divine Constitution and Bylaw Act 1. My question is,
I don't know. No, they say that.
At the end of the day, the Grand Sheik and the chairman. So if that's the case, you should be in unity and harmony with being one that can actually study certain things also. So have you yourself, because I will do this all night as far as putting these things in the chat so you can research them. But can you, for the record, read 20 CFR 422.104? Because I don't think any Moorish American should be at the Social Security office unless they're a quote unquote YOU. And these,
I don't know. What are you talking about? I told you why I was there. I don't know why you're going off.
I'm asking, but look, instead of being offended by what I'm saying, and this is a moment to build. Okay, then I'm loud and wrong. I'm loud and wrong. I'm loud and wrong. Then can you read though? You said you was at the Social Security Administration, so I wanted to be able to camelback off of that.
Why? Do you remember?
I'm not knocking it. This is a means to. I'm not debating you.
Bro,
I'm
you
asking.
Can read it yourself then.
Okay, it says in 20 CFR 422.102, if you even ask the question to Google, who may be assigned a Social Security number, it says that those that may be assigned a Social Security number would be those that are considered a U. I'm paraphrasing. When you go and check the law.cornell.edu, law.cornell.edu result for 20 CFR for Code of Federal Regulation 422.104, it will clearly state what U is. When you click on the hyperlink for U is one who owes a debt to the United States. If you are not one who owes a debt to the United States, which means you have an application for a contract. It means you have an oath of office and a separately written, separately autographed, certified statement to say that you're doing trade or business at the pleasure of the governor. If you don't have those things, nobody belongs getting a Social Security number. Not what I'm saying. I don't have any beliefs. I'm looking at what's written in the Code of Federal Regulations. And then when it's talking about one that owes a debt to the United States, cool. Let me further now and go, look, is that an employee? Now I'm going to go to 5, United States Code 552A. 552A is all together as one continuous word, quote unquote. 5 USC 552A is clearly letting you know that an individual is a U.S. citizen. Boom. Now we go to 15. Since trust was being talked about, trust is under Foreign Trade and Commerce, Title 15. So when you go to Title 15, United States Code 4724, and you look up under trade shows, what is a U.S. business? It'll tell you it's a U.S. citizen. So when you make the connections with the United States Code, which is where the Code of Federal Regulations derive their authority for the different federal agencies to regulate themselves in order to fulfill those statutes at large, what you will actually discover is that there are a lot of people claiming that they are somebody in some organization and have not done the legwork or the footwork to go and look at the scope, applicability, and the definitions pertaining to what it is that they're doing. 20 CFR 422.104 for who may be assigned a social security number. 5 USC, and 5, the Title 5 is for employees. Are y'all employees for the United States? And if so, where is your lawfully promulgated record that can be brought? They can be pulled. We can do a records request and ask for the lawfully promulgated records. All right. Hey man, you got that application on file? I need to see my oath of office also, and I also need to see X, Y, and Z. However, for those of you that are Moorish Americans, if you are in your chapter 43, you will know that if you just be honest, you will need to swear no oath. This is how I'm saying. Like, I'm not trying to dis. The reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is, instead of sitting here giving reason why. You see what I'm saying? I'm looking at this as a means. The brother wanted to go in on the differences between being a private citizen versus a Moorish American. What has actually been exposed here is the fact that Moorish Americans are not looking into their literature. And I had to go and deal with whatever was said about me during this whole time. I ain't be like, oh, yo, I got to go. I still got to do a live after this on the astrology that me and my brothers do. And I'm going to still go live. At the end of the day, though, I'm really about protecting the prophet and protecting the temple. That's why I'm even not only going into the prophet's literature, I'm going into the Code of Federal Regulations and the United States Code to just ask y'all, have y'all read this yet? And why can't you humble yourself and go, nah, brother, I ain't even know that.
You with the prophet, but you ain't with the divine.
See, man, see what I'm talking about, yo?
Yes. Sometimes, man, say one word in closing, like for me, like I'm not gonna say anything else, brother. I just want to say, I have a platform, website, podcast, and everything. Reaches a lot of Moors, a lot of people that identify as Moors, and I get contacted on a regular basis from people who've gotten jammed up, women whose husband or fiance has gotten jammed up, is in jail or prison behind bogus paperwork, behind bogus travel documents and proclamations, or they're out here trying to place liens on public officials and doing stupid stuff, trying to take people's houses and property. So that's for black devils. That's all I had to say.
Citizens or private persons. May I use the term private persons for that which I'm about to copy to my clipboard? Maybe I can paste it again. Can you please read the definition for private person under 19 United States Code 2571 Part 9? Before you close out, can you
I'm
read
exercising real quick while y'all talk, so somebody got to read that.
No worries. Can somebody click on that link and read it? If not, I'll read it for real. You see what I'm saying? Like, we just really need to really get into this for real. Like, if we're going to say and claim we doing something out here and know what we doing, then we really need to go to the codes and go to the rules that the authority from which the codes derive their authority. 19, United States Code 2571. Shout out to Mother L for sharing this yesterday for real. Number 9, private person. The term private person means any individual. And I told you, individual is a term defined under 5 United States Code 552A. So any individual who is a citizen or national of the United States. All right. So y'all not saying y'all are a citizen or a national of the United States. Because if that's the case, all law is specific. Then you would be saying, oh yeah, Prophet Noble Drew Ali said, I'm a citizen of the U.S. You wouldn't be saying U.S.A. You wouldn't be saying that because all law is specific. And then B, to what a private person is under 19 United States Code 2571-9, Part B. What is a private person? A private person means any corporation, partnership, association, or other legal entity organized or existing under the law of any state, whether for profit or not for profit. So we need to really be specific about what we doing instead of like, nah, brother, you ain't in the temple. You ain't on the road. You ain't, man, come on, yo. When I'm asking y'all, yo, can you really look this up and read it for yourself? It's like, why can't y'all do that, man? I ain't got no problem being open for correction. That's why I stood here. That's why I listened to what y'all said. And then eventually, y'all
Black's Law Dictionary.
What you say?
Did you check the Black's Law meaning or the definition in Black's Law for the private person?
I can check there also. I got that because I know when I gave y'all access to that link when I was talking about Prophet Noble Drew Ali University, all the Black's Law dictionaries are in there.
I have one here before me, but I'll
read with you.
I also put it in the chat. So private person as a noun, right?
Which edition, sister? If you don't mind me asking, 3rd, 4th, 5th?
Let me look at this. This is the 9th.
All right, I'm listening.
All right. An individual who is not a public figure or in military services. Now there's a second part. They're giving a civil law definition for like a person in Louisiana, where they're saying a jurisdictional person governed by private law. That's what the definition is.
So now can I ask you a question then? What would be private law? You see what I'm saying? Would that then be somebody dealing with contracts? Like, for example, a lot of people talked about different things that didn't even get mentioned. But if people were trying not to utilize the Uniform Residential Landlord Tenant Act, which has not been lawfully enacted. It has been legally adopted because it comes from both the ULC and the American Law Institute, which is private organizations made up of people that are members of the American Bar Association, which means that is some private, private law right there. Pardon me?
You said what's not recognized?
What I'm saying is if people do not want to agree with the URLTA, which is the Uniform Residential Landlord Tenant Act, they actually have a right to only challenge that if they comprehend that it is something that was not lawfully enacted. There is no lawful enactment for the Uniform Residential Landlord Tenant Act. And I'm not promoting squatting either. That's foolish.
Is that in reference to a private person?
Because what was said was when the sister read from Henry Campbell Black's Law Dictionary, 9th edition, that's what she said. She said also, the good sister said that it's something dealing with private law. I said, what is private law? Is private law then that's not dealing with the Constitution? Because what the ULC, the Uniform Law Commission, they are here to circumvent the Constitution. They want to be able to replace the Constitution by making the contract.
Let me throw this in a time for private, right? So
all right.
The private definition and legal meaning, it says affecting or belonging to a private individual, as distinct as from public generally. So not official. It's not official.
No, watch this. So Hasan, it brings me, even though we didn't really finish our debate, it really just exposed, like you said, the chaos amongst the Moorish brothers in the temples, and because I'm getting an idea of like how everything is. But it's the same thing that in ancient times, like if you look at the stories in the Bible, it's the same thing with the temple. You know, you had people who took the word of God, they tried to profit off the word of God, or they were misleading people off the word of God, or they were using that to keep people in bondage. That's why he said, woe to you scribes. Basically, the lawyers at that time, they had the keys that they refused to enter, but prevented those who wanted to use those keys to enter. So the gatekeeping part. So this is an ancient battle that's been going on for a while. But I want to show you something real quick. I'm about to show you why I keep talking about the privacy, because nobody has really taught this to my knowledge. I'm gonna post a link. Hold on, let me click this out.
I will say there is a website by a mother who doesn't particularly say she's Moorish American. She won't say anything. She'll say she's private. She doesn't have to do anything in giving that. However, lawfulliving.com, they have classes which they call Friends in Law Bible Study every Tuesday and Thursday. And actually, she is teaching from her perspective why you need to start at the beginning. For example, let's say you was traveling, Omar. At the end of the day, if somebody ran you off the road, are you working at that time? Because them policy enforcers can only pull you over if they know that you're working. If they don't know that you're working, the only way they can pull you over is if you're under indictment by a grand jury, which is the only way they can get probable cause. You can't get probable cause without a grand jury indictment. All that other probable cause they talking about is simulation of legal process. So even when they write you a certain ticket or citation, are they not violating Rule 4 civil procedure? Because the one who is a witness or a party to the suit can't serve summons. So that's why they giving you on that so-called citation, it's a complaint, a citation, and a summons. Why aren't people just teaching just beat the whole so-called ticket? If you want to call it beating, do it with that. Since we're supposed to make law and enforce law, if we are all grand sheiks over our own minds, instead of just trying to keep it in a building somewhere, why don't we know how to look at that? Go and look at Rule 4 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, which only applies to those that are supposed to be enforcing them. If you are quote unquote private, them rules don't have nothing to do with you. So all you need to do is be reporting people that are simulating legal process and creating infliction of emotional distress, which can be 2 out of 3 counts in your lawsuit. Am I wrong?
It depends on how you. It depends if you're gonna hold them to federal law or a constitutional law. But I want to show something real quick. Let me just edify real quick. I'm gonna post about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 links to make my point. Known.
And
so
I want
this
to
is
say
the
too, I looked at the there you go, Divine. I did look at that. That is was a different edition. You are correct. So the 9th says also a private citizen as well. So it's basically the same wording, but they gave a Roman law instead of the Louisiana law. Does that make sense?
So let's unpack this, Queen. Watch this. Mute up real quick, y'all. Check this out. I just want to show y'all something real quick. And every man and woman can make their own decision on how they choose to move. But I'm gonna just show you like actual court documents. Before I get to the court documents, let me just show you first just how they like the term private citizen. Because a lot of Moors that I talk to really don't know what a private citizen is. They say, hey, it's a slave, it's this, it's that. They have no idea. So let's go to the link at the top. Once you go to the link at the top, scroll to the part that deals with the criminal division. And let's see here. Where is it? No, not the criminal division. I'm sorry, the civil division. So on this document, let's see, you go to 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th paragraph. And it says the district civil division represents the United States, be it a plaintiff or defendant in civil lawsuits. Its affirmative unit handles cases brought under the False Claims Act, which empowers private citizens with knowledge of fraud to present those claims to the government and, in most cases, to share in any monetary recovery. So I want to make my point. You're never going to see Moorish American. You're going to see, like, when it comes to reserving rights and privacy, the term that they use is private citizen. And I'm going to show you why it's important to use their law against it, because that's what when you look at the strategy, the being known as Jesus was very smooth, not slick. I don't even like the word crafty, but he was very smooth in how he dealt with opposition. He said, isn't it not written in your law? So let's go to their law. So I just wanted to set the tone. So this is the United States Attorney's Office of the Northern District of Texas. And you can find this in different states. So that's the first thing. So now let's go to the next link. All right, let me show you something real quick. Just give me a second, y'all. Bear with me.
Yeah, so while you're doing that, I'll just ask a question to put out there for the record then. I'll add something for the record while you're looking for that.
And the easiest way, if you have an iPhone, if you're trying to find something that I'm reading, all you have to do is type in private citizen on your search. Like you can go to your iPhone and you can search a website, it'll scan it and it'll look for any word that has private citizen.
So let me add to your wisdom while you're looking for that then, Omar. So you're talking about Rule 17, all righty, when you're talking about defendant You see what I'm saying? Or plaintiff. And then when you're talking about False Claims Act, that's under, if I'm not mistaken, that might be the nature of civil suit code, either 370 or 375 under 31 United States Code 2739, if I'm not mistaken, or 3729, 31 USC 3729 under False Claims Act, where one could, if they wanted to, make the United States a co-plaintiff with them. Because if you think about it, when they evicting people out of their houses, what they doing is they are circumventing the due process that must go through code, United States Code, Title 42, United States Code 1437 DK, where it's supposed to be a public housing under HUD. So if they are doing things that are private and then using the tax collector called the sheriff to try to evict people, then yeah, ones can do a False Claim Act under 37 United States Code 31 United States Code 3729.
Omar, so nobody, and I haven't heard anybody say this entire damn time, which I was waiting for y'all because y'all keep going back and forth. A private person also can be an entity as a corporation. It can also be an organized group. They can stand as a private person, or a partnership in itself and or alliance. So the citizens are private and persons, and so are these business and corporations and the monopolies that we have.
Now watch this. This is how I'm about to demonstrate the power of privacy and why it's used. Because you got to think they have to give a remedy for themselves as well. Because outside of their public capacity, they still have a private life. So check this out. This is a federal document, and this is in the United States District Court for the Northern District of Texas, Fort Worth Division. And this is, the plaintiff is ExxonMobil Corporation. And they are suing the Attorney General of Massachusetts in her official capacity. Now, I'm gonna just read just part of the intro. We're gonna start at the beginning. So they're basically demanding, this is their declaratory and injunctive relief. An injunctive relief is basically a restraining order. So you put a restraining order against an entity or person. You're just saying, hey, you cannot interfere with my rights and how I'm moving. So anyway, let's read it. It says, ExxonMobil Corporation brings this action for declaratory and injunctive relief against Maura Healey, the Attorney General of Massachusetts. ExxonMobil seeks an injunction barring the enforcement of a civil investigative demand to ExxonMobil and a declaration that the civil investigative demand violates ExxonMobil's rights under state and federal law. For its complaint, ExxonMobil alleges as follows, based on present knowledge and information and belief. It says, and this is the introduction, it says, frustrated by the federal government's perceived inaction and coalition of state attorneys general with a goal to end the world's reliance on fossil fuels, announced their collective efforts to deal with the problem of climate change at a joint press conference held on March 29, 2016 with former Vice President and private citizen Al Gore as a featured speaker. So they use the word private citizen for a reason. So he's former, he's not in his public capacity as an official anymore. And so he's a private citizen. And when you're private, you're basically that information, because they're not including him in the suit, is private. His information is private. So, and then if you continue to read, you will see the word private citizen used. Matter of fact, let me do that before I close. Go to the next court document. I'm gonna show you different documents. I'm gonna show you how it's used. I'm gonna show you how somebody was doing work in New York on behalf of Cuomo. They were declared a private citizen, and they basically appealed all the way to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court ruled that although they were a private citizen, they were still doing work on behalf of the government, but because of other factors, that case was overturned. But it's real fascinating when you read this. I like reading these cases just to understand how justices and judicial officers decide cases. So before I close this out, let me look for private citizen. One second. And before we go to the next document, okay, they have the word private session, private environmental lawyer. They even have private attorney, private litigator. Let's see, private citizen. All right, here we go. Here's another one. It says, likewise, the Kansas Attorney General questioned the unprecedented and strictly partisan nature of announcing state law enforcement operations in the presence of a former vice president of the United States who, presumably, as a private citizen, has no role in enforcement of the 17 state securities or consumer protection laws. Let me see here. Where else do they mention the word private? Privately met, private profit, private lawsuits, private financial, private. Okay, private citizen. Okay, they keep mentioning Al Gore as a private citizen. All right, let me go to the next document. Bear with me, I just got a couple more. Now that was federal. Now I'm going to show you a Supreme Court case that deals with a private citizen. This is a very interesting case right here. I think you guys are going to enjoy this one. Now I'm going to just demonstrate why I move as a private citizen and how I enforce my privacy when I'm dealing with the public. And this is why I don't really like federal court. I like to move in the Supreme Court because we're dealing with the Constitution. And in federal court, matter of fact, I'm gonna keep that information private. But let me share this right here 1 second. All right. The next link is coming up. All right, check this out. Pull the refresh, you'll see the next link at the top. So check this out. Oh no, it's not the Supreme Court joint. All right. So this one right here was in the Northern District. This was in the District Court for the Northern District of Illinois, the Eastern Division. It's the people of the state of Illinois, the Attorney General of the state of Illinois, and the state attorney of DuPage County, Illinois versus Stringix, what is this? Stringix US LLC. So let's see. There's a private. Let me do my search on my phone. Let me pull up the word private. Find private, here we go. So if you type the word private in your phone, it'll take you to page 14. So if you go to 14, let me know when y'all ready. If you go to page 14, matter of fact, I'm gonna start on the end of 13 and just read briefly until we get to private citizen. It says the state's characterization of the SIP is not quite right. As previously described, SIPs are incorporated into federal regulations and can be enforced by the USEPA or citizen lawsuits. It says, see also Indiana 796 F3D at 806. It says, certainly if the state or even a private citizen wished to bring an action to enforce Sterengenics SIP, it could do so under the CAA in a federal court. So they're basically showing you the remedy. It's a lot of times you can find remedy by reading other court cases. So that's another document with the word private citizen, but I'm gonna show you a better one in there. Hold on, where's that? This it right here. Let's go to another one. 1 second. Okay, here we go. Supreme Court. All right, found it. All right, perfect. Now we got it. I'm gonna read one more after this one, and then I'm gonna open up the floor. All right. Because you know, a lot of these brothers, they're like, ain't no such thing as a private citizen. What is that? Or that's a no. You don't know how to use this properly. All right, pull the refresh, y'all. So at the top, it's a new link. This is a Supreme Court case right here. So when this is called a, and I got the court case number if you want to look at the entire details. And I'm gonna actually pull up that case. But if you pull up, this was a writ of certiorari, and it was granted. You know, it's hard to, I don't know if you know the statistics, but when you look at this, out of 40,000 writ of certiorari that are filed each year, maybe less than 400 may get approved. So you have to determine whether or not this case is worth them looking into. And so the question presented, because you're doing a question, it's like, so the federal court, that's what I like to deal with statutes. I like to deal with the Constitution. So it's like the federal court tries to mirror the Constitution, But there's still a statute. That's why, I don't try to seek remedy in federal court. I just like to deal with the Constitution. So the question, because you got a federal question as well. So here, the case is called Percoco versus the United States. And so it says, does a private citizen who holds no elected office or government employment but has informal political or other influence over governmental decision-making owe a fiduciary duties to the general public such that he can be convicted of honest services fraud? Now, let's pull up that case. This is deep. Y'all gonna like this case. So basically, this guy was doing some work on behalf of Cuomo, if I'm not mistaken. And it was a wire fraud conviction. And it's deep. When you look up this case, the title of the case is called a wire fraud conviction of a private citizen. He actually beat that case. But it's interesting just to see, because there's a lot of cases dealing with privacy. So let's look at the background. Let me post this for y'all so we can understand what actually happened. And then I'm gonna open up the floor after I post this new link right here. Same case, I'm just gonna pull it up. I just gave you the question that was asked upon the justices, and then I'm gonna show you how it played out in the Supreme Court, which is the highest court in the United States of America. Okay, so let me change this link. Okay, give me a second.
So Omar, have you not been able to find anybody with a Moorish American title like El or Bey or Ali that's had success with any so-called court case that's not under seal? Because usually those things get put under seal so people don't see them.
Nah, never, brother. Yeah, never. And I always hear that, well, this seal. And I understand cases can get sealed and or whatnot. But before we get into that, and it's interesting you brought up El and Bey. I got a sister, her specialty, but she didn't want to participate because she didn't, she wants to maintain her privacy because the room is being recorded. But what she was going to bring out and show the agreement between Moors a long time ago, where basically, if something were to happen, like let's say a war take place, Moors have an allegiance to the United States. Like when you have Bey and El, like it was powerful how she broke that down. Man, I wanted her to really demonstrate that. That would have been a real good discussion. You probably heard that argument before, brother. But before we go into that, let's go into this link, y'all. Refresh at the top. You will see the Supreme Court. Let me see. Reject all those cookies. It says Supreme Court overturns wire fraud conviction of private citizen under honest services theory after holding that the jury instructions given were too vague. So let's look at this. I'm gonna read this. It's not that long, so I'm gonna read this. So this is Percoco versus the United States, case number 21-1158. It says today the Supreme Court overturned a wire fraud conviction based on an honest service theory. The court reasoned that while such a theory can potentially cover private persons, it does not extend to all private persons. The jury instructions given in this case were too vague because they failed to define the intangible right to honest services with sufficient defiantness. Here's the background. So a guy named Joseph Percoco, he resigned from his position in New York State government to serve in a private capacity as then Governor Andrew Cuomo's campaign manager.
Didn't he just read something about private persons and did not bring that up before you even brought that up,
governing position, he continued.
Yeah, yo, he just keep reading the same shit, but from a different link.
Like, come on, yo, like, yo, that's why I said yesterday, yo, like, I have nothing but shit for people to read, yo, so they make sure they doing what they doing. Like, is this real, yo? Like, now, granted, don't get it twisted. You already know. My baby, she like, you already know this motherfucker's trying to use whatever he trying to use to make Moors look bad. And that's why I'm like, yo, that's
trying to sell packages.
Yo, and it's grimy, B. Like, it's really fucking grimy, yo. Even for him to bring this up, yo, like where it say private persons that he just read in this joint, yo, it's like, come on, yo. I just brought up 19 U.S.C. 2571-9.
Who take money in exchange for exercising their official power. But the Second Circuit concluded that the statute is broad enough to encompass Percoco's situation, a private citizen who who takes money in exchange for wielding his substantial influence over government officials to persuade those officials to exercise their official powers in a certain way. The issue is whether private citizens can be convicted of depriving the public of honest services. So basically, it's like a gray area. It's almost like, okay, you went to private, we understand you work for the government, you no longer work for the government, you're a private citizen, but you're doing like contract work with someone who is connected to the government. So there's like a kind of a gray area. You're not a public official, but you work with a public official. And so now the justices had to come together to figure out whether or not private citizens can be convicted of depriving the public. We the public. So we the people, has this person defrauded us, the people, right? So it's something called the public of honest services. So here's what the court holds. This is what they call the court's holding. It says potentially yes, because there is no absolute rule that would preclude convicting a private citizen under an honest services theory, such as where a private citizen has become an actual agent of the government. But the conviction at issue could not be upheld because the jury instructions were too vague. In parentheses, it has the intangible right of honest services codified in 1346 plainly does not extend the duties of the public to all private persons. And so one of the justices, not all justices have to give their opinion or address their court. So Justice Alito, what he wrote was, he basically said that today's decision is one in a line of cases, including McDonough versus United States 579, US 550, which is a case from 2016, and Skilling versus the United States, which was a case from 2010, addressing expansive uses of the honest services theory of wire fraud, and the court's holding will make it more difficult for prosecutors to assert such theories as to private citizens, such as lobbyists. So lobbyists would be considered private citizens. So now they're just dealing with people that are kind of in that gray area, but for people who are truly private and you're not interacting with the government in that capacity, it's a lot of power in being private. It's a lot of power in being able to say, hey, you know what? It's none of your business what my religion is. It's none of your business with how many entities I manage. It's none of your business how I have my affairs set up. It's none of your business. You know, that's the power of privacy. And
right,
so
all your businesses are registered with the state. Okay.
What'd you say, bro?
I say because all those entities, quote unquote, are registered with the state. Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't use a driver's license. I rescinded that contract, and I almost had to threaten to sue the commissioner because they love me so much they didn't want to let me go. I had to go up there and say, hey, you guys still got me coming up in your database. What's going on? I didn't put you on notice 4 years ago and you still got me in your system. So I had to go and I had to do certain things to ensure that that contract was canceled. So, you know, because these are one of many ways that they have jurisdiction over your person. So I get why people frown upon the word citizen, because you have an allegiance to, like me, I'm not a registered voter. I'm no longer a registered voter. So that's an example.
But you said your business is registered. We can go look it up.
I canceled certain contracts that I didn't know about when I was 18, 19, when I was, you know, just like many of you, you know, we signed certain contracts. We didn't know how it affected us. But once you know better, you do better. In closing, so I've set my affairs up, me personally, private to a point where some things I put on the record, and then some things it's none of your business. So I canceled these contracts and I put certain things in place where I'm kind of like, it's almost like if you look up the legal definition of one who is what they would call a non-citizen national, like if you go to the Department of Justice and you look at what they, not Department of Justice, the Department of the Secretary of State in the United States. And so when you go and you look at how they define that particular person, it still kind of it puts you like in a it's a deceptive way of saying, okay, you free, right? You don't have an allegiance to a particular county or a particular municipality, but you have a certain type of allegiance. But but if I choose to set it up like that, but not claim that title, then give you notice of that title, it's like I'm in between two worlds where I'm protecting my privacy and I have my affairs set up like someone who you're trying to classify, but I don't have the attachment. So you can't put me in a box. You know what I mean? I have the right to, move the way I see fit.
And that's the power. So it ain't just saying, hey, you're a private citizen. No, how do you have your affairs set up in your private capacity? And that's where the secret sauce comes in there. And so based on what I know for a fact that moving the way I move is more beneficial than a Moorish American. And if somebody disagrees with that, then they would have to show me why a Moorish American having that title, being able to enforce that title, use that title, whether in the courtroom, outside the courtroom, how would that be more beneficial? Then they would say, well, it's not about that, because I get it. The other side of the Moorish community, they're saying, well, it's not about that. It's just about the community, the fellowship, the spiritual component. Okay, cool. I get that. But when it comes to seeking remedy, being able to conduct yourself when you're dealing with these devils, that is important. You know what I mean? It is important. Some people don't want to just be, a slave where you can just treat me any type of way and handle me any kind of way because I signed a contract to give you power over me. And so that's why I don't resonate with that particular path. But I get it though. But go ahead, brother. I'm curious to see. Are you starting to see like where I'm going when I say private citizen? I'm just curious, like why?
Well, that's why I asked. Like that's why I had brought up. You know what I mean? Because yesterday I did a presentation on private citizen, and one of the mothers brought up 19 USC 2571(9). So when I am looking at what you're sharing, I am very familiar with the strategy in which you're doing research, because this is what I and my brothers do and what we show our people also, so that they can be able to have a chance to know how to read certain things, how to be able to check the definition so they know why it doesn't apply to them. However, if one was to then say anything about someone being private, then that means instead of Moorish Americans, which I've seen cases where Moorish Americans are still treated as private citizens, even if they're not verbally designated as such. However, the benefit that I do see ultimately is really couched in Bill of Rights 4, the right for people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects. And then paraphrasing, against any unwarranted or unlawful searches and seizures. You see what I'm saying? Without actual warranty. Without any warrants. So with that being said, is almost like, I think you're showing more of, and if someone like myself and anyone else who knows how to, show the actual comparison, there is no actual dissent between the two. There is no debate. I think what it is all roads lead to Abraham. If we all wanted to meet at the same spot, like the different people that came here today, we all met to come to the same link that you shared, but we're all not in the same building where we're observing this taking place. However, that doesn't mean that because somebody is coming from near the Pacific coast to be here on your clubhouse, or from the East Coast to be here on your clubhouse, does not mean that they don't see the uniformity in what it is that they're doing to protect themselves. I think that at the end of the day, when someone's being Moorish American, they're doing the right thing and studying as I have demonstrated, and I share openly, and I have yet to charge anyone, because that's not what we do. We know that at the end of the day, the people need to see it for themselves. I'm not even knocking what you are presenting. I only ask, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Omar. I only asked when you said you was using a certain document in the beginning, or you brought up private citizens, like when you just read something that said private persons dealing with Percoco. It said private persons twice in that introduction. Immediately, I was like, did I not bring up 19 United States Code 2571(9) before you read it? Like, cause bro, we literally do this every day except Saturday, bro. We do this every day. You see what I'm saying? And that's not a brag. That's not a shameless plug. I'm just saying at the end of the day, I can see if you can show why people don't have certain jurisdiction over you, that's great. That's nothing wrong with that. You see what I'm saying? I just think if people are going to, well, shoot, let me get a couple of entities too, like Omar said he got. Just know that when you register a business with the state, like when you register your automobile, some people say land conveyance, with any state, you are allowing the head of that state, which is the governor, and the governor can only command the military. You can read that in any state constitution. That's what the governor does, just commands the military. So that is also showing that you're giving the governor a means to acquire your property. That's why, again, I will quote 26 United States Code 7701 H2C1. When you look at that, it'll show you that when you do those things, you must make a separate autograph.
You know, it's deep though. That's why, like, what I teach is that you can't do what you hear somebody else doing. Like how I have my affairs set up is for a very, because I know what I'm doing, right? So if I have a public entity and it's a C Corp, for example, and it's incorporated, it's for a reason. But then if I have a private entity and it's not incorporated, that's for a reason. Like I tell you, I got two stories for you. Like, I remember when I set up a bank account for one of my trusts, and when I sent them the paperwork for the trust, they took the paperwork and they said, okay, it's a trust. So, because the trust is my name, right? Actually the trust is the name of the name that's on my birth certificate, right? That's on the birth certificate. Or some people would say the straw man. So it's the same name. So I created a trust and named it the same name as the straw man. So when I did that, they the first banker was like, hey, you know, when they approved it, they said, here's the information or whatever. And I saw that it had trust next to the name. I said, hey, this is not the name of the trust. It's a trust, true indeed, but this is the name of the trust, and it doesn't have the word trust next to this name. And so she was kind of confused, and she was like, well, no, we got to put trust next to it. I said, how you gonna tell me the name of that entity? And it's the entity that, I set up, right? Because I'm the grantor. That, it's a living trust, so I'm the grantor and the trustee, and it's being cared for my beneficiaries, right? So anyway, she was giving me a hard time. So let me speak to your manager. Spoke to the manager. He gave me a hard time. So I said, I need you to escalate this to your legal department. And so they transferred me to the trust department, and the person responsible in that division was like, all right, I'm gonna talk to our legal department, and I get back with you in a couple of days. So once they got back with me, okay, cool. We're gonna take the word trust away from that, and we're gonna set it up the way that you would like. So what's deep is, if you see that, you wouldn't know if it's if you see that name on a piece of paper, you wouldn't know if it's the straw man, you wouldn't know if it's an actual trust. Only in my back office do I know why I set it up that way, how it's set up, and the nature of it.
So are you teaching people?
So no, I don't sell courses. I don't do none of that, right? So
no, I'm just saying, out of your heart, out of the kindness of your heart, being a brother,
yeah,
like, do you
right.
like,
Oh yeah. Like I kind of give Jews here and there, but I don't really. I try to keep certain things private.
So do you hold on to my last question so you can finish your statement? Then do you let people know that the birth certificate, as it's called, is a foundling certificate based on when a soldier in war finds children that have been left orphaned, they put a foundling certificate on them to make them a warder of the state under 5 United States Code 301. Are you sharing that bit of information with the people so they know the foundation of what it is they're doing before they can make a decision to do so?
Yeah, we've shared that before in this room, and but that's why, like, my administrative process consisted of doing a power of attorney over that straw man, and I talked about that before, and it was, it's a real interesting story. But they tried to give me a hard time about that in probate court in the county in which the entity was created. But yeah, because a lot of people talk about just authenticating a birth certificate, but they don't talk about actually controlling that estate. And so there's a process for that I did that I didn't really see anybody else talk about. I just hear people saying, hey, well, this is how you do it. This is how you take control. I'm like, nah, you need to do, because when you do one thing about a power of attorney, it cancels out any other contract. And you do that on the county level, in that county where the entity was created, and then, you would do that on the IRS level, but there's a particular form for that. But I don't want to talk about that right now. Yeah, the 2848.
Can I just deal with you guys for a minute, though?
Hold on 1 second, brother, because this ain't about just, it's about the people, too. I'm just trying to show people that you got brothers out here really moving, you know what I'm saying, a certain way. And they doing it right, you know what I mean? And so that's why, like, I stay away from certain, like, titles and a certain jargon, you know what I mean? Because these brothers have because they're mixing processes and they don't understand what they're doing, it's giving a bad impression. So you got to just see, it's not about paperwork. It's about, can you enforce the paperwork? Do you know how to move? You know what I mean? Paperwork is cool. You can get a template offline, but do you actually know how to enforce it? Do you know how to actually get
I don't
remedy
use that, Omar. I would much rather show why these people don't have jurisdiction, because I'm not of like kind like they are. Some people say a justum generis, but a justum generis, which is saying you're of the same class, you're of the same party, you're of the same kind.
Right, you changing the personal jurisdiction. Right.
It's like, so at the end of the day, if I don't work for you and I'm not someone that has been founded to be under indictment by a grand jury, there is no probable cause. So you shouldn't even be breathing air in my direction, let alone trying to get me to do something to be able to have to defend myself.
But watch this though, but you're gonna like this. Watch this. Here's the second story. They mentioned this. Somebody went into a courthouse, let's say accidentally.
Yo, this conversation
they
is over.
They forgot that they had their firearm.
I just wanted to see where it was at.
Would they go to jail?
You said if someone decided to have a firearm on them.
But let's just say, you know, like people forget sometimes they got their firearm in their bag and they go into a courthouse. Would they get locked up for doing that?
It really depends on that being, but most people would probably think, hell yeah, Omar, hell yeah, they're gonna lock their dumb ass up. That's probably what most people think. But some people know how to stand on their square right then and there and just be like, okay, well, look, I can have you put that to the side, and then when I leave, I leave. And it depends. Do they have certain documentation, or have they done certain correspondences prior to exercising with that particular arm?
Now watch this. Watch this, because all my weapons are in trust, right? Because I've been locked up before, and when I went to go pick up my weapons, the cop was blowing. We said, man, he said, you know what, you know, this I like how you got this set up. He said, most brothers, they come in here with trust, with gun trust, and they try to do it after the fact, but you already had your stuff set up, and you know, I can't, it's nothing I can't, you know what I'm saying? I can't I can't take your weapon, and then I gotta give it back to you. Now I'm gonna tell you a story, and that's why I was pushing back, because I get what you're saying about the federal employee, but that's why it's that stuff is cool, but it ain't what you think, because all of this stuff is fraud. And so when you really go there with them, the game is over. So it's like all of this stuff we're doing is the appearance. They know what they're doing is corrupt. So that's why what you're saying, it'll never get to that level as far as, oh, you're a federal employee, and so we have jurisdiction over you and blah, 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 blah. If you correct certain things on the back end, you don't have to really worry about that. Because if you challenge, because I get where you're going with it, but that's not necessary. I'm going to tell you why I say that. And I'm going to show you the power of the passport and why, you know, it's superior to any other document. And I had to go through this. I usually go to this particular court, this county in this courthouse to get certain documents.
Joe doesn't get that. I'm not in disagreement with him. I'm just asking questions.
And so, because you got to go to the county level, get it authenticated, and then you go to the state level. And so one day, I was at the court, and I had my weapon in my bag. I accidentally forgot it was in my bag. So when I put my bag through the scanner, and when I'm going through the scanner, it's a guy, it's a cool old white dude, you know what I mean? He's always there. He always sees me, good energy, you know what I mean? We always speak. He get behind me and put me in handcuffs. I'm like, man, what's going on? You know, what had happened? He said, man, what you doing in here, walking in here with a gun? His whole demeanor was different. He had like, you know, right? His face was frowned up. He was angry, like, man, what you doing with this gun? Like, you know. And so, of course, he couldn't just let me go. He had to escalate it. He had to get, like, they had like about 7 deputies. They took me to this room. Then they had to talk to, you know, their boss or whatever. Guess what they was doing the whole time? He said, man, you got a driver's license? So now I got my passport. And he said, man, that's the only document that you got? Think about it. That's the most powerful document that you could use. And so he said, that's all you got? You sure you ain't got no driver's license? So he took a while. He looked through it. He was trying to find a driver's license. I'm just trying to give y'all some game. And so he ended up doing, he said, he's talking to his boss or whatever. And the boss was like, did he have it on his person? He said, no, he didn't. He had it in his bag. He said, okay, cool. Just let him go. Because they knew that if my intentions were negative, you know, I would have just had it on me. Because, you know, people make mistakes. And so it was a genuine mistake because I explained to them what had happened. They understood the guy knew me, knew I was a guy of good character. And he had seen me many, many times before. But my point is, they was looking for that driver's license for a reason. And so when you look at the passport,
although you see information about it on the federal level, that's the part. It's like I know you get it, but I got to drive it home so you can get it. You can find how federal statutes will mirror the Constitution, my brother, but that still doesn't mean that it is the Constitution. So yeah, you may find stuff about private citizens, you may find stuff about passports, you may find a lot of things on the federal level, right? Like for example, like when you have deprivation of rights under color of law, you will have something equivalent, like as above, so below. Like I can show you a statute, and then it's like they took a lot of, it's like
Baby, he be in
driving and
Malika's
traveling
classes, I
took
think,
a
on some quiet shit.
right, they try to convert it into a privilege. And so statutes is one thing, and then you have constitutional laws another. So it's like a mirror. It's trying to mirror. It gives the appearance that it's following the Constitution, but we know that it's a lower form of it. It's watered down. And so principles. So my point in closing is that I've been in many situations, and they don't like that passport. So based on that's why even when you started out, we said, "Oh, you're a federal employee." It's like, nah. If it's on that level, I promise you, they would love to see it. That's why you don't have your address. Like if you pull out your passport, anybody that pull out the passport, it has family name, like given name, like certain terms that are different. Like it ain't got no mister. That's why when you go to court, like I'm gonna show you how you, as a private citizen, how I would move. Like I said, you go to court, say, "Hey, Mr. White." The first thing I'm gonna do is say, "Hey, on the record, that's not my name. My given name is Omar, and my family name, that's private, and I don't give consent for you to use that name for fraud." It's like you go through that whole approach. So you're basically reserving your right, and you're saying, I'm moving as I'm private. I'm not signing your documents. I'm not filling out NOLA, guilty, not guilty. I'm not playing this game. And so what I'm saying, anything I speak on, I done did it myself, and I know what works and I know what doesn't work. So privacy, for me, privacy works for me. Not Moorish American, and I stand on that. But I get what you're saying when you read the statutes. But remember, brother, the statutes are bullshit because the supreme law of the land is the Constitution. Now, if it's in the Constitution, that's a whole different discussion. I don't care about the statutes and what the statutes say. So I get what you're saying as far as finding the statute to say you're basically like a federal employee if you're using a passport. But I bear witness to when I pull out that passport, it's a certain energy. It's a different ballgame.
But those people don't know, Omar. Those people don't know.
All right, because I've been listening for a little while, right? I just want to say something real quick, right? Did you mention the Constitution like a bunch of times already, right? So where do you find privacy law in the Constitution?
Number four,
where's passport in the Constitution?
Right, securing your persons.
Okay.
And your papers. So we're dealing with privacy. And then guess what? It gives you the remedy that if somebody violates your privacy, what's the remedy, good brother? Does anybody know the remedy?
No, I know the remedy.
No. It tells you in the fourth. Now, this is important for our people because it's about the people. Hasan, what's the remedy in the Fourth Amendment when your privacy is violated?
I mean, it's pretty simple. Somebody violates you, you know what I'm saying? You got to bring it.
It tells you. What does it actually say? It tells you.
Oh, okay, hold on. Let me go to the actual document. You know, I got the Constitution up. I got the Constitution up. 2 seconds. Let me actually go to it. I got 2 browsers open. So let me go to Chrome real quick and I will read it for you. 2 seconds. Let me go right to the Constitution. Hold on. Let me slide on over and bring this joint right up for it. 2 seconds.
And then to the brother, while he's finding that, to answer your question, I want you to type in privacy, Supreme Court, and look at all the cases that
No.
privacy.
I know the law, sir. I'm asking you. That's why I'm asking you questions. I know the law.
All right, I got it. Let's do it. So Bill of Rights 4, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons to be seized. So that's what it says for number 4. Number 5, if I think this is where we probably get.
All right, so that's those are 2 different things, right? So, so you read just the Fourth Amendment right now. That's correct. You're absolutely correct, right? So you cannot be searched without proper cause. Nobody argues that, right? But when you said privacy law, right, you actually get your privacy law from Bill of Rights 14. That's where it actually comes from. Okay, if you read the due clause, it's called the due close process. You could read it yourself, right? That's where you actually get your privacy rights from. All right. No,
what's your point then?
No, the point I'm trying to make is because everything that you've been saying, all this for, I'm just for like an hour already, right?
Most of it's my room, bro. And I pray you.
No, I'm not. Yeah, most of the things you said are actually not correct, sir. And that's the truth. They're not correct, because the truth of the matter is that something you cannot claim privacy. You read a bunch of cases right now. All right. What those cases, if you read that case correctly, what it's referring to is every American has a right of private lawsuit. Okay, so that's why we have what's called the whistleblower. Is what I'm saying. So you could bring a claim as a private citizen, right? And with the United States or with the state government, and you get paid for it. That's not confronted with privacy rights. That's something totally different. Those are two different things entirely. So I think
I get what you're saying. I don't think you understood why we're trying to bring that out, because a lot of people didn't even know that I could show you hundreds and hundreds of court cases that use the word private citizen. First, you got to understand that the word is actually used. And what I was demonstrating is that Moorish American, you're not going to find that in a good light in a lot of these documents.
Well, I'm gonna say this then, Omar. Well, if that's the case, then if the 14th Amendment is what you're utilizing, I will say Prophet Noble Drew Ali has prescribed in his literature that the 14th and 15th Amendment are not for the salvation of his people. So that's why, if that's the case, then bro, then you got it. You won. No, Moorish Americans would never be operating under the 14th or 15th Amendment. So if that's the case, there's no comparison then. Like earlier I said, there's similarities in the principles that are being exercised. However, when you get down to Prophet Noble Drew Ali's literature, he lets you know that the 14th and 15th Amendment are not for the salvation of my people. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that's a divine warning. But I'm open for correction.
I'll give you an example against her. I've seen cases where people claim to be Moorish American, right? And they will have a criminal corpus against them, right? And they will claim that it doesn't have jurisdiction over them. You know what happens all the time? It fails. It's never worked one time.
Because they don't know what they're saying or doing, brother. Listen, at the end of the day, I know this. I'm not going to a court to say, me being Moorish American means that you can't do this to me. That's incompetence. And anybody out there on the internet or anywhere saying that that's what it is, they are in error. All you have to do is show and be that you're Moorish American by utilizing what they are operating under. Oh, okay, they want to use this state statute to say that they want to charge someone with. Okay, then a competent being would see who is the so-called agency. They have a code that they're under. They have state codes. They're usually called administrative codes for the different state agencies that are getting their administrative code rules that they're utilizing from the authority of the state statutes in order to do something as simply as run you off the road by putting emergency lights on and then asking you for private information so that they can violate the federal rules of civil procedure and write you up a citation. You see what I'm saying? And do a complaint and do a summons all in one stop as if they can serve you.
Hey, hold on. And before you go too far, hold on. Hey, brother, and then it continues in the Fifth Amendment. In the Fifth Amendment, it says, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. So
It is eminent domain.
Totally different, sir. All right, so what I'm saying
with the first, with the freedom of religion, and then the right to
you also
association and the right to contract. That's all private, protecting private.
Right, exactly. So when you also mistake when you say federal laws, right? That's the mistake a lot of people make, right? America is going by two separate laws, right? You have state laws, you have federal laws. Most states are governed by state laws. So when it comes to like criminal cases, you're governed under the state laws, not the federal laws. All right, so if you do a crime,
it has to follow the
exact. So if you do a
they
crime,
got to follow the Constitution. So if they do
but
you can still
but it's tied to the Constitution, you know. And the reason why I'm saying this, I'm not just saying this because I'm just out of my house. Right? I'm actually a lawyer, so I know what I'm talking about, right? You know, so I've read that Republican profile.
Right. Where did you get your where did you become a bar member? Like what state? What's your bar number? You know my man.
I can't give you my bar number, but I'm licensed in 32 states.
Why you can't give me your bar number?
Huh?
Why you can't give me your bar number?
Because my bar number is next to my name, bro. What are you talking about?
and what would be wrong with that?
You shouldn't be getting legal.
Nah, we're on the clubhouse, right? It's not like private is totally different. That's what I'm saying.
Well, what's the difference between a private, like you know, we see sometimes private law and you know, I guess the equivalent of that would be public law. What's the difference between a private attorney and the public attorney? I guess the public would be a public.
Okay, so the public is you work for government, right? When you work for government, you're a public attorney. When you're private, you have your own defense, you have your own practice. So that's the two difference, right?
Okay. So let me ask you this: what branch of law do you practice?
I do criminal, I do immigration, I do a little bit of civil.
When someone is
government.
When someone is incarcerated and locked up, like what tax forms do you usually deal with when you're dealing with a particular client?
What do you mean?
You don't fill out any tax forms when you're dealing with a client, like in a criminal matter?
You say when they're locked up, right? I mean, yeah. I mean, it depends. If you have a criminal case, right?
What tax forms do you deal with?
Tax forms? I don't know what you mean by tax forms. That's what I'm saying.
You don't fill out any tax documents,
No.
any IRS documents dealing with.
No, I mean I don't. I don't even do. I don't do private. I'm on the government side, but I don't even think private attorneys do fill out tax forms, right? So that's why I don't understand where you're coming from, because if you're saying maybe whatever they get paid, you know.
So how do you prove your authority, Dick? How do you prove your authority if there are no minutes that says that, hey, this board or commission is making a decision that's documented in the minutes, and then the minutes we can request the records for those minutes to show that you're being hired to prove your authority? If there's no proof of your authority, I'm going to bar grievance you, bro.
No, I don't. This is the thing. What you just said right now, I don't even understand what you're saying. What do you mean minutes?
So this is how, if you are a bar attorney and you don't recognize the principles in the language that I'm using about the minutes, the only way that an attorney.
No. The problem is when you guys speak, right? You speak in semantics, right? You don't speak in clear English, right? That doesn't work for me. See what I'm saying?
But that's
when
the rules.
No. That's the thing.
But that's the rules, D.
There's no rules, bro. I've done this several times.
So then you're lawless.
No. I'm telling you. No. It's not about, what do you mean by lawless?
Just show him the law. That's it. That's all he knows.
Right.
All he knows is law. Show him the legalese.
Right.
So show him the legalese,
bro. Okay, I'll show you. This is what I'm saying. When there is no commission or board that has minutes showing that you can be counsel for them, you will be reprimanded under the bar model rules of professional conduct.
How many times?
Right. So the model rules of professional conduct: 3.3 candor of the court, 5.5 multi-jurisdictional, and 8.4 misconduct.
Has he ever used this tactic in court? Because he doesn't have it together.
Hold on, let me up.
That's a very brash and wrong statement. You're speculating.
Let me up you out a little bit, bro.
Why are you stuttering?
This is what happens, right?
You're drinking. Go ahead. What you saying?
You sound like you're drinking.
Yeah, sure. Got you.
All right. So this is what we're talking about, right? Well, you said minutes, right? Now I'm going to get a bit of what you're saying to me, right? Before I could represent any client, number one, I have to speak to the client first. All right. They have to give me their right to represent them. Okay. Once that is done, that's the first step, right? I have to drop a document saying I am your attorney. All right. You have to sign the document. You know what I'm saying? Those are the first steps, even before we do anything. They will not come to like money or whatever. But without those steps being taken care of first, I can't represent you. Even when it comes to a public defender, right? When you assign a public defender by a judge, because you're an indigent client, you don't have enough money, right? And you fall within the threshold. When the judge assigns you a public defender, right? They would come to you. You have to consent to it. They can't force a public defender on you. You have a right to refuse an attorney.
Correct.
Hey Judge, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this real quick. Because a lot of us don't trust lawyers or attorneys. Right. So I had a situation where I was in an Uber. A guy ran a red light, smashed into my driver, damaged the property, we were injured in the matter. He got he hired an attorney.
I represented myself. Make a long story short, we negotiated. They didn't meet my demands. I had the client of the insurance company served by the sheriff's department, filed in the county in which he lived in that magistrate, small claims. And so make a long story short, when I did that, we negotiated more, we settled. I dismissed the case with prejudice, got my check. Months later, the guy who was injured more than myself, when you include his property and his person, he still didn't get his check. And he had a bar member represent him. Why do you think I was able to get my check so fast, just knowing the law and how to
all right, so this is what probably happened. You did what we call a pro se claim, right? You're a pro se. Okay. So, but this is what happens, right? You just said to me right now, you had almost no injury at all. So you were probably asking for like little money.
No, what I'm saying, it was his property. Now, we both got right on the same level, right?
Oh,
but I'm saying his injury was more because when you include his property, he suffered more than me because it was his car. I'm just a client, I'm just being driven around as a customer.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what you're saying. I thought maybe you were talking about.
But even what I'm saying, still monetarily, it's still, you know what I mean? The thing is, you show your claim, you can stand on your claim. They have to determine, like, is this worth fighting, or are we gonna settle? So what I'm asking you is, why was I able to get my check much faster than his attorney kept? And it's not the first time people be attorneys and they be dragging their feet, taking time.
That's what I always tell people. Right? Mm-hmm. If you have a small claim and it's under like 10 grand, 25 grand, right? You could do that stuff yourself. That's what I'm saying. Because it's not that hard to do that. You know what I'm saying? Go to the small claims court, file the clock. You know what I mean? What's going to happen is you're going to go before the judge, right? They're going to send you to mediation, right? Which is what happened first. And presumably that's what happened in your case first, right?
No, we didn't go to mediation. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what's going to happen first. They're going to send you to mediation. If you don't agree, then the case will proceed. But when you have an attorney for this kind of cases, right? Don't forget that he's also trying to make money. All right, so he's trying to make the claim bigger than what it is, right? And when you do that, every other party, you know what I'm saying, they also buckle. They don't want to agree to your demands, right? So it takes a longer time. You know what I mean? So he might be suing the Uber because he drives for Uber, right? He might be suing Uber and everybody for like $500,000. You know what I'm saying? A lot more money, right? Uber's not going to buckle. All right, they're gonna hire an attorney. They're gonna drag it for like months and years and all that kind of stuff, right? But if you just want to make a little bit of money, if you just call and get it moving, yeah, you can do that yourself easily. And I have to do that all the time. And if it's a little claim, just do it yourself because sometimes just want to get paid. And so it's gonna drag it on because he wants the maximum money to get. Because don't forget, those cases are done on contingency, meaning they don't charge you for it. They take 1/3 of whatever claim comes out of it.
Just to answer that Barbie things question, the answer is we have a protocol. Our protocol is as soon as a policy enforcer does what we know, because they're not reading their handbooks, they're not reading the statutes they're operating under, nor the administrative codes they're supposed to be having themselves ruled under. So we're going to make two things happen, called risk management, that deals with that particular agency, and we're making a report and a claim there. We're also going to make a report to internal affairs. Then anybody who's a so-called prosecuting attorney, and they already, Trenzi versus Pagliaro, if they don't have a competent witness, but yet trying to prosecute something, case going to be dismissed off the fact that they have a defective witness, nor can they actually put in an affidavit as an exhibit to support any motion that they're trying to do. So we're going to disqualify the attorney immediately, and we're going to disqualify the judge too. And one strategy is to make you a counter defendant when we go to be counter complainant. Period. Because at the end of the day, once you learn the rules, it's a wrap.
No, this is the thing, bro. This is where I get, like, a little bit worried when people say stuff like that, right? So you're saying so many things in one breath. You know what I mean? You're mixing up criminal cases with civil cases, right?
Everything is civil.
No. Everything is not civil.
Everything is. You got to read the rules of federal rules of civil procedure, bro. Everything starts out like on the civil side.
No. Everything is not civil. If you do a crime, that's why it's called.
All crimes are commercial, so therefore all commerce is crime.
Oh my God.
It's true though.
Listen, bro, I've been doing this for years, right? And I just told you, I've seen so many people, right, usually say Moorish American. You know where they end up? In jail.
Bro, that's not me. That's what you're not. That's what you're not comprehending. I actually, bro, I don't just assist Moorish Americans, but at the end of the day, I'm Moorish American first. Bro, let me be really real of what's actually really happening here. At the end of the day, I'm providing you that I even know what your rules of your model rules of professional conduct is, and I can point out. That's why I asked you certain questions. Where would be the minutes? Just because someone goes, hey, I consent to this, that doesn't mean you're supposed to be talking in court. You're supposed to be whispering in someone's ear because you're supposed to be there as their counsel so that they can be able to speak for themselves. As soon as you open your mouth, objection, because you're not the injured party. You're not anyone that's supposed to be doing any talking.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I know.
When you go to a court of law, right? Any court of law, whether it's civil or criminal, right? Once you consent to an attorney, at that point, only your attorney speaks for you. The judge doesn't even have to listen to you.
The attorney's not supposed to be speaking at all.
Because you've already considered to like.
No, that's not how it goes. If you are counsel,
you're gonna tell me how it goes, bro.
Bro, just because people practice suffocating themselves doesn't mean it's the rules. There are people.
You only have one choice. You didn't have an attorney. You don't have an attorney.
What you got to do, brother? You got to show him the. You got to go to the bar association, like in Georgia. When you go to the bar, they have the ethics, they're held to a certain code of ethics.
Yeah.
And so you have to show what the contract is, because it's a contract.
That's why I just said in the beginning, before I can even speak for you as the lawyer, I have to ask you first. You have to consent to it. I have to give you a document. It's called a retainer. All right?
Man, a retainer is how much bread they holding you for how many hours, man. That's not the document.
It's just not the bread, though, sir. The return actually finds the terms of
that'll be dope, but can you find it though? The minutes? Because I know there's a lot of things that lawyers may not know that may be in there.
There's no such thing as what he's talking about.
That's not true. You have to look at the attorney showing that every state has a statute for attorney to show their authority. Near what state Supreme Court you get your certification, because it's not a license. It's a certification. What state? I'll find it. I'll find the link. Try me.
Hold on, bro.
What state?
Yeah, no, but I'm about to tell you, I don't need to, like, this happens, right? When you get called to the bar, every single state, right, whether it's New York, Georgia, the Supreme Court of that state, right, calls you to the bar, right? So you get a license under that state. So you can go anywhere.
It's not a license, it's a certificate.
No, it's called a license.
No, it's not a license, it's a certificate.
You know what? I don't want to argue with you, but go
you can't license the practice of law.
Exactly. You know, but I ain't gonna just want to argue. Say stuff.
No, he's disagreeing with you, brother. He's saying you can't license a practice of law.
You can't. That's
every man. That's why ignorance of the law is no excuse. So you can't license or put a.
It's actually a crime. It's actually a crime.
So you got it. So you have an actual.
The bar
license.
is a private fraternity.
Is it a bar license?
No, he has a certificate.
No, because they may be switching it up. Because you can have a bar because it's a PMA. It's a private association.
He has it correct when it's called a bar certificate, right? But what I certificate confers on you is the license to practice law. It's actually in the criminal code in every single state.
So you're saying you don't have a license, you just have a certificate?
No, you have a license, but that's what confers on you the license.
What does it look like?
I mean, you can look it up. You can Google it.
You'll never find a license. You'll only find certificates.
That's why you have your ID number.
I promise you.
All right.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Right? I just said it. Just explain it to you, right?
So you got a bar license that fits in your wallet, like a driver's license?
No. You have a birth certificate that you hold, but it gives you, when you have a license, you have the ID number that you carry.
No, so the ID number
is attached to your
is attached to the certificate. So the ID number is issued by the bar?
Correct.
Yeah, so so I'm not denying that, but I know you guys don't have an actual, like how you have an agency out, that's a government agency. It's not
you don't get like an ID card, no.
That's what he's saying. Right. Yeah, you don't have that. Yeah, we know that. So there's no license. You can have a license to practice, but you can have you can have something internal because it's a private membership association. So they have
exactly right. Yeah. So that ID number, what he does is confers a license to practice law with you. That's how sometimes when as an attorney, right, if you do something wrong, you get suspended, right? So I'm already under suspicion right now, right? And I take a case, and they find out I'm going to be charged with practicing law without a license. It's actually a crime under the criminal code of every single state. You can look it up.
But man can enforce law. That's like the brother brought up Luke 11, chapters 40, I think it's 41, chapter 11 minutes or verses 41 through 52. Woe unto ye lawyers. That's in the Holy Bible, bro. So at the end of the day, you can be one who can fulfill the law without a certificate, bro. They call it pro se litigation, but one can be appropriate persona sui juris in their own proper person in their own right, even though the foreign jurisdiction of those courts will only recognize it in their system as a pro se litigant. That doesn't mean that I consent to being called a pro se litigant. I'm just using that as a conduit through which I can be able to make the report against those that are violating my rights.
To the point, and I don't disagree with your argument, right? But what I'm telling you is in real life, right? On the streets, right? Those that you're saying does not work.
No. But here's the deception.
I get what.
No. Hold on. Here's the deception. Do all defense attorneys get their clients off?
No, they don't.
So just because they have a bar member license, a bar card, and just because they have knowledge of somewhat of the legal system, that doesn't mean they're going to get their client off.
Correct.
So just because somebody gets locked up doesn't mean it just means they may have had, you don't know if they had something, they didn't argue something right, they filed something improperly. You don't know what the case may have been.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Do you agree or disagree with that?
No, what I'm trying to tell you is that they don't get locked up because they found something improper, right? They get locked up because those claims that they're making. I've seen people stand and say, you know what, you can't control me. And they start quoting what is called the UCC laws, right? The Uniform Commercial Code laws, right? Those things are laughed and thrown out. As a matter of fact, I've seen it several times.
Can you post a case? I can examine the case.
I mean,
without on the record, I can examine to see if something is done.
I don't.
In error.
To be honest, I don't have something I could really post, but I've seen it. Like I've been there. You know what I'm saying? Something like I saw online. I was right there in court, right? And people would say, "You should see Uniform Commercial Code laws," right? And they'll
you do realize that. I ain't gonna speak on. Put it like this. You do realize sometimes something can happen in the court, but on the record it's something different. Like a judge can act like they're doing something, and then the judge does something different behind the scenes because they want to. Hold on, because it's theatrics, and they want to give the appearance that some things went a certain way. You do realize that happens too.
Correct. I mean, anything could happen, right? What I'm trying to tell you, what I'm saying to you right now, are cases that I was actually involved in, so I knew what happened with those cases. You know what I'm saying? I knew what happened with those cases. That's something I was like just a passerby. You know what I mean? I wasn't involved in those cases, so I knew what happened.
Can you when you come back, can you provide the case number so I can look up the record?
I mean, he would not tell you that that's the reason why they went to jail.
No. I just want to see if there was a level if they were incompetent, if they were filing. Like, did they represent themselves the whole time? Give me one case that you know for sure.
I'll give you an example, right? Just like 3 weeks ago, there was a guy that filed a name. He wanted to do a name change, right? Mm-hmm. From his old name to a brand new name. So when he applied to have a name change, he applied under some name, LB, something, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So he was a Moorish American. He could have from the Moorish, so blah, 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 blah. But guess what happened, right? when you apply for a name change, right? The court and the county, the prosecutor's office will do what's called a criminal background check, just to make sure that you're not changing your name because, you know what I mean? Somebody's looking for you out here, right? You're trying to like change your name, right? So when they run,
there was a warrant out for his arrest.
Exactly. When they run the CCH, there was a warrant out for his arrest.
So that's what he went wrong there.
But then that's in that situation. But I'm letting you know, you don't have to do a court-ordered name change because the main court is the postal stream. There's treaties that are out there. The general postal treaty for October 9th, 1874. One could just start sending correspondence through the postal stream under a different appellation than what they claim their mother gave them. Because whatever your mother called you is hearsay evidence. Nobody can prove or say that they were a witness that were front and center of her vagina, like, yeah, his mama called him this or her mama called her that. That is always hearsay evidence. So at the end of the day, one could just utilize a piece of mail and then send it as such. And once that joint is stamped, post-dated, it is the same as if someone got a notarized court name change, because all certain courts or so-called courts are either in a United States post office building or are operating there. Period. That's just what it is, because the overlord of all contracts of the planet is the director, or some will say the general, for the Universal Postal Union, who is the overlord of all contracts on the planet. So nobody has to go in there. What you witnessed was someone who was incompetent and who thought that that's what they had to do to try to avoid something because they don't know how to handle their own affairs. That doesn't mean that, oh, well, since he was calling himself El Bey something, that means Hasan Ghaziel Bey, who I am, is tied up in the same things. No, I said from the jump when I first got on this thing at 7 Eastern, and I'm still here now at 2:08 Eastern, saying the same thing, keeping the same energy. I have not flip-flopped. I have not changed my energy, and I'm not pulling away from these principles because I'm Moorish American for real. And the only one that's still here out of everyone that's been invited to only not to prove I'm the big man on campus. I'm a know-it-all. I don't give a fuck about that. I'm talking about the principles. Are we analyzing the principles under which we're saying we're doing things? When the brother said something about a passport, I brought up 22 United States Code 212. Despite whatever was said about me and my character, it eventually showed that I wasn't being an asshole. I'm just used to people not doing the research. So I know how to stay the course. I know how to go 12 rounds without getting winded. Flat out. When you came on and saying you were a barrister, when you said you were a bar member, I asked you what state, because I don't want to come visit you. I don't want to know that. I just know that I can look up that particular state and look up how the state is to either prove authority or show authority within their statutes when it comes to attorneys. And then I would have been able to post that in the chat so that everybody can analyze it, because I don't want nobody believing anything I said over these last, 6 hours? 7 hours.
Hey, can I ask a question? No, just give it a try, brother. Can you tell us what state you got your license?
I was about to say that. I'm going to give you 2 things, right? Okay, look up New York, right? Then my second thing to you was, did you change your name? Is that what's on your passport right now? Whatever.
No, Moors don't do a name change. You do a name correction, and you do it according to, if you need another document, you can look up resolution number 75 in the right to know law action that was done near the Pennsylvania Commonwealth. Because there are documents that have been put on before any of us have been born to give us the proper instruction to conduct ourselves accordingly. But you have people out here who may look at the internet, who may buy a package and do not have a brother such as myself and my brothers going, hold up, yo, before you do that, read this definition, comprehend this before you make this move, instead of looking for a microwave result to get out of something. That's what I'm saying. So did I do a correction? Of course I did. You know why I did a correction? Because there are laws out there that let me know that what my mother called me is hearsay. And I have the right to a name and a nationality despite what my mother has called me. Because it would be incompetent for me to continue to let somebody else call me something that I didn't approve of myself. I'm not an idiot. An idiot is someone who doesn't know.
Hey, brother, can I ask you a question on that? Go ahead, Big Chief. You ain't spoke yet. Which one did you say it was? HR, which one?
HR 75.
Resolution number 75. You'll see that was in the Pennsylvania right to know office. You see what I'm saying? And it'll let you know that even right there. I have a question about that. Go ahead.
Because I keep hearing you saying Moorish American, but doesn't that document state that the Moors wasn't actually from America, but they came here and settled?
And that's the thing. When they say that in that, they're speaking based on Moors wanting to be a part of the foreign corporation known as the United States of America Corporation. However, when you really go back into documentation, you'll see that this has always been in Morocco. And the Sultan of Morocco was the first one that recognized the United States of America back in 1776. Barack Obama spoke about it in the State of the Union when he was at Cairo, Egypt, and he had quoted the Fifth Annals of Congress Treaty of Tripoli, Article 11, to be able to even back what what's her name? The old Secretary of State under Obama, Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton had met in the Benjamin Franklin room to try to give that dog and pony show with the Kingdom of Morocco to try to say what it was and telling the history. So at the end of the day, Moors or copper toned beings, I don't care who you are, even the pale skins are Moors. Because again, I'll say this again for the people that just showed up. Moor means that you traveled as an ovum in your mother's ovary through her fallopian tube, and you were moored, attached, anchored to the endometrium, which lines her uterus while you awaited the fibrillation from some sperm that was put into her son by another mother. And then that action of being moored, you have been called a Moor. That has nothing to do with, well, I can prove that this is better or worse. That has nothing to do with that. A lot of people do not know how to, off the top of their head as I'm doing, and I want you to believe nothing I say. Research it yourself. And then when you prove it to yourself, what I'm saying to be true, then you can even reach out to me. Hey, brother, I found this too. Did you find that? Because that's what I do every day for the last 8.5 years, y'all. I'm not chasing the bag. I'm not sitting here trying to promote my own agenda. I wanted to see what Prophet Noble Drew Ali put out. And when I went to go see to try to prove it wrong, like the instruction was, Brother Taj says, try to prove it wrong. I said, all right, cool. Let me check this out. When I went to go read and try to prove it wrong, you know what I realized? Everything was right and exact that he was putting down. What it is not everybody has the heart to go that distance because they are tied up with rent. They are tied up with electricity bills. They are tied up with trying to keep a woman happy, but looking like if you ain't got the bag or anything like that, so you will compromise yourself instead of maybe making a decision. Be celibate. Yes, be a monk.
Yes, sir. No problem, brother. My next question is, where can we find the Moors in the Constitution?
Okay, hold on, time out. Because what he's asking about is, okay, I got the answer. What you do is you go to the Supremacy Clause, what the brother brought up earlier, Amazite. And when he said go to Article 6, when you look at Article 6 and you look up the other treaties, one of the treaties, because remember, the treaties is what the Supremacy Clause includes also. So to make that a part of the Constitution, you would have to look at Article 21 of the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, 1787. When you look up the Treaty of Peace and Friendship and look at Article 21, it tells you that if a Christian wounds or kills a Moor, or if a Moor wounds or kills a Christian, again, this is 1787, 1786, 1787. It tells you that the law of the country is to take place. Now, earlier when Darvid was talking about the great law of the peace, I could see that he has researched some things.
Hold on, before you go too far in there, because that was going to be another part of the debate. Sister was going to challenge that document and show how you guys are still obligated to the United States of America. But can you pull up the document and read it?
That particular document is actually, you know, I can, man. Anything.
No, you can read it. Matter of fact, hold on.
That's a bad.
Hey, a lot of Moors running away from that. They're running away from that.
No, I'm bringing it up.
They like to read some of the document. When you read the whole document, you will see that it's no different. Yeah, you'll see. Yeah, read the whole document.
I'm about to bring it up.
Okay. Clarity. When you say those people, who exactly you mean?
Those people that don't study. Is that what
No, the other brother. I think it was Omar.
Okay, I yield.
So are you saying that the Constitution don't derive from the great law of peace?
Oh, I didn't say that.
Okay, so are you for the other brother? Are you saying we do not find the word more in the Constitution?
Okay, I'll answer your question again. For me,
no.
So I don't see it in what people are looking at as far as 7 articles and 10 Bill of Rights. No,
Right.
you're not going to see the word more. However, in the Supremacy Clause, which allows you to go and research different treaties, the Treaty of Tripoli will speak about Muslims and let you know that the United States was not founded on Christian principles at all.
Hold on, real quick. But
It's okay, but the Constitution was out before the Treaty of Tripoli, though, brother.
No, that's not true. Because if you really do the research,
the Treaty of Tripoli?
The Treaty of Tripoli is hold on 2 seconds. I'll do that for you too, because I can.
It's in the 1800s, brother.
Nah, bro. At the end of the day, okay. At the end of the day,
the war was the Barbary War was in 1800. The Treaty of Tripoli was in 1800.
Okay, so when I brought
the Constitution was in the 1700s.
So when I brought up the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, though, initially, and then I brought up that just to support it. I brought up the Treaty of Tripoli to support what I said about 1787 Treaty of Peace and Friendship.
Get the two treaties together real quick. That's the most important document right there. I can't wait till you read that. We were debating some more the other day, and a sheik came in and he read half of it, and he got up out of there once he said read the whole thing.
No, I ain't got no problem.
You brothers are saying debate respectfully your timelines of the. So I don't know if you guys are winning these debates or if y'all just there to compete.
Bro, you confused me. I'm the moderator. I'm the one that created this room, brother. I don't subscribe to the Moorish American path. That's not. You know what I mean?
So you talking about?
No problem.
So you talking about November 4th? Hold on, November 4th, 1796 is the actual date for the Treaty of Tripoli. November 4th, 1796.
What's the date for the Constitution?
The Constitution is 1791.
Thank you, brother.
That's fine. But the Treaty of Peace and Friendship is 1787.
That's a trade agreement, brother.
No, you have
to read it and let him read it though.
I'm about to actually read it.
I read it multiple times.
No, not you, brother. Chief, come on, brother. I'm talking to the other brother. Yeah. It's like you confused me.
Again, my comprehension is different than maybe what you think I'm about to read, but I'll read the document. Treaty of Peace and Friendship, 1787, between Morocco and the United States. Again, Morocco, 1787. Morocco, to all persons to whom these presents shall come or be made known, whereas the United States of America in Congress assembled by their commission, bearing date the 12th day of May, 1784. This is 3 years before this. Thought proper to constitute John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, and Thomas Jefferson, their ministers plenipotentiary. And just one note there, that's because they were appointed by Emmanuel Ben Babu Ali.
Just read first and then we can break it down. Just read the whole thing.
The ministers plenipotentiary, giving to them, or a majority of them, full powers to confer, treat, and negotiate with the ambassador, minister, or commissioner of His Majesty, the Emperor of Morocco, concerning a treaty of amity and commerce, to make and receive propositions for such treaty and to conclude and sign the same, transmitting to the United States in Congress assembled for their final ratification. And by one other commission bearing date the 11th day of March, 1785, did further empower the said ministers plenipotentiary, again, that's John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, and Thomas Jefferson, or a majority of them, by writing under hands and seals to appoint such agent in the said business as they might think proper, with authority under the directions and instructions of said ministers to commence and prosecute the said negotiations and conferences, right? For the said treaty, provided that the said treaty should be signed by ministers, and whereas we, the said John Adams and Thomas Jefferson, two of the said ministers plenipotentiary, the said Benjamin being absent, Benjamin Franklin being absent, by writing under the hand and seal of the said John Adams at London, October 5th, 1785, and of the said Thomas Jefferson at Paris, October 11th of the same year, did appoint Thomas Barclay, agent, in the business aforesaid giving him the powers therein which by the said second commission we were authorized to give, but it says authorized go give, but it's supposed to say to give. And the said Thomas Barclay, in pursuance thereof, Bath arranged articles for a treaty of amity and commerce between the United States of America and His Majesty the Emperor of Morocco. Again, I'm saying Morocco.
No, let him finish reading. Let him finish reading.
Yes, sir. Can he say that last sentence again?
Okay.
For the audience.
Okay. And whereas we, the said John Adams and Thomas Jefferson, there being the commission, right, by ministers, right, pardon me, two of the said ministers plenipotentiary, the said Benjamin Franklin being absent, by writing under hand and seal of the said John Adams at London, October 5th, 1785, and of the said Thomas Jefferson at Paris, October the 11th of the same year. They both appointed, so it says did appoint Thomas Barclay, agent in the business aforesaid, which means what was mentioned all before this, giving him, Thomas Barclay, the powers therein which by the said second commission were authorized to give, and the said Thomas Barclay, in pursuance thereof, Bath arranged, supposed to say, we're going to just let that go, Bath arranged articles for a treaty of amity and commerce between the United States and His Majesty the Emperor of Morocco.
No, let him keep reading. Let him
he can keep reading, but he just killed
No, don't do that. Just let him keep reading.
No, I didn't, bro. I comprehend what this is saying.
No, just keep reading. Just keep reading.
Yeah, keep reading.
Yeah, keep reading.
Okay. Commerce between the United States of America, right? I know exactly what that's saying, bro. At that particular time.
Just keep reading.
And His Majesty the Emperor of Morocco, and sealed with his royal seal, being translated into the language of said United States of America, which means this is not the language it was in, together with the attestations thereto annexed, are in the following words, to wit. Am I continuing to read? In the name of the Almighty God, this is a treaty of peace and friendship. This is why we know it's the treaty of amity and commerce. I've never denied that. I just comprehend exactly what it's saying, but let me continue. This is a treaty of peace and friendship and established between us and the United States of America, which is confirmed and which we have ordered to be written in the book and sealed with our royal seal at our court of Morocco in the 25th day of the blessed month of Shaban in the year 1200, trusting in God it will remain permanent. Now I can go, I don't mind going into the articles, but let me give my...
just keep going.
I will.
Can we get to the good part?
No, it's coming. It's getting good.
I'll read all of them, but I will give my comprehension on it to show you that.
When you finish, once you finish, give it to
you. Can't tell me of my free speech what I'm going to say or not.
Yes, sir, brother. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you gonna finish reading?
Article 1. We declare that both parties have agreed that this treaty, consisting of 25 articles, shall be inserted in this book and delivered to the Honorable Thomas Barclay, the agent of the United States now at our court, with whose approbation it has been made and who is duly authorized on their part to treat with us concerning all the matters contained therein. Article 2, if either of the parties shall be at war with any nation, whatever, the other party shall not take a commission from the enemy nor fight under their colors. Article 3, if either of the parties shall be at war with any nation, whatever, and take a prize belonging to the nation, prizes under Rule 81 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, but anyway, and there shall be found on board subjects or effects belonging to either of the parties, the subject shall be set at liberty and the effect returned to the owners. And if any goods belonging to any nation with whom either the party shall be at war shall be loaded on vessels belonging to the other party, they shall pass free and unmolested without any attempt being made to take or detain them. It's about talking about those that are Moroccans, right? Moorish Americans that are Moroccans. Okay.
The sun drag.
Let him keep going.
I did. Y'all need me to read over again?
No.
All right, Article 4. A signal or pass, like a flag, shall be given to all vessels belonging to both parties, by which they are to be known when they meet at sea. And if the commander of a ship of war of either party shall have other ships under his convoy, the declaration of the commander shall alone be sufficient to exempt any of them from examination. Article 5. If either of the parties shall be at war and shall meet a vessel at sea belonging to the other, it is agreed that if an examination is to be made, it shall be done by sending a boat with 2 or 3 men only. And if any gun shall...
Necessary. Is it like a particular verse that he needs to go to?
In other words, when you read that document, if you call yourself a Moor,
that's Article 6 where it mentioned Moor. It's Article 6 where it's mentioned Moor for the first time. I was almost there, but go ahead.
You saying the word Moor in the Constitution? Are you reading
the Treaty of Peace and Friendship?
Yeah. Read that. Yeah, read that.
If that's a commerce treaty of 2 different people, that's why they have 2 different flags. That's why,
I mean, that's another argument. I'm just saying one thing. No.
But it's not an argument according to my studies.
No. Hold on, Chief. The argument is we can show you that there's a difference between Moorish, like we can go into that, and then we can show you how, at times of war, how you're still obligated, right? So it's almost like it's matter of fact, Shrugs, you there? Because Shrugs got some powerful information he gonna bring out. Because we unpacked this. We show how Moors is a. So Shrugs, when he finished reading, remember we had the room the other night, and we broke down the difference between a Moor and Moorish. And how what brothers, what people, how they converted. They converted and prisoners of war and all the jurisdiction and like going to that when the brother finished reading. He's gonna break down what he read, and then I want you to bring out that information that we.
So he's not finished reading, so we haven't got a.
No, I'm gonna finish, and then I can speak to the whole Moorish American and Moor, which technically, when you do accurate study, it's the same thing. Because I can bring up another document where it says Moorish. That's just like these documents.
Are you talking about the Noble Drew Ali Moors?
No, see what you have to comprehend. There were Moors or Moorish beings before Prophet Noble Drew Ali. What Prophet Noble Drew Ali was doing
they were not from America.
That's not true. That's not true. Moors are all over the planet. I just said that anything that comes through the womb of woman is a Moor.
In the Constitution, brother.
The Constitution.
When we don't see Moor,
brother, I don't see Indian recognized as anything other than a federal designation to be accepted within their census for the United States.
The government to government relationship with the Indians, brother.
Moors had to give up their nationality and birthright to be classified as an Indian.
And what year was this?
What year was the Constitution written?
No, what year did the Moors had to give us their nationality?
There are many different years where Moors were defeated.
Give us the first. Let's start with the first.
One, I'll give you the American Revolutionary War. Look up the year of that. This is why you have the Daughters of the American Revolution ruling over immigration.
I'm actually a son of the Revolution, brother. My family actually fought in the Revolutionary War. So, and they were Moors. So, where do we see Moors? What do we see?
When you're asking the question, brother, you're asking based on a certain comprehension in your mind. When I gave you that all beings that come through the womb of woman are a Moor, whether they call it or not, based on the science of mooring. That's science. That has nothing to do with me. That's why I say prove what I'm saying wrong. Don't believe nothing I'm saying, but at least try to prove it wrong though with some actual real research.
Hold on, Big Chief. Now I'm gonna show you why that's being deceptive, brother. In all respect, You know why? Because like when we had debates with the Muslim brothers, and they started saying that Islam came before Christianity, right? They were trying to say, well, Muslim has been here since the dawn of time. The deception is, yeah, by definition, okay, Muslim is one who submits to the will of God, one who submits to God. Yeah, technically Christians could be Muslim, a lot of people could be Muslim, but you know what we talk about when we talk about Muslims and Muslims. So it's a difference between Moors.
That's not
Moorish,
how my mind works, yo.
Nah, because you're basically saying that it means dealing with procreation.
Period.
So,
that's where it comes from.
So it's a deceptive way of trying to say, well, we still Moors, but no.
No, that's not deceptive. That's me being loving and making sure you have the completion. If I give you complete knowledge on something, and if you still disagree, did I not say, yo, don't believe nothing I'm saying? Still go research it yourself. Go and study autofecundity. Go and study how oogenesis is.
So
Don't
let me ask you
believe,
this.
don't
So if
believe
I'm a
nothing I'm
Christian
saying.
and I say I'm a Muslim, can I be a Christian and a Muslim at the same time?
Bro, a Christian and a Muslim is the same actual thing under different practices.
So why they don't go to the same church, bro?
Listen, at the end of the day, because there's social engineering that divides people, man. I'm not here for the division.
So why in the
Can I be a Jew and a Muslim at the same time?
Bro, at the end of the day, if that's your decision, you can exercise your religion as you freely will, according to Bill of Right 1. Is that allowed or not? That's not my decision. I can't determine yourself. It's called self-determination. Can I really determine yourself?
No, I get what you're doing, but what I'm saying is
you're not getting
scriptures. It's like speaking with a forked tongue, meaning like if I say I'm a vegan, I've been a vegan over 19 years.
That's harsh,
bro. But let's just say hypothetically, if I'm a vegan for a week, and then let's just say after that week I eat meat, and then 2 days later I'm a vegan technically because I'm only eating vegetation for the day, and then two days later I'm eating meat, and 2 days later I'm eating vegetation. If somebody catch me on the day that I'm eating vegetation and say I'm a vegan, yeah, technically I can say I'm a vegan because on that day I'm eating vegetation, but it's still deceptive because it's like you're not lying, but it's almost what lawyers do.
But that's according to your comprehension thus far. If you was to study the things that I study and I give you reference and then give you time to see it on your own without my influence in any way, shape, or
your
form.
chronology is wrong on your reference. Okay, can you explain H-Con Res 331 then, brother?
Now you asking me about something different to look up?
No, sir. H-Con Res 331 is a House resolution where they acknowledge the contribution of the Iroquois Confederacy of them adopting the Constitution from their Constitution, brother.
But when I speak about the Iroquois Confederacy, when I speak about the Iroquois Confederacy and I find out that's what the French called the Haudenosaunee, we're not even in agreement in the history that the Haudenosaunee never called themselves Iroquois. So that lets me know that
I'm familiar. I know the Haudenosaunee is, brother.
So if that's the case, then we know the original Haudenosaunee spells out the acronym Cosmo, Cayuga, Onondaga, Seneca, Mohawk, and Oneida. That's those 5 families who had the Dekanawida, which is the peacemaker or peacekeeper that helped to provide the Guyana Shagoa, which is the great law of peace, bro, which is where all this is stemmed from. So if people,
Hiawatha, brother, I'm familiar. I'm American Indian.
So my thing is, how is it I'm speaking with a forked tongue how am I speaking with a forked tongue then when I just have complete knowledge of the history and don't mind sharing it?
Where are the Moors while this is going on, brother?
The whole time, Moors have always been here. There has been a war, and
what was their contributions to this government?
The reason that the United States of America even exists originally because it was 35 Moorish sons and 20 Albion sons to stop the wars that were happening on the planet for thousands of years prior even to establishing this.
Hey, brother.
This is why one of them is like the
give me the leader. You don't even have to give me the leader of it.
Give you a leader.
The leader of, you just named the number, you just gave me the amount of people, Moorish people, 25, I think you stated. Give me what was the leader name?
Bro, if you want to start with the Continental Congress, we can start with John Hanson. If you want to start with somebody.
Listen, bro, the Continental Congress was informed by John Hanson. Okay,
I never said that was it, but you asked me someone who was like a presiding officer over it.
Do you know that they got that also from the American Indians, brother?
No, the American Indians is a federal designation. That is a federal name by a foreigner, United States, just like Iroquois is from the French. I'm not dealing with the contemporary designations because that wouldn't be fair.
Saying Moors. So why are you saying Moor? Respectfully.
Yeah, so once you're using the appropriate name at the time.
So Moors is what people fell as. So Moors have always been here. However, prior to that,
why don't we see Moors in any of these nations' history, brother?
How come I'm finding Moroccans though? Aren't Moorish Americans in the 101 questions, 101 questions for Moorish Americans? What is a Moorish American?
I can write
a Moorish American is a descendant of Moroccans born in America. So if I go and then I'm one that's
again proving this point that you're foreign.
You're foreign, brother.
Hold on, time out. That's not what that means. You have a certain limited comprehension on that. If I give you reference and you go check the reference, you won't have to disagree with me. You need to go disagree with the history.
I would agree if that was the case, brother. So let's deal with Noble Drew Ali in the Circle 7 Quran. On the first page, he states that the Moors are not from America, brother. That they were given land in Egypt. Family, they fell in the.
Do you know what Egypt is?
Yes, sir, brother. I can get a plane ticket there and fly there.
That's not the Egypt that Prophet Noble Drew Ali is referring to. Even when he say Moors.
So why did they say that Noble Drew Ali went to Egypt? Why do they say he left here by ship and went to Egypt?
When they call Prophet Noble Drew Ali an Egyptian adept, honestly, I'm gonna keep it a band with you because I deal with the metaphysics of it all. The metaphysics of it all.
I want to deal with the real life of it, brother. I don't want to deal with no spiritual or science.
None of us were there. What we have to do is rely on our insight, intuition, and discernment. I'm not about to sit here and go back and forth about that.
And there's a lot of things down on paper.
So we gotta have belief now. We can't deal with it.
I'm not dealing with belief. And nor am I, and what I'm showing you really when I'm demonstrating is I can continue to give you references. No, you already have an agenda in your mind made up on disagreeing with what I'm saying.
Are you familiar with the Treaty of Easton, brother?
The Treaty of Easton from what year, brother? And then you go and read it.
1758. I mean, yeah, 17. It was right before, 1758. If I'm not
mistaken. What all documents make up the Constitution? There's 5 documents initially with the
What they got to do with the Treaty of Easton, brother? I brought that up.
What does you asking me to read different things have to do with anything except you trying to make me look like I don't know what I'm talking about?
You really do not, because you still have.
That's what you think because you already have a limited thinking.
You know what? I'm gonna be fair, brother. I'm gonna be fair, right? Let's start this back.
Why didn't you start out like
Delaware? No problem. Are you familiar with the Delaware Moors?
Title 29 of the Delaware Code, Title 29, number 106, where it lets you know that the Lene Lenape they were former Moors before they took on Lene Lenape to be classified as American Indians. And I'm quoting that off the top of my head to show you that I'm not giving you beliefs. I'm not giving you beliefs.
That the Delaware Moors, the Nattico Moors, story is that they shipwrecked and came and lived with the Lenape Indians. Are you familiar with this history?
If that's what was documented for that particular jurisdiction, cool, fine. I've read that document.
That's the story of the Nattico or the Delaware or the Lenape Moors, whichever term you would like to use, brother. These people are foreign again. So we have Noble Drew Ali. We have another source you pull with HR 75. We have another source of the Delaware Moors. Brother, we have the
treaty also.
Bro, let me ask you a question then. Let me ask you a question then.
Yes, sir. No problem.
So you're saying that just because there is water in the valleys that are now termed oceans, that none of the land is connected, so there's different places according to the fact, because I think if one could comprehend, if one could comprehend, if one mother's breast have given us suck,
So if one could comprehend, if you could remove all the water, if you could remove all the water from the planet, the land is still disconnected.
Okay, so let me ask you this question, brother. In 1787, when the Peace and Friendship Treaty was signed, was the land connected?
Bro, it's never been disconnected.
Brother, I hope you're not a debater. You would make a horrible debater, brother.
I don't debate because debate etymologically means to beat down. Debate etymologically means to beat down. I ain't here to beat down anybody. Like I said yesterday when I prepped people to be like, yo, come and check this out. And then when I got here, I said, yo, I'm not here to debate. I'm going to provide you reference. However, what you're doing is Negro Black colored activity. Brother, you ain't this. Hey, come on, brother. You know what I'm saying, though, brother? You ain't this, brother. I did what I'm saying, though, cuz. You ain't this, buddy. That's where y'all at, man. You ain't provide me not one thing except your beliefs.
Just like in right now.
It is what it is. I don't care how calm you speak, how country you speak. I got reference. I done gave y'all access to my university. I got you. I gave you reference. I gave you access to the documents that I'm using.
That did help your point, but
according to your thinking, who cares about what you're thinking?
It's not about what we're thinking.
It's your thinking. That's your opinion.
Okay, well, let's deal with the Moor Sundry Act. Are you familiar with the 1790 Sundry Act?
Man, it's not. Come on, man. Who's not familiar with that?
Brother.
They said, do not try us as United States citizens. Do not treat us as United States citizens. But they basically called the Court of General Sessions when they got freed from that on the Sundry Free Moors Act near South Carolina.
Hold on. Say that again. They said what?
They were not to be tried as subjects of the United States, but as Moors.
Why do you think they said that?
Because they know about this treaty, bro, that we just ran over.
So to the brother's point, when they make them foreign?
Listen, how can they be foreign to America? This is what y'all don't get. This is what I think y'all don't comprehend. This is what I think y'all don't comprehend. The United States of America.
So if they're not foreign to America, and then you're trying to say that they're American, why would a treaty have to be in place if it's the same?
Because the treaty is so that there's no war with foreigners that want to be here with us. So at the end of the day, what they did, even in this treaty with the ministers plenipotentiary, if you look at this like food, right? Let's look at it like food. People that are from here, those that are now identifying being Moorish American to get back to that mindset of their ancient Moor fathers and foremothers and forefathers because they fell. So they needed a means to get back to it. Now that they're getting back to it, what you'll recognize is the nationals here and those that are from the land, same thing. They're like lasagna, whereas your ministers plenipotentiary are like the aluminum foil and the plastic wrap. They're just supposed to be protecting it. So there's a treaty.
Let me ask this brother this. So Hasan, let me ask this brother. Where is Morocco located?
Morocco, technically, if you really have the adept lessons and can comprehend the whole entire planet, is Morocco. The sun never sets on the Moorish Empire.
Yeah, but you can't prove it. Would you say that's hearsay? Do you think they can be proven without a shadow of a doubt?
I asked you earlier to look up 59th Congress second session from August 3rd, 1906, so that you can really see what they talk about citizenship.
But you know how you can disprove that earlier? You know how you can disprove that? That's why if you went to a certain part of Africa, you had to move based on a certain way, because if it was all the same,
where's Africa?
What do you mean, where's Africa?
Because what you probably think Africa is in your mind is actually Al-Kibalan. That's not Africa.
But even that name is under scrutiny. They don't. A lot of people don't disagree with that name. You know, like they say Avocado. That's another one people like to use. That's not. So
this isn't a maxim. So you rather look at America instead of, because before it was America, it was Africa. Before it was Africa, it was a maxim.
What I'm saying right now, if I wanted to get on a plane and I went to Morocco, would anybody in Morocco still consider it to be American?
That's the kingdom of Morocco that you're talking about, which is a French protectorate. That's the kingdom of Morocco. Which that's a convoluted question. So Morocco, that's your regular Morocco, the Moorish Empire, which is Morocco, that's even listed here in 1787. That's the entire planet, bro.
So if that's the entire planet, how could that sheik, that king, prince, or whatever he was at the time, how could he do something on behalf of the whole planet?
Because the seat for the Moorish Empire is the Empire State that was at New York. So if you read the December 1st, 1789 letter from George Washington to the Sultan of Morocco and actually read that letter That's an actual document. When you read that letter, bruh, to your thinking.
Why you say that letter don't help his argument?
Because he has limited thinking.
No, let me explain his position, even if you don't agree. Why you don't think that document helps his position?
First off, he keep explaining how it's two different systems going on. He's saying that this guy is ruling over America, but they have two different flags. Why in the Moroccan flag flying in America? Why they not carrying it through the revolution?
Because there are actually three flags
in the war, brother.
It's three flags. Actually, it's two flags and a banner.
Has nothing to. Okay, so let me ask you this question. You said Morocco was actually in America, correct?
It's the entire planet. However, the seat of the empire is what they call the land of Nod or New York, Amsterdam.
America. Let me ask you that question.
Yes.
Okay, where did the Sultan live at in America?
What they call, again, his seat is what they call now New York.
The Sultan lived in New York. Can we get his name?
He lived in his body. However, you're talking about.
Yes, sir. Did he live in the city of New York or in the state of New York?
Was there a city of New York or a state of New York at that time? Was that what it's referred to?
At what time? Okay, so that's a great question, brother. So help us out with a time frame on this.
So what can you look up? Because I'm not at this point. I'm not your run boy. I done sat here and looked up a whole bunch of things. I have no problem looking it up because I'm an actual scholar. I ain't scared nor trying to back down in any way. But you're not bringing any reference. You're not bringing any reference. You're not making any effort to look up anything on your own and bring it, and then I can look it up and read along with you, bro. I keep bringing reference.
Okay, no problem, brother. I think we both exchange references. So right now, the question is, what year did the Sultan of Morocco live in New York?
Again, you can check reference of December 1st, 1789.
So 1789, the Sultan of Morocco was in New York.
Yes, a letter that was written from George Washington to the Sultan of Morocco. It went to New York on December 1st, 1789. And you can read that letter too, where basically it's a letter.
The Sultan is in New York?
Yes, because that's where the letter went.
Brother, brother, I'm gonna give you one more chance.
Mm-hmm.
So what is this Sultan's name that lives in New York?
All right,
in 1780.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to find CD Muhammad, but let's actually look it up. Let me actually look for it. Let me Google it, but I think you should Google it at the same time because I know you're not.
Okay, what am I Googling? The Sultan of Morocco lives in New York.
Or Sultan of Morocco, 1700s. See what you find.
You're the Moor, so I think you'll find it faster than me, brother.
Sultan Muhammad III in 1777. U.S. Morocco relations. Morocco was one of the first countries to recognize the newly independent United States, opening its ports to American ships by decree of Sultan Muhammad III in 1777. What did you find?
Where from, brother?
Pardon me? All I did was Google. All I did was Google.
Where are you reading?
www.state.gov.
You gotta post it in the chat. You gotta post it in the chat.
Man, I'm about to post you my whole search results. But if you want this particular one, I can.
We want the one with the right answer on it.
I'll look. I'm gonna do you a favor. Let me copy and paste my whole search results, and then
we just want the right one.
No, I'm gonna give that one too. So here's my whole search results. Let me do that. There's the search results. I just posted that. And now let me go and get this one from www.state.gov. So you guys can read the U.S. relations with Morocco so you can see it for yourself, bro. Like I said, I don't debate. I just share information so that the people can have it.
Just grab the source and put it at the top. The one you just read.
I Googled it, right?
Morocco.
Right there. That link I just put right there. Sultan Muhammad III.
What did you just put it? I'm sorry.
I just put it in the chat. The last one I just did. It's above Shine L.
If you Google George Washington's letter to Morocco, it says nothing about it being sent to New York.
Man, that's impossible.
It says it was recorded and archived in New York.
Bro, I'm gonna get the letter and I'm gonna send you a link to the letter so you can see that it says New York at the top of the letter.
Yeah, that's where it's recorded at.
Bro.
That's where he copied it at.
Bro.
Uh-oh.
That's where it got sent to.
No, it says recorded and archived in New York.
All right.
So he wrote that letter in New York.
All right.
And sent it to Morocco. And also, that treaty is just talking about being able to trade, Morocco being able to trade with the United States without repercussions.
The difference between me and y'all, I ain't trying to prove you wrong. But I'm glad you taking the position that you taking because you've never been Moorish American, so you really can't even speak.
It never will be, and
you never will be.
That's on you.
I got answers.
That comes with consequences, but y'all gotta see that for yourself.
Yeah, I just wanted to say,
you gotta see that for yourself.
Throne in Morocco around.
Hold on. I got a question. Hold on. One mic. Hey, so brother, let me ask you this: if a war were to take place in the United States of America, where would somebody identified as a Moorish American or Moor, where would their allegiance lie? If a war took out right now, like World War III popped off, where would your allegiance lie?
Well, man, that's one of the coolest questions I ever heard.
Where would my allegiance be?
No, Moorish American, brother.
I can't speak for all Moorish Americans. I'm speaking as a Moorish American who can also be recognized as a Moor who's giving you reference. The only one that's still here. Is there another?
My question.
Come on.
Hold on. Based on the treaty, based on what was laid out between two entities, if a war took place right now, what would happen to the Moors in America?
What would happen to Moors on American soil? Whatever they have determined themselves to have be, bro, because it's all about self-determination. You want to ask what's going to happen to me? I already know where my allegiance is, where my allegiance stand. I'm doing what's right. I don't attract that type of bullshit to myself. And so what Moors are supposed to be doing is taking their place amongst the affairs of men and then being able to have these beings removed. Just like earlier, when this document from the ROCIC was presented, how many Moors actually stood with me? And Omar, you asked them too. Yo, why ain't y'all standing up then to sue these people that's doing this libel, printing this libel or doing slander? Nobody else had a response but me, bro. Nobody. So what does that tell you? What does that really tell you?
It tells us that the Moors have been around too long for none of this law shit to work for them.
But bro, which means you're rejecting what you could actually have benefit in, but you would have to not be a coward.
Indian, brother, I cannot benefit out anything Moorish.
Bro, where is American India on a map? Help me out. My atlas is missing.
Hold on, I actually have a map from the 1500s, the Mercator map.
American India.
Yes, American Nova.
There's no such thing as that. That was a misnomer because that's what all the Albions knew. Those Albions only knew that.
Explain, brother? Can you give me a chance to explain? It's a 1535 Mercator map calling America India Nova. India, what we refer to today, wasn't called that until 1947. Also, when the Spanish came over here, they called the people Los Indios. That means the people of God.
Los Indios is from the fact that they were saying they look like they're indigo as far as their hue or their complexion. That's what it was dealing with that. And then if you're dealing with India of 1947, it was called Sindh for the river that was running through or near that particular part of the land before it was called Hindustan, before it was called the Republic of India. And when you're talking about Los Indos, they're talking about the fact, because really Indus is coming from a particular constellation. Because they're doing astro metrology.
That's not the translation, buddy. Los Indios. Los meaning the. Meaning people. Dios means God.
No, that's not.
The Spanish refer to America as the Holy Land.
That's not.
I know somebody that speaks Spanish, bro, and he broke that shit down.
It's not called Spanish. It's called Moorish Latin.
Oh, bro, do you speak it? Speak some Spanish to me right now.
¿Por qué?
Oh, you can't. ¿Por qué? But yeah, as I was saying,
just asked you why. I just asked you why. I'm utilizing it. You asked me to speak it, so I utilize it.
Why?
Okay.
Now say Los Indios.
Yo, I've already told you what Los Indios is.
Los Indios means Los means right? Because if you break down Los Angeles, that means the city of angels, right? Now Los meaning in meaning people, Dios means God.
And so you telling me it wasn't Los Indigos before being turned Los Indios?
It's Los Indios.
So you've done enough research to go back and not see Los Indigos pertaining to the fact that they look like people.
You'll see Los Gentiles in some cases. I can take you back to the 1980s or through the Los Angeles Times article where they explained Columbus knew exactly where he was going and that it was Gentiles Indians, bro.
According to who's thinking, were the people calling themselves that? Were the people calling themselves that?
Yes, I actually have it recorded, right? I come from ancestors that call themselves Indian kings and queens. Look up the Treaty of Middle Plantation, 1677.
But bro, kings and queens were only slaves that we put in to manage our trade.
Bro, how was the Indian slave, bro? And my people that was kings of the tribe.
Bro, at the end of the day, every question you ask means that I'm the one whose feet you're sitting at for the answers. When you're sitting at my feet for the answers, and I'm giving you references and then asking you questions about your referencing that you've done so far, what is it? Your pride that's in the way to go and check the references further? Or you just want to, I need to try to prove a Moorish American wrong. I'm not here for that, bro. I'm not here to debate.
Are you the only Moor in your family, brother? Let me ask you that.
Bro, one mother's breast have given us suck. I recognize that all beings are Moors, whether they claim it or not.
Are your parents Moors? Do your parents identify as Moorish American?
When you say parents, are you talking about
those that had you?
That had me? Well, when you're talking about my progenitors are Moors.
They claim Moorish American.
I don't know what they claim. It's none of my business.
You grew up in a house.
How do you know where I grew up at? You got evidence for your claim?
So, no problem.
How do you, if you don't know none, how do you tell us what we are, what the world is called? How do you?
And you don't even know what you're
again, I told you according to my studies thus far, and I said, don't believe anything I said. Are your ears open? Because you got two of them. You got two ears to listen, one mouth.
Respectfully, brother.
Well, then why are you speaking then?
Why are you not going to research what I've said according to my studies thus far?
Brother, I've been debunking your shit on the spot. I've been debunking you on the spot.
No, you haven't. It's only in your own mind you think you have.
Brother, this is on tape. And again,
it's on tape.
I say this here.
It's on tape.
Sir. This has been recorded.
Tape.
So again,
tape.
So you came in here and said that everyone is more, even include white people. But you also turned around and said you don't know what your mother and father are. So how the hell can
I don't? You know why I don't? You know why I don't? Why I don't know what they are doing? Because I'm not around my mother and father at this point in time. I don't know what they're doing. My progenitors aren't like, hey, you know what? Today I decided to do this and today I decided to do that. My people's could you go there, you know what? I took on the Sunnah of Muhammad and this is what I'm doing now. All right, cool. But that doesn't stop the fact that they were more than their mother's womb.
How old was you when you became a Moor?
How old was I when a Moor you don't become, bro? I said
when you when you started mystical ties, then, brother.
No, you mean when did I take nationality and birthright seriously and stop and come to the age of majority? Want me to perfect your question? Since you're debunking
no
me.
Problem, brother. If that works for you, if I can get an answer out of this.
Since you're debunking me, right? See, because this is the thing. I'm not a goofy. Brother, and at the end of the day, I can swing this. So this is what I'll give to you. As I said earlier, maybe you wasn't there earlier. Because maybe you're just showing up. And again, I've been here since 7 Eastern. 7 Meridian Eastern on the 22nd of May.
Okay.
Brother. And I said, I've been studying this seriously for the last 8.5 years. Did I not say that? Anybody witness me saying that before having to say this a third time?
No problem. So what I'm saying is I know that you're older than 8 years old, right? So that means you wasn't born a Moor, and this is
No. I didn't take it seriously until 8 or 9 years ago. That's what I'm telling you.
Father didn't teach it to you, brother.
No, you don't
So
know
that's
what.
why you couldn't take
Actually,
it serious.
again, if I told y'all from the jump what I said earlier, when I said for the record, since you said it's on tape, but this is clearly the internet, but you're competent, right? So here we go. My father's mother was the one that gifted me my fez first. I even said when it was brought up about Virginia in that document.
If that was the fact, you would have never said you didn't know what your mother and father was.
No. It's not a lie. You're working a certain angle that I know how to stick with it. You are used to dealing with Negro Black colors. I don't subscribe to anything you're doing or how you're thinking. You just will not do exactly what I suggested lovingly. And that was, bro, check out what I'm saying. Period. But hold on. You weren't here earlier on tape.
I'm here now.
You weren't here earlier on tape when I said on tape, right? You weren't here on tape when I said my patrilineal grandmother. And even Omar was like, okay, cool. So your patrilineal grandmother, Omar even repeated it. You're going to see that when you go and review the tape, right? Since this is tape. So you're going to see that I said my first fez was given by my father's mother, my patrilineal grandmother. You see what I'm saying? However, I never subscribed to being called Negro Black colored. First of all, I've never dealt with that. The first time I ever learned about nationality, I was in the 3rd grade. So I already knew by the time I was 8 years old, I wasn't Negro Black colored.
So it took you 30 years to get a fez.
It took me 30 years to start taking it seriously. Are you listening? There's a difference. There's a difference between someone becoming something that was never in their libraries, never coming across their family.
What is your bloodline then? What is your genealogy or family history?
I'm a descendant of Moroccans made manifest here on American soil here at the North Gate.
What year did y'all get from Morocco to America?
We just again just read a treaty. And then when you ask me about the Sultan, the first that recognized the United States was Morocco. So Morocco has always been here. What you're not getting, listen, I can swing with this because I know that you are the one that don't know. It's not my first rodeo, bro. It's not my first rodeo, bro. I know you don't know. So since you don't know, what you thinking is, hey man, look, watch this, man. Nudge, nudge to my buddy over here. Watch what I say to him, man. See, man, he lying, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't call, he lying. No, bro. At the end of the day, that shit not moving me, bro. At the end of the day, I completely know exactly what psychological tactic you're doing, but I'm not there. I'm sincerely sharing information.
What year your family got from Morocco?
Again.
I got a question for you, Hasan and Darby and Brother Big and Shrug. This is my great grandmother. And what does she look to you? What does she look like if you were to just look at the picture?
She look like an Indian.
That's on my mama's side. I'm gonna show you what my dad, my dad.
Indian according to what thinking? You don't recognize your own social engineering.
I was about to say.
Jesus.
Hold on, bro. Joseph. I was about to say my folks called themselves Indians on paper, dog. You feel me? They call themselves the Indian Kings of Queen, the Treaty of Middle Class.
So have you read Title 25 United States Code then, where that's actually codified?
Can you let me finish, right?
25 USC, yes.
Hold on. The Treaty of Middle Plantation, bro. 1677, over 100 years before that Moorish treaty, right? The treaty with Morocco. So my ancestor, Queen Anna the Pamunkey, who was one of my great aunts, descended from her grandmother, right? She called herself Queen, Indian Queen of the Pamunkey. And if you look at the legal definition of Indian, I asked you that earlier. The legal definition of Indian is the Aboriginal North America.
What'd you say, baby? I know I'm about to end it.
Hey, PTR, this is my dad right here. PTR. So Do it look like this is my dad, and then I show you my great grandmother I can show you my grandmother too, but my great grandmother on my mama's side. Do it look like from some part of Africa? Do it look like this?
I don't even know. I don't even know what that means. That sounds like federal agent talk. I don't even know what that means.
That, bro? No, they Moorish. You talking about sound like you don't think people
is that coming from a grown man with eyeliner on, bro? Is he serious?
Like federal agent talk.
Like, is he serious? With eyeliner on? Are you serious? Stop the cat, bro. You got eyeliner on, bro. Is you serious? Man. Yo. I should have been charging my iPad, bro. My iPad just went out. That's bananas. Super bananas.
Man, bro, fuck them incompetent, energetic ass vampires, yo.
Yo, that shit wild, B. Like, at the end of the day, I let it do what it do until my joint ran out, bro. But I'm sitting here like, yo, is these people serious? And my baby like, yo, they federal agents. And I get that. It's just like, I'm looking here at the same time like, all right, since it's on tape and it's recorded, boom, let me do this, let me do that. We got it on live too. So what we're going to do, Brother Sean, is first thing, we just going to go and quickly rest and recharge, get up in the AM, yo, go right at this Intuition Monday on a Tuesday, right? Because at the end of the day, yo, it's like.
You passionate, bro.
What'd you say?
I said you passionate, bro, and you're not going to let that fuck shit ride.
No,
so they was
man,
feeding off that passion, bro, ain't it? They kept asking questions for you to read shit and then say something else, bro. Like, I'm ready to fight these beings, bro. Like, what the fuck are y'all doing? And he keep trying to bring different agents on. They try to bring the attorney. Like, bro, y'all not making no point. The only point they trying to make is, oh, that's why it should be Moorish American, because I'm gonna set these questions up in a certain way so that I can sell some motherfucking packages. I just went and checked out fucking Big Feather Guy shit. Selling packages, bro. And all these beings are gonna drop.
Yeah, bro, they gonna be done. I mean, I know we still recording live on YouTube, yo. And at the end of the day, what I would have to do if I need to is grab my charger. But man, this shit is that I'm taking that as the universe, like that shit done. You see what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, I think I did more than enough to provide what I needed to provide for real. It's just
bro, you dropped them in the first hour. You dropped them in the first hour. That's what I'm thinking to
myself, yo. Like in the first hour, I was able to be like, look, yo, check this out for real. At the end of the day, what we needed to do was really speak on what the information and knowledge needed to be in order to share what needed to be shared. I stayed on with these cats since 7 p.m. Eastern, bro. You see what I'm saying? Since 7 p.m. Eastern. And not one of them did one thing that I've done. And the one thing that I've done was completely keep providing reference for them to look up. They trying to debate. I didn't debate not one time. I'm not sitting here beating anybody down. What I wasn't going to do is let people that's supposed to be Moorish Americans lie on the prophet. We're supposed to be protecting the temple and the prophet. You can't tell me that I'm not assisting or not helping to do whatever with these people, whatever they be saying, bro. Because I'm saying at the end of the day, that shit is cap what they talking about, B. You feel me? Like, so it's like I'm not about to sit here and whatever more showed up and didn't stay or whatever, I ain't even knocking them on that because I know why certain Moors left. They like, man, this is going to amount to nothing. This ain't nobody going to try to hear nothing about that. None of this ain't going to go anywhere. I already knew that's how certain Moors was thinking. With me, I said even yesterday when we went live, right? Bro, are they sure? They sure they want me to show up? Because I'm letting you know now, I'm just going to keep providing reference after reference after reference after reference after reference. I mean, what's really good? Do they have reference? You see what I'm saying?
They got their feelings. They got their feelings and emotions. And we just went over them chapters. We just went over misery and insufficiency of knowledge.
Flat out.
They talking about, and then they trying to disprove the prophet. The fuck y'all done did. Yeah. All y'all shit gonna drop.
They've done nothing, B. That's why I'm like, yo, these dudes is wilding, B. Like, they super wilding. You feel me? So with that being said, all that I could really do at the end of the day is like, oh man, I'm trying to even find out where that link is, yo, just so I could be like, look, man, I gave y'all reference all day long, B. All day long, for real. I'm checking the chat right now, bro.
Let's see, what was it, like 6:30, it's like 8 hours, bro.
Yo, eight hours, and I ain't move, I ain't budge, I ain't do none of that. All I did was I sent that link, didn't I? Didn't I send that link?
Oh yeah, Keith was going ham in the chat too. I seen Keith that popped up in there. I sent it to the Telegram. Yeah.
For real?
Yeah. Because I was sending him like, man, Keith and Bobby would school him.
Wow, bro. That's amazing.
Mother El Barber into Islam, mother.
Yeah, Islam. That's why I'm saying, like, yo, they wild and be like talking all that BS about private citizen and all this other shit. Like, come on, yo.
Somebody
like,
said cheap earwax.
But yeah, like 1500s in Virginia, cheap housing.
Yeah, I'm back, yo. I had to charge this iPad, yo, so we can really like let it be known what the deal is, man. Because y'all wilding.
Virginia, cheap housing. I have to check. I think like 1500s New York, Mohawk Chief. Yeah, that's not the furthest in America.
Back to the eyeliner guy. Now, what was we saying before my phone went off?
You just take a shot, bro. What was that for?
It's not a shot. I'm looking at the eyeliner in your picture. That's Darvid. That's what it says. Eyeliner guy. I'm listening. What were you saying now?
Hey, bro. What was that for?
I mean, y'all acting like the references I'm bringing is something to be. See, when I bring the same energy y'all bringing, that's why I said, bro, I've been doing this for years. I know how to embrace the heckler. At the end of the day, what you can't do, you don't know how to unify. I brought what I brought as references. You see what I'm saying? But what you want to do is try to play and have a goofy show. So since you want to have a goofy show, I'm gonna show you how I do a goofy show. You feel me? And I'm gonna sit there and rock with you. You see what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, what I already know, this is what y'all don't know about this divine and national thing. By you taking the position of what you taking and saying being Moorish American ain't this and ain't that, I will guarantee you there will be things that are going to occur in your life over the next 7 days to 90 days. You're going to wish that you never made these statements.
Man, shut your bitch.
You're gonna wish you're not making these statements. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you're going to see how the universe has favor for those of us that are sincere. All you had to do was go, dag, brother, I didn't know that. Because if you all I said to you was, so bro, what about the Haudenosaunee calling themselves that instead of Iroquois? You immediately said no. You immediately said no. Oh no, bro, I'm a very great listener. Just because it seemed like I talk a lot, I'm a very great listener. And I make sure I can recall everything over these last 8 hours. And all you showed me from your mouth is that you would much rather disagree. Call me a bitch ass nigga or whatever. That's fine, bro. Don't none of that move me. You still have yet to probably write one note down. You still have yet to probably check one reference. You probably still have yet to go, brother, you know what? Let me look at that. What's your number? I'm gonna get back at you for real. And then X, Y, and Z. You see what I'm saying? What's your email? You feel me?
I'm not about to unify no feminine ass niggas for real.
Bro, at the end of the day, only a homo would say some homo shit like that, bro. You don't know me or who I am, bro. Me, my baby, me, my beloved mother, mistress, consort, and our children are in earshot of all this, bro. At the end of the day, you don't really know what it is. You're using that because you don't have anything to stand on like I'm standing on it, bro. I'm not sitting here with eyeliner on my eye, bro.
You came out and pointed out my eyeliner.
I'm sassy.
You think I'm pretty or something? Oh, you got eyeliner on. But you think I'm pretty?
Are you serious, bro? That's really what you asking me, bro.
You added the ad hominem for no reason.
You really, bro? Really?
Because you butthurt.
So
bro, you butthurt.
There you go. You're making more references to things that I don't even know about. But I guess it would take one to be able to reference that type stuff. How you know what butt hurting is?
How do you know what butt hurting is?
Because I don't know that stuff. I don't know that stuff. This goes to show me that you do not have these things. Just like whoever said this is on tape. I pay attention to language very sharply. And when I recognize that you don't take yourself seriously to speak jurisdiction, jurisdiction actually means juris from Latin, means the right or the law. Diction is the words to speak. Who has the law words to speak? When the brother started this joint 8 hours ago, and he said something about the passport, I didn't say, nah, yo, don't do that. I said, are you aware that that is technically what a federal agent uses? Look up 22 United States Code 212. That's what I'm saying. The reason why ain't nobody going to challenge that type of document, because it's not me being one who is at these different stations or posts on a clock, seeing somebody, because I'm gonna ask them for the proper credentials to go and follow up that passport. But people ain't competent like that, bro. So that what I did today was provide references off the top of my head. Period. Period. And I'm not gonna talk that Indian stuff because that's not real.
It is real. Hey, bro.
All right.
What people do you tie yourself to again? Don't say no more. It's ancestors. Now we about to get serious. Right, because you don't know your ancestry.
Yo,
you don't know
what Prophet Noble Drew Ali brought was to go back to that mindset. Go back to that mindset of your ancient foremothers and forefathers. When we go back to that mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers, we will recognize that Moors is how Moors fell. So you get up from where you fell and then you go travel back into time. When you travel back into time, you will realize that. Nobody on this planet is independent of one mother's breast giving us suck. Period, y'all. We're all connected.
Hey, bro, we're not connected, right? Because y'all, if you want to go on some deep metaphysical stuff, right? What is metaphysics? What is metaphysics?
What's the definition of I can tell you what metaphysics by definition. Henry Campbell Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition. Metaphysics is the science of being, the science pertaining to ultimate reality.
Bro, this is why I said
you don't have no answers, bro.
Hold on, bro.
I'm giving you reference all day.
Hey, bro, this is why I said you're a feminine. Anybody I was about to say, right. That's why I called him effeminate, because you can't show any type of decorum, right?
Bro, whatever, bro. You talking bullshit.
Whatever, bro. Yeah.
Whatever, bro. You talking bullshit.
No type of decorum, bro. Go to therapy or something, right?
Your mother go to therapy.
Go to therapy or something, right?
I'm saying, first schoolroom is the womb. So if that's somebody that needs therapy, that means your mother needs therapy then.
Hey, bro. Exactly.
I'm listening. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am. I apologize, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. You already said bitch ass nigga. That don't move me. Yes, ma'am. Continue, ma'am. It's effeminate. That don't offend me either. Yes, ma'am. I'm listening. Sassy. Yes, ma'am. I'm listening. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Hey, I can tell you can talk when you in your house when we growing up. Everybody shut your ass down. This is what people that
Yes, ma'am. Continue on your speech, ma'am.
Hey, bro.
Yes, ma'am.
This shit is hilarious.
Yes, ma'am. Forgive me, ma'am.
Why nobody take you serious?
Yes, ma'am.
Right? You've been here talking for 8 hours, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Nobody has taken you serious.
No problem, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Would you like the max?
See how I'm teaching now? Now you copying my style. You see, you like that. You like that. It's all good. I'm very influential like that. I'm very influential like that.
You can't even influence your fellow Moors. How are you influence anybody else?
Well, I influenced you just now. You tried to do the yes, ma'am. See, I influenced you. Because I told you I know how to embrace the heckler, bro.
Hey, bro. All right, man. Back to the Indian talk, right? What treaty do Moors go back to before 1778? You answer that?
What treaties are not done by Moors prior to 1777?
Oh, answer my question. Name a treaty before 1778 that Moors were on.
Again, what treaty is out there that I done answered so many questions.
No, you can't answer, bro.
That's not the truth. I'm actually picking a different means in responding.
Hey, bro. When was this Treaty of Middle Plantation? Can you name that?
Who is the Middle Plantation by?
Who is the Middle? No, answer that. Answer my question. What was the Treaty of Middle Plantation?
Who's the Middle Plantation by?
Bro, I just said it earlier.
Who is it by? I said some things earlier too. I'm repeating myself 3 times over 8 hours.
When was that? All right. When was the Treaty of Middle Plantation in Virginia?
And then who is the Middle Plantation by?
Who is the Middle Plantation? It's in Virginia. You're from Virginia, right?
I am not from there. I said my family's land has been occupied, and they call it Accomack County.
Yeah, so you should know about the Treaty of Middle Plantation. When was it?
So who is Middle Plantation?
In Virginia.
No, this. Okay, look. I'm not going
access to civil courts.
This is the thing.
Hunting rights and permanent ownership of the land within the 3-mile radius of their towns. Indians swore.
Again, the people that were called Indians, you're talking about Way and Shinnecock and Mataoka. That's there near what they're calling the Virginia Commonwealth. It's not even a state of. They'll call it the Commonwealth of Virginia. So at the end of the day,
there are all treaties were signed by Moors. When you say that, are you saying it in a descriptive, like these are all dark complected people? Is that what you mean?
That's exactly what I'm saying, because I'm not going to step away from the truth and subscribe to what somebody's thinking limitedly in their thinking when I'm giving you the science. Okay. That's my charge.
So say I agree with you. They're dark complected people.
There is the Albions too.
Every treaty is between 2 specific people, right?
Two specific Moors that are fighting for no reason.
That have names, right?
They have adopted names and called themselves tribes and other things.
Just because they're a certain color, we might as well stick to black then if we're going to do that.
There is no such thing as black.
The treaties, they have specific parties that are a party to that contract, correct?
If they decide to have an agreement between 2 beings and conduct themselves according to those rules and usages, then we already know what principle we're talking about. That doesn't subtract from the fact that all of them came through the womb of woman.
All right, okay, bro. All right, so what's the first contact tribe, bro? What's the first contact tribe in Virginia?
Again,
man, I got a lot of questions when they bring it.
What is the first contact tribe in Virginia? Stop running, bro.
I know, brother Sean, but the thing is, they're asking questions without giving things. And
run ahead and answer all y'all questions. What are y'all talking about?
Because I'm
what are y'all talking about?
Right?
Stop
so
running, bro.
At the end, that's not what I'm doing. What I'm
running, y'all the ones running.
At this point in time, after 8 hours of doing this, what I'm saying to you is, when are there not Moors in this history? And I don't mean Moors.
Until 1492.
I don't mean Moors according to your bias. I mean Moors according to the science. If you don't have the science, okay, I'll repeat the science again. I'll repeat the science again. The science is there is a oogenesis process. Oogenesis is what every woman goes through for about the cycle of a moon, for about 7 days during the moon cycle, every about 28 and a half days. What the oogenesis is when an ovum leaves ovary, travels fallopian tube, and moors itself. Attach or anchor, whichever one, if you don't like moors, but it moors itself to the endometrium. That's what lines the uterus while awaiting the fertilization.
What dictionary does that come out of?
Bro, that can be looked up in any biological references. I wouldn't say anything to you without you being able to go and look up the biological references.
The dictionary that it comes from.
That's not necessarily dictionaries, bro. That's from a combination of looking at encyclopedias. No, because I do cross-references. Nobody can use just one book. You need multiple references to make connections in order to have a competent discourse.
Now, give me a dictionary reference to that definition of Moor.
Again, if you want to hold on. If one mother's breast, okay, look, I'll give you one. If one mother's breast have given us suck, and we know that breast that we feed from is the planet Earth, right? Then when you look up land, and I'll give you a dictionary, Henry Campbell Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition. If you look up the word land, if you look up the word land,
it's a specific land,
do you see Moors? Do you see
Yes,
Moors?
it's a specific land.
So,
yes.
so as it is above, so it is below. How are Moors not earthlings? How are they not attached as above, so below?
You want to know? Do you want to know what type of land a Moor is? It's a swamp.
Okay, so so what grows in the swamp when one is coming out of their lower self and attains to their higher self? What is the beautiful things that grows through a swamp?
Right.
What beautiful flower? What beautiful flower grows through a swamp?
I was about to say, I'm about to pull up the dictionary definition of a Moor now.
A lotus flower, correct, sister, because a lotus flower has to grow through the muck and the mire. So the metaphysics to being a Moor, if one was sincere about correcting their mindset and their behavior, they will recognize that they're growing through the muck and the mire of the lower selves in order to get to their spiritual consciousness to be likened unto a lotus flower in the spirit. That's why I told you, I'm not here to debate. I'm not here to debate. You guys have been given negative demonstrations.
I'm gonna challenge that, brother. You know why that's being disingenuous? It's disingenuous.
You're thinking.
Hear me out. It's disingenuous because what you just described as a Moor, as a definition of Moor, has nothing to do with nationality.
That's not true. Because if I'm telling you one mother's breast, listen, if one mother's breast of giving suck and nationality is based on the womb you come from, what I've given you is as above, so below metaphysical reference. If you're not competent enough to comprehend what I'm saying, that's not for me to determine for you. I gave you what you needed. I told you the earth is fertile.
I got you. I see where you're going.
Just like a womb.
I see where you're going. So watch this. So I noticed since you've been in the room, you like to quote a lot from federal.
I can quote many things because I study for real.
Right. So using that same federal code book, can you show me what does nationality mean? Give me the Black's Law definition of nationality and give me the federal definition of what
I don't know, baby. I don't know why they won't read it, baby. Because I can read it all day. I can pick up I've been doing
I just wanted to say this.
All right, if you don't want to do it, can somebody give us the Black's Law dictionary of what nationality means, and then also give us the definition of what it would mean according to the federal government.
But you know, if you're going along with federal government statutes, that means that you're somebody who has an application, a contract, an oth of office, and a separate autograph statement. If I don't subscribe to those rules, I'm not saying the United States Code. I can quote because the reason why I'm quoting them is to show why they don't apply even to you, Omar.
Right. So
they don't apply to you, bro. Why are you wanting them to apply to you? Why do you want the United States codes to apply to you?
What I'm saying, can we bring out the definition? That's the first.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up now.
Because I get what you're saying with the metaphysical part. It's kind of.
But that's all this is, bro. As above, so below. As a man thinketh, so is he. If you're not thinking on metaphysics, then what are you doing?
That's not even the metaphysical breakdown.
That's not.
Okay, according to your thinking, according to my thinking and my studies thus far, I know that's what it is. But I still have yet to say that y'all wrong. I just gave y'all reference, but y'all telling me I'm wrong. Y'all, but check it out. Y'all telling me I'm wrong, but now I still have yet to say that y'all wrong. I just ask questions.
You gotta breathe. So defensive, bro. Right. So defensive.
Now I'm defensive.
You gotta breathe, my brother.
Yes.
Breathe. Let's go. All right. Nationality. We got
I'm
the table. So I challenge you. I said the definition you gave for war, it contradicts what nationality represents.
That's
so
not
if you're
true.
saying that it doesn't, let's see if it makes sense according to the definition of, because you can't play the same game with the word nationality. So let's see the definition of nationality.
What's the etymology of nationality? Get to the root. Not how it's used. Not how it's used, because you're going to see natio. It's going to refer you to the Latin natio, and natio is dealing with nasi, which is dealing with the womb.
Because are treaties, you mentioned this, are treaties dealing with metaphysical or natural law?
Treaties are the reason why treaties are metaphysical is because people fell from what they had to do metaphysically and have fell into their lower self. They're trying to, oh, this is my land. Oh, this is my belongings. That's materialism. That's Egypt, bro. That's Mr. Raim, which is mental bondage to sense consciousness. So
a treaty is an agreement, is it not?
A treaty is a capitulation. That's what a treaty is. It's a capitulation.
So hey, let's bring out these definitions for that.
Yeah, yeah, it's a lot to scroll through the Black Law Dictionary, but I'm almost there. But I was about to say land, more also means uncultivated land. So when we break down land, it's uncultivated.
I'm not knocking that either. That's why, listen, my words are in agreement with that. If a Moor is someone who has not cultivated themselves to grow out of the mud and the murky waters to be a lotus flower in their thinking, bro, then that means that they have to go through that in order to get themselves upright, bro. This is like the movie Ghost Dog. I'm the French ice cream man and y'all Ghost Dog.
Yeah, sure.
We're saying the same thing, just in different ways. I'm looking up nationality and Henry Campbell Black's Law 4th right now, yo, because I'm almost there. I actually got the reference on tap. Nationality.
I got it. Nationality. Okay, nationality in the Black Law Dictionary.
Which edition?
The quality or character of a person which arises from the fact that persons belong to a nation or state.
Correct.
Nationality determines the political status of the individual.
Correct.
Especially in reference to allegiance while
domicile.
Yeah, domicile. All right.
Continue.
It determines his civil status, nationality arises either by birth or by naturalization, according to Savage.
Hold on, by what or naturalization? By what? Birth, you said. That's why I've been saying it's based on your mother's womb, yo. Come on, yo.
Yeah, we're matrilineal over here. I get it.
But the womb is still going to be located in a geographical location.
Not without consent.
Also, it's also as opposed to territorialism for the purpose of distinguishing the
case of a nation. Pardon me. Go ahead. The case of a nation.
Of nationality. Now let's go to the etymology, right? Mm-hmm. And we can pull up the etymology more while we're at it.
You going to adamonline.com? Yes. All right, cool. I'm with that reference.
Separate existence as a nation or nationality, national unity and integrity from nationality, basically.
Correct.
Fact of belonging to or being of a citizen of a particular state. Gradually shaded into race, ethnicity, meaning a racial or ethnic group.
That's what it can be boiled down to, but go to its etymological reference, going back into the Latin. What is it saying about natio? So if you found nationality, now go into nation, it's going to lead you back to the Latin natio.
Yeah, I got it. National, pertaining to a nation or country regarded as a whole, established and maintained by the nation, particular to the whole people of a country, 1590s from French national, nation, and also from nation. Now let's go to nation. Nation, a race of people, a large group of people with a common ancestry and language.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Let me ask the brother this. So, brother, according to the metaphysics, if you want to keep it on the metaphysical level, would you say that a Moor is one who is a member, they're part of their nationality will be their mother's womb? Is that what you're?
Yes, you are whatever your mother is, and that's the real science, bro. Without any politics.
I'm gonna use this like your martial arts. I'm gonna show you how you're wrong, right? All right, cool. Let's play that game.
That's jujitsu. Go ahead, I'm listening.
So everybody listen. For the record, the brother broke down the metaphysics. He broke down what the etymology of
caveat emptor.
What's the word, y'all? Of your nationality, right? So we broke down nationality. He broke down the metaphysics. So now let me ask you this, brother. Would all over the world be considered Moors according to your breakdown of Moor?
Everyone is a Moor, bro. Even if you're not thinking about it in terms of Prophet Noble Drew Ali or Moorish Americans, that does not change the fact that nationality, like a Chinese national, and he just read that nation comes from birth rank.
No. I just want to ask you real simple. Just want to make sure we're clear. Everybody on the planet Everybody, over 8 billion people, all people consider Moors according to your definition. Is that safe to say?
That is the science. That's not what I'm saying. That's the science, bro. That has nothing to do with me or my opinion.
So based on that definition, why would the Sultan of Morocco have to form a treaty in the first place? Why do treaties come in?
Okay, I'll answer that question.
Hold on. According to your definition, if everybody is Moors, because that means that if everybody agrees to that, that means it's global. That means that the way that we delve into commerce, everything will be set up differently. But we have to have treaties, we have things in place for a reason. All nations don't agree. So that means that you may look at everybody as Moors, but these nations, these governments, people all over the world don't see the same. Why is that? Because
they're not studying what I'm studying sincerely. They're just trying to get along and have material.
I rest my case.
I'm about to read the etymology more because it's very interesting, especially from the land part. I'm gonna read all the definitions.
Go read land. Black's Law, 3rd edition.
A ship in a particular location as by cables, anchors, etc. Late 15th century, probably related to Old English, moorn rope via unrecord to moor, possibly from Middle English or Middle Low German, moraine to moor. Yada, yada, yada. Now, Moor noun. Moor, North African Berber, one of the races dwelling in Barbary. So, if you know what Barbary is, these people were barbaric.
That's not exactly what that was, brother. That's not what that was.
Hold on, bro. You're going to let me finish, bro. Inhabited of Mauritania, Roman Northwest Africa, a region now corresponding to northern Algeria and Morocco. From Greek Moros, perhaps a native name, or else a cognate with Moros, black, but this subjectively adjective only appears in late Greek and may as well be from people.
Which means it's contemporary, which means somebody used that.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Also applies to Arabic conquerors of Spain, being a dark people relation to Europeans, and their name in the Middle Ages was a synonym for Negro later. Being the nearest Muslims to Western Europe, it was used indiscriminately of Muslims, Persian, Iraq, etc., but especially those in India, cognate with Dutch Moor, German Moor, Danish Moor, Spanish Moro, Italian Moro related, yada yada. And then the last definition: a tract of open, untilled, more or less elevated ground, often overrun with heath. From Old English, moor, morass, swamp. From Proto-Germanic, morass, swamp. Old German, swamp, also sea. More Old Norse, more, perhaps to be mer or mere, from the root mer, to die, hence dead land. So a moor is dead land.
That is not true. What
the definition
how can it be dead land when there's heath growing? How can it be dead land when there's flowers that grow through it?
Untract of open, untilled, or more or less elevated ground, overrun.
Which means there's not people there to work on it.
Yes, more is dead land because people are not cultivating it.
How can
uncultivated land?
When is the earth ever dead land? It's not a desert. It would have said it's a desert.
When it becomes a moor.
When you bring your ship
brother,
to stop when you
this is the etymology, brother.
That is
stop running.
Again, you want to make it seem that way because that's the only way you think you can get it.
Everything
that is not what it is. And you only proved it. You've proved it, but you can't see.
Let's go metaphysical with it. Moor, accepted is dead land, and Moors have a history of colonization. So these people.
It says It says perhaps related to mere, noun first sense, or from root mere, to die. It says perhaps related, which actually is giving you reference. If you read accurately, they're actually showing you that they have no definite answer to that, even when they said it was perhaps related to. So with that, with that being said, perhaps, which means by chance. We don't deal with chance. Moore's principle is not to gamble. It says perhaps, which means by per happenstance. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it's
the same root, bro. It's the same root word.
No, what you're not getting is that, okay, if that's the case, because you asked me about references, right? If that's the case, if Moor is something that's black and that's dead, right? Then when you read the 1599 Geneva Bible, Jeremiah 38:10, what is Abid Melech called? You're always dealing with that, bro. Because I don't know how you see the Bible, but I know that the Bible is a metaphysical reference on cosmology and astrology.
It could be that.
Nobody ever really existed that's in those books, bro.
Okay. The Bible is right.
Do you see what I'm saying?
That's why
Bro, they don't have the eyes to
why
see,
is there, why in the 1599 Geneva Bible, which is a whole Jupiter cycle before the King James Version in 1611, why in 1599 they refer to Abid Melech in Jeremiah 38:10? You can go to Bible Gateway, type in the reference for Jeremiah 38:10, and then you will see they call Abid Melech in the Geneva 1599 version of the Geneva Bible. They will say Abid Melech, the black of Moor. Why don't they just say the black of black? Why don't they just say the black of dead?
Because the black of black, the black Moor is the Moor. It's the same thing,
brother. How can it be the same? How can it be the same thing if you don't? If you can't recognize denationalization? These are things that were done in terms of war, bro. This is Jim Crowism.
Moor means black.
That is not what it actually means.
Let's read the definition again.
How can Moor mean black? What land is black? What land is dead?
Term, and it's an exonym which was given to you.
How can Moor be given when we're dealing with birth? Why won't you respect your mothers? I'm respecting mothers. So you're denying the fact that every 28 days from either being discarded without being defibrillated, there's an ovum that she loses through the menstruation. So
there's no science behind that.
There's no science behind menstruation. So you telling me that the ovum is not moored to the endometrium?
It's not moored, bro.
Okay.
What does Moor mean? Let's look at the bird again.
Okay, so it's not anchored. It's not attached.
Go ahead, Sean. You got it.
Hasan, how does the ovum help us and our people and remedy, and not even to the remedy, avoidance of being injured by this oppressive system that we're under?
And the reason
the ovum help us? How can we apply that?
The reason why we're dealing with these things is because we're out of order. I'm about to tell you. The reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is because we fell because we're not honoring our mothers. We're not honoring our fathers. So the first thing starts with mother. You're not what your father is. You are what your mother is, because she is the one that is the grand architect that's making sure you are coming forth. After she chose through the fathering process, some degenerate female who has nipples but don't feed anything called a son. I'm a son, but I don't feed the babies that I've helped to make. You see what I'm saying? My babies that are here right now that really aren't my babies. They're the women's babies. You see what I'm saying? So I'm about to tell you then. So at the end of the day, and I'm not knocking brothers, I'm not knocking myself. This is the thing. This is why even in certain higher societies or so-called lodges, they know not to give this information to people that really are not on the metaphysics, because what they will try to do is take it and trample on it. I'm sitting here with a mindset that I'm not casting pearls before swine. However, if you want me to look at you like that, then I can yield the floor and I'll just get off of this joint, period. What I came with is thinking, because I don't treat people like they dumb. I treat people like, yo, they intelligent. They just being taught and reminded. Like it even says in the Bible, you're being here to be taught and reminded. I'm not here to actually teach you, like I said in the beginning. What I'm going to do is teach by giving you reference, because when the student is ready, you'll be able to have the teacher appear, because you actually teaching yourself.
I'm just being a brother giving reference. So how is the mother situation helping us? Because if we were really in order and respecting who we were, even in the past, going back to the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers, at the end of the day, yo, there would be no wars on the planet. There would be no oppressive system we talking about we gotta get around. The issue ain't with the system. The issue is with us.
Wars about Hasan.
The wars are about this. See, the fact that we were selfish, Moors were selfish in the past. What they did was they did
jurisdiction and commerce.
They did this. Hold on, before that, because this is how we got to the treaty. Because we did experiments down there at Patagonia, which is called Argentina now, mixing our genes with chimpanzees in order for us to bring forth these beings that are called, people falsely call them white, but they are Albion's sons and daughters. And this is why over millions of years of cross-sexualization, for real, millions of years of cross-sexualization. You see what I'm saying? Now we are dealing with a karmic debt. And because of that, what's a part of that karmic debt is this Tower of Babel that be going on. That's why I said, I don't debate, because I already know that that's not going to really solve our issue. If I give you reference and you go to look up the reference and make it your own, then your beef won't be with Moors. Your beef won't be with any type of group of people, for real. Because why would you want beef with yourself? If we all brothers and mothers, you see what I'm saying? Or sisters and fathers, and y'all gonna look at it like that.
Amalgamated and colonized and shit like that.
Yeah, there's been millions of years of cross-sexualization.
Let me say this. Hold on, let me say this. The seed starts with the man. And the man will give a woman his seed and she will nurture that seed.
All seeds are feminine. There's no such thing as a male egg or a male seed. All seeds are feminine.
Nah. So if I take a sunflower seed, mute it real quick because I can hear echo. Mute it for me, brother.
Got you. 2 seconds. Hold on, because I was on the other
I got
page.
you. I do it for you.
All right. Good luck.
All right. No problem. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah, so when you look at a seed, a sunflower seed, moringa seed, no matter what seed I have, as long as I take that seed and put it in the right soil, that seed is going to germinate. The seed contains all the information. And it needs something to nurture that information and bring it forth. And so that's what the womb does. That's why women are nurturing. They're pouring into a man. That's the nature of a woman. She'll pour into you. She'll take what you have and she won't multiply it. And you can see this principle expressed on the physical and the spiritual. So a woman doesn't, she carries life. And so, you know, men will give his seed to that egg, and the egg will take that seed and allow, it's like a house. It's like, okay, I'm gonna put my seed in this house and I'm gonna let it cook for a period of 9 months. And at the appropriate time, it's gonna come out and be what it's destined to be. So that whole, pushing that, you know, the black woman is God stuff. A lot of brothers who push that doctrine, they're basically creating a false sense of pride in our sisters, not teaching them their real power.
I never said the black woman is God.
No, but I'm just saying it stems from it. Like they say, like then some brothers that go so far, they say, well, women, at one point, women didn't need no man. A woman could produce life on her own and all this bullshit.
So you never studied autofecundity?
No, hey, brother, you can't show me a woman that can do that today. So all of that.
The reason why is because women are vibrating much lower. We fell, bro. That's why I keep telling you.
It's hearsay, brother. It's talk about it's hearsay. Think about it. It's hearsay.
Why does autofecundity exist then?
Can you prove that?
Okay, the autofecundity. I'm about to tell you right now. The evidence of autofecundity, and it doesn't come out as a full human being. When you see women getting fibroids removed from their uterus, it usually has hair or teeth in it. Because what's actually happening is it's showing that there's evidence that she could still possibly, but what she needs is a spark of electricity, like that seed you're talking about in the soil. That's why people do electroculture. All our sperm is providing, brother, is a spark of electricity. And remember, we got that from our mothers too. So really, we are just a means for mother to mate with mother without any homosexual stuff being brought up in that reference, bro. That's really what it is. I'm not telling you you're wrong. What I'm saying is this is according to my studies thus far. I don't subscribe to calling copper-toned women pale skin, because when you look up the etymology of the word black denotes pale. So calling our mothers black, calling yourselves black is really a farce. You see what I'm saying? So that's not even what it is. So I'm not going to talk about the black woman is God. The Albion daughter is not to call upon, because God means to call upon. So how can a pale dead monkey woman be to call upon? Because pale, black means pale etymologically in linguistics. Black according to science means death. You see what I'm saying? And black in anthropology is a chimpanzee. So don't believe me. Again, anything that I said here, go and check the references. So how can I say that that's to call upon? Because God is not a being, it's a verb, which means to call upon. Just like Moor is really a verb. I told you it's a doing before it's a being, even though people will make references, perhaps, as it says. That's why I'm saying, man, at the same time, even though I told you to go to the etymology on anything, I'm actually showing you how to rightly divide it so that you can be able to get cross references. Not one time, nor is it even in my spirit to be going like, yo, you on some bullshit. The only time I ever met you with that is when it's like, all right, cool. All right, cool. All right, time for me to embrace the heckler. Ma'am, I said shit like that. I get it. And I admit it. You see what I'm saying? But I ain't running from nothing. I'm sitting here like, dang, y'all, my brothers don't really know at the end of the day how to really see this thing. If we saying we brothers, right? Since y'all saying that for the record, all right, cool. Let me take on that then. What I should be doing then as a brother, not as some sheik over you, some great leader of some sort. Yeah, I'm Moorish American, but my position is to be a brother nonetheless. That's it. I'm either a brother or a son to the mothers. That's it. That ain't no simp shit. That ain't no bullshit. I'm giving you reference and don't believe nothing I say. You see what I'm saying?
Things like all these things that we talk about are commercial terms within this system. You know, like I'm an Indian, but I'm only that in this system.
That's what I was saying, Shrugs.
I connect to my tribe, my bloodline, my people, and we have treaties with this said commercial government, which you guys acknowledge to give power, like, you know, and recognition. So with that, these people call Moors in certain places in this land, you know, amalgamated with tribes and help colonize and occupy this landmass. So then outside of that, like just saying you're a Moor to me, because nobody ever ties themselves to a bloodline or ties them to Moor through their blood. It's just a label they put on themselves, like Black, Negro, color. It disconnects the people from the land and the actual people.
What do you mean by bloodline,
Which gives them standing and what was that?
What do you mean by bloodline? Because I took it back to mother. I thought that would have been it. If we could all agree that we love our mothers, even if maybe some people here have been through adoption or something. But I took it back to more, or even nation.
I love my mother and my father, brother. You know what I mean?
Yeah, earlier you were asked, you said you didn't know what your mother and father were. And you said grandmother gave you a fez, like, okay. Then you said everybody was a Moor. Every treaty was signed by Moors. I asked you about, was that a descriptive term, you know, using their complexion? You said yes. So you're just saying every Black, dark complected person is a Moor. So
no, I also say that
He didn't say that. He said everybody's a Moor.
Correct.
Everybody, even the white so-called white man. Everybody.
I
can switch it up and say something different.
Either way, so it's even more so taking you away from your family, your bloodline, the people you descend from.
So we're not responsible for everybody on the planet.
And specific treaties that give you entitlement and remedy to injuries that were done to your ancestors. Not everybody deserves what I deserve.
We did this to ourselves, bro. We did this to ourselves, bro. Why won't we just take?
Yeah, that's why I'm building for myself on the private side and establishing my family, you know, getting them back together. And
I'm in agreement with that. That's what I'm doing too.
You know, and operate on the private side. That's why I asked for remedy. What's the remedy? You know, like, and that is never given.
Hold on, Shrugs. I did give remedy. I said, if people are trying to use processes against you, why don't you stop them at the gate and show that you not operating under whatever codes they're using to exert upon you to try to make you liable or to be surety for something? That's Proverbs 11:15. He that hateth surety ship is sure. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, maybe it was the time I was off, but I just asked, because you were talking about the ovum and all this stuff. How is that applicable? And it went somewhere else, and you got sidetracked by another comment. But
I'm never sidetracked, Shrugs. What I'm saying is it's all applicable. What I do is I know how to use it on multiple levels at one time. I'm never separated or divided. I know how to look at the metaphysics, the divine portion, and the national portion at the same time. If I'm in honor of my ancient foremothers and forefathers, and then I can make that be known for the record. I'm not just going to shout and say I'm a Moorish American. I know which actual documentation to put in to show. Somebody will recognize that, and I don't even have to say I'm Moorish American. However, my documentation will have that at its heading and footing. However, the body of that document is going to actually ask them for records to prove, give me lawfully promulgated records that show that I am one that can be adjudicated under which you guys are trying to do. They'll never show that. So now I have to make sure also I'm disqualifying the judge and I'm doing a bar grievance against the attorney while I'm asking for him to show his authority.
Let me ask you this, brother. When you say you're disbarring a judge, what process are you using to do that?
Bro, to disqualify the judge is 28 United States Code 455.
Talking about like to have them recused and stuff?
Period. Why not have them? Because once one is recused, all is recused. But if people think, no, they can put somebody else on the case, then they're checking your temperature to see where you are. So what I'm talking about doing, what we show our people, is how to knock them out one punch from the jump.
You said 28 C what?
28 USC 455.
Well, let me ask you this: why do you use a lot of the statutes from the federal and not just use Constitution?
I am actually using Constitution this is what I'm doing. I'm showing you that in the articles, right? And when you look at Article 1, Section 8, Clause 14, they can only make rules for the government and the land and naval forces. If I'm not part of the government, land, and naval forces pertaining to the United States, and we just saw a treaty, if I'm on the side pertaining to Moors, how are you going to try to write me in like you're warring against me? If that's the case, you're supposed to be letting me go off the break. Oh, you don't know that? You're not gonna let me go? Cool. Then I need you to prove to me. I'm not gonna tell you that I'm a Moor, you can't do this to me. I'm gonna ask you for the record that proves that I am who you say I am. And when you can't produce that record, then what are we doing here?
So let me ask you this: when you apply it, which be more specific. So when you go into 20 USC 455, which portion of that are you using?
Man, I'll go to it right now so I can actually quote the different portions, man. So give me 1 second. I'll bring it up right now. Let me type it in my iPad. 28 USC 455. All right. So when you look at disqualification of a judge or magistrate, number one, any justice, judge or magistrate, judge of the United States, which means it's a hyperlink there if you're on the law.cornell.edu one, shall disqualify himself in any proceeding in which his impartiality might be reasonably questioned. Just that alone. What's the strategy to make someone impartial? Do a countersuit and make them a counter defendant. That's one strategy. Another strategy would be able to show that you could use the show if they are in breach of fiduciary agreement since they're acting as one who's being an administrator, right? That since that's the case, then you can use IRS form 3949A to show that they're doing identity theft to try to get you to be someone who provides a debt for collection. And that's against the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act. Because a debt actually is not what comes out of your pocket or your wallet or swipe from your card, your Zelle, your Cash App, your PayPal. A debt is an obligation that one says that he has a contract, an oath, and a separate certified autographed statement to say that he's doing trade or business. So since that's the case, and that's how I see this, you ain't got to subscribe to that. But according to how I'm seeing this, according to my thinking.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this: have you effectively used that? If so, can you show me the case number where you effectively applied that?
I'll be very honest and say this. Yes, I have done it and recently do it. However, the people that I assist ask me not to share their things. However, I will be able to, if you want to look up some things, try to do some things like find like Bay verses and see what you find on the internet. Because there's some things that are on the internet. However, I made sure because they're listening also.
Do you have one that you see that you found that if somebody Google it, that anybody can see this like in the public domain? Bay verses? Because I can never find.
There's tons of Bay verses, bro. I'm telling you, you could literally go Bay verses.
I mean, you may see that. I mean, anybody can file a case if they're doing it. They're doing it.
Well, let me tell you what's happening. Let me tell you why the wins are not being showed. Because what happens is, like you said earlier, they got a dog and pony show to keep showing and keep doing. And so what people are doing is getting these victories where they're not being adjudicated. They're not having to go to prison or jail. What's happening is eventually that shit disappears off the record and they stop bothering them people because they see that there's Moors out here that are actually helping people that aren't Moors either, just to show you, because we'll ask simple questions. Hey, yo, like when you said you was dealing with child support, Omar, and now I don't know the situation. As far as what you went through specifically. But you know what I do know? I know you're not a foster parent that's licensed by the state, because that's the only people that's dealing with child support. That's it. The only way you got.
That's the main topic of the conversation is public and private. Family law is private law, and those things, those wins aren't going to be put in the public because the government, de facto or not, is.
That's why I never disagree.
The thing is to protect the interest of the public, so they're not going to put private.
Oh no, I gotta.
So that's why I never
my joint is still public, and I didn't close it up. Like I can send it to you on the back channel. My case.
I'm not knocking that. But when it comes to Moors, eventually that shit disappears, bro. I've seen it over the last 8.5 years. Just like when I asked you earlier, are there any L's or Bays or Ali's that y'all know that's cases that's sealed? Not one person mentioned Muhammad Ali, and that's what I was waiting on. Why can't we get anything pertaining to Muhammad Ali's case when he used nationality to keep himself from fighting a war for the corporation? But nobody mentioned
he got locked up behind it. He had to turn himself in. He had to do some time in jail.
Because they had to do things according to Cassius Clay. But once he was able to effectuate nationality and win, how come we can't find that record, bro? Because it's under seal for 100 years at a time.
But I can seal a record. Like if I wanted to seal a record, I could do that. You know what I mean? But that doesn't mean, so that's the part where it's like, every more I meet, I say, show me. Like if we were in private, I can say, hey, bro, look at this check, look at this check, look at this check, look at this. You know what I mean? I got NDAs and I got some that I can talk about. Like I sued Geico, we didn't do an NDA. You know what I'm saying? Another insurance company had to sue. You know what I'm saying? We did an NDA. I can't talk about it, but in private, I can show you victories, like victory after victory after victory, whether we're talking about civilly, criminally.
Oh my.
So my thing is, I'm just hit me out. I'm just saying, every time I meet a Moor, I say, show thyself approved. Show me. I can show you how I'm moving out here. I can show you.
Different with Moors, bro. I'm telling you, the reason why it's different with Moors is because you have Masons that actually are trustees over our Moorish culture, even down to the Rosicrucians.
I can feel that because the brother that was there earlier, he kind of gave off that vibe. He started acting as an agent once we started to go deeper too. I can see that.
But listen, but if Moors,
it's like those are lodge, terms, subordinate temple, grand lodge, grand temple. Like you guys have a whole Masonic order structure.
Was it Noble Drew Ali a Freemason?
Again, I'm not. Hold on. Everybody is freeborn Masons and Eastern Stars and don't have to be made over again in anyone's lodge. No, y'all see, that's why I'm saying a lot of stuff that has been put out is the reason why there are people thinking you can have debates. But again, someone who has sacrificed the last 8.5 years of their life is still on your platform, bro, giving you the science that nobody else really had.
But you know what I'm saying, though, brother. Like I know what you're saying. You break down the word "ma" means mother, son. I get all of that, but you know what I'm talking about. So what I'm asking was Noble Drew Ali a Freemason? Not in the sense that you're talking, not from a metaphysical standpoint, but I'm talking about from a traditional standpoint.
No, I have not found anything in my studies that shows that Prophet Noble Drew Ali was what people term a lodge Freemason.
Gotcha.
Not according to those usages and rules. However, I do know on the metaphysics, everyone is a free-born Master Mason and Eastern Star because everyone is actually born perfect. We have been socially engineered to think we're not born perfect. We've been socially engineered to think we need to make ourselves over in organizations or lodges and stuff, and that's not true. Only thing that you're doing when you say, for example, when I declared and proclaimed my nationality, I knew that I was now taking nationality seriously. That's different from, oh shit, I found this slick shit out. I heard this on the internet. Man, I'm gonna try to do this. That's not how it was for me. There were family members that I was around that were saying these things. I was too much into enjoying myself, doing R&B, making music, setting up people's studios, making beats for this artist, doing all these different types of things. That's why I told you earlier, there are a lot of people who are celebrities with nationality cards in their pocket. And there's one particular brother who we're real close with. When he had to go to the Netherlands, and y'all asked about that whole traveling without the passport, I was like, yo, all right, let's call it Netherlands so that we can get the proper protocol between them so that one could actually travel back and forth by making sure that correspondence is sent accordingly. So, yo, you might have to go down to the Netherlands consulate down at DC, do X, Y, and Z so that you can go there by invitation so that you can continue to do your tours and stuff since you got a fan base out there. That's real talk, yo, you know what I mean? And it does take time. No, it's not as quick as, yo, I got this federal document and now I ain't got to wait. Nah, man, sometimes you got to cook stuff in the oven or on the stovetop, B. That's just how it is if you're going to really say you're going to stand and be Moorish American for real.
No, I know for a fact you could do that. You know what I'm saying? I just don't have a reason to, but I'm going to prove a point though, because I got connections with the Ghanaian government. I'm going to reach out and say, I want to come out there. I ain't going to even use my passport. You know, when I get some time, I'll do that. I know you could do it, but what I'm saying, people be talking stuff, but they don't do it. You know what I'm saying? Like they have an idea of how it works, but they don't do it. They don't, you know what I'm saying? Like they know it, but it's just, they're not applying it.
I know I'm doing my best. I'm doing best to make sure Moors do that because I already know it's too much confusion on the internet. It's too much gatekeeping. It's too many people trying to, like the brother said earlier, you know what I mean, whole families back in the temple. And that's why I said I'm not knocking the temple or the prophet. I'm knocking people that get this information and be power tripping, y'all.
All right, now I get that. Hold on. Let me ask you this. King asked a good question in the chat. He said, how did y'all get to America? Was it a slave trade or have you always been here? Or did you come from Europe in the 1700s or from one of the colonies coming from Africa?
I think the various copper-toned people founded by early European settlers have always been here, man. It's just that the ships that you can't find as termed slave ships wasn't done by actual wood planks made into a hull to get people across through certain ports for 3-month trip on a triangulation trade, as it said in the diaspora thinking. What happened was people used paper. That's why your courthouses looks like ships. You see what I'm saying? And they're using those things. You're talking 12 million people brought over. How when the ports at those times were Moors running those slave ship, they're cargo ships. But the only people that I seen on ships when I do my studies were the Albions. The pale skins, they were the only ones I seen coming over here on ships. Everybody else, Moors have been in Corvettes. You see what I'm saying? Since before the Albion made their manifestation through the experimentations. You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm just like, yo, we've been socially engineered in the sense of being lied to for real. You see what I'm saying? So once we get past being lied to, then we can really deal with the issue that has always been the case. And it's been a family feud. Everybody on this planet is one. You see what I'm saying? It's one blood, for real. You really want to go there. You know what I mean? But it's too many people with different ideologies and socialisms where we have what appears to be disagreements. But I guarantee you, if we all analyze the foundation of anything that we saying, we're gonna be like, dang, yo, hold on, this tie into this over here though. So when I see the Albion or any other pale skin, I don't really have a hate in my heart for them now that I've done enough research and study over the last 8.5 years. There was at times when I did my studies earlier, yo, I'm telling you, I was not chasing the bag. I don't go out here and I still don't chase the bag, yo. It's just that there are people out there that really support us because they see what we're doing. Like I just gave your audience today, Omar, I gave them access to Prophet Noble Drew Ali University. I ain't asked them for a dime. I ain't put my Cash App in your chat. None of that. I put the website, I put Prophet Noble Drew Ali University, and I put other websites so people can do genuine study. That's it. I don't think there's no harm in foul in that so people can further their library, whether it's digital or physical. You know what I mean? And so that's why I said I never came to debate. I just knew yesterday when I was speaking to those that subscribe to our YouTube channel, I'm like, yo, they sure they want me to show up because I'm not going to debate.
So with everything said, do you feel that the only way, that people can't do this on their own, the same structure, the same, process?
No. I got a better way to ask that. Let me ask you this, Hasan. Watch this, brother.
I'm listening.
Out of all the ways to move out here, some people are truly sovereign. I mean, truly sovereign. Some people operate through the ministry. Some people, they're stateless. Some people move as a regular U.S. citizen. Some people move as Moorish American. There are many ways to move out here. Out of everything, out of every path that you can take, what do you feel will yield the most fruit and why?
Well, I do know that this is about self-determination. So what I trust people do is do their appropriate research. For me thus far, what I found is viable for me is that, yes, me being Moorish American is my self-determination. However, what I've also seen to add to that is if I have to deal with any issue, I'm not going to do any other process except go, oh, hold on, what code they using to try to do X, Y, and Z? Because this is what I've done in the past. This is what I've done recently to assist different beings with different situations. Yo, let me look at that code they using. Oh, they wrote you a ticket for what? Then I go to the statute to see what they using. Then I go to the definition, scope, and applicability. And then we go and do a records request on seeing, hey, is this somebody you have a lawfully promulgated record on that can be adjudicated under this particular statute? You see what I'm saying? Have they consented? Because also not only that, let's say for real, like it's transportation, just to add a little more answer to your question. If somebody is being ran off the road and we know that they're not driving, in other words, they're not doing commerce, they're not in the tractor trailer like Amazite was earlier. You see what I'm saying? They're not doing stuff like that for real. Then you just going to grandma's house for real. If somebody run you off the road and write you a citation, at the end of the day, we need to make sure that if you was to go to that courthouse or whatever, right, and do a records request, you should request 3 different types of delegations. One, has that venue been given a delegation from the Secretary of Transportation to do transportation cases? 2, the second thing, for the prosecuting attorney, was he delegated the authority from the Attorney General at the behest of the governor to be able to put that case in the name of the state versus whoever you are, the private being, right? Okay, if they don't have those 2 points of delegations, boom, that's done. The third point of delegation is where you consented to be sued that way. That's why you said even though yourself, Omar, you don't have the minimum contact called the state driver's license. And all I did when you said what you do have as far as the passport, and I do not describe to the Moorish American travel document at all, because we already studied that too, because we study before we really think to go support anything. What I just found with the passport is you're dealing with foreign relations. That's Title 22 of the United States Code, and Moorish Americans actually have a portion that's dealing with Title 22 that we utilize to be non-tax obligated. Most people want to be tax exempt. Exempt means you already had an obligation and now you're excused from it. Yeah, that obligation is waived. Tax non-obligated says you have no obligation in tax. So that's why Moorish Americans really shouldn't even be really dealing with commerce on that portion of it, or for taxation purposes like that. They should be able to be studied well enough to put the documentation together to show that, hey, yes, I'm doing X, Y, and Z, because being typically under occupation by those that may try to usurp or use force, because these people don't study what we study. So now
let me ask you this. So you broke down 3 different pieces to what we call an administrative process. And so let's say you're dealing with traffic court.
Mm-hmm.
When you're sending the information, who are you sending it to?
We said sending in information. So my thing is, let's say we do a records request. You see what I'm saying?
Are you doing a FOIA, or what kind of request are you doing?
Well, you can do a private notice of any type in lieu of any so-called domestic relation document by any organization or corporation. So,
and who are you sending it to?
So for me, let's say if we were looking for a delegation of authority for the venue, if they got a delegation of authority from the Secretary of Transportation, first I'm gonna ask the Secretary of Transportation, and then I'm gonna ask the clerk. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna send the same thing, or I'm gonna ask the clerk, and I'm gonna CC transportation and anybody else that I can shotgun blast in the CC. Period. So then, if I'm asking the attorney, the so-called prosecuting attorney, that's actually doing RICO acts by using the state All right. What they're going to do is after that case, they're going to go to the state treasury to get reimbursed for those things when they never got a delegation from the attorney general. So what I'll do is I'll go and look up the attorney general for that particular state. You see what I'm saying? Their constitution. I'm going to look at their statutes, and I'm going to look at what particular statute is giving the authority to a particular administrative code.
I get where you're going.
Okay.
I get where you're going. So are they responding every single time 100%, or are they ignoring you 100% of the time? And so how are you handling that?
When I have put in things myself or things in the past, because I no longer attract those issues to myself. But when I've had those things then, or beings I assist now, these people stop proceeding. However, when I see certain beings that are Moorish Americans, I will say there are some beings that are Moorish Americans. Maybe their energy or their spirit is not all the way tapped the way it needs to be. So they still probably have to have that fire touch their coattail a little bit. You see what I'm saying? Because I know this is divine and national. So what I really say is on a case-by-case basis. It's not something that's like flawlessly every time, because again, remember, these are Masons, bro. When they see Moorish American, they really testing like, oh, okay, well, if they Moorish American, then they supposed to be knowing exactly what this and this need to be. They need to be demonstrating like this, because these are people who practice being Moorish American in their lodges, except they have jeweled fezzes with pent down tassels at 33 degrees. My tassel flow freely, 720, 360 is around my head directly, 360 is above my head.
Why not preventative though, opposed to all these letters and sending things out? Why not? Like, that's where I was going with the Christopher dude, asking him about the national and citizen, because he kept changing it. And he said he used the passport. So it's like, why not teach, since most of our injuries come from contact with police, then that's how we get in the legal system. Why not? Yeah, the preventative measures opposed to the reactionary.
It's called preemptive, and I agree with that. That shrugs.
The passport, or international driver's license and permit, getting out of their jurisdiction. That's the issue, is being in their jurisdiction.
I totally agree with preemptive measures, because that's what we go over. I mentioned the sister Malika earlier when I said she's got lawfulliving.com, where people actually come together every Tuesday and Thursday to discuss these things. And what's always said is, why don't you, before some things pop off, why don't you guys have preemptive measures? Or what you said, preventative, which is the same as doing things preemptively, so that you can sit down with these people and then have the proper discourse with them to make sure that they even comprehend what they're supposed to be doing. They're not supposed to be really policing anybody outside of their police department. And when people talking about, well, you in the state of, insert name here, the state is actually only the area pertaining to those operations. And if you are, anybody here is a construction worker or HVAC technician, such as myself, you will actually know that an area only dealing with the building that they're doing those operations in. Just because the concrete of the sidewalk is connected to the steps leading to the building inside where they do their state business doesn't mean that that concrete, the grass outside of that office and everywhere else that's around it is the state of, insert whatever name there you decide. And that's what I think a lot of people don't comprehend, Shrugs, and everybody else that's here. People don't look at it as the preventative or the preemptive measures, which is what I think should actually happen. There's an instruction that Prophet Noble Drew Ali gave me. He said, if you do not believe, I'm paraphrasing, but he's like, if you don't believe my program or basically or what I brought, you see what I'm saying? Go to those at the city hall. Go to those that know law in the city hall and speak in an intelligent tone. And I'm sure they'll be glad to render you a favorable reply. And this is why I'm saying, like, a lot of people that declare and proclaim their nationality, they are still in that stage like a baby that's holding on to the couch and trying to get their steps in some hard bottoms, bro. You see what I'm saying? They're not ready to really run.
Look, peep this, like, Omar, you said, what was the difference between the state ID, a driver's license, and the passport? What?
When was that? When I had that?
Lack of an address, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the passport doesn't have an address.
The address gives them jurisdiction of, like this simple thing of people getting the longitude, latitude, the the metes and bounds of where they live and proclaiming their own state. You know, I mean, there's so many different things, and you know, just simple little things that could alleviate a lot of problems. I mean, like that in itself gets rid of property tax. Like, there's just all kind of things. But that, you know, the jurisdiction of traveling, like who do you have allegiance with? Just my state, you know, where I live. Like that's, you know, simple things. Like this thing goes into documents identification, like the passport is state citizenship, you know, national. It's there's so many remedies that are right there, but it seems like people want to hold the keys and dangle the carrot and have people follow behind them and give them little breadcrumbs, but not feed them. You know, it's like, I don't know.
I'm in agreement with you. I'm in agreement with you because I think at the end of the day, what actually happens is, like, for example, yeah, the people need to know that no, they don't have what is called an address because that belongs to the United States Post Office, and that's important. That's according to Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the Constitution. You see what I'm saying? We're talking about needful buildings and things of that nature. You see what I'm saying? I'm not knocking the post office at all. I just know that that's the court. Post office is the court. However, if you're going to utilize for their system, you see what I'm saying? You can put longitude, latitude, ain't nothing wrong with that. However, we also
I was just saying that
I'm in agreement with you. I'm actually in agreement with you. And I never really been in disagreement at all. But the point I'm making is that you are exactly correct, because even if people do want that not to be used, another strategy is like what's in the Amplified Bible. They'll use editorial brackets. And those editorial brackets, I think in jurisprudence, is called the Four Corners Rule, where people will then put the so-called zip, 5 digits of the zip, with a -9998, which is in harmony with non-domestic without the US. So when people see that also, they will also know that, okay, there's someone who's non-domestic without the US. And then after that, they put North America, because North America is different than the United States of America. The United States of America is a processing corporation. Whereas the North America, you're talking about continental, you know what I mean, affairs. So you're really
and the power of the post office opposed to the postal service. You know, it's like just these little simple things that, you know, I don't think it should be too hard for people to realize, you know, like, because we've had it around, you know, it's in our subconscious. It just needs to be brought out, you know. People don't pay attention to the post office or United States Postal Service, recognizing the difference. But I think if it's just displayed in a way where it can bring you back out, you know, and understand what the ancestors established and how they navigated through the system of commerce privately and went into the public to attain assets and things and brought it back to the private. That's what it's all about, you know. So all this more American debate and argument is nothing that any individual man can't do on their own. Like, so to put it where we have to follow the prophet, but the people that follow the prophet is banging on people who don't follow the prophet, but they got temples too. But if you ain't been in a death chamber with Omar, we can't even be talking about this shit. So it's like.
But did I treat y'all like that? Did I not bring you ADAP references?
No, but I think that's what the conversation is about, is like just, I don't know.
I didn't bring you ADAP references?
No.
You said no,
I'm not saying you didn't. No, I'm just talking about the experience of the day. You know, we had 3-4 different sets of temples. Yeah, Jew, you know, I guess what they would call the road Moor, and then just private citizens, you know, nationals expressing their way of doing it, which doesn't exclude anybody. And I think that's the problem, is exclusion, having to be a part of. And the prophet said, enforce the Constitution. You say if you have the right to association, whatever you want, you know. And he said he was going to leave the European in power long enough for you to learn how to run a government. It doesn't say you have to go and submit to his government, but long enough to learn how to run a government. And your family, first and foremost,
correct,
is government. That's where law comes from.
Correct.
You went outside and subscribed to somebody else's shit, some foreign shit, but your family lays down the law, foundation, morals, and principles. So why not establish that government?
I totally agree. I totally agree, because what you even saying about government starts with family. Again, I made a reference to John Bouvier's Law Dictionary and Concise Encyclopedia, a Third Rawls revision. It tells you that government succinctly starts with family. So that's why even when it went to government or nation, I did my best to keep taking it back to mother, because I think if we actually get back to mother, we'll.
Don't think I'm like attacking. I think I'm just talking too out loud, like just thinking and talking out loud.
No, I'm in agreement with you, Shrugs. I'm in agreement with you. I'm not saying that you're doing that either. I'm agreeing. It's just that I know when I speak, I'm making sure I'm always giving reference, because that's what I promised yesterday. And that's what I said I was going to do at the beginning of this conversation. However, I do comprehend that it's 4:25 anti-meridian Eastern. You see what I'm saying? So I'll yield, you know what I mean, if y'all look for me to yield. You see what I'm saying? I know a lot of people done went rest and recharge. I know my beloved mother, mistress, consort, and our little ones are resting and recharging too. However, I trust that what I did here was some good and giving references long enough for the people to be able to have something to go and research, despite anybody's disagreement, whatever names they wanted to call. And I'm not saying anybody here right now has done anything wrong. I'm just saying that I hope that the thing that gets really seen or picked out the most is the fact that there was references given, so that everybody will have exactly what they need to go and study later. I don't know what you're going to do with this recording. I don't know if it's you recording it, you know what I mean, Omar? However, we still live on YouTube on our joint, so that we can allow the people to be able to go and make references themselves. But like I said, and I agree, there is no debate. I agree with you, Shrugs. There really is no debate, because at the end of the day, all we need to do is see, what's really working best for us. You see what I'm saying? And I yield.
Where YouTube? Where is your platform?
The YouTube is 7 Hill Star, like the number 7. I can actually, I'll go and put it in in the chat actually. So let me go to the channel, and I'll actually share it. I'll share the channel here. Copy. And go into the chat here, and we got a website, 7hillstar.com, because what we do is we assist in people getting to know themselves, because we do particularly deal with their astrology. We are internationally recognized after we certifying ourselves between our own free national press. What we've also been able to do also is to get recognized by one of the largest, if not the largest, astrological organization on the planet, because what we do is we make sure that the people not only have the truth pertaining to their nationality and birthrights, but the references to study themselves according to chapter 3 of the Holy Koran, what people call the Circle 7. So when they see that, it can make these connections and are doing things that they need to do metaphysically. I trust that they won't need, you know what I mean, me to share with them or influence them or anything, because that's not what I'm doing. I'm just making sure I'm following the instructions that I read from Prophet Noble Drew Ali. So that's why earlier too, you heard me so passionate about when people that I know supposed to know these lessons and have these lessons, and then they be throwing that stuff in there. And that's not doing none of y'all justice that don't really know these things. Just like I saw in the chat out somebody was like, Prophet Noble Drew Ali is some nigga born in North Carolina. Like, can I get mad at them saying that? Even though I know it's not true. So the best thing I can do is be able to show that at the end of the day, what a nigga actually is. And then you're dealing with a chimpanzee monkey. When I look at Prophet Noble Drew Ali, he don't look like a chimpanzee, because the troglodyte nigga is something that's dealing with anthropology, not a derogatory statement or a means or use for insult. So instead of me really getting offended at any time in this, I wanted to make sure y'all had what y'all needed. So to answer your question, 7hillstar.com. And then you go on YouTube and look at 7 Hill Star. Y'all can check any references that we put down. Me and my brother were supposed to go live to do the astrology, but we're going to take a little rest and recharge, and we're going to give it, you know what I mean, astrology for Gemini, the sun ingress in Gemini later on the day. Because we do this 4 days out of 7, every Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We give you 2 days of astrology, 2 days of civics.
And when you guys go and check the resume and the things we've done over the last 3 years just on YouTube, you can also check my appellation when you go on Facebook. You see what I'm saying? So you see when I post things in the chat, it's letting you know Hasan Ghaziel Bey. And you guys will see my track record. I'm not just online. I've actually traveled physically to different parts of the land to assist and help so people will have the information. You see what I'm saying? I yield the floor.
Peace, peace.
Peace.
All right, I'm gonna ask somebody to take the role of the secretary. Wait a minute. Make sure we're dealing with Canland Moors, everything. I'm gonna answer a couple questions.
You say you're Canland man? What was it? What did he say?
I think he about to repeat himself.
Yeah, no, I'm Brother Jason, Noble Bush Material, Grand Peak out here in Colorado Territory. I got to move around a little bit, and I don't got a good signal. But if y'all have somebody that's want to take the role of secretary, I would ask for enrollment. You know what I'm saying? Because what you're doing right now is what's needed coming together. The hardest part is understanding that we're so diverse, and that's going to go right back into the dumb diverses, and we call them curses, depending on our sensibility of awareness as far as dogma, religion, consciousness, spirituality, intuition. It's science, but we got to learn to think for yourself, like Noble Drawley said. We from Missouri, you know what I'm saying? Show us. And the biggest thing is, who ain't trying to get successful and established with finances, but that's what comes together as a nation. And I don't know if somebody got a pen yet. I think I should hold up if y'all want to assign somebody to, the structure. Let's do it. I'm gonna go ahead and sip on some of this Topo Chico water.
I agree, bro. Prophet Noble Drawley said we're gonna need 10 to 16 secretaries to take names once the people see that this is their only earthly salvation as American citizens. That's in the first letter to be read in every meeting. Prophet Noble Drawley speaks about being American citizens, not United States or any other type of citizen for real. You know what I'm saying? So the best thing that I can do is trust that people will take the information for themselves and then determine for themselves that which they need. I yield the floor. I don't know if everybody's still up. It sounds like only me and a brother that just spoke that says Noble right there and shrugs is only up for real. I mean, I see people in the chat or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we need somebody to really deal with our people because we diverse. We forget that there was a slaughter. I mean, I think it was like Venezuela, there was 40 million alone. So from like 1400 all the way to about 1600, about 100 million of us get slaughtered. And that's the thing with the, I'm serious, I might get the papers. If y'all want to delegate the authority to somebody, handle the business.
I dig it. Well, I yield. I guess I don't know what Omar doing, yo, but I guess I can yield, especially to the people that's on our YouTube right now. What we'll do is, y'all, I and Brother Sean to do the Intuition Monday on a Tuesday for y'all a little later on. After we get a quick rest and recharge. And I think Omar, you back, Omar?
Yeah, I'm back.
All right. I'm listening. So I was just saying, man, I yield. I trust I did some good, bro, and was able to contribute to the platform. And I weathered the storm because I already know how this go, man. But I trust that we can actually see that we actually saying the same thing. Like that reference I made earlier, the Ghost Dog, bro. That's a hood classic. Everybody already know about Ghost Dog if you really tap in for it.
Right.
You feel me? So I trust that.
Yeah, that was good.
All right, Islam, man. I appreciate you inviting me, man. I'm gonna yield the floor on both your platform and our YouTube, man. And I appreciate the invite. Shout out to the fact that you gave that invite to my brother Chi Bey. You know what I'm saying? So Chi, right. Yeah, Chi was the one that gave me that and was like, yo, holla at my brother. So I do appreciate that because I think what the good that was done was an opportunity for Moors, even if they disagree, to now they gonna go and check, oh, who's this brother and who's this? Cool, man. Let's just use that as the momentum for them to actually maybe improve themselves, yo. You feel me? And I trust that we can just continue to do more good and help out everybody that need this information so they can protect themselves, provided they sincere in studying. Because this ain't no microwave result for real. You already know it. You know you had to study And you said you done been through some things in order to get to this point where you at. I had to put in 8.5 years to make sure I got hold of my lower self so I don't get above myself. You see what I'm saying? So that I can be able to assist people if needed. You know what I mean? But other than that, yo, I appreciate everybody that did participate because they could have been anywhere else doing anything else, but they was here.
You know, it was good. I enjoyed it, brother. I appreciate you brothers coming on. It really woke up a lot of stuff. You know, especially when we had the other brothers on here earlier. I mean, the way they was acting, I'm like, man, what's going on? You feel me?
Word. Well, I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all enjoy yourselves. Y'all rest and recharge well. Peace and Islam, peace and love.
Peace and blessings, brother.
Brother Sean, we gonna link up, man. Like, get your rest and recharge, and then we gonna do this Intuition Monday on a Tuesday, bro.
Indeed, bro. You too as well, bro.
Man, I appreciate you, yo. So I'll holler at you. Maybe we can be on by 1300 Eastern, bro.
Indeed, bro. Indeed.
All right, Islam, beloved brother. Peace and love.
Islam, bro. Peace and love.